514 Chapter 191, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV. In several locations at sea, new word. In the New World, a kingdom seemed gloomy with the news, or at least part of it. Ha 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 ha, Doflamingo has been defeated, shouted a toy in the middle of the street, joyous over the defeat of the man responsible for losing everything. This, commented a frightened citizen. Doflamingo was captured on the other side of the Grand Line? How could this happen? Screamed another. He's a Shichibukai and our king. Look who captured him, it's that evil pirate, Monkey D. Luffy. It's not the first time he's done this, can't anyone stop him in that sea? He also captured an official member of Kaido and defeated a calamity, isn't this a declaration of war? Another spoke. What's going to happen? Will Doflamingo's men act? Of course they will. They'll never let this go, but I doubt they can do much. This pirate even defeated Jack. Meanwhile, in the palace, the atmosphere was quite gloomy with all the crew members of Doflamingo's pirates, the Don Quixote pirates. This is bad. Buffalo shouted. Damn that straw hat, I should have been the one to defeat the master, Baby 5 shouted. We must act, Pika said with his high-pitched voice, making some present try not to laugh at it. But can we fight against him? Dellinger asked a bit nervously. Contact Virgo, we need more information from the Marines. Diamante gave the order. They had Joker's Vivre card, which still indicated the direction of where he would be. On the other side of the country, two women sat together in a corner of the Colosseum. Is it true? Someone defeated Doflamingo? Rebecca looked with bright eyes at the photo in the newspaper. Yes. It seems Doflamingo met someone crazier than him. Violet said with a smile she hadn't shown for years. She looked at Luffy as a hero she had always sought. Also contact the Beast Pirates, he concluded. In Wano, more specifically in Onigashima, chaos was everywhere. My brother, he captured my brother, Ulti screamed, punching the walls of the place. Calm down Ulti, Black Maria spoke trying to calm the woman. How can I calm down? I must go to that sea and catch that Monkey D. Luffy, Page 1 needs his big sister, Ulti spoke frustrated. This pirate, he defeated Jack. What can you do? Sasaki commented on the side and Ulti could only get frustrated. From the other room, Kaido drank his sake while crying. He defeated Jack and captured Doflamingo and Page 1. He even told Jack that I was his father-in-law. Kaido exclaimed looking at the small newspaper and the headline with Luffy. He won't even invite me to the wedding, Kaido growled, seeming to have lost something precious with that, and his members surrounding him and trembling were in doubt if he took it seriously. He dares to say now my daughter belongs to him, he shouted again crying. Lord Kaido, calm down, we'll solve this. I told Jack we would send reinforcements, King spoke fearing Kaido would act recklessly. Yes, you're right. Kaido spoke wiping his tears. I will send reinforcements, but those reinforcements will be me. He said drunk and stood up. King tried to stop him from acting, but it was too late. Kaido broke the ceiling while transforming into a blue Chinese dragon and took off to the sky while the people in the room tried not to be crushed by the stones from the broken ceiling. King. Queen looked towards where Kaido was going and disappearing into the sky. I know. He took the wrong direction, King said as he leapt into the air to follow Kaido, transforming into his ancient zone. Elsewhere, in the same sea of the New World, a meeting was happening at that moment. It was not a simple meeting. A ship with a Yonkou was approaching another ship with another Yonkou. The ship called Red Force was approaching the Moby Dick. He came personally? A crew member of the Whitebeard pirates murmured. It seems so. What are we going to do? Pops? Marco looked at the ship and then turned his attention to the great man in the middle of the boat, Whitebeard. Let that brat come to me. Let's see what he wants, Whitebeard commented. It didn't take long for Shanks' ship to approach the other. While the crew of Moby Dick waited and saw one of the strongest men in the world jump from that ship to theirs with a barrel of sake on his back. Everyone fell silent as the man walked to the center of the ship, but something started to happen. Pieces of the Moby Dick's crew began to faint. Hey, what's happening? Said one looking at his fainted companion. He's using Conqueror's Haki. He'll be fine. For those with weak spirits, stay back if you don't want to faint too, said a commander. Shanks approached the man at the center. Whitebeard looked at him calmly. They said nothing to each other, just stared. Shanks simply tossed the sake barrel and Whitebeard caught it. Without a word, they served themselves while Shanks had his own Japanese-style cup. Whitebeard drank from the barrel. You know. Whitebeard was the first to break the silence. Everyone was surprised when they heard that a strong man like you returned from the East Blue without an arm. What kind of enemy did you encounter in those waters? Whitebeard had a hint of interest. Shanks touched his severed arm. Bet it on the new generation, he said. You're referring to the owner of that old straw hat. Marco appeared next to Whitebeard and showed the newspaper to Shanks. It seems he's been quite active lately, he's practically declaring war with Kaido. But to take down Jack being just a rookie, I must admit that's unprecedented. Marco spoke, showing yesterday's newspaper. Luffy. I'm quite surprised by it too. I didn't expect the kid to become so strong. I wonder what kind of chaos he'll cause when he reaches the new world. Shanks spoke. He was quite surprised by it too, screaming what Luffy had in mind when he received the newspaper, but laughed at the child's audacity. Yes, but have you seen today's newspaper? This is the reason why Jack got into a fight with Luffy. I'm sure Kaido won't stop now that I know his real reason for hunting a rookie in the first half of the Grand Line. Marco showed another newspaper, one that came a little before the Red Force appeared. On it was the photo of Yamato with the article. This? What? Shanks lost his serious demeanor and made a shocked grimace. Luffy stole Kaido's daughter and declared the Yonkou his father-in-law, Shanks shouted flabbergasted. Gurarararara. That brat has guts, I admit. But this is his recklessness. Nobody knew Kaido had a daughter all this time and now a rookie takes her and says he's his son-in-law? Newgate laughed at the rookie's audacity. This is unexpected. Luffy has always been reckless, should have figured that this would reflect on women as he grew up, Shanks commented. Anyway. Shanks drank his sake once again. I didn't come to talk about Luffy, but about his brother. Shanks returned with his serious face. What about my son? Whitebeard asked with a sharp look. Tell Ace to return. Blackbeard is more dangerous than you imagine. Something bad will happen if Ace continues with his hunt, and knowing him, he won't ask his brother for help in paradise. Shanks spoke seriously. You want to know better how I take care of my family? Whitebeard spoke in a sharp tone that even made Marco step away from the two. You know something bad is going to happen, Whitebeard. Send him back before it's too late, Shanks insisted. Whitebeard did not respond. There would be no more conversation between them. Now they would speak as pirates. Shanks sighed as he stood up and threw away his sake cup, while drawing his sword from its sheath. Whitebeard threw away his barrel and picked up his basento. In a movement with everyone holding their breath, the weapons clashed against each other. A wave of Conqueror's haki went out from the impact, messing everything around while the sky was split in half. While all this was happening in the New World, the rest of the planet discussed and feared a war in the first half of the Grand Line. The news in question that came out today would shock the world again with a new piece of information. In today's edition of the World Economic Journal, the dominant headline captured the gazes and imaginations of readers around the world, with one of the most explosive and shocking stories of the year. The front page displayed a stunning photograph of Yamato and Luffy, side by side, highlighting the striking physical differences between them. Yamato, a taller woman dressed in her Wano attire, with her yellow and red horns, and Luffy, wearing his usual cloak and displaying his bandit smile. The next photo focused on Yamato's smiling face with her weapon over her shoulder. The headline proclaimed, "Bombshell Revelation. Yamato, vice captain of the Straw Hats and officially declared by the captain himself as his lover, is actually the biological daughter of Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world." Monkey D. Luffy declared in Jaya before the island's destruction that Kaido was now his father-in-law and would not invite him to the wedding. The subtitle added, in a bold move, Luffy steals the daughter of the world's strongest creature and announces wedding plans, leaving Kaido out. A third photo appeared on the front page of the newspaper, Yamato on one side and Kaido on the other. It was clear that they were really similar in many aspects. Their appearance was not so similar in coloring, but they used the same weapons, had horns, and had the same postures. This revelation was not just limited to the disclosure of Yamato being the biological daughter of one of the world's most powerful people, but how the Straw Hat seemed to want a war against a Yonkou even before arriving in the New World. That even though he had defeated Jack and nearly half of the Shichibukai, most people were skeptical that the Straw Hats could actually fight a Yonkou. The rest of the newspaper talked about Luffy and his journey with Yamato, how they already seemed to be together, leading to speculation that Yamato had run away from her father and met him in the East Blue and joined up to form the crew and have a romantic adventure. Many forces in the world were watching this with caution. Defeating and capturing a crew member was one thing, but stealing Kaido's daughter was a completely different matter that no one knew until then. The doubts about why Jack had entered paradise or why he had come into conflict with the Straw Hats were unraveling with this new information. Now they understood why the Beast Pirates had made Monkey D. Luffy a target. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters in the air, Yamato was fighting against Kuina with both transformed into their mythical zones in an ice versus ice battle while changing the landscape of that side of the upper garden. After the fight, the two took a break in the transformed glacier environment. Suddenly, Yamato sneezed strongly. "You're not cold, are you?" Kuina asked in an amused tone. "Of course not, someone must be talking about me," she commented, scratching her nose, unaware that the whole world was talking exactly about her. 514 Chapter 193, Chapter Size. 1900 words. Third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. As Luffy flipped through the newspaper, completely absorbed in his own bounty and the news, utterly oblivious to the chaos he had instigated on the Kuja pirates' ship, Boahan 1 experienced a level of fury she seldom felt towards a man. In all past instances, she could simply turn them to stone, but this pirate was faster than she was, which already infuriated her, and to see herself being ignored. A vein appeared on her forehead. The pirate queen, known for her beauty, considered to be the most beautiful woman in the world, was not accustomed to being ignored, much less scorned. "How dare he ignore my presence, my beauty?" Han 1 murmured to herself, her eyes fixed on Luffy with a burning intensity. The other pirates, noticing their queen's indignation, quickly rallied to her defense, hurling a barrage of insults towards the carefree pirate. "Despicable!" shouted one of the younger pirates, a hockey arrow ready on her bow. "Insolent!" echoed another, as she prepared her own attack, determined to protect their leader's honor. Han 1, trying to maintain an appearance of calm and control, raised a hand, signaling her subordinates to calm down. "Leave him to me," she said, her voice a mix of calm and coldness. "This Monkey D. Luffy, will learn to respect the most beautiful woman in the world." "Sister." One of her sisters looked towards Han 1 cautiously. After all, she knew Luffy was not a common enemy they would encounter in paradise. Without saying anything more, Han 1 advanced towards Luffy, determined to subjugate him. She began to leap into the air, using the Geppo technique she had learned on her own. I believe she cannot use Geppo, but I think it's a technique that can be added to her here. Meanwhile, Luffy was oblivious to a scorned woman approaching him as there was a flurry of complaints on the ship below. Luffy remained focused on the newspapers in his hands. He laughed loudly, his joy at seeing new bounties as his laughter spread through the sky. 750 million, huh? That's amazing. But why didn't it reach 1 billion? He asked curiously, his expression becoming a bit disappointed. I defeated a billion bounty pirate. That's not fair. His joy turned into complaint. What's that? He diverted his attention from the newspaper, feeling a danger approaching with his developing observation haki. He looked down and noticed Han 1 approaching with hatred in her gaze. Why is she so angry? Luffy murmured and received a kick, dodging it, forced to drop the newspaper. Hey, don't disturb others in their reading, Luffy commented. You damned man. This queen will teach you a lesson and break you when you turn to stone, she said, starting a combo of kicks at Luffy. Han 1, you should wear panties, I can see everything from here. Luffy commented, dodging the attacks again. And I only like women who I have exclusivities with, it bothers me if someone else can see something that only I should. Luffy commented calmly. What are you implying with that? I will kill you, she snarled. Your arrogant personality is also a turn-off, he said, making her intensify her strikes even more. Luffy was the most hated man for Han 1 at that moment. You're really sensitive, aren't you? Luffy complains with a kick passing just milliseconds from his head. This is getting dangerous, I'll have to fight back too. He comments internally as his arms wrap in haki, and began to hit Han 1's feet with his attacks, forming a fight of punches and kicks. With haki, at least he wasn't turning into stone. Luffy, on the other hand, used his agility and haki ability to dodge and counterattack, his punches targeting Han 1 with precision. The duel between the two was not just physical, but also a confrontation of wills. where Han Won's fury collided with Luffy's uncommitted joy. Luffy and Han Won began to exchange blows, causing a disturbance in the air with the sonic explosions of both forces. Luffy could not beat her in his usual form just with wings, but at least he could defend himself for the moment. Boom. 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 Asterisk. As the two continued to fight, the confrontation became increasingly intense, both moving like shadows, their limbs in motion as if they were dancing in front of each other. The Kuja pirates were in shock, while Han Won's sisters were deeply concerned about how the fight was progressing, as the man seemed undeterred by the woman known as the most beautiful in the world. At one moment, Han Won decided to add a different twist to the fight using her fruit, fighting only with her legs against Luffy. She moved her arms and formed a heart with her hands in front of Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy was quite surprised, knowing he could fall right there to this point-blank beam, as Han Won wouldn't let him escape easily. Moa Moa no mi. Han Won, smiling triumphantly, noticed a change in Luffy. A burst of purple flames occurred, and she was thrown backward as she launched her beam. The sound of flames covered the sky, and Han Won's beam went straight to the center. Han Won frowned, looking at a spot inside the flames where her attack hadn't reached. Luffy had managed to escape her point-blank shot. When the flames dissipated, a Phase 2 Luffy was shown to all, his body having changed. "So this is your mythical zone," Han Won commented, not foolish enough to be unaware of Luffy's powers. This pirate was taking down all the Shichibukais, and she had to be cautious with him too after the news of Doflamingo and Jack's fall. "That was close," Luffy commented while in his transformation. He looked at Han Won and cracked a small smile. In an instant, he advanced directly towards the pirate empress, wanting to test her strength. Luffy dodged the Moa Moa no mi beams as he approached. Han Won had no choice but to face him head-on. Boom. 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 Once again, the fight between arms and legs began anew. But Han Won found some difficulty in combating her enemy now, though it wasn't so visible to the eyes of others. The Kuja pirates, still shocked on the ship below, raised their thoughts seeking answers. "Can a man transform into this purple thing?" one of the younger ones asked, looking bewildered. "How can he move so fast?" exclaimed one of the older ones, her eyes wide in surprise as she followed the nearly invisible movements of Luffy and her empress. "Can he really fight on par with our queen?" another fangirl couldn't help but exclaim. For her, Han Won was invincible, and no one could say otherwise. Some of the younger pirates began to scream in support of their queen. "Finish him, finish that man, Han Won-sama. Show him the power of the Kuja pirates." Meanwhile, the more experienced exchanged worried glances with Han Won's sisters, aware that the fight was not so simple. With every move of Han Won, trying to corner Luffy with her love rays, the crew reacted with palpable tension. And when Luffy used his increased speed to dodge, a murmur of astonishment swept across the deck of the ship. Luffy's flames began to affect the women on the ship, forcing them to start moving away from the hot flames intensifying in the sky. "I think your crew will be in a bad state if we continue our fight here," Luffy commented while punching Han Won's feathers, launching an explosion with a radius of armament hockey around them with a shock explosion. Han Won didn't say anything, just continued trying to get through the man's defense while he attempted to hit her so she would turn to stone. Luffy backed away a bit and looked towards the island he had already planned to go to anyway, before flapping his wings and flying in that direction. "Do you intend to flee from this empress?" Han Won practically shouted, watching Luffy move away. She would not let this happen. Still boiling with rage for having been challenged and, in her perception, disrespected by this man, she was not willing to let Luffy escape so easily. Though she recognized he was strong, perhaps stronger than her, and in speed, he had already surpassed her, she was confident she could defeat him by turning him into stone. Then, using Geppo, she started to follow him in the air towards the island. "She's following me. That's good." Luffy looked back to see Han Won stepping through the air trying to approach him. He wanted to talk to her alone, and now he would have a chance. While on the Kuja pirates ship, everyone watched dumbfounded as the two moved away. Luffy flew over the island and found a deserted beach on the other side with ample space to fight without affecting the beasts within the forests, and this would give time until the Kuja pirates could circumnavigate the island to reach them. Luffy landed softly on the white sand, turning to wait for Han Won, who soon landed elegantly near him. her expression still laden with fury but also with a hint of curiosity about Luffy's intentions, knowing the pirate had lured her here on purpose. "Damned man! Why did you bring me here?" Han demanded, maintaining her arrogant composure. Luffy, with his characteristic ease, replied, "I think we were going too far back on the ship. Maybe here we can talk better, without everyone watching. I don't want to hurt you or your ship, or your crew." "Do you think you can do that?" she said angrily and charged at him. Luffy dodged her kick. He punched her in an opening, making her retreat several meters. When she was about to return to the fight and attack again, she realized Luffy was above her. His flames swirled like a tornado around his right arm as he clenched his fist to attack her. Han had to go on the defensive, seeing that she could not dodge him. The flames exploded before that beach, lifting sand all over the place. Boom! The explosion of purple flames exploded all over the place as Luffy cancelled his transformation and maintained his human appearance. When the flames and dust settled, a Han appeared in the middle of a crater. She was fine while keeping her arms crossed in a defensive position. However, the same could not be said about her clothes because she was completely one. "I'm sure she's going to try to kill me without even listening after this, but I must say, she really is one of the most beautiful women in the world." Luffy comments, looking at Han. He was right. Han had never experienced such humiliation since she left her life as a slave. She had been ignored, mocked, and now humiliated by this man. She wanted to kill him once and for all because now he could see the mark on her back, so now she would kill him mercilessly as she looked at him with eyes filled with hatred. 514 Chapter 194, Chapter Size. 1900 words. Third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. I'm going to kill you." Han was so enraged that her haki began to emanate from her body. Seeing this, Luffy expanded his haki as well, and the energy was released against Han energy that spread throughout the beach. The two hakis met, causing them to collide with each other, creating a wall of energy while yellow lightning appeared in the air. The haki of both expanded, sweeping the island and even turning the day dark as they clashed against each other. He's a user of Conqueror's haki too, but it's not a surprise given his background. Han commented as she watched her haki clash with Luffy's to see which would subdue the other. She might be angry at this man to the point of wanting him dead, but that didn't stop her from looking cautiously at him. This Luffy was dangerous, and with his clothes burned, he would see the mark on her back, needing to eliminate him before he leaves the island. Luffy watched the hakis clash while everything was affected by them. The sea began to recede from the shock as the island's trees leaned back with the beach's sand dust blowing towards the sea and forest. He didn't have his observation haki strong enough to see the forest, but he could tell that various animals were falling unconscious at that moment. "My haki has improved a lot in the last few months, but I'm surprised it's reached Han level, though I've never seen her using this power in the original work." Luffy comments softly as one haki tries to dominate the other in the wall, yet both are in a stalemate. "We don't need to continue this, Han. Neither of our hakis will win over the other, but even if one does, nothing will change," Luffy declares out loud, since even if one of them wins the haki at this moment, neither will be affected by the other. "Shut up." Luffy heard the one woman growling at him regardless of her current state and looked fiercely. "I'm not your enemy. I did this for a purpose, can you hear me?" Luffy comments. "I said to shut up." Han screams, and with super speed, she advances towards Luffy while her body was still one. Luffy sighs as he sees the woman coming towards him, but he can't help but be amazed by her bouncing breasts. It's a good view. "Moa Moa no mi. Speed, apply 60 times," he said, cancelling his Conqueror's haki. He moves his body, and Han kick passes by him a moment later. He could even see the mark of the tattoo on her back at that moment. Han could no longer hide it and just wanted to kill him quickly so she could keep her secret. Luffy didn't comment as another kick passed by him. Han just growled, launching another kick, and Luffy moving his head to avoid it. He was dodging at high speed, while Han tried to hit him at any cost. "Stand still so I can kill you," she growled, and Luffy just laughed at the irrational suggestion. "Are you furious because I saw the slave mark on your back?" Luffy commented while seeming like a flash dodging the blows. He felt Han hesitating a bit. Her body trembled with negative emotions at that moment. "I can help you remove it, if you want," Luffy commented once more, making the woman lose her composure and land on the ground while looking at him intensely. What do you mean by that? She asked with hatred, but there was also a mix of fear and curiosity in her tone. Luffy looked at her calmly, shifting his gaze from her body to her blue eyes. I can remove that mark. I have a crew member with healing abilities. We can remove the skin and use his power to regenerate new skin. Luffy commented. He had good doctors in his crew, Chopper and Lami, but now he had a member who could do something none of them could, or at least not as quickly, which is to regenerate. Are you serious? She shouted in conflict. Yes, I know you don't trust me, and think I will expose this information to someone outside this place, but the Tenryubito are also my enemies. Luffy commented, making Han One stare at him intensely. Do you know what you're talking about? Who are you to say they are your enemies? She practically scoffed at the man's words. I've killed 2 of them since I started my journey. I'm sure if it wasn't for hiding this information from the worlds, they would send all the admirals and government forces after me, although they are already doing that, not as urgently as I expected. Luffy commented, reflecting on the last part. He was certain that the 5 elders had already discovered that he eliminated 2 Tenryubito. You can't be serious. Han One spoke with a bit of conflict, not knowing if she could believe such absurdity. Whether you want to believe it or not, it doesn't matter now. Luffy scoffed, but don't you want to take revenge on them, on the Tenryubito, the world government? I can also give you a chance for that. Luffy spoke, looking her in the eyes. What do you mean by that now? She looked at him once more. She didn't know why, but the man's words intrigued her more and more with each moment they spoke. What I want, Han One. Luffy raised his hand towards her, pointing his finger at the one woman. I want allies for the war in the future, where I plan to overthrow the world government and give autonomy back to all the countries of the world. But also at the end of my adventure, I will be known as the emperor of all the seas of this world. Luffy declared with a confident tone, leaving Han One a bit disconcerted, even forgetting her hatred for the man. You want to overthrow the world government? She shouted in surprise. Yes, as I said, I will become the emperor of the seas, and me and the government will never coexist. When that happens, one must destroy the other. So believe me when I say that such a thing will happen. Luffy commented, leaving the woman speechless. There are still people like that. Han One murmured softly, remembering Fisher Tiger, the fishman who decided to stand up against the celestial dragons and freed many slaves while burning the Holy Land. She always thought no one would dare to speak such words against the gods of this world, but this man spoke it openly. Although it was just the 2 of them, it was unbelievable words for Han One's ears. Anyway, think about what I said. You might think I will talk about your slave mark when I leave here, but we have a common enemy. I can remove the mark on your back, and we can be future allies in the future when I start the war that will involve the whole world. For now, I came to train on this island, so take this. Luffy simply spoke. He had already done and said everything he wanted with Han One, but he didn't hope that she would just accept his words, hoping that this would happen after the war, if it happens. He opened the system in front of him, while Han One, still dazed, tried to understand the words of the man who didn't seem shaken while speaking such things. He didn't even seem to care if he was in front of the most beautiful woman in the world. His power seemed to really affect him, but he knew how to control his emotions as he ignored her to click with his finger in the middle of the air without Han One being able to understand what he was doing. Suddenly, a set of clothes appeared in front of him. He picked it up a bit surprised to find something like Han One's clothes in the store. He took it and looked at the woman standing a few meters away, before throwing the clothes on her. Take this. Your crew must be arriving soon. Let's say goodbye. As I wanted to come to this island even before meeting you, I'm on a training journey. Think about what I said, and we'll meet in the future. Luffy commented and started walking towards the forest, thinking he should first make a camp while the animals were likely still passed out in the forests. Meanwhile, Han One, who had let the clothes fall over her shoulder, didn't take her eyes off where Luffy had been until recently, still thinking about everything the man had spoken to her. Can he remove my curse? Did he say he killed 2 Tenryubito? Did he really do something like that? He plans to become the Sea Emperor and face the world government? Was he not just lying? He's planning a world war? He wants this empress as his ally? Where is he? Han One snapped out of her thoughts and looked to the side, as Luffy had started walking towards the forest without caring about her any longer. He didn't even care about the beauty of this empress, she murmured in the end. Luffy walked through the forest looking for a suitable place to set up a camp for the coming weeks. He felt a presence by his side, at least there was no longer the hostility from before, and he didn't need to worry about someone attacking him now, but that didn't make the woman any less arrogant. "Wait, you damn man. I need to talk to you before I decide whether to kill you or not, since you've seen all the secrets of this empress," she said by his side. "Do you at least want to talk? I'm willing, but don't interrupt my training." Luffy shrugged and continued walking ahead, making his way through the brush. He could burn the place down, but he took his sword still strapped to his waist and began cutting vines. Ha ha ha. What would Gold D. Roger say if he saw me using his famous sword to cut grass and make a path through the brush? Luffy thought, laughing inwardly. "You can't treat this empress this way, damn man," she continued with a tone of hostility, but at least she wasn't trying to kick Luffy anymore, even though he was just inches away from the one woman. "Hey, at least put on the clothes I gave you. If you stay like that, I'll think you're trying to seduce me," Luffy commented, looking into her eyes and then at her body. "Not that I'd find that bad," he said with a grin like a rogue, looking at Han One, who blushed and realized she was still one. "How can he act so calmly and even be bold?" Han One commented while stopping to put on the dresses, which she found so similar to her own, wondering how Luffy managed to get something like that. Soon after, she was following the man, asking so many questions and becoming frustrated because he still ignored her and treated her like anyone else while finding a place in the middle of that island. 195, chapter size, 1900 words, third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. The Kuja pirates' ship began to land on the beach where the fight was happening. "Where is Han One-sama?" an Amazon asked worriedly. The beach was heavily devastated from the fight between Han One and Luffy, and as they were coming to this side of the island, they felt the clash of conquerors' haki. "You all stay here, that man is not an ordinary pirate, he even faced off against the older sister's haki. Sandersonia and I will check the situation," Marigold said, and the two immediately jumped from the boat onto the beach. "Be careful," the women shouted from the ship. "They're in the forest," Sandersonia commented. "Strange. No more fighting?" Marigold whispered. "Something must have happened, let's hurry," Sandersonia said with a tone of concern. The sisters entered the island and it didn't take long for them to feel the presence of the two further ahead in a kind of spacious clearing. This? Marigold wondered if she was correctly sensing their presence with her haki. "Let's check and see if it's really them," Sandersonia spoke, frowning. They finally arrived at a place where there was a kind of camp that Luffy had set up, with a tent, a bonfire, and a pot on the fire. The sisters had already found this strange, because the man had done something like this not long after being in a fight with Han One in a battle where their older sister tried to kill him. However, as soon as they saw the next scene, they opened their mouths and their eyes widened. The man, Monkey D. Luffy, was sitting with a bowl of soup in hand while Han One, dressed in different clothes, was sitting close to him with another bowl in her hand, but she seemed not to be eating, she appeared to be yelling at the man with a tone of anger. "Tell me, you didn't say anything before. Answer before this empress turns you into stone, damn man." Han One had veins on her forehead and struggled not to kick Luffy at that moment while the pirate in front of her refused to keep explaining himself all the time. "Stop talking. Just eat your food, I had to pay a lot for the ingredients." Luffy shrugged while putting a spoon of his soup into his mouth. "You damn," Han One shouted, and she moved her leg without leaving the spot and Luffy simply moved his head to avoid the blow. "Stop being annoying. How are you going to get married with that kind of personality?" Luffy commented, putting a second spoon in his mouth. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at their enraged sister at that moment, while she had veins on her forehead, white eyes, and her hand trembled with the carefree words of this man. "Sandersonia, what are we seeing, sister?" one asked without taking her eyes off the scene. "I also want to know, sister," the other replied, lost. "I think this needs more pepper." Luffy commented and looked back at the two sisters. "Do you want some too? Your sister here is wasting my food and breaking several utensils. I hope you behave better," Luffy commented, and Han One next to him broke her pot with her soup. The two Snake sisters didn't know what to say. They had never seen their older sister treated in that way. The man seemed clearly afraid of her ability, but he didn't behave like a man in love and even mocked Han One. A moment later, the two sisters found themselves joining them as they sat on some wooden benches while Luffy served his dish. Han One was beside him with her arms crossed and eyes closed, clearly in a bad mood. They still didn't know how to react to this, conflicted on whether they should eat the soup prepared by the man or ask for guidance from their sister. sitting at a distance unwilling to talk to anyone. Sister Sama. What's happening? Marigold broke the ice. Han Won took a while to respond and opened her eyes, still in a bad mood. He saw my mark, she commented with a calmness that Han Won only spoke with when she was serious. This made the other two sisters turn pale. It didn't take long for them to stand up and get into a combat stance against Luffy. What? We must eliminate him, they shouted. Luffy looked at them with annoyance as he saw the containers he had given the sisters broken on the floor. You wasted the soup. Does none of you have any manners with food? Luffy commented with a certain anger. The sisters paused for a moment, and their eyes went to Han Won, who had closed her eyes again. Sister, shouldn't we kill this man? Marigold asked, lost, as her sister seemed not to care that the man had seen the slave mark. I tried, but I couldn't. This damn man, said he could remove the mark, she replied. What? He can do that? They turned back to Luffy, trying to ignore the sisters because he wanted to beat all three of them at that moment. Can you really do that? Sandersonia now asked with a tone of hope. Quiet. Can you let me eat in peace? I want to recover my energy when the animals of this island wake up so I can start my training. Luffy shouted at them and ducked before a long leg passed over him. The leg hit the pot of his soup, causing it to fall to the ground and spill all the food. Luffy looked at this before a vein appeared on his forehead. He looked at Han Won, who just crossed her arms and pointed her nose up as if she was doing him a favor. You damn woman, I'm going to beat you for this. Now Luffy had become irritated. Come at me, you damn man, who do you think you are to talk to my sisters like that, and the soup wasn't even that good. Han Won spoke arrogantly and then lifted her leg and kicked Luffy's fist that had gone in her direction, with the pirate's irritation exceeding the limits. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. They started exchanging blows with armament hockey against each other. While the whole terrain exploded with the confrontation, Sandersonia and Marigold looked dazed at this kind of situation, not knowing what to say as the dust rose and trees broke. You damn woman, what kind of personality is this? You're going to stay single for the rest of your life. Your fruit should be called the fruit of arrogance instead of the fruit of love. Luffy shouted. This empress has decided, you're going to die, you wretched man. You're the worst man I've ever met, and that's saying something since all men are despicable. Come then, I didn't want to do this, but you've irritated me. I'm going to beat you until you become a sweet woman. Luffy shouted. I'm going to turn you into stone and break every piece of your body, Han Won replied angrily. Bring it on, I'm going to kill you. Boom. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 20 minutes later, the fight finally calmed down. Han Won sat beside her sisters while Luffy was making another soup, glancing occasionally at Han Won with a look of anger, while Han Won seemed to be mocking Luffy. This damn man, he's suffering. This empress is unstoppable. Han Won whispered proudly while staring at Luffy, and her sisters seemed lost watching this scene while looking at each other. What should we do? I don't know, but if that man is telling the truth, wouldn't it change our lives? We should ask the older sister, Sister Sama. Wait, I want to see him suffer more. It's so good to take revenge on this man after so many humiliations this empress has suffered. Han Won silenced her sisters while still looking at Luffy with a satisfied smile. Since this man had ignored, scorned, and humiliated her, now she had a taste of revenge since she couldn't turn him into stone. In the end, the younger sisters just looked at each other and sighed. Luffy made another dish, as he had not recovered his strength and was hungry. I miss Reiju so much. He couldn't help but murmur, thinking about the food and the curves he barely got to enjoy since he had been with her for just one day. As Luffy could not buy ready-made food from the system, he had to prepare with what he could, still resentful of Han Won for knocking over the pot of soup. When he finally finished without Han Won bothering him again, he returned to the sisters. As you know, I said I would remove the mark from your sister's back. I can do it, but not now while a member of my crew is not with me. I would do it another time, but you can trust me. I want to make an alliance with the Kuja pirates. Luffy declared. He wanted to be alone now, as he would start his personal training. Sister, shall we trust him? Do you really think he can do it? Marigold asked. I don't know. Han Won admitted, but he at least seems confident in his words, but I don't even know if we can deal with him even if we could. He also did not belittle me for my mark and instead wants an alliance to one day fight against the government and the Tenryubito. Han Won admitted, leaving her younger sisters stunned. Are we going to leave him here like this, sister? Sandersonia asked worriedly, seeing that he knew of the slave mark. We have no choice but to let him go for now. Han Won spoke with disgust, standing up. Let's return to the ship. I'm a bit tired, she commented, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Luffy nodded, hoping to meet her in the future to honor his words. Well, you can think as much as you want, but don't worry, I'll keep my words the next time we meet. You can go now, as I'm going to start my training on this island for a while, so see you around. Luffy commented as he tossed his cape aside to stretch while displaying his athletic chest with his movements. His words stopped Han Won, who was on her way out. She slowly turned towards the man stretching. You're sending us away? Han Won turned her attention to Luffy at that moment. Luffy stopped his stretching and looked at her. Weren't you going to leave anyway? He said, confused. I was going to leave, but I don't need a man to tell me that, she spoke with disdain and started walking towards Luffy, who was still confused. Sister. One of her sisters asked Han Won, turning back to the man. I've decided, I'll stay a bit longer, Han Won spoke. Hey, why? I'm training here, weren't you going to leave? Luffy raised an eyebrow at the woman. I was going to, but not because a man asked me to. You think you can order this empress around? Han Won put her finger on Luffy's nose and spoke arrogantly. She might even try to petrify him, but Luffy could be someone who would free her from the curse, so she'd risk trusting this pirate for the time being. I'm not ordering, just saying goodbye, Luffy commented. He hadn't said anything wrong. You did order, Han Won retorted. You and your damn ego, fine, do whatever you want, Luffy said with disdain. Are you ordering this empress to stay, by any chance? She countered, pinching Luffy's nose with her hands. Are you an idiot or something? Luffy retorted angrily, not liking that. Who are you calling an idiot? Turn to stone. Han Won shouted angrily. Shut up, you damn narcissist. You can be worse than me. Luffy retorted. Boom, asterisk boom. Asterisk boom, asterisk boom. Sandersonia and Marigold once again looked lost at that, while Luffy and Han Won exchanged blows again while destroying that part of the forest. 514 Chapter 196. Chapter size. 2,300 words. Third person POV. Calm belt, first half of Grand Line. This empress has made up her mind. She will stay here because she wants to, and no man will command her, Han Won declared as she walked through the forest. You could stop being so annoying. Luffy commented, dissatisfied by her side, beginning to regret his decision to come to the Kuja pirate's ship at this moment, unaware that he would have this thorn in his side while he trained hockey on this island. Who are you calling annoying, damned man? Han Won exclaimed as she kicked a stone, shattering it with her anger. Luffy attempted to ignore the woman as he continued walking through the forest. Han Won's sisters were lost a few meters from the two, wanting to return to the ship with their older sister, but she seemed to be behaving strangely, having never seen her interact with a man, though this one didn't seem to enjoy her company. You can go back, I will stay a bit longer and train with this man as well. Because this empress is interested in the training, she spoke arrogantly, striking a pose. Marigold looked at her sister. What should we do? I don't know, but if we leave our older sister, will she be okay with this pirate? Speaking of the pirate, the sisters spoke and looked towards Han Won's side where Luffy was supposed to be, but as Han Won struck her odd pose, Luffy ignored her and continued walking into the forest. Han Won also noticed his absence. This damned man, he's ignoring this beauty? Han Won growled and started walking with heavy steps and a strange gait towards where Luffy had disappeared into the forest. Luffy had encountered a giant lion. He paused for a moment as he observed the animal without hiding his presence. The lion noticed him and growled at Luffy. How should I start my training? He murmured, looking at the beast, not wanting to use his fruit, and was about to put on his seastone handcuff at that moment, but a narcissistic woman emerged from the forest behind him and flew at the lion, kicking the creature and turning it into stone. Luffy looked at the stone-transformed lion and then at the woman who landed in an odd pose, waiting for him to praise her, while she held her handcuff in hand. You took too long to deal with a small beast. Were you scared? Don't worry, this empress will help you. Han Won taunted as if he needed any help dealing with the animals around him. Luffy, with a vein on his forehead, thought it would be a good idea to teach this woman a lesson. He approached her as he saw another group of lions emerging from the forest, growling at them. Of course, how could I deny the world's most beautiful woman? Luffy spread his arms and pretended to approach Han. It seems you've finally recognized the beauty of this woman? Han seemed to have won a sort of premium seeing Luffy's reaction and pointed at herself with pride. Han felt something on her wrist and opened her eyes to find herself handcuffed with sea stone. Luffy appeared in front of her with a mischievous smile. Well, if you want to participate in this training, you can't use haki. Don't worry, I'll remove the handcuff as soon as you want to leave. Until then, good luck, Luffy said, still keeping his mischievous smile. What have you done, you damned man? She shouted and tried to kick Luffy, but even without haki, he defended himself, now that she couldn't use her power to turn him into stone. Ha ha ha. Come on Han, you have to deal with the lions without using your fruit power. I'll train you since you're so weak at the moment. Luffy mocked the arrogant woman at that moment. Han began to growl and started kicking Luffy, but he used his Moa Moa no Mi in defense and started to mock. This is a good massage, Han, he laughed. Increasingly frustrated, Han continued kicking the man as the lions approached. He looked at the relaxed man and had a gleam in her eye. Without Luffy being able to react, he felt something on his wrist. Luffy looked to the other side of the handcuff attached to his wrist. Han was smiling devilishly at him at that moment. Seeing that she couldn't deal with him, she thought to put him in the same situation as her by attaching the other part of the handcuff to his arm. She took advantage of Luffy's stun and kicked him. Now without the effect of the Moa Moa no Mi, he felt the woman's strike. It seems you don't look so imposing anymore, do you? Han mocked, and Luffy, angered, kicked the Empress's behind as well, making her feel the pain too. You damned man! Han retaliated, hitting her sore buttocks with her free hand. As Han was about to kick Luffy, a huge shadow appeared above them, and a lion attacked. Without a choice, both jumped away, though in opposite directions, they still managed to escape. This isn't working. I'm taking these handcuffs off, Luffy commented, grabbing the keys and going to unlock the handcuffs. Seeing this, Han simply kicked Luffy's hand, making the handcuff fly. Why did you do that? Luffy growled at the woman. I thought you were going to train, but so pathetic that at a moment of weakness, you want to run? I expected more from the man who said he wanted to take down the world government. Han mocked deliciously. She wanted to find all reasons to belittle this damned man and found one at that moment. I swear I'll deal with you later, but don't interfere while I fight the lions, Luffy commented, turning his attention away from Han and towards the three lions growling at them next to the lion turned into stone. Tisk. You think you can command this Empress? Han mocked. With no other choice, both leapt side by side into the group of lions. They fought as they could, despite often hindering each other. They began to punch the lions with haki and it didn't take long to leave the three animals lying on the ground. It seems we're done here, let's get the key to get rid of this handcuff. If you want to train, you'll have one and I the other while we're apart, Luffy commented, turning back while Han just snorted. Han. Luffy commented and the woman looked at him, seeing him pointing ahead. She looked in that direction and saw some kind of ferret that had emerged from the ground. It was a strange mole. But what was more shocking was that the mole had taken the handcuff key and looked at it with eyes shining like a treasure. This can't be that bad, can it? Luffy commented more to himself than asking Han. This Empress has a bad feeling, Han murmured, stunned. Before they could react, the mole sank into the ground with the key. Luffy. Han. They remained silent, no longer sensing the mole with their observation haki. Both turned their heads to each other and looked at each other for several moments. I don't want to be stuck with you. Sonia and Marigold, who were still approaching, worried about their sister, heard the shouts coming from afar, both from their sister and the man, and ran to see what was happening. When they arrived at the place, besides the lion turned into stone and another three lying on the ground, they saw a strange scene. Their sister was handcuffed with Luffy on the other side, and both were hitting each other in a kind of strange fight, since neither could move away from the other. This is your fault. Your fault. You kicked the key out of my hand. You should have taken care of the key, me? Sorry, I'm stuck with the most arrogant woman I've ever met in my life. Says the most shameless man I've ever encountered. I should have turned you into stone. Try then, you damned Medusa. What's a Medusa? What are you calling me? It's a snake woman, like you, who's arrogant and narcissistic. What did you say, you idiot? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Both sisters watched the fight as they entered the forest, hitting each other without them being able to react while they stood there. After 2 hours of traversing the island and hitting each other or any animal that appeared, they stopped. Great, now we're lost. Luffy commented, looking at their surroundings. Why do you look so beaten up? We can use Geppo, you know the technique as well, don't you? Han1 crossed her arms. Both were in dirty clothes. Luffy had left his cloak at the camp. His hunting attire was quite dirty and torn while Han1's dress was also torn from the fight. Try using it. Luffy challenged her, and Han1 looked at him like a hawk, trying to understand why this pirate was challenging her. She attempted to jump in the air but couldn't perform a second leap, which left her surprised. These chains are special, didn't you notice how your haki diminished? Luffy remarked. He had bought chains that even reduced physical strength, which is why he received Han1's attacks without doing anything before, just using the Moa Moa no Mi. Since this woman could even defeat Yamato, he couldn't even access the store with the handcuffs on. So what do you plan to do, man? Han1 asked dissatisfied. I don't know yet. Let's first find a place to sleep, Luffy said. The sun was already beginning to set, and Luffy doubted he would find the camp he set up during the night. This queen first needs to find a place to bathe. This empress refuses to sleep in this state, she declared with her usual arrogance. Luffy looked at her for a moment, already tired of her spiel. Fine, let's find a place to bathe then, he said, and they began to walk through the forest as if they were holding hands. Sometime after fighting off some other nocturnal animals, they found a small lake and beat up the snake that inhabited the place for them to take over. Finally something good after spending hours with this man, Han1 declared, taking off her clothes beside Luffy and entering the water. Luffy, who had to stay glued to this woman, also took off his clothes since he needed a bath and didn't want to wet his garments. Did I give you permission to get one in front of this beauty? Han1 growled, seeing him remove his pants, but she couldn't help but look over his entire body out of curiosity, since she never saw a man with her hatred for them. I don't care what you think, just get in, I also want to bathe, Luffy commented, shrugging, leaving Han1 with a vein popping on her forehead. Both won. They entered the water and sat next to each other, as there were no other choices. Luffy relaxed while Han1 began to scrub her body, her gaze drifting to Luffy now and then, as the pirate kept his eyes closed at that moment, ignoring Han1. This man, I'm one with my breasts in front of him. Why doesn't he look at me like all men and turn to stone? Han1 thought dissatisfied. She began to seductively move her hands over her breasts while in front of the man. Luffy opened his eyes and saw Han1 teasing him. She gave him a seductive look, wanting to make this man fall like the others while she moved her hands over her breasts and squeezed them. They are beautiful, I admit they are among the best I've seen, but you can stop that. I don't just stare at breasts unless I'm in the mood to eat them. Luffy murmured and closed his eyes again, leaving Han1 shocked. You don't have the desire to eat me? Han1 shouted indignantly, refusing to believe there would be someone who would refuse her and her body. In a moment of anger, her free hand went into the water and touched Luffy's dick. She touched it and was surprised. What are you doing? Luffy murmured, stunned, feeling his weapon being touched like that. Han1 switched her stunned look for a cunning and victorious one. If you don't want this empress and she doesn't please you, why is your weapon so erect? Are you going to say you didn't want this beautiful body? Han1 made an innocent and seductive voice. Shut up and let go of my one, Luffy growled, trying to remove Han1's hand but ended up squeezing her breast. Luffy. Han1. Get your hands off me, Han1 shouted and slapped Luffy's face. The next scene was Luffy with a red face while Han1 continued to bathe and scrub her body, both with their faces flushed. Luffy couldn't even imagine that his days were just beginning in this mess. 514 Chapter 197, Chapter Size. 1800 words. Third person POV. Calm belt, first half of Grand Line. Luffy woke up the next day and looked at the woman staring at him. Good morning. Luffy raised an eyebrow, she didn't respond. Still mute. Well, at least don't be a boring woman. Luffy smiled. She had another vein on her forehead but kept silent. They didn't speak for the rest of the night and ended up sleeping turned away from each other. Well, anyway, we have to look for something to eat. Luffy got up, and Han1 stood still. Come on, you might not like me, but at least let's do the basics, right? Han1 didn't respond, but her stomach growled at that moment. See, your stomach is more honest than you, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed while Han1 became a bit embarrassed and ended up standing up as well. Seeing this, Luffy led the duo until they found a weird tree. We have this here. This is great, he murmured and began to break the shell of a tree. What are you doing? Han1 asked curiously, her tone of voice no longer as arrogant as usual. This, my grandpa used to throw me in the jungle when I was a kid. I had to learn to survive. My sister was with me too, but she was so slow it didn't count. So I ended up adapting. Luffy smiled as he took a yellow fruit from inside the broken shell. Your grandpa threw you in the jungle as a child? She asked curiously. Luffy looked at her strangely. Where was that ungrateful witch from yesterday? Yes. He's Garp. You might understand that? He said, a bit lost. Yes, the marine hero. She commented and looked at the fruit, unsure what to do with it. Don't bite, the shell is hard. You have to remove the stem and the shell falls apart, Luffy said as he removed the stem, holding it with the handcuff hand with Han1 and pulled it off with his free hand. There. Now you have to be careful because it will squirt if you pull too fast. Luffy didn't have time to react as Han1's fruit exploded, soaking both Luffy and her with the juice. Luffy. Han1. They looked at each other for a while without saying anything to each other, until Luffy snorted with a bit of humor. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Both began to laugh, finding the situation quite relaxed. I guess we have to go back to the lake. Han1 ended up saying, laughing without thinking, and looked at Luffy, who stopped laughing at that moment. Both stared at each other. Well, let's get more fruits. Then we'll see about that. Luffy commented, finding the situation strange again, because he expected this woman to be the same woman who got him into a lot of trouble, but she seemed different today. Yes, you're right, she said with a normal tone, but without the arrogance she usually showed. Luffy picked another fruit and opened the stem before carefully opening it and joining Han1 in eating. He picked some more fruits and took them to the side of the lake where they had bathed, sitting while they ate quietly. What are we going to do today? She asked, breaking the silence. The ideal would be to find the camp, but I doubt we can do that easily. We have to wait for your sisters, he commented. You didn't come to train? Then let's do that, she said calmly, leaving Luffy even more confused with her behavior today. What? You want that? You seemed to hate it yesterday. He looked at her with a small smile. Didn't you see how I fought yesterday? But maybe this empress has changed her mind today, she commented with a blush, looking a bit embarrassed admitting something like that. Alright, then. I want to see you keep up then. Let's do that as soon as we finish eating, Luffy commented without losing his smile while Han1 just snorted. They ate in silence until they seemed satisfied. All set, he said, and she nodded. Luffy stood up, and Han1 accompanied him. They had clothes a bit torn, but they seemed relaxed while walking through the forest. Looks like we found some little friends, Luffy commented, looking at a spot full of gorillas. He looked at Han1 by his side and thought of something. How about seeing who can beat more of them? He suggested, and Han1 looked at him with a glint of challenge in her eyes. Do you think you can beat this empress? She commented with a small smile, accepting the challenge. Luffy didn't respond, and he simply took the initiative and ran, with Han1 not wanting to be left behind. The gorillas witnessed a strange scene of two humans running hand in hand as they approached, looking at them as prey. In the next moment, the area turned into chaos, with the gorillas enraged after being attacked by strangers. It was only after 2 hours of intense fighting that Luffy and Han1 stood in a field of knocked-out giant animals. 20. Luffy announced. Tisk. 20. Han1 murmured, a bit dissatisfied. Looks like it's a tie. How about we move on to the next group of animals? Luffy commented, and Han1 nodded. For the rest of the day, neither Han1 nor Luffy seemed interested in returning to the camp. They continued to explore the island, encountering a group of giant snakes. 10 inches, shall we move on to the next group then? Encountering a group of giant wolves. 30 inches, 30. Giant zebras. 20. Giant leopards. 10. Giant lions. 10. They stopped fighting only at night. Luffy picked some more hidden fruits and a wolf. Grabbing a piece of wood and imbuing it with haki, he began to cut the wolf to prepare dinner. He had the sword, but it was in a small version in his pocket, so he couldn't increase its size with the handcuff on. This is good. Han Won had to admit while eating the meat after Luffy heated it on a fire he created. Glad you liked it. Unfortunately, I can't put any seasoning on the food. Luffy commented, pointing to the handcuffs. Yes, we'll have to stay like this a bit longer. Han Won commented, not seeming dissatisfied. She ate in silence next to Luffy, and as soon as she finished, she looked up at the starry sky in the middle of the forest. You know, my sisters also have the slave seal like me. Han Won spoke, and Luffy looked at her a bit surprised. Since he already knew this information, he didn't expect Han Won to take the initiative to tell him here. She stopped looking at the sky and looked at him. Can you really get rid of it for me and my sisters? She looked with a glimmer of hope. Luffy was silent for a while. Yes, as I said, I'll do exactly what I said, Luffy said confidently. Did you really kill 2 celestial dragons? She asked another question. Yes. But how? Doesn't the government know about this? How can they let you roam free? She asked, bewildered. It's hard to say, they must surely know, and I thought I would have the CP0 and other forces on my tail, but they are strangely quiet. Luffy commented, looking ahead, still unsure why the government hadn't sent major forces after him yet. Do you think you can survive? Yes, I would do something like that. It won't be the government that will stop my goal, which is to become the Emperor of the Sea. Luffy spoke with a sparkle in his eyes, something that caught Han Won's attention. Han Won looked at him for a while. Emperor of the Sea, she murmured, before starting to laugh. Ha 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 ha. You really are a fool, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy looked a bit displeased by her laughter but was also surprised that she called him by his full name. But you know, I like that. She smiled at him at that moment, and both looked at each other for several seconds. There was something emerging there, and neither of them knew what to do at that moment. Luffy was a ladies' man, but it wasn't right to lay hands on a woman who was handcuffed and almost won in front of him, especially since she had been looking down on him until the day before. He was torn between his desire to kiss this woman and his pride in not being with someone who had insulted him so much. I think it's better if we sleep. We have to break our tie in our little game. Han Won broke the tension, most likely because Luffy did not take the initiative and also because she was lost, having never had to deal with this kind of situation before. You're right, let's sleep. Luffy agreed, and they both lay down on a bed made of leaves on the ground, against each other while their hands remained joined. As Luffy lay down to sleep, he was unaware of the internal conflict his bed partner was having at that moment. Behind Luffy, Han Won had a blush on her face. She was in conflict. Why am I acting like this? I should hate this man, she screamed internally. But I've been like this since he touched me. I should be disgusted by that man, but my heart is racing and I can't stop thinking about him. Moreover, why can't I stay mad at him anymore? Did he do something to me? Yet, I feel happy here. I should hate this place, being trapped with this pirate, but I seem so well. And now I'm believing his words, when he says he will remove my mark and my sisters. I feel I can trust him. I wish I knew what's happening. Han Won was making a series of inquiries about her situation, unaware that she was contracting the most fatal disease a queen of the Amazon lily could acquire. Perhaps it was Luffy's promise, perhaps because he was not enchanted by her beauty like all the others, perhaps it was his strength, his conversation and ambitions, or even his beauty, because Han Won had to admit that Luffy was the most handsome man she had ever seen. But one thing was certain. Han Won had been struck by the arrow of love just one day after meeting this man, and her condition would only worsen being so close to the person her heart began to develop a passion for. 514 Chapter 198. Chapter size. 2,200 words. Third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. Luffy and Han Won spent their days training, each day ending in a draw without Luffy being able to use his fruit to enhance his status. However, he was satisfied that his body was naturally as powerful as this Shichibukai's. Do you like these clothes? We now look like some kind of Adam and Eve. Luffy commented with a smile to the woman in front of him. Both were wearing garments made from trees, covering only their private parts. Adam and Eve? Han Won asked, unaware of whom Luffy was talking about. Never mind, it's just a story from a not very well-known religion in this world, Luffy commented. Tell me now, she demanded, but without her usual arrogance. Okay, in the beginning, there was nothing in the universe. Luffy began to tell the biblical story from his past life. So, this woman, Eve, was tempted to eat the fruit from the forbidden tree and made Adam do the same? Han Won recounted the story as they walked together through the forest. Yes, and then they say sin came, and both Adam and Eve lost paradise with the wrath of God. What a weak woman, she should never have listened to that snake, Han One murmured as she glanced at Luffy, her face hiding an evident blush. One should not betray their man, she said softly. Anyway, it's a lost story, let's continue our competition, Luffy commented, and they continued to encounter creatures in the forest. Many of them already knew the couple from the last few days, where they were constantly beaten and would run away as soon as they saw the crazy pair. The animals began to run through the forest as the two chased after them at high speed, beating any within their reach. Eventually, at a certain place, dozens of animals were cornered against a cliff, and the beating began once again. We're done. Luffy looked at the crowd of animals lying on the ground, crying and unconscious. Choosing one, he went to it and took its life to bring the carcass back to camp. Returning to the makeshift camp, Luffy and Han One prepared food, with the woman also helping. In recent days, her behavior had changed significantly. She had become sweeter and started taking initiatives so Luffy wouldn't have to do everything alone. Luffy knew he had developed some sort of relationship with Han One during these days. He wasn't foolish not to notice her looking at him often, as if trying to unravel a mystery. He tried to handle the situation without getting too involved, but lately, it had been difficult, especially since he hadn't slept with anyone in almost 2 weeks. Han One was a very attractive woman, fitting her title of the world's most beautiful woman, even though he had someone to place before her in terms of beauty. Not that he thought beauty was everything because, of all the women, Robin was the one he felt most affectionate towards, if he excluded Lucy from the equation. Nonetheless, he would never deny any of them love and would do everything to make them happy by his side, trusting them all to be good wives and great mothers. Here, why don't you try my broth? Han One approached with a broth she had created herself, quite haphazardly, based on what she had seen Luffy do. Luffy took it with a small smile and tasted it, while Han One looked on with a gleam of expectation almost pressed against him. Luffy tasted it and nearly choked. This is horrible, he screamed internally, his gaze shifting to Han One, who looked at him expectantly. He forced a smile. It's great, he said, not wanting to discourage the woman looking at him that way. However, it needs some adjustments, he did not fail to mention. Really, that's good, but what does it need? Luffy began to explain the entire recipe, and Han One seemed not to realize that she had to start from scratch to make her food good. Luffy and Han One went to their lake again to wash off the sweat from the day's fight. Another thing happening was that neither of them had gone to the bathroom since they had been together, and neither seemed bothered by it. As they stood side by side, Luffy looked at his hand as it turned black with hockey. I may not have my Moa Moa no Mi to speed up training, but these days haven't been wasted, Luffy commented. He had significantly improved his proficiency with armament hockey, but it was his observation hockey that had developed the most during this time. I can't deny it's been beneficial, perhaps it will make me less dependent on my fruit, she commented beside him and looked at Luffy, since not everyone can be charmed by my beauty. Luffy looked at her for a moment and couldn't help but say, not everyone can act like an idiot around you, but that doesn't mean they can't be charmed either. Luffy murmured, looking into her eyes. Han One felt her heart beat faster than usual. What do I do? Did he say he's also charmed by this empress? Is this a declaration? Is this man finally succumbing to my charms? But why am I so nervous about this? Han One screamed internally, not knowing what to do, as her chest sped up and her face turned red. Damn, why did I say something so cliché? Luffy commented, embarrassed by what he had said, impulsively, but why does she seem so happy? Luffy noticed the sparkle igniting in Han One's eyes as if she had received something very special. You know what? Screw it. Luffy decided. He couldn't stand another day without sex with this one woman in front of him. She was no longer repulsive, and he would take her as his woman, not knowing what would happen next. Luffy approached without saying anything. Han One was a bit surprised by this, but she didn't back away and let Luffy come closer to her lips. She felt her first kiss with a dazed look but soon closed her eyes, letting her natural instincts take over and her emotions control her behavior. They quickly progressed to more intense kisses as Luffy made her feel new emotions while he began to run his hand over her body, kissing her neck, eliciting moans from the pirate empress. Luffy moved from her neck to her breasts, wetting them with his mouth while one hand went to Han One's groin. The empress moaned at this, never having felt anything like it in her life. She hated men, but on this night, she was giving herself to one her heart had fallen for, body and soul. Feeling that he had aroused her greatly, he picked her up and placed her on the edge of the lake. "What are you doing?" What is this?" Han One, lying one on her back on the ground, asked what Luffy was doing as he, still in the lake, spread her legs to perform oral. Han One was stunned but soon lost control of her body, becoming increasingly heated. "Ah," she moaned. "What is this?" she exclaimed again, experiencing her first orgasm in life. Luffy smiled satisfied and emerged from the lake, approaching with his erect penis to the woman's groin. "Do you want to continue?" he asked, since she was still a virgin and they were doing this in the middle of the wilderness. She looked at him with the blush of her first orgasm and even more intense emotions and nodded positively. Luffy then penetrated her, carefully breaking her hymen, and once she got used to the penetration, he began to move faster as their emotions were reflected in their moans of pleasure and even love. Luffy was thrilled at the sight of one of the most beautiful women in the world from above as her breasts swung up and down vigorously while he felt the heat and pleasure inside her, making her moan madly. "I'm feeling it again," Han One exclaimed, looking at him while moaning with her mouth open, experiencing her second orgasm as Luffy increased his pace to join her. They climaxed together at that moment. Luffy let her rest a bit and then took her to the lake again. Han One was now completely submissive to anything Luffy would do. They had sex in the water in various positions. Doggy style, standing up, and sideways. "Let me do it now," Han One, after hours of having sex and now accustomed to it, took the initiative, looking at Luffy with love. She pressed him against the side of the lake and mounted him while looking at him. Instinctively, she began to bounce on his penis, feeling it enter her. For the next 2 hours, Han One slapped her buttocks against the water without either of them climaxing as they looked at each other, strengthening the bond between them as they both gave in to carnal pleasure and the beginning of love they started to feel for one another. Their sex was unique, even for Luffy, who already had a harem. Han One and he didn't stop there. The sun had risen on the horizon, and they continued changing positions to have more sex. They didn't even care about eating anything, just having sex with each other as the day went by, from moonlight to bright sun while they were still moaning. More hours passed without realizing the day had ended. They only finished the following morning. Luffy was lying on the ground, and Han One was beside him, struggling to breathe. That was over 30 hours of sex. He commented in disbelief. He had spent 12 hours having sex with Yamato and Nami, but 30 hours was something he hadn't expected with the woman he met a few days ago. I've never felt anything like it before. Han One had to admit as she felt her private part burning after all that sex but was satisfied. "We better eat something," Luffy said, and he prepared their breakfast. Both slept a bit and continued their training. At night, they didn't think twice before attacking each other to have sex. The couple's routine was to train and have sex, even forgetting to eat or sleep sometimes. This lasted for another 4 days, and they even walked hand in hand with a certain affection for each other. But soon, they decided it was time to return. Luffy and Han One scoured the forest and finally found the place where the mole had taken the key to the handcuffs, in a cave with many precious items, ignoring the other, which must have belonged to castaways on the island. He grabbed the key and finally released the handcuffs that bound them. But it was strange for both of them. They returned, and Han One acted weirdly. Luffy had mentioned he had wives, and this seemed to upset her a bit. "Sister," both sisters exclaimed when they saw them coming out of the forest dressed in clean clothes, since Luffy had unlocked the store after removing the handcuffs and bought appropriate clothes. "Sandersonia and Marigold, let's go," she said calmly, leaving the girls confused. The girls were a bit confused, wondering what was going on. Their sister didn't seem so arrogant anymore but even seemed upset with the man. "Goodbye, Luffy," she looked at him still with a conflicted gaze. "Goodbye, Han One." Luffy also said goodbye in the same tone. As the sisters were forced to follow their sister, casting questioning glances at Luffy, the pirate stayed at the camp. "Sister." Sandersonia was going to speak, but Han One just raised her hand, silencing them. "I don't want to talk about it and don't ask me what happened, I just need to think," she said, not explaining what was happening, but her voice conveyed a certain sadness. She had her pride. Learning that Luffy had women affected her, but her heart still wanted that man more than anything in life. She had to think about what she should do. She needed to seek advice, and Gloriosa would be her best option when she returned to the kingdom, and her emotions were quite strange. Luffy had also given her a special, untraceable Den Den Mushi. She would contact him for their alliance and any other matter, so she wasn't worried about not being able to talk to this man. However, there was sadness in leaving him, which caused her great pain in her chest just with the thought of leaving the island. The sisters returned to the ship, relieving the crew members that Han One was back well after a week trapped on that island with that man. Directly to Amazon Lily, Han One gave the order and entered her room without time for anyone to react. She lay down on her arm and felt her chest hurt. What is this? Why do I feel so empty? I should leave. I must go to Amazon Lily. Gloriosa will tell me what to do. She murmured until, at a moment, she felt something strange and vomited next to the bed without knowing what it was and wondering if she had contracted a disease. 514 Chapter 199. Chapter size. 2,600 words. Third person POV. Calm belt, first half of Grand Line. How strange. I hope things turn out well between us. Luffy commented, watching Han One leave. He hadn't liked the woman much when he first met her, but ended up relating to her like any other woman. He knew she was upset because he said he had future wives and would stay with all of them. He knew this woman had her own pride and just hoped they would have the same kind of relationship once they saw each other again after she had some time to think about their relationship beyond the already established alliance. Luffy went back to his torn pants he had brought from the forest, put his hand in his pocket, and began to take out things he had left there last week. He took his sword and put it on his waist. He hadn't tested Ace since he made Teach put a fruit in it. He also took out a cage and made it grow. In this small cage that turned into a prison, Doflamingo and Page 1 appeared in normal size, both looking thinner than usual. Hello, sorry I took so long, I was solving some problems. Any of you hungry? Luffy smiled at the two men who stared back at him. Doflamingo didn't respond, just growled seeing that his situation was not good. Page 1, on the other hand, seemed more affected. You, pirate, big sister and boss Kaido won't let this go, Page 1 said, a bit frustrated. Luffy shrugged and threw a piece of meat to them. Eat this, at least you won't die of hunger because of me, he said, going back to eating. Mugiwara. You really aren't afraid of anyone, but if I say it's not just Kaido I have protection from. Doflamingo spoke for the first time, not wanting to touch the meat, while Page 1 was eating without care, being very hungry after spending a week in the darkness of Luffy's pocket. Are you talking about your crew in Dressrosa or your connection to the Holy Land, former Tenryubito? Luffy mocked, earning a raised eyebrow from Doflamingo. Lami told you about this? My brother must have spoken to her, he commented. Maybe, but I know you know a secret of the celestial dragons that can even make demands of the 5 elders. Wouldn't you like to share that with me? Luffy looked at him and smiled, waiting for a positive response. You can't be serious. Although Doflamingo was a bit surprised that Luffy knew this information, he was stunned that this pirate expected him to share his secrets. What a pity. Luffy might have looked hopeful for a response, but he already knew Doflamingo would never share it, and he shrugged, going back to his food. You know, Doflamingo, my crew is still missing a maid. I had one a while back, but she became my navigator. I hope one shows up for me to recruit soon. Luffy commented without turning his face while thinking of a certain woman ideal for the job. What are you planning? Doflamingo growled, understanding that Luffy was talking about BABY5. Nothing much, just hoping your crew will come to rescue you, after all, you're their captain. Luffy commented, wanting Buffalo and Baby 5 to come here, and they would do so even knowing that Luffy defeated Joker. Luffy went back to the cage, and shrunk it again with Page 1 complaining, Doflamingo hadn't eaten, and Luffy didn't care about him. He put them back in his pocket and started to stretch. Well, now let's train hockey with my multiplication for another week here. Even though I initially didn't like being stuck with Han 1 without using my powers, that last week gave me a solid foundation for hockey training, and that's beneficial for me to learn even faster. Luffy commented and started walking towards the forest. He trained all day but realized he had conquered the entire island, so he left before dusk, looking for another island and found a larger one after traveling at high speed for 2 hours. Here, the animals were truly more powerful. 3 days later, with intense training, in addition to his hockey, his devil fruit had leveled up, reaching 70 times its maximum power, which Luffy wasted no time in developing. That particular day, his suspicions were confirmed when a shadow appeared over him, and Luffy saw 2 members of the Don Quixote pirates flying over the island. You damn pirate! Give back Joker, because I want to kill him, shouted the woman, transforming her arm into a machine gun and firing at Luffy. The bullets exploded the ground around him while he stood still. After the dust settled, Luffy appeared to be in the same place, seemingly unharmed by the woman's attack. "He's still okay," Buffalo shouted. "Take this." Baby 5 transformed all her limbs into cannons and rocket launchers, firing directly at Luffy, who didn't move as the missiles advanced towards him. Boom, asterisk boom, asterisk boom, asterisk boom. The explosion subsided, and Luffy appeared just looking at them from the middle of the crater. "They're persistent, I admit." "What do you think, Greg?" Luffy commented, turning his head to look at a gorilla looking a bit lost. This was Greg, an animal that Luffy ended up making his pet while he was beating and taming him. Grr. The gorilla didn't know what to say about this human, who had received those explosions and seemed to be fine. "Greg, can you take care of the flying man? I want to see how strong you are after training you. I've told you that a pirate also needs a monkey, and I ended up choosing you, but I don't want a weak monkey," Luffy said with a threat in his tone, and Greg, afraid of becoming this man's meal, advanced to the sky after much training in the past few days. Buffalo didn't even know where that giant who jumped in the air and appeared next to him came from. Before he could react, Greg punched him, sending him to the ground knocked out. Buffalo, Baby 5, a bit surprised by this, didn't even see Luffy next to her in the air. "I wouldn't be too worried about him," Luffy commented and smiled at the stunned woman. Luffy grabbed her by the waist and looked into her eyes before she could attack him. "I need you, Baby 5, he said, leaving the woman speechless. She looked at him for a while before asking. "You need me?" She was alarmed and happy at the same time. "Yes, I need a mate on my ship, and you are perfect," he said, and she quickly exclaimed. "Yes, you need me," she agreed quickly. "That's great." Luffy smiled at the woman, despite there being no system message that she had really joined his crew. Luffy landed on the ground, let go of the woman's waist, and went to where Buffalo had fallen, defeated by Greg. "You took too long to defeat him. I'm going to make you train 3 times harder." Luffy looked at him seriously. Grr. Greg started crying, already imagining the hell his training would be in the coming days. Meanwhile, the Kuja pirates' ship finally arrived at Amazon Lily. "Han One-sama has arrived," the women shouted at the port, finally seeing the ship anchoring. Han One had stayed in her room the entire time at sea, not going out for anything but to order food. Her sisters were very worried about her. Han One was behaving strangely, and they noticed that sometimes she seemed dejected with nausea on her face. But even when asking and trying to understand their sister, Han One refused to speak about anything or accept their help. "Sister." Marigold saw Han One leaving her room heading for the port. "Let's go straight to the palace. Later I want to see Gloriosa," she said, leaving through the port, leading the way with a stern face. As she continued on her way, the women shouted her name with hearts in their eyes, but Han One ignored it all. An elderly lady among the crowd saw something strange in Han One with a newspaper in her hands. "What happened to her?" Gloriosa exclaimed, watching the Empress heading towards the palace. Han One wasted no time taking a bath and locking herself in her room. Lying on the bed still pondering over her experiences from the last week, the new experiences, and emotions she had gone through. "Why'd I still think about that man? Why'd I still wish I had stayed on that island with him?" she murmured. "Why'd I miss him so much, and why does it hurt so much to be away from him?" Han One murmured, creating tears in her eyes. Her sadness and chest pain were quite intense as she thought about what she had lived through. Once again, she felt nauseous, turning to vomit next to the bed without being able to go anywhere else. I've been like this for days. Is this because I'm away from him? What's happening?" she murmured, and on the other side of the room, Han One's sisters finally decided to call Gloriosa when night fell. "Are you saying Han One has been like this since she was chained to a man with a sea stone cuff for a week in a forest? After fighting with the notorious Monkey D. Luffy who is taking all the world's attention today?" Gloriosa couldn't believe what she was hearing, shouting alarmed. First about the encounter between Luffy and the Kuja pirates in the Calm Belt. Second that Han One for some reason, spent days with this pirate alone in the forest and returned strange. "Yes," Sandersonia commented, "lost. We don't know what's happening with her. We are quite worried, and she has been having a lot of nausea. She must be sick," Marigold commented. Nausea? Gloriosa shouted alarmed while stuttering. "Is it very serious, Gloriosa?" Sandersonia asked, worried. "Yes, it's very serious. Let me see her immediately," Gloriosa demanded, and they went to the bedroom door. Sister, Gloriosa is here to see you, Marigold said. Some other time, I'm not well enough to see her now. Later, Han1 said from the other side, but before Marigold could respond, the old lady jumped and kicked the door open forcefully. Han1, Gloriosa announced her arrival. What do you want, you old woman? I said I would see you later, Han1 complained, but her voice was very weak. Han1. Your condition. She looked alarmed at the woman and saw the vomit by the side of the bed, leaving her trembling. I can't believe what I'm seeing, Gloriosa shouted alarmed, not knowing if what she was seeing and feeling was real or not. Han1 looked at her frustrated. She didn't want the old woman to see her in that state, but she realized she didn't know what to do, and with trembling hands clutching the sheet, struggling to breathe, tears began to run down her face. Her sisters entered and were stunned by Han1's condition. They had never seen her so fragile since. Tell me then what's happening to me. What's wrong? Han1 exclaimed, crying. Han1, what happened between you and that man on that island? Gloriosa asked, still dazed, but already knowing the answer to that. What do you mean what happened between the two, Gloriosa? Did that man do something wrong to the sister? Sandersonia and Marigold spoke with anger and concern. Han1 didn't respond. She didn't know what to say about her days, but ended up speaking without being able to control her voice. I spent the best days of my life, she said, hesitating, but when she said the last part, her face, even though still in tears, became radiant. There was a glow that none of those present had ever seen in Han1 before. Both Gloriosa and the sisters made comical faces when they heard this. Looking at Han1, Gloriosa saw Han1 return to her sad and conflicted face again and sighed. Han1, you've contracted a unique illness and it could kill you, Gloriosa spoke softly, still lost. The elder sister could die? Marigold shouted, coming out of her daze. Yes, Han1, you. She looked at Han1, who had started to tear up again while looking at Gloriosa with very sad eyes. You have the disease that every empress of this kingdom acquires at some point in their life. You have the disease of love. You're in love with Monkey D. Luffy, aren't you? She said softly. In love? Han1 murmured, looking at her hands as tears fell on them. Do I love that man? She asked herself, even though she already knew the answer when she felt her heart ache upon hearing the question. Both Sandersonia and Marigold had wide eyes and open mouths upon hearing what they just heard. It seems a man has finally caught your attention, Han1. But now you must make a decision between choosing love and your responsibilities as the Empress of Amazon Lily. Do I have to choose between Luffy and this kingdom? She looked at Gloriosa with a lost gaze. Yes, however, all the previous queens who chose their responsibility died shortly after, as love consumed them. Gloriosa spoke in a serious tone. The elder sister is going to die? The sisters exclaimed upon hearing this, looking worriedly at Han1. Yes. Gloriosa spoke sincerely. But, he already has other women. Han1 finally spoke, her pride wounded. She knew deep down that she loved this man from the day she gave herself to him. But the idea that she had to share him irritated her like never before. What do you expect? From what I've heard, he is someone who appeared on the sea unprecedentedly and is growing like never before. The government will do everything to eliminate him. Gloriosa thought about all the chaos Monkey D. Luffy is causing in this sea. What? They're going to try to kill him? Han1 shouted at that moment, releasing her haki in anger that she rarely had, in anger she only had when Luffy discovered about her brand. Calm down, Han1, it doesn't mean he's going to die. You know of his achievements. He was not a man so easily defeated. You know this, Gloriosa shouted, fighting against Han1's haki, as all the other women in the castle began to faint, because Han1 didn't control it, she just released it with her anger. But he's in danger, isn't he? Han1 asked, concerned. She really cared about Luffy's safety at that moment. See, Han1, even though you still have your pride, you love him and care for him, Gloriosa commented. Han1 didn't respond. Even if you don't want to share him, you must make this decision. Decide to live with the man you love and his other wives, or live and even die with a wounded heart denying your love, but either way, you and he are already connected, Gloriosa commented seriously. What do you mean? Han1 looked at her and followed the old woman's gaze to her belly. Your nausea, it's not an illness. You are pregnant, there are 2 children growing in your womb at this moment. She finished serenely, feeling the lives forming with her observation haki. Marigold. Sandersonia. The two sisters had comic eyes with huge mouths at that moment, while Gloriosa closed her eyes and crossed her arms. I'm pregnant. Han1 looked at her stomach while placing her delicate hand over her skin. What? The scream was collective as everyone in Amazon Lily heard. Raccoon here. Do you want a reaction of Shikayaku and Rayleigh hearing this news? 514 Chapter 200, Chapter Size. 2000 words, Third Person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. In a bar on a part of the Sabodi archipelago. A bar dawned quiet with only 2 people inside before the establishment opened. I don't know why, but I feel like my day is going to change in the next few minutes. Rayleigh commented while drinking his first bottle of alcohol of the day. You're always so pessimistic, Shikayaku commented beside him. Anyway, just as Rayleigh was about to comment, the Den Den Mushi behind the bar counter began to rain. Gloriosa? Shikayaku asked, looking at the Den Den Mushi. Kacha. Asterisk. As soon as the signal went off, Gloriosa spoke from the other side. Shikayaku, is that you? She asked with a tone that was uncommon for the lady to speak. Yes, what's up, did something happen? Shikayaku asked, and Rayleigh stopped drinking to listen to what seemed urgent. Listen, something happened, something big, the woman said. What happened? Shikayaku asked, raising an eyebrow. Listen, Han1 is pregnant with twins, Gloriosa exclaimed. Shikayaku. Rayleigh's silence settled in the bar at that moment. Can you repeat that? I think I didn't understand. Shikayaku had to ask again. She's pregnant by the pirate monkey D. Luffy. I don't know many details, but they were stranded on an island for a week. That was the result, Gloriosa exclaimed. Shikayaku. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh began to laugh upon hearing this. How is that possible? That woman hates men, Shikayaku asked with a quite surprised tone. Like I said, I don't know the details, but that's what happened, and Han1 is freaking out here, Gloriosa said. What? What are you doing? Where is the father? The woman exclaimed. The father doesn't even know Han1 is pregnant. He's somewhere in the calm belt from what they told me, but let me tell you what happened with Han1. Start of the flashback. Asterisk. I'm pregnant, Han1 murmured, looking at her belly as she touched it after hearing the news. Sister. Marigold was dazed beside her brother. Leave me, Han1 immediately shouted. She wanted to be alone after learning about this. But sister. Her other sister was going to speak. Just leave me, I want to be alone. We'll talk tomorrow, Han1 exclaimed, and the two sisters along with Gloriosa had to leave the room. Gloriosa ended up staying in the castle that night and waited until the morning when Han1 finally came out of the room. The woman walked with closed eyes and sat in front of her sisters and the lady. I've made up my mind, she spoke still with her eyes closed. The other 3 women swallowed hard, waiting for the pirate empress to speak. We will continue with an alliance with the Monkey D. Luffy pirates, and as with any alliance, the best way to cement it is with a marriage. She opened her eyes and Han1 spoke with a tone never heard before, and her face looked like a girl in love. As she placed her hand on her cheek, saying the possible names of her daughters, since all the women of Amazon Lily give birth to girls. All 3 women listening to this and seeing how Han1 acted were shocked. End of the flashback. Asterisk. That's what happened, Gloriosa commented on the Den Den Mushi. Well, that's quite unexpected, Shikayaku said, a bit lost. It seems they formed an alliance. This is very interesting, ha 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 ha. Who would have thought the boy would even charm that woman? And it looks like he already has Kaido's daughter, ha 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 ha. Rayleigh seemed in good spirits. His intuition was right. But his day got better and not worse with this. What is she trying to do now? Shikayaku asked. Well, she is. Gloriosa spoke cautiously, because on her side, the sisters were holding Han1 back as she tried to reach the Den Den Mushi in front of her. Stop, sister, he must be busy, Marigold pleaded. No, I need to talk to him. If he doesn't want this empress, why doesn't he answer the phone? Did I do something wrong and he's mad? This empress should not have left him. And if he doesn't want to marry me? Our children cannot be bastards. Han1 spoke like a girl while trying to call Luffy, but he wasn't answering. Meanwhile, on an island in the calm belt, Luffy had no idea how his life would be turned upside down upon learning he became a father, but as he was oblivious to this fact, he was sitting at his camp eating and reading, while a woman dressed as a maid fanned him. My maid. Can you put away this coffee cup? Luffy casually asked. Of course, Master Luffy, she said excitedly, as Luffy needed her. But as soon as she took the cup, her expression changed, and she threw the cup on the ground, breaking it, while her arm transformed into a cannon pointed directly at Luffy. Without having time to react, she fired the cannon at point-blank range at Luffy. The explosion lifted dust all over the place, and Luffy appeared fine. Even his chair was still undamaged. Good thing I bought a more durable chair, otherwise, it would have ended up like the last 10 I had to buy. Luffy commented while looking satisfied. In recent days, he had been enjoying his days with Baby 5, training with his assistant. She made his life easier. He did not stop training her either. You damaged my newspaper. I'm going to have to punish you in training. Luffy spoke seriously. No, Baby 5 screamed while kneeling on the ground. Why is the master immune to blades, bullets, cannonballs, missiles? Nothing I do can hurt him. He's going to punish me again. She cried while already spanking herself, anticipating what was to happen to her. Anyway, today will be our last day of training on this island. We're going back. I need to stop by Skypia before making a final stop. Luffy spoke and took the crying maid to train another day again. As soon as he finished, he checked his Den Den Mushi and saw 30 missed calls from Han1. What's this? Did something happen? Luffy commented and picked up the Den Den Mushi. Kacha. Asterisk. Hello. Luffy. Han1 shouted from the other side with a tone that surprised Luffy. Han1? Did something happen? He asked, bewildered. Yes. Han1 spoke in the same tone. On the other side of the line, Han1's sister saw her suddenly shift from her love-struck face to a more serious one as she narrowed her eyes and seemed to revert to her old self. We need to meet to solidify our alliance, she said in a more arrogant tone. We need to meet? Why? We can say we're already allies. Luffy was confused. It wasn't necessary to solidify the alliance between him and the Kuja pirates. He ignored Han1's change in tone, already used to the very volatile woman. No, we need to meet, she was firm. Alright. But let me finish some business, we'll meet as soon as I'm done with everything, Luffy spoke. Okay. Until our meeting. Han1 spoke in an arrogant tone, and Luffy hung up the Den Den Mushi. As soon as the Den Den Mushi was hung up in the castle on Amazon Lily, the onlookers looked at Han1 unsure of what to say, with her strange behavior. Gloriosa, Marigold, Sandersonia. He agreed. Does this mean we're going to get married at our meeting? Han1 switched her posture from an arrogant woman to a love-struck woman, placing her hands on her cheeks like a teenager. Han1, why didn't you tell him you're pregnant with his child? Gloriosa asked, confused. Isn't it obvious? It'll be a surprise, she said with the same face. We should choose the names for our daughters, maybe Luffy and Han1A. That's it, she said excitedly while Sandersonia and Marigold just sighed at this. I still think Han1 is hiding something. Luffy commented while putting away his Den Den Mushi and looked at the woman quite hurt by his side from the training. Let's go BABY5, it's time to go back. Luffy approached and began to heal his maid. Of course, master, she said with a blush after her punishment. Luffy then left the island. He had to return to Skypia before doing something big, as he needed Beppo for this. He took off with Baby 5 in his arms. Buffalo, Doflamingo, and Page 1 continued in his pocket. It was all calm as Luffy flew at high speed, until he encountered a very familiar ship. This is Foxy, he exclaimed. Do you know him, master? Baby 5 spoke in his lap. She had a pistol pointed at Luffy's head, as she tried to kill him several times while they flew. But Luffy was not hurt by it and did not care for her as if she was just another mosquito trying to bite him. Yes, let's catch them, Luffy announced and flew towards the ship at that moment. Captain. There's a man approaching flying, a crew member said while looking at Luffy approaching them with his enormous wings. Him? Who dares? Noro Noro no mi. He shouted and launched a beam at Luffy, who dodged it with ease. How aggressive, let's finish this quickly. Luffy commented before releasing his new level of Conqueror's Haki that he managed to achieve in the last few days. The explosion made everyone, even Foxy, fall to the ground unconscious. Amazing. Baby 5 couldn't help but comment from the side. That was pretty easy, Luffy said, satisfied with his new power. He approached the ship and shrunk it to a small size to fit in his pocket. Great, Foxy will be a good addition to the fleet. Luffy commented, and went back to flying. They didn't take long to finally spot the Sky Island. Let's go, maid, Let's meet our crew. Luffy spoke satisfactorily as he looked at the island in the distance with some colossal creatures fighting one another. What are those monsters? Baby 5 exclaimed. Luffy. Yamato approached excitedly and looked at BABY5. Who is this woman? Hello Yamato, let's have a feast. My coming here is brief. I need to return. I'm placing the new crew I recruited in our ship's mate here. Luffy smiled. After his arrival, everyone gathered, asking Luffy about what he had done. He had to buy another newspaper on the way. Since Baby 5 destroyed the one he had stolen from the Kuja pirates, his feats had left everyone astonished with that. But after the surprise and the details, Luffy had a feast with his crew and allies. Hey, Luffy. Where is Enel? He went down with you, right? Usopp asked. He was much stronger and confident. He didn't seem like the Usopp from the same time in the original. I left him on an island in the calm belt with a sea stone to train. I hope he comes out at least with her armament hockey, Luffy commented. The night continued, and Luffy finally went to the cabin with all his women to catch up on his weeks without them. He did not sleep that night and had to use his powers to cover the sound. He woke up in bed with several women spread out, even with Baby 5 among them, since she seemed to have fallen in love after being saved by Luffy several times, but that didn't stop her from trying to kill him at times. Luffy had breakfast with his crew and made another announcement. I'm leaving for a few days, we'll return as soon as I finish our last things, and you should continue training. Luffy declared. He left Foxy and Baby 5 for his crew to take care of them. Now I will take one of you with me. Luffy spoke again, and while everyone was confused, he picked up Beppo, who was scared by the captain, and flew into the sky. I'm taking Beppo with me because I'm going to need him. See you in a week. Luffy announced and cut through the clouds again as Beppo screamed in fear of the height, and the speed of Luffy increased by 70 times. Luffy had a goal at this moment, the Fua no Mi. 201, chapter size, 2000 words. Third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. In some sky islands, not being Skypia and near the East Blue, a birdman carrying a large polar bear by the arm arrived at the islands from a distance. Captain, can we stop? I can't take it anymore, Beppo complained, crying while looking quite dazed, being carried by Luffy through the sky for the last few days at several kilometers per hour. Luffy looked at him and let go. Beppo, I'm going to fight someone powerful here. I need you to take some distance because this fight will be quite dangerous for you. Luffy commented while looking at the islands. Beppo, falling, quickly used Geppo and looked at the captain with a bit of fear. Someone powerful? What place is this? He finally noticed the islands flying in the sky. This is where Shiki, one of the relics of the past, has been hiding in recent years. Luffy said with a smile. Shiki? The golden lion? Beppo realized at that moment, knowing the records of his fruit. Yes. I will fight him, you take some distance and stay until the fight is over. Luffy said, preparing to head to the islands. Wait a moment, Captain. You can fight against Shiki? He was very powerful, and why am I here? You still haven't told me, Beppo exclaimed, but when he saw Luffy's look at him. I'm sorry, he shouted again. Why are you apologizing? Luffy murmured and went back to speaking. Listen, Beppo. He is now just a shadow of his past. He has lost much strength, in addition to his age, when he cut his feet. Luffy commented, and without waiting for Beppo to respond, he raised his wings and shot towards the islands. Luffy quickly approached the place and looked at the floating structures, thinking how he could lure Shiki out of them. Shiki was sitting in an empty room when suddenly, he looked up, feeling a very strange presence in the air. What is this? Someone is invading my territory, he murmured with a slight growl. Before Shiki could react, an explosion of Conqueror's haki came from the sky. Shiki, come out from wherever you are and come here. Your era should have ended a long time ago, and I am here to end you. But don't worry, you will end your life at the hands of the man who will conquer all the seas of this world. Luffy shouted. He would have no mercy on Shiki. The man is planning to send all these islands to the East Blue and destroy them with the impact and monsters. All because he had not forgotten his old boyfriend, Gold D. Roger. Shiki blew the roof of his house and took off into the air. Who are you? How do you know I'm here? Shiki growled at the man with large wings waiting for him to approach. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Today I am a hunter and you are my prey. Luffy spoke in a threatening tone. I am your prey. You're just a brat who came here to die. Shiki commented and looked at Luffy more closely. Monkey D? Isn't that the same surname as Garp? He asked. Yes, Garp is my grandfather. Luffy shrugged. That's good, after all. I can tell Garp that I killed his grandson. I can't wait to see his face when he finds out. Shahahaha, Shiki exclaimed, laughing. You should at least consider if you could do it and not boast, but I understand, you haven't received newspapers for months. Otherwise you would know that you will die here, at the hands of a man from the East Blue. Luffy provoked with a smile. Shiki stopped laughing and looked at Luffy raising an eyebrow. These young people today don't even know Shiki, the Golden Lion. The one who terrorized the sea one day, he exclaimed. Yes, one day. But now he is just a relic, a shadow of his past. Luffy continued to retort. Tisk, it looks like I'll have to finish you quickly, Shiki commented and launched an attack on Luffy. He moved 2 giant stones standing near him and launched them towards the pirate in the air. Luffy didn't move seeing the huge rocks coming towards him. He would fight differently against Shiki at that moment, using his Moa Moa no Mi. He made his body start to grow 7 times. What? The growth fruit? Then why does he have wings? Or is it a special zone? Shiki murmured, looking at a 15-meter-tall Luffy. The rocks approached, and Luffy punched them with his bare hands, exploding them into boulders. As it wasn't just his size that grew, his strength increased as well. Let's start, Shiki. I hope you show some of your power. Luffy commented, knowing he could beat Shiki, but wanting a more interesting fight. Luffy flew towards Shiki before he could respond and punched him with a hockey-infused fist, causing Shiki to go into a defensive position. But the impact was too great as he was launched backward, flying to the ground of the island from which he had emerged. Boom his body exploded against the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Boss Shiki. A group of men rushed to the site, shouting worriedly for their captain. Who is this invader? Shoot the giant, one of the men yelled before pointing a gun towards Luffy and starting to shoot. Luffy just stood still. Some bullets passed close to him, but the distance was so great that he doubted it would hurt even an animal there. Stop shooting. A voice emerged from the crater, and Shiki climbed out of the hole a bit injured. He glared at Luffy while blood dripped from his forehead. You have enraged me, boy. I admit you are strong and know hockey, but I want to see you survive this, Shiki announced, and the islands around began to move, making a sound echoing through the region as if there was an earthquake. What is this? Beppo watched from afar with a mix of admiration and terror as the floating islands began to move. He was on a small cloud, using his Geppo ability to stay elevated and safe as his captain had asked. Even from afar, the view was impressive and frightening. The islands, which before seemed serene and immobile, now spun and moved on top of each other. The captain is really going to fight someone capable of doing this, he murmured to himself, his tone showing doubt and fear. Suddenly, the giant islands began to move even faster, and purple lights began to obscure the sunlight as they exploded against the ground at that distance. Beppo now saw his captain fighting a type of battle he had never witnessed before. He watched, the shockwaves spreading through the sky, distorting the light around and sending clouds racing. Many of the islands, now fragmented by Luffy's power, looked like runaway comets, creating trails of dust and debris in the air. It was an aerial battlefield, where gravity seemed to have been forgotten. Captain, please, be okay, Beppo exclaimed, hoping Luffy would be fine. He would enter the fight, but this was too much for him as he watched all the chaos, now a large dust cloud in the midst of it with purple explosions emerging in the middle. On the islands, Shiki's soldiers and animals seemed even more scared, because chaos had covered them at that moment. Watch out! Boom! A rock fell close to them after Luffy exploded the tip of an island with his flames. Look! The man shouted before a giant gorilla fell on top of him from another island. Both men and animals were in trouble as they fell from the islands or exploded in flames while Luffy fired upon them. Ha 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 ha! Shahahaha! What was stranger was a giant sending flames and a man with swords in place of his legs laughing amidst all that chaos. This is really fun, Luffy commented amidst the smoke cloud that his flames created after exploding many islands. Indeed, it's been a while since I've had this much fun, Shiki exclaimed, always a lover of chaos. Seeing him fight with everything while the opponent seemed to be on par with him was refreshing, reminding him of his old times. Boom mmm boom mmm boom mmm boom mmm. Boom mmm boom mmm boom mmm. Luffy continued to explode everything that came near him. His flames were 7 times larger, due to his increased size, so he could really cause chaos with all those rocks coming towards him. Sensing Shiki with his observation haki, he fired a fireball at him, ignoring the approaching islands. Shahahaha. Shiki laughed, but felt danger coming from a light approaching in the midst of the dust clouds. He moved 2 huge rocks to protect himself quickly. Boom, the rocks exploded, but that didn't prevent Luffy's explosion from reaching Shiki. The impact hit him, throwing him far away. "Ah, that hurt," Shiki murmured after stabilizing in the air, feeling the heat of the flames that hit him. "Come on, Shiki. I'm right here," Luffy said, approaching, and Shiki looked at him, sending new rocks. "Don't underestimate this legend," Shiki shouted and sent various mountains towards Luffy, who quickly exploded them, sending debris in all directions. Luffy continued flying towards him, dodging by the side of another mountain that Shiki moved towards him, reaching it after circling and punching the man again, making him explode into the same mountain in the air. Boom, Shiki entered the mountain before it exploded again, showing the pirate even more injured. "Damn, you're good, kid, better than I imagined, but I'm still Shiki, the Golden Lion. I used to kill arrogant brats like you every day in my time," he exclaimed, releasing his conqueror's haki, but much weakened than it once was. "I understand your determination, Shiki. I may not like you and want to kill you, but I still respect you as an opponent and what you once were," Luffy commented as he deactivated his size, returning to 210 centimeters. Shiki looked at him with a bit of curiosity, despite being quite injured and wanting to kill this boy. "You talk as if you could already kill me," he commented. "Well, if you can't resist this, then you will die. I'm going to change my fighting style. It's time to test this sword with the Akuma no Mi I put in it," Luffy commented as he took his sword out of his pocket and made it grow back to its original size. "Wait, that sword. How did you get it?" Shiki could never mistake the hilt of that sword, he recognized it anywhere. "Yes, this is Ace, the sword that your old boyfriend used. It's time for me to test it and reap your life," Luffy commented as he grabbed the hilt and drew it from its sheath. The legendary sword shone against the sunlight that still passed through all that destruction. Luffy gripped it, and suddenly, it began to emit thunder around it, according to the power of the Paramisha type Akuma no Mi that Luffy had placed in it. 521 Chapter 202, Chapter Size. 2100 words. Third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. Luffy let the power of the devil fruit in Ace flow. Yellow thunders began to surround it with red color. It was a special fruit that Luffy found for 2 billion in the store and found it quite interesting to fuse it with the sword. His main reason for going to Jaya was to find Teach. Seeing Doflamingo and Jack was a bit surprising, but that didn't stop him from enjoying the situation. He looked at Shiki quite shocked, looking at the sword strangely. "You have this sword. Do you think you are worthy to wield it?" "Rookie," Shiki exclaimed angrily as he released a bit of weakened Conqueror's haki, due to his current condition. "Stop crying over your boyfriend, let's continue the fight. You might even get the sword if you kill me." Luffy smiled as the thunders intensified around the metal. Then Luffy saw Shiki making his first move, heading towards him. He lifted his foot and attacked Luffy with his sword instead of the limb. Metal sound. Asterisk Luffy just lifted Ace. "Let's see how I am as a swordsman these days," he murmured and counter-attacked. Shiki did not fall behind. Even weakened, Shiki was fast. Luffy and Shiki began to repel each other in the sky. Large rocks and islands rushed at Luffy at that moment, but he began to cut the large stones and dodge the islands with his super speed. The battle was a show between 2 swordsmen, but at one point Luffy decided to use the power of the sword. An island was coming towards him and he moved away from Shiki to concentrate the power of the Paramisha in Ace. The sword began to emit a huge thunder coming from it and spreading to all sides. Luffy leaned the sword back and launched it forward, releasing its power. "What is this?" Shiki was scared for a moment, feeling quite a danger coming from it, and got out of the way. The explosion flew like a lightning bolt to the island. It was as fast as lightning. When it reached the island, a spectacle of destruction happened. With a flash covering the entire sky, a scarlet electrical explosion exploded from the island, which grew, devastating all the land it touched, while the inhabitants and animals on that island tried to escape the attack. But it was too late. Boom, the explosion then covered the entire island, affecting everything around. Shiki was thrown through the sky while stabilizing himself. When he stopped, He looked at the immense clouds of dust with red lightning appearing around. What is this? The people around the island were shocked, trying to protect themselves from the gigantic explosion happening at that moment. They became even more alarmed when they saw just debris in the air of what would be a huge island until a while ago. He destroyed the entire island. Shiki could not be more shocked. His gaze returned to where Luffy should be, but he was no longer there, and feeling his presence, he was even more shocked that Luffy was next to him. It was a good fight, Shiki, but I am stronger than you. But thank you for giving me an opportunity to use this power on your islands instead of an island in the lower sea. It would be quite problematic. Luffy commented casually and advanced against Shiki. He tried to defend himself while Luffy continued moving his sword quickly. But Shiki began to retreat as Luffy was gaining the upper hand. Cut in a moment, Luffy hit Shiki from the shoulder to his waist with a diagonal cut. Ah! He screamed as the blood spread. Shiki looked at him with clenched eyes and teeth. Luffy said nothing and continued advancing. Shiki was even more weakened while using his swords in place of legs to try to defend himself, but Luffy hit him at one point in the heart. Shiki looked at the sword embedded in his chest, feeling a lot of pain as he began to feel his life draining. Shahahahaha. You really beat me, kid. He suddenly started laughing looking at Luffy, but he didn't seem to resist anymore at that moment. Who would have thought that I, the Golden Lion, would die to an unknown in the middle of nowhere? A shame the world will not know of our fight. He lamented. As always, Shiki was eccentric and always imagined a grandiose death. I understand, and I respect you for that. You were a great pirate in your era. However, times change and a new generation emerges to cover the old. Luffy said in a somewhat melancholic tone. A new generation emerges. Shiki commented while coughing up blood. He looked at Luffy with a gleam in his eyes in his final moments. You said you planned to conquer all the seas? You want to be greater than Roger? He asked. I will surpass the Pirate King. No, I will destroy the world government and declare myself the Emperor of all seas. Luffy commented. He planned to be the Emperor of the Sea, as the supreme pirate, but he did not have the ambition to control the world as the government does. He just wants to free the countries and let them be independent, but let the world know that the sea belongs to him. Shahahahaya. Shiki started laughing again. That's very good. I hope that as the man who defeated me, you achieve your goals, boy. My era is over. He gave a final statement while pushing the sword with his body to fall onto an island below. Don't worry, I'll achieve that goal. And I'll take your fruit too. The world will never forget the power of the Golden Lion while one of my crewmates has its power. Luffy commented while watching the pirate fall. He noticed a small smile on Shiki as he finally died after hearing this. Luffy sighed and took his attention from the falling pirate, looking towards a cloud in the distance. Beppo, come here. His voice was amplified and it didn't take long for a white ball with a purple jumpsuit and the symbol of the straw hats on his clothes to arrive close by while dodging all the floating debris. Captain, are you okay? Beppo asked cautiously. He was a bit scared of his captain after seeing him destroying an entire island with that attack. Even Beppo at a distance had difficulty stabilizing. I'm fine. Take this and eat it. Luffy threw a devil fruit that he had just bought in the store for 6 billion. What is this, Captain? Beppo asked, looking at the fruit. Just eat it, we don't have much time, Luffy commanded again. I'm sorry. Beppo yelled and ate the entire fruit, afraid of the captain. What a horrible taste, he shouted while holding his throat with disgust. You just ate the Patre-on No Mi. You've received the power of Shiki, Luffy said with satisfaction. What? I have the power of the legendary Golden Lion. Beppo couldn't believe those words. Luffy was going to respond, but suddenly, a thunderous sound started from all sides. The islands were losing the effect of Shiki's power as soon as he died. What's happening? Indigo shouted alarmed on the main island. The islands are falling, Scarlet shouted alarmed, looking around. We're going to die, a soldier screamed, running in fear. Where's the captain? Do something, another said. If the islands are falling, it means Shiki is dead, Shiki's doctor commented. That's impossible, Scarlet shouted. Did you see that explosion that wiped out an entire island? The person who killed Shiki is really powerful. Now we're going to die, the doctor commented, already accepting his fate. Meanwhile, on several islands, animals ran from one side to the other looking for shelter, but they were in a situation where nothing could be done. Captain, what should we do? Beppo shouted alarmed, looking at the islands starting their free fall. You need to use your power, Beppo. I will help you lift all the islands, Luffy commented, grabbing Beppo's jumpsuit while activating his speed 70 times, disappearing the next moment. He made his way to all the islands, making Beppo touch and all the pieces of land while the islands. What should I do, Captain? Beppo, even touching all the islands, was still lost. You have to try to use your power. You must have received something in your subconscious to use the ability. Try to do it, Luffy instructed, and Beppo closed his eyes, concentrating. Suddenly, all the falling islands began to slow down until they stabilized. This. Shiki's doctor looked around, stunned as everything seemed stable again. He was sure that Shiki had died for the effect to stop. Wait, does this mean Captain Shiki is still alive? Indigo shouted with joy. The captain is alive. The men celebrated after those words. Shiki is dead. A voice emerged behind the men at that moment, and they saw Luffy next to Beppo. Everyone immediately pointed their weapons at them, and Luffy used his Conqueror's Haki to bring everyone to their knees. I'll give you a chance. Luffy lifted the dead body of Shiki and threw it in front of all of them. You join my fleet, or you will be thrown off this island. Luffy smiled like a demon. Even Beppo beside him was frightened. What? The captain died, Indigo said, crying while looking at the body of his captain. It seems I was right. The doctor commented. What will we do? The men murmured while they were on their knees, unable to muster the will to stand. Anyway, I'll give you 1 day to think about it, Luffy said, crossing his arms and looked at the scientist who conducted experiments for Shiki, where he had modified all the animals on the islands. You're the doctor who created these animals, right? Luffy asked. Yes. The man spoke submissively, still under the effect of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. Well, I want to see your research. I'm quite interested in it. Luffy commented. He could use these animals to train his crew. They would be perfect for it, and he could talk to Chopper, a drug specialist, to have him further refine these animals. They would be good for training and even for his future army. Luffy turned his attention to Beppo. Take the islands to Skypia. I'm going to make a call before I start looking into the research. Luffy commented, following the doctor inside the facilities after Luffy released him from his pressure. Meanwhile, he was calling Han 1 to schedule their meeting to see what that woman wanted so much to meet him for, hoping she was missing them, and they would have to solve it with many hours of sex. Kacha. Asterisk. Hello. Luffy spoke. Luffy, Han 1 exclaimed like a love-struck girl, before her voice changed to someone more serious. It's you. She said now as if he were just anyone, and Luffy just scratched his head trying to understand why she was acting like this. Well, you wanted to meet with me. I'm still in the comm belt, he said. Yes. Let's meet, she returned to her excited tone. Luffy and she scheduled a place while Beppo steered the islands to that position. Han 1's mood changed, sometimes seeming like a love-struck girl, other times like someone arrogant. Luffy didn't know how to deal with her or her real intentions for the meeting but hung up the Den Den Mushi to meet her soon. He accepted. I can't wait to tell him we'll have children. We're going to get married, Han 1 screamed in her cabin while her sisters still looked at her, lost. She had been destroying the room since Luffy talked to her days ago because she was in front of the Den Den Mushi this whole time waiting for his call. However, they still looked at her strangely because their sister seemed like two people at the same time. She switched personalities all the time while talking with Luffy, while the pirate went to see Shiki's research and the doctor, unaware that he would receive the biggest shock of his life in the coming days. 521 Chapter 203, Chapter Size, 1900 words, Third Person POV. Comm Belt, First Half of Grand Line. Beppo led all the islands in the direction his captain had instructed, to make a brief stop before continuing. Luffy was in the scientist's laboratory while this was happening, since he was quite interested in the research on how they transformed the animals from these islands that Shiki had captured into powerful beasts. It seemed that all those who wanted to avenge Shiki were contained, and the next day they ended up joining Luffy's fleet since they didn't have much choice. But Luffy smiled satisfied. There were at least 1,000 men that Shiki had secretly recruited, and this would make a good army if they were properly trained. Finally, the islands arrived at the agreed location, and Luffy left the island and descended to the sea, where the Kuja pirate's ship was stationed. Approaching, he saw the people waiting for his arrival. Han 1 looked at him with sparkles in her eyes while standing next to her sisters. Luffy landed softly, despite some pirates questioning why he was there. They did not raise the issue seeing Han One waiting for him. "Hello," Luffy commented after landing. "Luffy," she exclaimed, before coughing and trying to appear tougher, placing her hand on her waist. Her voice shifted from excited to a more forced tone as if she was trying to talk normally, but at the same time, it was noticeable that she was forcing it. "I'm glad you've arrived, Monkey D. Luffy, we need to talk," she said as her sisters sighed, accustomed to Han One's volatile behavior over the last few days. "Yes, I'm here for that." Luffy spoke, a bit lost, not knowing why Han One was acting like this. If she liked him as he imagined, there was no reason to act so tough and in such a forced manner. "Come with me," she said in a final tone, to follow her to the cabin. "Sister, are you going to talk to him alone?" Marigold asked. "Yes, this is a matter that only concerns me and him." Han One spoke, and Luffy scratched his head even more at what seemed to be a mystery beyond the possible alliance made between them. Luffy followed Han One, and in the room, a small table with chairs, where Han One was going to sit. However, what caught Luffy's attention were the posters of him hanging on the wall of the Empress's room and even some sheets with stick figure drawings of a couple and two children looking happy. "Hey, what's going on here?" Luffy was a bit scared, to be honest. "Sit down." Han One spoke with the same forced voice, and Luffy calmly sat in front of her. "I'll be honest, we are interested in our alliance, but there's a condition," Han One spoke. "I'm listening, Han One." Luffy spoke, and this seemed like an arrow through Han One's heart. "He called me by my name," she said internally while striking a pose, feeling her heart being hit. "She is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, but this is definitely strange and hard to get used to," Luffy murmured, observing Han One's reaction. "Well, like any alliance, there is only one way to conclude the pact," Han One spoke, looking at Luffy with bright eyes. "Which is a marriage." She again had the passionate voice she always had. "Well, that's expected since we spent days on that island. I always intended to marry you, Han One." Luffy spoke with a smile to the woman this time. He intended to make her his wife, so he was not surprised. "You accepted?" she asked, almost shocked, not believing what she heard. "Yes. Let's get married." Luffy shrugged. "Happiness," Han One shouted as she jumped across the table to sit in Luffy's lap. Luffy did not reject Han One, letting her attack him, after a while with her seeming quite happy, and he looked at her grabbing his hand and placing it on her stomach. "This is good, because we're going to have children," she simply said with a bright smile. Luffy stopped looking at her at that moment. He was still processing what this woman was talking about. Instinctively he felt his hand on her stomach and sensed something in her womb with Haki. It was true, there were presences forming. "I'm going to be a father." Luffy seemed quite shocked by this, as it was the most surprising news he had ever received in this world. "Yes, we're going to have 2 children, Han One said excitedly. "What are we waiting for then? Let's get married right here, immediately. How are you taking care of the children?" Luffy spoke quickly, not wanting to waste time. "Well, we can do it on Amazon Lily if you want, but we don't need a best man or anything like that," Han One, although happy and excited, reasoned. "Best man? I have Beppo. Let's do this now." Luffy didn't want to waste time. Since he was going to be a father, it was his responsibility not to leave the children without his name. "Yes." Han One also didn't want to waste time. They continued discussing, but now they were more like a couple excited about the news. They talked about how this would be planned and ended up choosing Amazon Lily itself for the celebration. Beppo appeared after Luffy called him with a Den Den Mushi, and he came quite curious about what his captain wanted. Then Han One stepped out of the cabin and announced that she would marry Luffy, saying it was an alliance, which shocked everyone. Even Beppo was taken by surprise. The polar bear touched the ship's side and began to levitate it towards Amazon Lily with the floating islands. Meanwhile, Luffy had already started his honeymoon in advance, isolating the room's sound and spending his days without eating, drinking, just taking baths with his future wife and mother of his 2 daughters. "They've been in that room for days," Sandersonia commented looking at the room. "There's nothing we can do about it. Our sister is going to get married. I still can't believe that up until a few weeks ago, she hated men. Now she's in love and pregnant with one," Marigold commented beside her. "At least she seems happy, and if he keeps his word, we'll be rid of these marks," Sandersonia said with some hope. The other crew members were processing everything they were hearing about the marriage. Not even the fact that the ship was flying with the snakes was more surprising than Han One's marriage. Soon they arrived at Amazon. Lily and Luffy and Han One finally came out of the room, full of dark circles under their eyes and asking for food, a lot of it to replenish their energies. On an island thousands of kilometers away, even in the calm belt, an old man was hitting a girl. "It hurts, Grandpa," Lucy shouted as she felt a callus forming on her forehead. "Come on, Lucy. This is the fist of love, you're not strong enough yet. How do you plan to face your brother? Haven't you seen the news from the past few weeks?" Garp shouted at Lucy. "I know, I'll catch him," Lucy said with determination. "It's still not enough," Garp shouted, punching Lucy, who used hockey to defend against her grandfather's attack but was thrown back, bouncing like a rubber ball. "I can't take it anymore," Lucy commented, defeated. She had lost count of how many times she had been hit today. "Rest, we'll continue in a few hours," Garp commented and began to walk squarely back to the camp he had set up to train his granddaughter. He had brought her to this island weeks ago to teach her the 6 styles in hockey, to turn her into a powerful marine. She learned the basics of hockey really fast, although there was still a long way to go before saying she was adequate. Garp also brought his other students and they were passed out somewhere on the island, bleeding on the ground, since his training was very rigorous. On the beach of the island, the iconic ship of the Vice Admiral was stationed with his team, and a specific Den Den Mushi rang at that moment, causing the Commodore to enter the room and pick it up before answering it right there. After being shocked by what happened, he quickly left the ship and went to the island using Geppo. "Vice Admiral Garp," he greeted his superior quickly. What is it?" Garp asked, seeing the Den Den Mushi in his hand. "It's better if you see for yourself," the man said, passing the phone to Garp. "Hello?" Garp asked. "Grandpa?" The voice on the other side was quite excited. "Luffy? You damned brat, are you up to trouble again?" Garp shouted immediately, seeing his delinquent grandson again. "Did you see my bounty? Tell Sengoku that 1 billion would be very welcome," Luffy laughed and commented on the phone. "Luffy, you damned outlaw, you shouldn't be happy being a pirate worth 750 million, Garp yelled again. "Ha ha 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 ha, how are you?" Luffy asked, changing the subject. "You're asking how your grandfather is? Boo-ha-ha-ha. My little grandson is worried about me," Garp shouted, laughing heartily, leaving the Commodore beside him confused, as he had been speaking in anger just a moment ago. How had one question changed the Vice Admiral's mood? "But I'm fine. I'm training your sister to capture you," he changed his voice to be more stern. "That's good, I miss you guys. I hope we can meet soon. I want to kick your butt again, Grandpa," Luffy said, laughing. "Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha." Garp laughed with a blush when Luffy said he missed them, but his voice became severe again with a sharp look. "You think you're ready to kick this old man's butt? Wait, because soon I'll judge you with justice," Garp said. "Anyway, why did you call and seem so happy? Did something happen?" Garp asked, more calmly, while wiping his nose. "Yes, Grandpa, you're going to be a great grandfather, I'm going to be a father," Luffy announced with the same cheerful tone. "Wait. What?" Garp seemed shocked. "I told you, I'm going to be the father of 2 girls. Luffy was very excited. "Luffy, you better be joking, even though that's not a good joke," Garp growled. "It's true, Grandpa, I'm going to be a father. I'm serious," Luffy insisted. "You damn. How dare you have my great-granddaughters when you've become an outlaw? I swear I'm going to teach you a lesson," Garp yelled at Luffy at that moment. "Anyway, I have to marry their mother here urgently, so I just called to let you know that the Monkey D family is going to increase soon," Luffy said and hung up the phone at that moment. "That Luffy?" Garp seemed furious. "Vice Admiral." The Commodore was quite lost listening to all this. He didn't even invite me to the wedding. I should be the godfather of my great-granddaughters." Garp started to cry with rage and swore he would beat Luffy so much with his fists of love the next time they met. 521 Chapter 204. Chapter Size. 2,200 words. Third Person POV. Amazon Lily, first half of Grand Line. The floating islands finally stabilized above Amazon Lily. "Captain, do I have to be part of this? I heard the women of Amazon Lily kill any man who approaches the island. Will we be okay, Captain?" Beto asked, quite worried as he steered the ship down with the snakes. "Don't worry, your captain is going to marry the queen of the Amazons. Won't I also be the king of this place?" Luffy joked. "Alright," Beppo murmured. "Just don't get us killed, Captain." Luffy looked strangely at Beppo, still scared. wondering if his companion is aware that he now has the power to destroy any island in this world, but that would be a matter for another time. Then the ship left the sky and finally returned to the sea as it headed towards the kingdom's gate. "Luffy, we're arriving," Han One exclaimed beside him, her demeanor no longer forced, leaving room only for a girl hopelessly in love. "That's true, but we have to resolve this quicker than I wish, since I still need to do some things." Luffy smiled at her, making her nod, as Luffy had explained the situation to the pirate empress. As soon as the ship entered, a crowd of women awaited the return of their empress, even though they didn't know why she had suddenly left. "Captain, we're going to be killed," Beppo shouted beside him, scared as he cowered. "Why do hairy men seem to be so fearful?" an Amazon from the deck asked, looking at Beppo acting as he was. Beppo continued trembling. Luffy looked at him and just shook his head, thinking his companion was exaggerating. As soon as the ship arrived at the island's port, Luffy and Han One stepped out through the bow into the midst of the crowd of Amazons, some of whom pointed at Luffy asking who she was, since Luffy was not wearing clothes and they wondered why he had such hard and small chest in a strange shape. "Who is that? Do you know her? Why does she dress so strangely? That hat she wears is so funny, she looks so poorly dressed." The exclamations started while the island's inhabitants didn't know it was Luffy, and the Kuja pirates seemed unwilling to speak of him. Luffy looked at Han One and smiled. "Your people are quite funny. Don't pay much attention to them, they never see men, so they don't know how to differentiate one." Han One commented in a sweet tone as she led Luffy to the castle. "Look at that bear," an Amazon from the city pointed at Beppo. "What happened to her? Why is she full of white fur?" "It must be a disease." "That's not a woman, it's a bear," clarified the last one. "Come on, Mr. Bear, no one will attack you, I promise," Marigold commented while trying to calm the fearful bear, hoping to be attacked by arrows. As soon as they arrived at the palace, Luffy and Han One went in to organize their wedding. It didn't take long for an elderly woman to appear in front of the pirate. "So you are Monkey D. Luffy. Interesting, since you've had the eyes of the world on you since you came to the sea," she commented, analyzing as she circled him. "And you must be Gloriosa, the former empress of this kingdom," Luffy commented calmly. "You're not wrong, let's see. Good muscles. Your skin color is stable. Seems healthy, my verdict is the children will be born very well," she announced after inspecting Luffy thoroughly. "Really?" Han One shouted beside him, excited. Luffy looked unsure what to say, as this was even too much for him. "Anyway, let's get organized," Luffy asked to focus. "Yes, you're right." Han One spoke and turned her attention to the sisters. "Gather the entire kingdom tomorrow morning. We will announce the news. For now place Luffy's crewmate in his room and I will speak with my future husband tonight alone," she announced brightly. Her sisters just sighed, knowing what kind of talk they would have, even with Luffy muffling the moans. The night passed and Luffy and Han One spent another sleepless night. The next day after breakfast, Han One appeared on the balcony. "Han One-sama." The women screamed excitedly seeing Han One and looked at her lovingly as a common occurrence. "Listen, people of Amazon Lily," Han One started as her people calmed down. "I am here today to announce something important." She had a serious face when she closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she was a woman lost in love. "I've come to announce that I'm getting married," she shouted excitedly. All the Amazons fell silent at that moment, trying to process everything they had heard. "Did I hear right?" said a tall woman. "Han One-sama said she would marry?" a chubby one asked beside her. "She said marry, like, with a real man?" a blonde asked. "Han One-sama, you're going to marry a man?" someone asked loudly, quite shocked. Han One looked at them and nodded excitedly. "Yes, this empress has finally found her happiness. So, I will start my family," she said. "Han One-sama seems so happy," someone commented. "She is so beautiful saying that." "I'm in love," another person commented. "If she's happy, we should be too, right?" another Amazon. "Even though I've never seen a man. If Han One-sama is happy with it, then I support her," another Amazon commented joyfully. "Yes, Han One-sama is going to marry," another shouted. Soon the crowd began to cheer the announcement, and everyone shouted in support. Han One looked satisfied at the crowd. "Thank you for cheering for this empress's happiness," she shouted. After that, Luffy sighed as the country entered a festive mood. Nobody knew it was Luffy, the man who would marry the Empress, since they just thought he was a girl with heart and strange chest while displaying them to everyone. Beppo, calmer after seeing that nobody attacked him, managed to sigh while getting ready for the wedding. Since Luffy forced him to be the best man, it would be either Beppo or a chimpanzee that worked with Shiki at the time. So, a large stage was set up in Amazon Lily. Luffy wore a tuxedo and came out to the country with many women realizing he was the man. "You are a man," the women accused Luffy. "You're going to marry our Empress. You better take good care of her, otherwise." A woman showed a knife, and Luffy just shrugged. He went to the place and Gloriosa would perform the ceremony. "Didn't you dress up?" Luffy raised the question to the woman. "Do I need to? Spare me, young man," she said mockingly and continued. "Anyway, your future wife is coming." She pointed behind. Luffy saw Han One wearing a long white wedding dress, being led by her two sisters to the stage. Luffy waited for her to approach, coming with a shy look, looking at Luffy as if he was a dream, like any woman in love. Gloriosa waited for Han One to approach and stand beside Luffy as she started the ceremony. Gloriosa, with her clear voice, began the ceremony. "We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of two souls. A union that started with a possible alliance and now they are about to have their lives intertwined with one another." She then turned to Luffy. "Monkey D. Luffy, do you take Boa Han One to be your life partner? To protect her as you navigate the stormy seas and explore unknown horizons together?" Luffy, with an iconic smile, replied without hesitation, "Yes, I do." Turning to Han One, Gloriosa asked, "Boa Han One, do you take Monkey D. Luffy to be your life partner, to stand by his side through the adventures that await and face the challenges of the seas together?" Han One, with tears of happiness in her eyes, replied softly, "Yes, I do." "Then, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. May your journey together be long and full of adventures. You may seal this union with a kiss." Luffy and Han One moved closer, and the kiss they shared was a testament to the pact they had just formed. The crowd of Amazons exploded in applause and cheers, celebrating the happiness of their Empress and the union before them. The celebration began in the kingdom with a grand party. The women discovered Beppo was a man and asked if all men were like him. Ignoring the existence of Luffy, the polar bear even became quite embarrassed with the attention he received. Luffy and Han One sat at the main table as the official couple while Han One fed him by her initiative, saying she was training to be a good wife. Luffy couldn't complain much. Despite not liking to be pampered or treated like a child, he let it happen on this day. After a while, Luffy took his first wife in this world and flew her to the castle through the sky. He spent the rest of the night without sleep again. "Captain, so I should go without you?" Beppo asked cautiously. "Yes, you just have to follow the Vivre card to Skypia and lead the islands to that side," Luffy commented on the side. He left the room after taking a shower the next day and went to find his companion, asking him to return to Skypia without him for the time being. "But what if those men from Shiki attack me?" Beppo was scared. "Listen, Beppo, you can beat them all. You have a power that the world government fears. You can send meteors the size of islands to any place in the world." Luffy tried to put some reasoning into the bear's head. "I can?" Beppo asked, surprised. "Yes, you can. But, stop being pessimistic. Take this." Luffy had to resort to his last card. He took out an item from the store, a very special item, as it was an afro that he used in Whiskey Peak to fight against Baroque works. "This?" Beppo froze when Luffy placed the afro on his head. "Tell me, Beppo, does the undefeated Beppo fear anything?" Luffy asked, crossing his arms. Beppo, who had a shocked look, quickly turned it into a determined one. "Of course not, Captain," he said. "That's very good. Now go to the sky and lead the islands to Skypia. You must show who's boss if anyone dares to challenge the undefeated Beppo," Luffy commented, making Beppo's eyes shine. "Yes, Captain," he said and flew out the window to the sky. "What a strange change of personality," Luffy commented, and Gloriosa, seeing this from a distance, could not help but comment, "You really know how to handle your crew, from what I see," she murmured. "It's true, however, now I must deal with my wife," Luffy commented and left the place, returning to Han One's room, as their honeymoon was just beginning. 5 days passed while Luffy and Han One did not leave the room. The Snake Sisters always asked if they needed to eat, but the only responses were moans, making them run away in shame. One day Luffy finally left the room with Han One. What kind of animals are you? Gloriosa shouted, seeing their leaner state. Ha 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 ha. Give me food, and lots of it, Luffy laughed and requested. After spending 2 hours returning to his normal state, Luffy had to leave the island. As we agreed, my wife. You must take care of these children for now. I will return after training with my crew and stay alert for big events happening. The seas will change soon. Luffy commented, holding the woman's face. After all, he had to take care of her for the rest of his life. I know, I understood what you said, but it's still so hard to see you going away, she commented sadly. I know, but we'll meet in the next 2 months, so wait for me a little longer, okay? Luffy spoke softly. Alright. Han had to accept in the end. Goodbye everyone. We'll meet again soon. Luffy announced and flew to the sky. As soon as he was above the island, instead of heading to Skypia, he flew at his maximum speed to the South Blue. After all, there was a person there he had made a promise to many years ago. He had to see if that person still wanted to keep it. 521 Chapter 205. Chapter size. 1700 words. Third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. Attention. I am doing Luffy going to Elegia, but there is nothing that proves his actual location, so I will say it is in the South Blue, close to the Red Wall in the center of the world. After becoming a married man, Luffy wasted no time and flew towards the South Blue. There was someone specific he needed to meet before rejoining his crew. He sliced through the sky, maneuvering among the clouds with agility at a speed increased by 70 times. Enemies following the Vivre cards of Doflamingo and Patre-on found themselves forced to change course repeatedly, trying to guess where Luffy was heading to confuse their pursuers. Not that he thought anyone too powerful for him to handle would come after him at this time. He still kept them in his pocket, to negotiate their freedom in the future, earning some money from the world government. His journey continued over the vast sea, passing through various islands after crossing the Calm Belt and finally entering the Southern Sea, where the climate was much calmer than the Grand Line. He followed the Eternal Pose to Elegia and headed in that direction for the next few days without rest as he approached the place, finally seeing it one day as a small point on the horizon. This country is known worldwide as the capital of music, but something terrible happened a few years ago, announced as Shanks, the redhead, being the main cause of this disaster when he visited the island. Time passed, and in Elegia, after the island had gone through this disaster, it had risen again. The city of music had started to sing joyfully again after more than a decade in construction. The city was bustling with commerce again. Besides the basics like food, the trade in musical instruments was quite large here. Luffy arrived on the island and landed out of sight of everyone before entering the city. He put on a cloak to cover his face so as not to be identified. It wasn't his style to hide, but he just wanted to stroll around peacefully before finding the person he wanted here, since he would be easily recognized and could cause the entire kingdom to panic with a pirate of 750 million berries walking through the streets. Entering the crowd of people on the main street, he walked calmly. Shanks was here a long time ago. It's a link to the kingdom. Luffy had to admit as he looked around, there were giant, shining crystals while a huge stage was under construction. People were singing and playing instruments all over the place, turning this place into a true country of music. Come see, come hear. Guitars with strings that capture the essence of the wind, flutes that whisper the stories of the seas. Each note a journey, each melody an adventure. A seller announced as Luffy passed by. Another exclaimed nearby, selling local food. Sweet melodies for your ears and sweet flavors for your soul. Try the melody cake. A recipe passed down for generations, as sweet as the songs of Elegia. With a guitar in hand and a voice echoing through the streets, an artist sang, "Oh, Elegia, land of music and magic. Your beauty reborn, stronger with each day." The crowd around stopped to listen, some shiny coins being thrown in his direction in appreciation. A man tried to approach Luffy at that moment, showing off a green crystal. Elegia crystals, straight from our mines. Not just beautiful, but capable of amplifying the beauty of your music. A touch of magic for every musician's home. But Luffy just ignored him and kept walking. As Luffy wandered and looked at everything this country had to offer, he felt a presence approaching him directly. Suddenly, a peculiar melody cut through the air, distinct from the other songs filling the streets. It was an incredibly beautiful voice, so captivating that for a brief moment, Luffy found himself caught up in the music, his feet moving almost against his will. Luffy realized someone was trying to control him with this music, which, besides being beautiful, had a power behind the melody trying to enchant him. He stopped abruptly, his quick reaction surprising the source of the melody. The person behind him did not expect their attempt at enchantment to fail, nor did they expect Luffy to be able to discern the hidden intention in the music. Luffy spun on his heels with astonishing speed, ready to confront the source of this mysterious music. He reached out to grab the person's arm and discover their intentions. But then, the female voice of the person soared, the melody intensifying in an effort to disorient him. It had some effect on Luffy, as the person managed to slip from his grasp and run scared to the other side while running through the streets. "Can she affect me a bit?" Luffy commented, a bit surprised to see that the person had escaped and was running at that moment. Luffy looked at the person from under his cloak, who also had their own cloak hiding their face, while they continued to run looking scared. He began to question who it could be, and only one person came to his mind at that moment. Could it be? He murmured, looking at the person, and decided to take action. "Wait!" he shouted as the person ran through the crowd with many looking at them in surprise. He ran after the person and would quickly catch up, but she released her melody, making him fall behind or causing people to get in his way. He could deal with that, but he didn't want to scare her if it was who he thought it might be, so he decided on another approach. The fleeing person looked back while running and singing. She saw that the cloaked stranger was no longer following her, which relieved her greatly, but she continued to run and sing so that the people around her would help her without realizing it. She darted through the streets and entered an alley in the city, emerging into a garden and entering a forest. After running another 2 kilometers, she finally found a kind of cave with a lake, laughed, and crystals, where she used this place to calm down. "What was that?" the person murmured with a bit of fear. "He wasn't enchanted and almost caught me. I'll have to deal with him in another way. I can't let a pirate wander freely on this island," she continued talking to herself. She lifted her cloak, and her 2 colored hair fell out. This girl was a resident of this country since there had been a disaster. A possessor of the Uta no Mi. She has abilities that not only enhance her singing and convey her feelings through her voice but can confuse senses, create illusions, and even create an illusory world. She ended up falling in love with this country after being abandoned by her father, and always defended this place, as always, trying to get rid of pirates that enter the kingdom. She can sense their auras, although not seeing the real extent of them. She can see how a person may have done bad things, and Luffy was no different. He did what he wanted, and he ended up threatening, stealing, and killing as he progressed on his journey, as he always said he was not a good person. When Luffy entered the city, Uta, who was strolling hidden, saw his aura and wanted to rid of that person she noticed was a pirate hidden in a cloak. Approaching him, she began to sing, to lead him into a corner and get rid of him. But it seems this one was quite different from the previous ones. He not only resisted her singing with some difficulty but also pursued her, making the girl have to flee and use her powers to aid her escape. She had no idea that there was someone above her at that moment, watching her closely. Meanwhile, the same girl sat down after breathing a sigh of relief in front of a small lake, hoping she wouldn't encounter that person again, and started to sing a small melody to ease her racing heart. She sang something that reminded her of a brief time she lived in the East Blue, where she had met 2 brothers, one of whom had made a promise with a childhood passion. Her melody turned sad, and all the plants seemed to shrink around her with it. She liked to think of that time as something happy, but it soon became something sad, as she had lost everything shortly after and would never return to that place or see those people again, her father and Luffy. "Why do I still sing this song when it brings me so many thoughts of everything I've lost? I miss it so much," she murmured, stopping her singing as she wiped her tears and looked at her reflection in the water. "I still remember this song when you liked to sing it for me and my sister. I miss that time a lot too." "Uta." A voice emerged behind the girl, and she turned around alarmed, seeing that it was the person who was wearing the same cloak that chased her, but his face was no longer covered. "No, you." Surprise and disbelief took over her expression. Before her stood Luffy, no longer the boy from her memories, but the man she had seen in the newspapers in recent months. "It's been a long time since I've seen you, Uta," Luffy commented, looking at the woman he hadn't seen in more than 10 years. A girl he had always loved since he was a child, and became furious when Shanks told him she had died, where the whole incident with the Yonkou losing his arm happened. "Is it really you?" she murmured with a broken heart, letting more tears stream down her eyes. "Yes. Shanks told me you died more than 10 years ago, but I'm glad that never happened." Luffy opened a small melancholic smile seeing his old friend. 521 Chapter 206. Chapter size. 2,200 words. Third person POV. Elegia, South Blue. Luffy. Uda seemed to move on her own and didn't know when she had started running towards Luffy at that moment. Luffy let the emotional girl hug him as she jumped on him with quite a bit of force, hugging him back while his arms went around her back. Luffy, she cried out while squeezing his neck. Uda, Luffy calmly commented. I'm so happy to see you after all these years. Are you really real? Uda continued to exclaim, and Luffy thought about how she had been in a complicated situation over the last few years, and he didn't need to be an expert in observation haki to see the darkness that surrounded her from blaming herself all this time. Me too, Uda. I'm really happy to see you again, after all this time. Luffy cracked a small smile. They stayed embraced for a while, feeling each other's body heat. It was only after 10 minutes that Luffy picked her up by the waist and moved her back a bit while they looked into each other's eyes the whole time. Let's sit down, you have a beautiful place here, why not enjoy it a bit? Luffy invited, and Uda followed him to sit in front of the place. I still can't believe it's you. But you are real, that's what matters, she said, sitting down next to him and leaning her shoulder against the old friend as if he would escape at any moment. Yes, I found this island after a few days of traveling. Luffy wasn't bothered at all by Uda invading his space. But how did you find me? How did you know you would find me here? No one has ever shown up, she said with a sad tone. Look, Uda. I couldn't have come here before, and Shanks never talked about it. I only found out a few months ago, so I came here as soon as I could. I didn't want to leave you here alone anymore. He commented in a tone he usually didn't use. Luffy really cared for Uda and didn't want her to stay here. You don't want to leave me here alone? She asked. Yes, I want to take you with me. Luffy got straight to the point. What? No, you can't just come here and say something like that. Uda looked at him surprised. Uda, let's talk about this later. Okay. I just want to see how an old friend is doing. Luffy wanted to first talk with her before discussing his plans. Uda sighed and nodded. Alright, tell me how your life has been. How is Lucy? I saw in the newspaper that she was a Marine. Uda asked curiously. Luffy began to tell her about his life, how Shanks had given him the hat, and his subsequent years with Curly Dayton. What? You were raised by mountain bandits? Uda laughed at that. Yes, you should have seen, we suffered when Lucy ate all the food, and we tried to make her spit it all out again. Luffy smiled. So, you ended up having other brothers? She commented, placing her hands on her chin while looking at the lake. Yes, Ace and Sabo, they're still around. I met Ace recently and beat him up. I will meet Sabo soon. Luffy commented. You're always so violent, she commented, displeased. Didn't you see my bounty? I'm a pirate worth 750 million. Luffy laughed proudly. You really became a pirate. It's no wonder I saw your aura when I found you in town. Uda still sounded dissatisfied. That's how I am, Uda. You knew that before even wanting to make a promise with me. Remember? I shouted that I would dominate all the seas of this world. Luffy mentioned with a smile. Mentioning that made Uda quite embarrassed as a blush appeared on her face. You remember the promise? She murmured but then lowered her head. I doubt we can fulfill it. You already have a woman, that Yamato from the newspaper. Her voice broke at the end, like a broken heart. Luffy remained silent, until he sighed and took the girl's hand. How about we have a date today? This island seems quite interesting. No past, no commitments, just you and me, he asked. A date? She seemed surprised by that. Yes, however, I will have to wear a mask. I don't want to be recognized as an evil pirate here. It wouldn't be nice, Luffy commented. Phew, ha 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 ha. You're right, people would start running. Uda began to laugh, imagining the scene. So, that's a yes, Luffy commented, leaving the girl flustered. You've become much bolder than I remember. You were much more shy and innocent. Where did that boy I met go, huh? She finally said and continued. Alright, a date tonight. Even in conflict, she ended up accepting to go out with her old childhood crush. Luffy smiled at Uda's response. He helped her up, and together, they started walking towards her house as she led the way. Uda was entrusted to the protection under the king of the music realm. But she lived in a separate house by her own choice, being a house on a small hill. Both Luffy and Uda put on cloaks again and began to walk through the city, while Uda took the initiative to grab Luffy's hand and lead him to her house. Arriving at Uda's house after leaving the city, They entered the place, and Luffy almost laughed at so many feminine things and musical instruments. Luffy looked around with interest. "You've made a beautiful home here, Uda. It has a very personal touch." "Thank you, I wanted to make a place to call my own," Uda said. "Hey, Uda, do you still play that violin? I remember you practicing on the ship's deck." Luffy asked. Looking at the small and quite old object in a corner, he still remembered the girl playing a similar one during his time with Shanks. "Oh, yes, I still play. Actually, I've been composing some music. Maybe I can play for you later," Uda replied, a shy smile forming on her lips. "Hey, is this me and Lucy?" Luffy pointed to a paper on the wall where there were stick figures of children. "I don't know what you're talking about." Uda quickly ran and removed the paper from the wall before Luffy could see more. "Ha ha ha ha. No need to be so embarrassed." Luffy smiled at her. "I'll get ready, wait for me. You can take a shower after me," she mentioned, grabbing a towel and heading for the shower. She came out a while later and went to her room wrapped in a towel with a blush on her face. Luffy entered the bathroom the next moment, taking a shower and buying some clothes from the store to wear. While Uda was still in her room, Luffy stayed in the living room, waiting for the girl to get ready. She came out soon after and was surprised by Luffy as soon as she saw him. Luffy, despite his usually carefree nature, had his own style and surprised the girl by choosing an elegant outfit for the date with Uda. He wore a white t-shirt with a black jacket and dark pants with boots of the same color. Still wearing the hat, he put on a Japanese mask of a red demon, hiding his face. "You chose a nice outfit, but that mask is scary," Uda commented while crossing her arms around her breasts. "Don't mind that, it's style. Besides, you look very beautiful." Luffy smiled at the girl. Uda, for her part, chose a dress that hugged her curves. It had a baby blue fabric that made her look quite beautiful in it. Her hair, notable for its two distinct colors, was loose, falling over her shoulders in soft waves. Uda's mask was of a P1 with feathers, quite elegant for the girl. "So you're quite famous here?" Luffy asked, approaching her. "Why do you think I hid in the crowd today?" she said, waiting for him to come closer. "I doubt you can hide just with a mask, but shall we go?" Luffy commented, waiting for her to take his hand. As soon as Uda took his hand, he led her out of the house, heading towards the city for a night just between the two of them, forgetting their past and problems. They walked together through the island, drawing attention from people walking through the city night, recognizing the couple in masks with elegant clothes. "That hair color. It's Uda-san," someone shouted in surprise. Uda was much more famous than Luffy had imagined, as she was an idol here. "Who's that? He's such a tall man," someone exclaimed since Luffy was 2.10 meters tall and Uda only 170. "Uda-san is dating," a young man cried. "It seems so. I would never have imagined this. Uda-san has always been so reserved, but I still wonder who is the handsome guy behind the mask," a young woman murmured. "You're quite famous, aren't you?" Luffy commented. "I sing every weekend, the island gets a lot of tourists on that day, so I'm quite well known," she commented. "I see, you deserve your success then." Luffy smiled behind the mask. "My dream is to make my music reach everyone in this world. I'm sure I will achieve it and I will create an ideal world where everyone will be happy," she exclaimed, and Luffy didn't say anything to that. Imagining the future she would encounter. Today she is a bit different from herself 2 years in the future, but that would soon change if Luffy didn't take her away from this place. They finally arrived at an elegant place as requested by Uda, who liked this place. Luffy ordered 2 tables at the highest spot facing the sea and they sat down to talk. "What can I bring for you?" the waiter asked, and Luffy ordered some wine. Luffy and Uda continued to talk like old friends about all the subjects they hadn't yet discussed. Luffy talked about his journey and the people, but that he won in the East Blue. Uda talked about her life on the island and how she made friends with some of them. Everyone loved the girl. Uda got a bit loose with the wine while Luffy managed to resist better. "Tell me, Luffy, do you still love me?" she suddenly asked, which made Luffy raise an eyebrow. "You're drunk, I won't have this kind of conversation with you," Luffy shrugged. "But our promise was to stay together. You're married, you broke our promise," she murmured in the last part. "Do you love me, Uta?" Luffy asked. "Of course I do. I've always loved you. I wished we could stay together, maybe even in that small village in the East Blue, but so much happened. Still, I had hoped you would come here to take me after Shanks left me. But when you finally come, you have someone else," she said, quite sad with the effect of the drink. The few people that were there looked surprised at Uda's words. Sorry about that. She realized her words and apologized. I'm exaggerating, can you take me home? She said, and Luffy sighed. It seems this night wasn't as pleasant as he imagined, but he respected Uda. Luffy paid the bill and they left the restaurant. Can you carry me on your back? Uda suddenly asked. On my back? How about we fly a bit? Luffy asked. Fly? Can you do that? She asked, surprised, and before she could react, Luffy grabbed her like a princess and flew into the sky. This is amazing, she murmured fearlessly as she looked at the island below them and the moon in the sky. Luffy made this kind of trip until her house, landing softly at the door. I've never flown before, she said excitedly. At least she had a moment of fun and without drama during that night. I'm glad you liked it. Luffy gave a small smile. Let's go inside, you'll sleep here tonight, she said and opened the door. I'll sleep on the couch then. Luffy commented as he arranged the space in the living room while the girl entered the bedroom without saying anything. Luffy, you don't need to sleep on the couch. Luffy heard Uda open the door and saw her looking at him while covering her breasts. I want you, Luffy. I want at least one night with the man I love, she said timidly, but with some courage. Luffy would talk to her tomorrow about these things. He wanted her as his woman too in this life, and would speak when she was more sober, but seeing her looking with desire, even with a bit of alcohol for courage, how could Luffy refuse this woman? 521 Chapter 207, Chapter Size, 1700 words, Third Person Pav. Elegia, South Blue. Luffy stood up calmly and approached the Uda. You really want this? I don't want to take advantage of you while you're drunk, we can talk about it tomorrow, he said as he stood a few centimeters from the girl still covering her breasts. I want you, Luffy. Maybe we can't be together, but I want you for tonight and I want you to be the person I sleep with. So at least give me that, she said with a big blush on her face. Fine, but don't think it'll be just one night or that I'll leave you after making you mine. Luffy commented openly. He had never intended to let this woman walk out of his life. Uda looked at him shyly, but didn't speak, thinking that Luffy was only saying it to please her, but she didn't think it was bad either. Even if it was a lie, she fell for the pirate's sweet words. She took the initiative and kissed him passionately, and Luffy put the girl at ease as he took hold of her waist. She had never kissed anyone before in her life and Luffy sensed this in her awkward kiss, but led her on to make the most of his oldest friend. Luffy caught her calmly getting up and going into her room while not disconnecting from her mouth and led her to the bed. She let go of him looking at him with a saliva of desire on her lips. Take off your shirt, she ordered, and Luffy removed his night clothes as he went on top of the girl. Seeing her staring at him with difficulty breathing while there was a glint of desire in those purple eyes had made Luffy quite aroused. He attacked her the next moment as he pressed his chest against her breasts and crushed her with another kiss. Ah! She moaned as Luffy took his mouth away to kiss her neck, making the girl shiver with excitement, his lips moving past her neck as he began to explore her body. Serious goosebumps broke out as Luffy massaged him. Ah! Uda moaned. Luffy, what are you doing? Ah! He went on to feel her whole body until he reached her crotch with his hand, calmly passing over her pussy. She tried to close it, feeling the touch, but Luffy could feel how wet and hot she was. He kissed her again and made her spread her legs again, while he calmly ran his hand over her private parts. Uda felt this and clenched Luffy's back with her nails, but she couldn't even scratch the man's skin. I want you, Luffy. Make me your wife tonight, Uda murmured, drowning in the desire her body was feeling right now. She wanted him more than ever. Let me play with your body first. Luffy smiled and left her face to go to her crotch. Luffy! Uda exclaimed, feeling her insides being kissed by Luffy's lips, making her cry out with excitement, having never felt anything like it. What are you doing? She continued talking helplessly while Luffy said nothing but continued his work down there, making her think she was about to pee. Luffy, stop. I feel something coming, she exclaimed in fright, not wanting to do something like that to Luffy. But the pirate seemed even faster with his pussy and Uda could do nothing but let his bodily fluids leave her body. However, instead of pissing, as she thought, her pussy came, making her feel something like never before and her legs almost convulse with it. Looks like you've had a lot of fun, Luffy commented with a satisfied smile. What was that? She exclaimed without knowing what was happening to her body. This is normal, do you want to continue? Luffy asked. He saw how she didn't know anything about sex, so he didn't even force her to give him a blowjob and asked her if she wanted to continue. "Yes, I want you inside me. I told you to make me your wife tonight," she said, hoping that Luffy would continue, even though she felt quite weak. He looked at her with a loving tone, spreading his legs and taking out his penis. Luffy spat on it, since she wouldn't lubricate it, and moved closer to put it inside Uda. He ran his head over the skin, rubbing against her hymen, put a hand on her belly to increase the girl's recovery, and began to thrust inside her. "Luffy," she exclaimed with a moan, feeling Luffy's skin boiling inside her, making her body feel even more pleasure, with her even looking at him in surprise. "That hurts, but it feels so good," she said, looking up at him, and he approached her in a frontal position and kissed her. "I'm going to start, tell me if it hurts," he commented and began to move his hips. "Ah!" she cried out in pleasure again as Luffy moved calmly. When he noticed that she was getting used to and recovering quickly with her powers, she began to speed up, slamming hard against his hip. "Ah!" she kept moaning as Luffy kept speeding up, and Luffy looked at her to see if everything was all right, while she returned his gaze with desire and pulled him into a kiss. They stayed like that for 5 minutes without stopping, while Luffy pounded into her and his groin made a wet sound as he slapped her ass. Uda finally felt the same movement of her body. She was going to release her fluids once again. Ah! With the second spurt, she felt like she was about to pass out. "Give me a break, Luffy. You men should release your seed too. I want to make you feel good too," she commented with tender words, and Luffy gave her a small smile as he kissed her. 10 minutes into their kiss, Uda took the initiative as she turned Luffy over and carefully mounted on top of him. She looked up at him as she placed her hands against his chest and began to move her hips, feeling Luffy's penis inside her. "This is so good, I really love you," she murmured, feeling her ass slap against Luffy's as the man's one heated up inside her, making her melt with emotion as her body moved of its own accord. Luffy didn't say anything and let her mount him and ride him. He watched her as he squeezed her large breasts and felt her 2 colors of hair hit his face. Uda looked wilder as Luffy squeezed her breasts hard, making her drown in desire once again as she began to stop rolling over and start humping Luffy. Even outside, one could hear the sound of the girl moaning as a slapping sound was emitted with the friction between Luffy and Uda each time the girl slammed her ass into Luffy. Luffy was just lying there, satisfied as he felt the girl do everything, feeling his penis against his skin inside her, feeling a lot of pleasure with each thrust of the girl. Under the cloak of distant stars, Uda began to sing as she moaned, making Luffy look at her a little surprised. She was just happy and let her emotions take over as she felt pleasure and made her sing in the middle of that sex. "On the vast ocean, our hearts meet. Sails to the wind, towards the unknown," she sang without losing the rhythm of the song as she moved up and down. "But together, we're never lost. And in the sea breeze, I feel it, your whisper, sweet and infinite. In the waves, your laughter echoes, in every port, my love, I see you. Because it's with you that I want to sail, on cold nights, in your arms I rest. And even if the world tries to keep us apart, our love is the beacon to guide us." She continued singing while Luffy just enjoyed both the pleasure of her touch and her song sounded more like a confession of love between them. That night, both he and Uda were more connected than they had ever been. And under the moon, promises to whisper, "On this sea of love, we'll always sail. Through all the nights, until the end of days, I'll love you, my sweet melody." As soon as she finished the song, Luffy began to come inside her. Uda felt Luffy's seed spurt inside her, making her come at the feel of it. "Ah!" she moaned as she stopped humping Luffy's one and let her bodily fluids join those of the man she loved. "I'm so tired, Luffy, but so happy," she commented with a smile as she looked at the pirate. She still kept her hands on his chest, taking one and placing it on his belly. "If we had a son, what should we call him?" she joked happily, even though it was a deep desire of hers. After all, 99% of women in this world want to be mothers one day. "We can think about it when it happens. Right now you need to rest," Luffy soothed, pulling her into an embrace as he pulled his one out of her pussy, semen gushing and dripping from it. "I still want to continue, that was so good, Luffy. I want to enjoy it more," she said with difficulty breathing and drunk on strong emotions at that moment. "Yes, come on. I'll do as much as you want, but let's take a break," he said, wanting her to rest a little before continuing. After all, they had many hours before daylight. "Yes," she said, putting her head against Luffy's chest, while he hugged her back with the hand underneath and squeezed her ass with one hand, feeling her serious breasts crush against his chest. They stayed like that for a while, just enjoying each other's body heat. After an hour, they had started all over again. Luffy took advantage of Uda as best he could. He taught her how to do all sorts of pleasures, while the room went into a sequence of moans as Uda and Luffy came for the next few hours. The sun finally came out, sweeping away the night as they continued to enjoy each other's time as man and woman. 521 Chapter 208, Chapter Size 2,300 words. Third person POV. Elegia, South Blue. Luffy woke up the next morning next to Uda. The girl was one while he embraced her in his arms after a great session of sex between them. She seemed quite tired, but at the same time, carefree. It seems we are finally together, Luffy thought, as he enjoyed having her in his arms. After all, he still remembered the promise they made as children to live together no matter what happens, so he was a little excited about it. At that moment, Uda began to wake up, fluttering her eyelashes, as she looked against the morning light into her room and found herself in the arms that enveloped her chest and stomach, making her memories immediately surface about what happened last night with quite a surprise. She was a bit scared, seeing that even though it was great and she really wanted Luffy with the help of alcohol, they had done all those things despite him being a married man. After all, he had not denied that fact. Worried, Uda looked at Luffy's hands where she felt his hands squeezing her bare breasts. Luffy. She broke the silence between them. What we did yesterday wasn't right, I was drunk. She commented with a certain tone of regret. Although Luffy felt sadness, he was surprised and even a bit disappointed hearing that. Luffy calmly looked at her hair while lying behind her. That's strange, you seem to have liked it a lot, he said, seeing that it relieved the mood, not wanting to appear disappointed now. She did not disagree with his words, leaving her with a great blush on her face without Luffy being able to hear, but at the same time wanting to slap that guy, while she still felt her breasts being crushed by his hands. Luffy, you have a wife. How can you say something like that? She exclaimed, dissatisfied. After all, what would she be? Just his mistress. Yes, you're right, I have a wife, however. It's not who you imagine if you're thinking of Yamato. Luffy commented in a neutral tone, and Uda was a bit surprised. Yamato and I have a relationship, but I haven't married her yet. I got married a few days ago in Amazon Lily with Boahan 1, the pirate empress, and we formed an alliance. Luffy commented and continued. As you can see, Uda, I intend to have many wives. After all, I am a selfish man with a big family. How can you say something like that? Uda commented. She was familiar with polygamy, but it was still hard to get used to since it was practiced only in some parts of the world and by great nobles. Even great ones like Gold D. Roger, Monkey D. Garp had monogamous relationships. I'm simply saying that I'm a selfish man, and I want you with me. You've always had a place with me, ever since we were children. Luffy spoke. I never lied when I said I would take you with me. I would like you by my side before we leave the island and sail together. Uda turned her face surprised, wondering if Luffy was telling the truth. She sighed with a sad heart. Luffy, you really are that kind of man. Luffy remained expressionless and simply replied calmly. What can I say? You're talking to the man who wants to conquer the entire sea. You know I've always been selfish and ambitious. Yes, I have women I love by my side. That's always been something I planned, and you've always had your place with me. Ever since I found out about your whereabouts, I've always hoped you would come with me. This island doesn't do you well, Uda, and you know it, he said. She turned against him, staring at him with a certain anger, no longer caring about her one body. Luffy, I can't just go away. This is all so sudden, I can't just go with you. She spoke while Luffy just stared at her with still a neutral face. Luffy didn't know how truly divided Uda was. After everything she remembered from last night, his words, the feelings she felt while they were making love, the carefree emotion upon waking up in the arms of the man she always loved. Uda was torn. On one side there was the promise she had made along with her feelings. On the other, she had built her life here and did not want to lose everything again, like what happened when she was a child, while also struggling with the jealousy of Luffy having other women he claimed to love. This made her turn her face away and start to have tears in her eyes. Uda. Luffy spoke again, seeing her crying. I don't want to leave you, you should be by my side. It's not right, Luffy. She said amidst the tears. You're a pirate wanted all over the world. You know how much I hate that. I don't want that kind of life. I hate violence. You and I can't be together. She exclaimed. She began, seeming like her heart was starting to shatter with the following words. I want you to go away. Even though it felt like there were needles in her heart with each of those words, Uda said this through her tears. Luffy was silent for a while, then he simply lifted her from his arms and began to rise from the bed. "I guess you're right," he said as he was going to grab his clothes to leave. Uda remained frozen on the bed as soon as Luffy left her, trembling without knowing what she had said. "I'm leaving," Luffy said in a tone that was even a bit tired. Uda remained on the bed while her world seemed to collapse with her there frozen. "Goodbye, Uda. I hope you achieve everything you aim for in life," Luffy commented and left the room. Luffy went to the door, knowing that once he passed through there, everything between him and Uda was over and they would just be strangers. Walking to the door and pulling the handle, something stopped him. "I'm sorry," he felt his back being pressed with the girl hugging him while trembling. "Sorry," she said again while her jacket was getting wet with her tears. "Sorry," she repeated and Luffy said nothing with his hand on the handle. "Sorry," she shouted waiting for a response from Luffy who still hadn't said anything. "Please, sorry. Talk to me. I don't want you to leave," she continued exclaiming while trembling and crying hugging his back. "Sorry, I don't want you to go away. I don't want you to leave me. I don't want to lose you too. I lost everything one day and you are someone I don't want to leave me. I thought you leaving would be better for both of us, but I'm mistaken. I can't stand to see you go away. I'll be your wife. I'll accept your other women, I'll accept that you're a pirate. But don't leave me. I love you. I've always loved you. I don't want anyone else in my life but you. Luffy. So don't leave me," she said as her tears continued to pour. Luffy turned to face her for the first time. He let go of the handle and looked at her, while she looked back at him with fear, as if he was going to disappear and never appear again, something that Luffy planned as soon as he was scorned by this woman. He would never accept someone like that again. "I spoke the truth, Uda." He began speaking for the first time. "I want you in my life and we have a promise, one that I was willing to fulfill, but you know what kind of life I have. You know what kind of person I am. I have my own ambitions. You know that I will go to war with the world if necessary to achieve my goals and that will probably happen." Luffy spoke and continued. "Everything you hate, I'm going to do. I'm not a lover of peace. I'm not a good Samaritan. I'm not a good person. You are a good person, not me." He sighed and continued. "You want to build a happy world. I want to build a world of freedom, and for that to happen, it will only happen on a mountain of blood and many people will die for my ambitions. Do you really want to go through that by my side?" Luffy said in a serious tone while looking into Uda's trembling eyes. "Because if that's not the case, I'll walk out that door and we'll never see each other again. If you really want to be with me, you have to be prepared to go through all of this. Are you really willing to endure everything I'm going to do, even being what you hate the most?" he asked with the same serious tone. Uda continued crying, just looking and listening to everything Luffy was saying. She was a bit torn, despite her heart still screaming to follow this man. After a second of hesitation, she finally decided, hugging him tightly. "I will stay with you. I will follow you no matter what happens. Don't leave me. I don't want to lose you again." She kept crying. "No matter the path you choose, I will be by your side." Luffy stared at her for a moment, making sure her words were true, that she would indeed endure the atrocities he would do in the future. Then, for the first time, Luffy returned the hug, covering her one body again. In the end, time passed in that house, and the sun continued to rise that morning until it reached midday. Luffy and Uda were having coffee after talking a bit more. The crying had been replaced by laughter with each other, like a couple in love. In the end, she sat on his lap to have coffee while he hugged her. They seemed to have come out of a honeymoon, very different from the atmosphere that almost broke this bond forever. "Haha, you remind me of Lucy," Uda said, watching Luffy devour the food. "I might be a glutton, but I still can't out-eat my sister, you know that," he said with a small smile. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard. Uda looked a bit surprised, as almost no one comes to bother her in the morning. Now she was already dressed, though only wearing shorts and a t-shirt. She went to the door, opened it, and was surprised, for it was the king of Elegia, Gordon. He was there to see her, after hearing a rumor that Uda had gone to dinner with a man, which left him quite surprised and even cautious, since Uda never cared for the boys on the island. Knowing that she was going out with someone surprised him. So, he came to check for himself but was even more shocked to see the man sitting in a chair in Uda's kitchen. And it was not just any man, but a pirate worth 750 million berries. A pirate who had caused big news in the world and now was there, eating at Uda's table. "What is this?" Isn't this the pirate monkey D. Luffy? Gordon commented, and Uda looked for a moment before speaking. Yes, he is Monkey D. Luffy and my childhood friend, she said, surprising the king, since he did not know that Uda had a connection with this pirate from the Monkey D. family. Monkey D. Luffy got up from the table and approached the king of Elegia with a characteristic smile. Hello, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will conquer all evils. And you are the king of this country, aren't you? Uda wanted to hit Luffy at that moment as she stared at him seriously. Gordon was once again surprised by the man's statement. Well, this is a surprise to see you here. Are you here to visit a friend? He asked Luffy, but Luffy just smiled. No, I'm here to pick up my woman. Luffy spoke confidently, leaving the man even more stunned. What does that mean, Uda? He turned to the girl as she seemed quite shy. It's true. Luffy and I are more than friends. I've always loved him and waited for him for years. Now, because he appeared, I am willing to go with him. She said still shyly, a bit reluctant to say this to the man who raised her. Elegia looked at his adoptive daughter quite surprised and then at Luffy, and turning back to her, he asked seriously, "Do you really want this?" She answered, her heart guiding her, "Yes, I want to be with him." "Will you really take care of her?" He looked at Luffy at that moment also asking seriously. "Yes, but things are still not settled, since I still have a demon to kill on this island." Luffy commented, thinking of the creature that caused chaos years ago and Luffy had to finish what Shanks couldn't complete more than a decade ago, the origin of all the pain in Uda. 521 Chapter 209, Chapter Size. 2100 words. Third person POV. Elegia, South Blue. I'm creating an AU here. I didn't know how to deal with Tot Musica, so I made him in a different way just to destroy him. After Luffy had declared his intention, the room fell silent. Are you serious? Gordon asked alarmed, breaking the silence, and Uda was surprised by Luffy. Luffy looked at him and said calmly, I wanted to solve a problem once and for all. Shrugging with both being quite surprised by this, then Luffy reveals, I know the demon is still trapped and I know that in the future it could free itself. Shanks couldn't destroy them many years ago, but I can, with my powers, Luffy said confidently. Gordon was a bit cautious about this. Are you sure about this? Do you know what you're getting into? This could cause the destruction of the island. Yes, I know. That's why I want to destroy it. It will be dangerous for the next eras, when the Uta no Mi falls into the hands of another user, he said, looking at Uda. Gordon looked at him for a while before turning his eyes to Uda, who seemed to hesitate against it, as she wasn't foolish enough not to know the truth of what happened many years ago, even if she doesn't know everything. Luffy breaks the silence. I don't want to waste any more time with this, he speaks. I intend to destroy it today. I just need you to evacuate the area of the sanctuary, he said and turned to Uda. You will come with me to summon, and I will destroy it. Don't worry, we will finish this. Luffy said, approaching. Uda looked scared. Don't worry. I'll destroy it, Luffy said, taking her hand. Trust me. Despite the reluctance, Gordon ended up accepting, as this seems to be a pirate capable of doing so, given his fame in the newspaper, while Uda trusts Luffy's words. Let's go. Luffy picks up Uda and Gordon was going to make an announcement for everyone to leave a certain area of the island. Luffy and Uda fly to a certain area below the Elegia crystals. There was a wall with a scripture, one that Uda found many years ago and was enchanted with the lettering and began to sing, causing the demon's release. Let's wait a bit, as people need to leave the area while Gordon makes the announcement, he said, sitting down in a place and asking Uda to stay by his side. Luffy, will everything be okay? She asked, still cautious. Yes, I'll take care of this, don't worry too much about it. Luffy comments, as Uda leans on his shoulder and begins to sing a melody without lyrics. 1 hour later, Luffy sighs. I think it's time for us to start. Gordon must have done his job in clearing the area. Let's begin. Luffy comments, and Uda nods, approaching the area where there was the stone with the music that only Uda could read and sing. I trust you, Luffy. She sighs and starts to sing the song. Luffy remains quiet in a corner, just listening and even enjoying the music. As the music was sung, Uda didn't seem very comfortable, but continued to sing anyway. As soon as it reached a certain part of the song, the entire wall began to glow and started emitting a blinding light while everything began to tremble. Luffy? She asked worriedly. You can stop, the creature is coming out. He comments, looking at the crystal above the door, starting to crack as a shadow begins to emerge from it. Then the crystal explodes, flying pieces everywhere. Luffy quickly grabs Uta and dodges the debris while placing her in a safe area far away. A shadow falls from the crystal and lands on the ground, over 100 meters tall with an iconic appearance. The colossal creature quickly roared, "I am free," with its dark and powerful voice. The entire island heard it and was frightened. The creature looked around with a smile, saying, "Now that I am free, I will destroy you for imprisoning me again here more than 12 years ago." It laughed loudly, but didn't notice the small figure approaching its head at an almost imperceptible speed coming from below. This figure looked at its chin, approaching, pulling back its fist as the hockey coating did its job. Then, it delivered a punch with an explosive sound, echoing throughout the area when the demon hadn't even noticed its approach. The demon felt the pain of the impact, making it shoot up into the sky, a few meters, feeling dazed by such a sudden attack. Before the demon could try to balance itself, Luffy appeared in front of it. "So you're the one they call Tot Musica?" Luffy asks in front of its face using Geppo. "Who are you?" Tot Musica murmurs a bit dazed. Luffy doesn't respond and prepares to launch another punch at the demon. His hockey training wasn't limited to Skypia, but through the training he had on the Calm Belt Islands, he evolved much more than anyone else in this world in a short period. Before the demon could react, Luffy ran towards it, punching it so hard that once again it was launched backward, but now falling to the ground in a mountainous area with forests outside the city area, exploding the entire area with its body, even making the island tremble. And Luffy didn't stop there. He concentrated as flames began to cover him, transforming into Ifrit with an explosion of light in the middle of the sky. As soon as the purple flames left the air, Luffy in his final form was seen by the entire island. The inhabitants, already scared of Tot Musica, became even more alarmed with another creature appearing. "What's happening? That's the demon from 12 years ago. Who is that creature?" "I remember, it's Monkey D. Luffy. I saw in the newspaper that he can transform into a demon of purple flames. King Gordon told us to stay away, but can we escape from these creatures?" Luffy used a part of his Moa Moa no Mi to double his size and match against the creature, and then flies to where Tot Musica had fallen. Tot Musica was getting up when he saw another creature falling on top of him, devastating the entire area immediately. "You damn!" Tot Musica yells, but takes a punch from Luffy flying backward and destroying trees. He gets up and angrily tries to punch Ifrit, but Luffy grabbed his arm in a moment, and then moves his other hand and a punch to the chin made the creature spit blood flying backward again. After receiving the punch to the chin, the demon made a pained expression, and before it could speak, another punch from Luffy hit it. He tried to retaliate the punches from Ifrit, but Luffy moved his head, avoiding it, and then received 2 punches to the chest. A right jab and a left jab, making the creature fly backward and devastate a forest until it collided with a mountain near the coast. Luffy thought about how he could kill this creature besides just beating it up. Then, he looked at the crystal in the middle of the island and had an idea. If the crystal could trap the demon, then it could also hurt it. He spread his wings and flew toward the large crystal while Tot Musica was still within the mountain. Ifrit flew and grabbed it with its flaming claws and used its strength to increase the pressure, trying to separate a tip of the crystals from the entire body. The crystal immediately began to crack, with the sound of glass breaking, and the cracks continued until they enveloped the entire crystal. At that part where Luffy grabbed it, with another snap, he released the crystal from the rest. The demon was still on the ground trying to get up, but then saw a ball of flames in the sky coming towards it. It was Luffy with the crystal, and sensing a certain danger, wondered how this was happening, now that it was finally free, how it seemed to be getting beaten by an unknown creature. Luffy then hurled the crystal at it, flying like a meteor towards the ground. However, the demon used all its power trying to stop the crystal as it approached its chest. "I won't let this happen," the demon growled, using all its strength to stop the crystal, which, in the end, collided with its flames. Luffy said nothing, just continued pushing the crystal against its chest, trying to force it. Little by little, the demon began to yield to Luffy's strength, which was much stronger. Luffy managed to push the crystal into the chest of the demon, making the ground around tremble and explode as the crystal pierced the creature's chest. With the creature screaming, "Impossible! I cannot die here." But Luffy said nothing and saw that not even the crystal could kill him, so he opted to unleash his flames of chaos. With an opening in his chest, Luffy launched his flames into it, intending to destroy the creature from the inside out. Musica began screaming in pain, asking how this was happening. His skin began to turn gray, disintegrating near the crystal and flames entering him. And it began to spread throughout the rest of his body. He knew for the first time that he was dying. In the end, the last part of his body disintegrated and turned to dust by the flames of chaos, leaving Luffy just sticking the crystal into the ground, making the whole area of the forest tremble and crack, as if Whitebeard himself was there. Luffy landed softly on the ground, still with the crystal in hand. He looked at where he had finished with the creature inside. His body began to glow, and his transformation undone, returning to the form of a small human. Falling to the ground and looking satisfied, he thought, "That was easy." Luffy had to admit, since he finished Musica without destroying much of the island. Luffy then returned to where he had left Uda. Upon arriving, he found her with a worried look. "It's over," Luffy comments, making the girl look at him in surprise. "Luffy, are you okay?" She approaches quickly, but Luffy was fine. "Yes, it's all over now, Uda. There's no more demon putting this island in danger," Luffy comments. Uda hugged him and started to cry, saying repeatedly, "Thank you." Luffy just smiled at her. Then, he took her home. Gordon, who had been waiting for them, worried, was informed that Luffy had destroyed the demon that had been pressuring them and that they would never need to worry about it again. "So it's all over," he said in the end with relief. Although some parts of the island were destroyed, everything had ended quickly. He then turned back to Uda. "Are you leaving then?" he asks, and she nods with a hint of sadness. "We're going to stay one more day here. I think Uda needs to say goodbye to everyone before we leave," Luffy comments and Gordon nods. She spent the day with Luffy and packing her things to travel with her man. Gordon went to notify everyone on the island about Uda's departure. Since Uda was well known for her talent, many already knew of the situation and knew that Monkey D. Luffy was on the island, since his Ifrit form appeared many times in the newspapers and only one person could cast purple flames in the world. The next day, a crowd of people came to say goodbye to Uda in front of her isolated house. She began to thank everyone and everyone was also thanking Luffy after finding out that he had destroyed the demon that caused chaos on the island more than 12 years ago, with them finally getting rid of that fear of all. Luffy nodded to everyone thanking them and waited in a corner while Uda talked to people she had known for many years. After a while, she returned to where Luffy was waiting. He nodded and grabbed her, before opening his wings to the sky. "It's time," Luffy said, "for us to leave." Then all Veligia saw Luffy and Uda departing into the sky. Luffy took off, heading to the next step of his plans, excited to have a person he loved by his side now. 521 Chapter 210. Chapter size. 2000 words. Third person POV. Calm Belt, first half of Grand Line. Luffy quickly traveled to the Grand Line, carrying Uda the entire way. Their luggage was significantly reduced thanks to Luffy's power while being kept in his pocket. "This is fun," Uda couldn't help but exclaim, as they flew at high speed, leaving the South Blue and entering the Calm Belt. Sometime later, the sky began to form small clouds, and a cold wind hit Luffy's face. "Looks like we're in for a storm," Luffy commented, sensing the change in weather, typical of the Grand Line, known for its chaos and unpredictability. Soon, the sky darkened with clouds covering the sun, and a strong wind began to beat against Luffy and Uda. "Luffy," Uda immediately said, getting a bit scared by it. Soon a heavy rain began to fall, and the scenery changed from a sunny day to a powerful storm with lightning falling with the rain and hurricanes forming all over the place, taking over the entire environment. With Luffy still frightened, Luffy continued into the storm, and suddenly his haki alerted him about lightning coming in his direction. Luffy quickly changed his direction and dodged the lightning while Uda screamed in fear. "Luffy, this is getting dangerous," she shouted, quite scared. He couldn't blame her, since she was never a fighter and hardly ever faced dangers. So Luffy nodded and decided to leave there. Probably it had already turned night by the time they were in the storm. Luffy just smiled and flew upwards this time, going against the clouds in the sky. In this path, more lightning began to fall while Luffy started dodging them and going against the wind. A huge hurricane appeared in front of him and he released his power over the wind, causing a huge explosion in the middle of the storm and lighting up the area. Boom! Other hurricanes appeared in this path and he continued destroying them with his flames, causing colossal explosions. Boom! 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 Uta was still very scared in that chaos and clung to Luffy to make sure he wouldn't leave her. Luffy still continued the path to the clouds and it didn't take long for him to reach them. His visibility was limited, and he felt the humidity of the substance with a slightly low temperature. "It's the first time I enter a cloud, but it wasn't the experience I imagined," Uta exclaimed, and Luffy wanted to laugh. His haki alerted him once more, as an electric current began to form inside the cloud before discharging outside. Luffy saw the line of electricity and began to dodge from right to left and vice versa, dodging that current. He continued in this while dodging the entire time from the electric currents forming, until he reached the edge of the storm before emerging into the sky above it. The environment changed, and Uta looked at the place with bright eyes, as they saw a scenery of a starry sky with a huge full moon in the sky. Below them, there was still a sea of clouds casting lightning in favor of gravity. "So beautiful," Uta murmured admiringly at the scenery. Luffy just smiled and continued their journey over the storm. They followed for the next hours of the night in that scenery through the calm belt, leaving it and entering the Grand Line. Luffy saw an island with a small kingdom and decided to stop there to rest and continue the journey the next day. After putting on disguises and choosing a small inn in a kingdom, they slept together again, repeating their intercourse from the previous night, and the next day they immediately left that kingdom in the same morning. Luffy continued following the Vivre card towards Skypia. After a few hours, he finally found an archipelago of islands floating in that direction heading to the Sky Kingdom. Knowing it was Beppo, he went straight in that direction, while Uta was still amazed by it, wondering how islands flew in the sky. How incredible! She was seeing things she had never witnessed before. Meanwhile, at Shiki's former base, Beppo was taking care of the place. He had become quite brave after putting on his wig, and he began beating up everyone who still tried to rebel or seek revenge on the former captain. There were hundreds of bodies lying on the ground, all injured, and everyone looked at Beppo with fear, as he crossed his arms and with a calculating look surveyed everyone, while they all trembled and averted their eyes to avoid being beaten again. Even the gorillas were lying on the ground beaten. He had quickly taken control of the place in the last few days. Luffy approached and couldn't help whistling, seeing the situation and understanding with just one glance. "I see you've taken control of this place, Beppo." Luffy suddenly appeared behind him, with Uta in his arms. Beppo looked at him excitedly. "Captain, you're finally back. I've taken care of everything as you asked." Beppo spoke with pride, and Luffy nodded with a smile while putting Uta down. "Well, this is quite moving," Luffy comments with a satisfied smile and continues. "Now we're getting close to Skypia, so let's get ready to see the rest of the crew," Luffy comments before introducing Uta, and they settle in while Beppo leaves the islands, heading to the place. Luffy spent the next 2 days with Uta, reviewing the doctor's research and seeing how he could use it to his advantage. In Skypia, the crew, as well as the fleet members and the population of Skypia itself, were training at full steam. In the last month, even though Luffy only appeared once to deliver new fleet members, they still continued training and evolving, feeling stronger and stronger. However, one day, in the middle of training, shadows began to appear in Skypia. Everyone immediately looked up alarmed at the number of floating islands approaching the place, not understanding how this was happening. "This looks like the power of the Fua no Mi. Is Shiki invading Skypia?" Nijiko comments while fighting against her sister in a corner of the island. She had absorbed a lot of knowledge in the last months, so she was aware of all the possible information. "We better check, I don't think he could find us like this," Nami comments. Luffy hadn't told his real reason for taking Beppo with him, so this surprised them, although some with strong observation haki felt Luffy like Yamato and even Usopp. But the inhabitants of Skypia were frightened by this, wondering where those bunches of floating rocks came from and what would happen to them. To avoid any misunderstanding, Luffy quickly approached them, and shouting with his tone amplified to warn everyone about what was happening. His voice reached everyone, saying that these islands belonged to the Straw Hat crew and that they would be part of Skypia from that moment on. Luffy looked satisfied and asked for Beppo to bring Uta while he approached Black Pearl on the ground of the island, where they used to sleep and have a party around the ship. "Luffy, you finally came back. I hope you're here to stay, right?" Nami approached, crossing her arms, somewhat dissatisfied. Luffy just smiled. "Of course, I'm here to stay now." It didn't take long for more and more crew members to join them while he was waiting on the ship. All the official and unofficial members appeared. Even the former god of Skypia and the Shandians members came to greet Luffy. Pleased with the crowd that formed, he began to speak. Hello, everyone. Now my travels are over. I've settled all the pending matters I had, and we'll spend some more time training before returning to the Blue Sea, Luffy commented. Luffy, Chopper cried. You look stronger, Captain. I see you haven't stopped training. Hugo commented with a calculating look. Captain, I want to fight with you to see if we are still far apart in strength, Zoro declares from the side, with a challenging glint in his eye. Luffy looked pleased. That's good. Let's do that later. But first, let me introduce some people and what happened while I was away, he begins. To start, these floating islands are thanks to Beppo's power, Luffy said, as Beppo approached and Uda was placed on top of a rock that the polar bear had set her on. Everyone was surprised by this, since they hadn't imagined Beppo would use this ability. Wait, Luffy. Isn't that Shiki the Golden Lion's ability? He could make things float, Lami comments, all amazed. Exactly. I had to kill Shiki and gave his fruit to Beppo. Now we have a new force in the group, Luffy said satisfied, looking at Beppo. Without his wig at the moment, he seemed quite shy. That's amazing. And to think that our assistant can send meteors from the sky, can't he? Usopp spoke with admiration, while Beppo was embarrassed, almost apologizing for the attention and gazes. You're amazing, Beppo-sama, Shirahoshi said. Luffy waited for the members to finish expressing themselves and continued. Second point, this is another new member of the crew, our official ship singer, Luffy said, pointing to the girl who looked at everyone carefully, mainly analyzing the women Luffy was relating to on this ship. The women, knowing how Uda looked at Luffy, knew that something was between them. A singer? That's what our ship needed, Vivi said excitedly. That Luffy. It's clear she's more than a singer to him, Nami said dissatisfied, looking surely for his interaction, while Najiko just smiled without caring too much about it on the side. Well, and third and not least, I got married, Luffy declared with a smile, making all the crew members look shocked at him. What do you mean, Luffy, you got married? Vivi commented, looking stunned, even leaving Luffy a bit curious about her reaction. I ended up meeting someone and made a pact with her. We ended up spending time on an island and, well, she got pregnant, Luffy commented, murmuring, while leaving everyone even more shocked. Luffy, what do you mean by got pregnant? Nami seemed shocked. It's a long story, but as it ended up happening, we got married, since I won't have any illegitimate child, Luffy declares, while all the women wanted to hit him. Even Uda, who didn't know about this, looked angry, but Luffy shrugged. He would take care of them later. Well, we have alliances and new fleet members, now let's talk about the next plans. We're going to stay together the whole time and I'll be here with you for 1 more month, and we'll go to the Blue Sea as soon as the time is up, because big things are going to happen. And I have a Shichibukai and an important member of a Yonko as prisoners. So, it won't be long before powerful people come here to find Skypia, something I don't want. I believe we still have a month before sorting things out, Luffy comments, and everyone feels reassured by this. Now, I need to know how things are, Luffy comments, looking at Yamato. The girl thinks for a bit and starts to speak. As you planned, Luffy, all the fleet members are evolving. Even those you brought after giving them a beating, they started training and seemed to integrate into the crew. They began to be obedient, Yamato comments, and Luffy looks towards where Foxy and the others should be, all of them just nodding their heads, since they suffered a lot in the last days. Luffy looks satisfied. His next plan was to train a lot, since he was preparing for war. Good, then let's start training, Luffy declares, as now he would use all the power of his Moa Moa no Mi to drastically increase everyone's evolution, making them so powerful that, in the war, the entire world would be astonished by the strength of this crew. Now where is my pirate captain monkey? Luffy comments while far from the ship. There was a huge chimpanzee hiding from Luffy. 526 Chapter 211 A month of training, chapter size, 1900 words. Third person POV Skypia, first half of Grand Line. Days began to pass since Luffy started his training, first by putting Chopper to work with Doctor to improve the genetics of already modified animals with a type of new drug. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he wanted to make the animals even more powerful for training after the war. If that happens, he will really be quite useful before Luffy invades the new world. But that didn't stop his crew from enjoying the current modified animals, especially the fleet that was on the island training, the members of the Baroque Works, the Giants, Key members of Skypia and Foxy's crew with Shikis were suffering at the hands of those animals while exploring the floating islands. Shiki had done a great job with those animals, despite his macabre plan, which was based on destroying the East Blue to take revenge on Roger. Luffy made great use of them after his death and would make a considerable force in the world in this location, even without his main crew. He had at least 10,000 members training, 6,000 soldiers from Skypia to defend the kingdom, and 4,000 summing all the additions he put in his fleet. The fleet was learning the 6 styles, making a force as powerful as the Navy elite, while the captains in the fleet or main soldiers learned the 6 styles and were training with Haki. Every member who already had high strength had increased at least tens of times with their current strength. 6 styles, fruits, and Haki. This was Luffy's rigorous training. Of course, Luffy had this result because there was no mercy from anyone while he trained them hard, making everyone reach their limit every day. Luffy was also satisfied with the main crew. There were no more weak people among them. Even the animals seemed a force to be reckoned with. It was fun to see the dog, whale, duck fighting each other while unleashing an entire forest area. As Luffy had spent a month and Luffy managed to further increase the power of his fruits, Moa Moa No Mi had increased to 80 times its scope, and when Luffy increased his training speed by 8 times, the system doubled that with the crew, achieving a result of 16 times, which in a month, more than a year of training. Even those who were not talented with Haki and his fruit had exponential growth. Many people from the sea during this period reported explosions in the sky below Skypia and even saw explosions at night, mainly in Jaya, but no one could investigate. After all the results and the strength of the crew currently, the training was finally ending and they were preparing to return to their journey, at least the main crew. Today in particular, Luffy was in a fight. The sky was clear while the sun bathed all the islands with its light. However, at the top, at a higher altitude, a flame flew through the sky. From afar, it looked small, but it was 4 kilometers above Skypia. This flame was heading towards another dark red energy, which approached the purple flame. At the same time, when they collided, a huge explosion emerged from the sky between the 2 forces, exploding and affecting everything around, even kilometers away. As the nearby clouds dissipated or moved away, even in Skype, the islands were trembling with the force of the 2 energies colliding. On one side, Zoro carried his 3 swords, imbued with Odin's dark energy, while Luffy, using Ace, fought against Zoro using the power of Chaos Flames. They had launched this attack at a distance between the 2 forces. After the collision, the explosion happened, forming a cloud of smoke, but that didn't stop the 2 from advancing against each other at supersonic speed as a blur in the sky. With the strength of the last month's training, Luffy and Zoro had reached a new level of strength. Then, a moment later, the 3 sword style, Santoryu, collides with Luffy's 1 sword style, Itoryu. The impact in the air between the 2 cracked. As their swords were coated with Haki, the sound of metal along with the force of the speed they used, created a force, causing another impact explosion, spreading the air in all directions. A moment later, Luffy and Zoro spring into action again, just backing off a bit. Their swords began to collide rapidly, against each other. Soon, that space became an explosion of clashing cuts, hundreds of meters away. Even the seafarers of the Grand Line could hear the explosions of the swords, colliding in the distance. Luffy-chan and Zoro-chan are quite excited, Bentham commented, doing his characteristic ballet spin while shouting and looking up at the sky. "Are we safe here?" Mr. 3 commented beside him, trying to shield himself from the wind generated by the fight. "I just hope they don't destroy the island," Kuina complained beside them, as she clutched her sword, waiting for any attack escaping from them and heading towards the islands. "It looks like you're right," Reiju commented, smoking a cigarette, as she saw one of Luffy and Zoro's attacks fall among them, heading towards Skypia. Kuina sighed and calmly drew her sword from the sheath. Tensa Zangetsu, and a cold energy began to emanate from her weapon. She quickly sliced through the air, launching an attack against the energy coming towards the upper yard. The collided in the air, generating another explosion. Boom ***. Meanwhile, the fight between Zoro and Luffy continues in the sky. It was just a friendly fight. However, Luffy wanted to test using his current sword skills with the most powerful swordsman on his ship. The movement between the 2 was so fast that both were even smiling, enjoying the fight as they raced through space before colliding with their swords and launching attacks with their energies at each other. Explosions happened all the time, and they kept at it for 12 hours, until nightfall, and the sky glowed with both of their attacks. Luffy's amethyst flame explosions and Zoro's darkness. As they fought, Luffy at one point stopped moving his sword and Zoro quickly did the same. "I think that's enough for today. It was fun," Luffy commented with a smile. "You're right, Captain. It was a great fight," Zoro said, laughing. Luffy was satisfied with his current power in fencing. He could say he was above Momonga, still below Zoro and Kuina, but he could use his powers to surpass them despite his deficiency. Luffy didn't fight seriously with Zoro. He just wanted to test his skills in this combat. That's why they didn't even transform into their icons. After sheathing Ace and Zoro doing the same, Luffy spoke while looking at the moon. "Let's go back. We have a banquet to make," Luffy says. "Then let's gravity do the work," as he lets his body fall to return to Skypiea. Zoro nods and begins to descend as well. Everyone was waiting for them, since no one could have peace while the explosions happened in the air and Kuina and even Yamato had to combat the attacks coming down. "Well, I guess we'll celebrate a bit," Luffy announces after landing before Zoro. Then the banquet started again, a quite recurring event in the last month to relieve the days of hard training, where everyone participated and Luffy had a large stock of food, even if that stock was on the old islands of Shiki. "Luffy, try this." Vivi approached handing him some food. She seemed much more attentive to Luffy in the last month. This wasn't surprising for Luffy, since they end up having sex at one point with Vivi declaring herself to Luffy wanting to have a family with him as well. Luffy wasn't foolish not to have seen the girl's signs of attraction towards him, but was surprised that she took the initiative to approach him as soon as they had some alone time. "Try this too, Luffy." Uda appeared by his side while leaning on her captain and man. "This is really good," Luffy said quietly with a smile. He knew why they were acting like this, since after Luffy had announced that he got married, the girls were quite unsatisfied and demanded that from him as well. Then he had to prepare to marry all of them there before leaving Skypiea, a requirement made by all. So they were training to be good wives, in their own words, which Luffy didn't mind and just enjoyed being surrounded by beautiful women wanting to catch his attention. With Han-1, Luffy had to give her special attention, as she called him every day, saying she missed him and demanding that they see each other. But Luffy said he needed to train a bit longer and they would meet soon, but he always asked how her pregnancy was going and if she needed anything or how the babies were. He had to admit he was quite paranoid about it, but they were his first children and he had never been a father, so he believed it was normal. "Listen everyone." Luffy got up from his chair surrounded by his future wives and looked at everyone who was at the banquet. Thousands of people around the ship were around large bonfires in the area. Listening to Luffy's voice, everyone stopped at that moment to look at the pirate captain. "We are in our last days here. I will depart with my crew in the next few days. The fleet will continue training on these islands, since Beppo will be able to keep the islands in the air, no matter where he is." Luffy spoke in his amplified tone and continued. "This era is about to end and I want to keep our strength hidden from the world for now, not wanting to attract attention. However, at the turn of the era, we will act, we will show our power to the entire world, since this will be the beginning of our era and we will shake the world when we invade the new world," Luffy said with an ambitious smile. Quickly thousands of people shouted agreeing with the fleet captain. Many might have been there by force, but ended up joining the fleet wholeheartedly after seeing their strength increase and Luffy's charisma seemed to affect them with the promise of conquering the new world, and all of them wanted to participate in such a thing when they're on the winning side. After that, Uda used the snails of Skypiea and began to sing for everyone on the island, as she had finally managed to get that technology and started to use it at banquets, winning thousands of fans with her songs. The night continued on that floating island while the world was unaware of the force emerging there hidden from everyone, and the main powers of the world would be shocked by this force as soon as it appeared in the world. 526 Chapter 212 The Grand Wedding, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third person POV Skypiea, first half of Grand Line. Several more days were spent in Skypiea. Luffy was organizing all his plans and fleet to leave with his main crew from the kingdom. At this moment, he was in the doctor's laboratory, together with the doctor himself, and also with Chopper, looking at the doctor's research and the results of the last month. Chopper, as a specialist in drugs and genetics, ended up accepting Luffy's request to help improve the work that Shiki had been doing for years along with his crew, so he was working hard in this laboratory when he wasn't training with the crew. Luffy picked up the sheets of the reports and looked satisfied at the research. Even though he was not a scientist, he was still a smart man to read graphs and side effects. Everything was almost complete and they would start implementing the drugs in animals soon. Probably, in a few months, they would have the first results. It would be good training with the new modified species, which would help a lot in the post-war before invading the new world. Very well, you've done a good job, Doctor, and you too, Chopper. As expected of my doctor, Luffy smiled, touching his doctor's head. When Chopper heard this, he automatically twisted his body looking like he was using Kami-e, while dancing and saying, "You think you can buy me with this, you bastard?" But speaking in a cute tone. Luffy just smiled and let them continue working. Luffy then left through the door of Shiki's former main base and jumped into the air while all the soldiers were training around that island. He flew to Skypia, since he had some more matters to attend to. Heading towards the City of Angels, he landed softly on one of its streets with his large wings, while the people there recognized and greeted him respectfully. Since many considered him a god, despite his denials, he couldn't do much about it. He continued walking until he reached a large house that was built recently, where Gonfall was monitoring the kingdom. Luffy entered calmly through the gate of the residence and the winged horse also greeted him in the courtyard. Gonfall came out of the door already feeling Luffy's presence approaching. "Hello, so you've come to me to sort out the last things, haven't you?" he asked respectfully. Luffy nodded. "Yes, we are leaving soon. Just need to make the final preparations to leave. I want to leave things with you, since you will continue to be responsible for this kingdom," he said. "Alright, let's go inside." So Luffy and Gonfall entered the house. The conversation was mostly about what they planned to do in the coming months. Luffy made it clear to the entire fleet that they should continue training and even giants would take care of most problems, should someone start to make them. "And about Enel?" Gonfall asked, a bit cautiously. "I've left him stranded on an island. I hope he gets stronger, but he won't be a problem for you. I will even keep him away from here, but he is useful to me, and I will continue making my decision. I can take care of him in any case, so I'm not worried," Luffy said. "I see. I will trust you, since you can take care of him," Gonfall said in the end. They discussed the last matters and left some papers with the plans. After saying goodbye to the man, Luffy left the house and went to look for a specific person. He didn't have a haki as powerful as Enel's to cover the whole island, so he had to search manually. Using his wings, he flew to the sky of the City of Angels and went to the upper yard, looking for this specific person. It's not because he didn't have Enel's observation haki that he couldn't sense some people kilometers away. In a short time, after feeling some members of his crew training in various locations and hearing the explosions, while some were quite flashy as they transformed into their final form of their icon to fight each other, Luffy felt a person training in a corner, covered by rocks. Luffy then approached the site quietly. But he surprised two princesses who were with the person he wanted to look for while she was reading a book. "Luffy-sama." Shirahoshi greeted him with her usual joy. "Luffy." Vivi also smiled. Sharky, Megalo, who was also there, greeted. "Hello, girls and Megalo, how's everything?" Luffy greeted everyone, and they all responded. Luffy then looked at Robin, who closed her book and looked at him. "Did you come looking for me?" she said with a small smile. "Yes, it's time for us to go to that place," he said calmly. The place he wanted to take Robin to was the Golden Bell. Robin had already heard from Luffy about the poneglyph. But she wanted to go with him, even if it would take a few months to see something so close to her. After all, she was used to seeing the stones with him, making her even consider him as a good luck charm. Knowing this, Luffy invited her in the morning to go to the place, so the moment had come. "Luffy, I can't fly, not like you," she commented, with a shy smile. Luffy nodded and picked her up by the waist as he took off into the air after saying goodbye to the princesses. They flew quickly to what Luffy calls the Great Beanstalk above Skypia, quickly landing in front of the giant Golden Bell, where, besides that large gold structure, there was also the poneglyph with the location of Poseidon, which ironically was present in Skypia at that moment. They went in front of the gold poneglyph next to it, while Luffy began to look surprised as Robin talked about the name of Gold D. Roger having inscribed his own words in the ancient language, wondering if he also knew it. "Did he know the ancient language?" she murmured. "No. He has something special, called the Voice of All Things. It's an ability even rarer than the Conqueror's Haki," he commented. "How do you know about this?" "Forget it." Robin commented, already knowing that Luffy had knowledge that no one else had, but she respected him. I also possess this ability, it can hear about anything. It seems like everything in this world has its own memory. I can see the life of a stone in the middle of the road or even hear the sound of sea kings talking. It's quite strange and complex. And I haven't even awakened this ability," Luffy commented. Robin looked surprised after Luffy said that, but nodded in silence at the end, already knowing that this man was incredible. Luffy looked at the ancient words and ended up looking at Robin, asking, "Robin, can you teach me the ancient language?" Luffy asked curiously, wanting to learn as well. After all, he would have plenty of time later, after the war, and could improve his knowledge even more. Robin looked stunned but had a bright smile on her face. "Of course," she said with the same smile, since she could carry that burden, which is dangerous, with a man she loved. After Luffy and Robin decided to leave, Luffy didn't take the bell with him. He left it there. But before that, he went up to the bell and punched it so hard that it immediately recoiled to the opposite side, striking the first toll. And then, against gravity, striking the second, third, fourth. All of Skypiea heard the golden bell. Even the people of the Blue Sea could hear it. In Jaya, a man who lived in isolation, even with all the devastation that the island had now, looked up in surprise hearing that bell, wondering if he wasn't dreaming about it. After that, Luffy returned to his crew. He had one more matter to resolve, which was a grand wedding that he had promised to many of his women. So he had to prepare for the wedding. The next day, a grand event happened in the Gold City itself, or what was left of it in the upper yard. Luffy would marry all his current women in a unique event, since it was a requirement after they found out he had already married another woman while he was away. On the Black Pearl, the future wives were meeting in the same place after dressing for the occasion. "Finally, my husband is going to be my husband," Alvida murmured in a white dress, with satisfaction. "Nami, you look beautiful in that dress," Nijiko said in her blue dress matching her hair, while Nami was in the same style in an orange dress. "Thank you, you too. That dress matches almost as well as Vivi's," she commented, pointing to the Princess of Alabasta in a slightly more sky blue dress. "I have a better dress than you." A voice emerged amid the compliments, and it was Reiju, pointing at Lami. "What nonsense, that pink does not suit you at all," Lami replied, crossing her arms. "The girl in a black dress is speaking. You do know this is a wedding, right? You'll never be a wife because of that," Reiju declared with a grimace. "Why are you always fighting and competing?" Vivi complained from the side. "Kya ha 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 ha," Mikita laughed on the side, wearing a yellow dress since she had also become one of Luffy's partners, thus she would marry him as well. "Foo foo foo. Can't you stop even at your own wedding?" Robin chuckled on the side, wearing a white dress like Alvida. "What a bunch of weirdos." Uda murmured to the side, wearing a purple dress matching her eyes. "Hey, we should go," Yamato's voice was heard, and everyone looked at her, shouting, "Why are you dressed like that?" All exclaimed, since Yamato was still wearing her Wano attire without any decoration for the wedding. "I like this outfit, so I'll wear it," she declared with determination, leaving all the women just sighing. "Let's go, we should already be there." Nijiko spoke, then, all 10 women went to the venue, which ended up being an event that gathered the entire population of Skypiea, as it was a grand wedding. Gonfal would be the person officiating the ceremony. The event then started with the entry of the brides in different dresses, and all the women approached Luffy standing while Beppo once again was Luffy's best man. "They are so beautiful," Shirahoshi said in a corner watching the women approaching Luffy with a sparkle in her eye. "You wanted to be there too, didn't you?" Kuina asked beside her. "I first had to ask Daddy's permission before marrying Luffy-sama," Shirahoshi commented. As the women arrived on stage, they ended up forming a line and one by one joined Luffy for Gonfal to continue the wedding vows. One by one all went through the ritual sealing a kiss with their captain. "I declare, husband and wives," Gonfal finished as soon as they were all done, and they proceeded to a platform where Beppo levitated them to a deserted floating archipelago island for them to spend the next days on a long honeymoon in a house that Luffy had built with the system. 526 Chapter 213 Mugiwaras are back, chapter size, 1600 words. Third person Pav Skypiea, first half of Grand Line. Luffy stayed with his women on honeymoon for 3 days, with Baby 5 joining them. Luffy didn't marry her because she wasn't yet an official member, despite her seeming quite in love with him, even though sometimes she tried to kill him. But his reinforced body felt nothing from her attempts. Now, with everything ready, all the crew members waiting for him, He was finally ready to get back to handling the main crew. Adjusting his cloak, placing Ace on his waist and his pistol, a new one he had recently bought for 1 billion berries on the other, fixing his hat, and looking into the mirror in his cabin satisfied, he turned his attention to the door of this place. His bed was much larger than it used to be, but it was empty at this moment, since everyone was waiting outside. Luffy left his cabin and went to the ship's deck through the main hallway and finally emerged outside. He saw everyone waiting for him, but he kept walking, passing by Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Kuina, Lami, Beppo, Nami, Usopp, Reiju, Chow Chow, Hugo, Najiko, Hachi, Alvida, Vivi, Laboon, Karoo, Robin, Chopper, Uda, and Baby 5, who now completed his main crew. Maybe I can get 2 or more members on this trip, Luffy thought with satisfaction. He continued walking until he found his spot, the prow of the ship. He landed on Ifrit's head and looked over his entire crew waiting for him to speak. Luffy had a small satisfied smile on his face. We've been off the sea for a few months, it's time for us to return to the sea below us and show our power to the world, he said, and many smiled, looking forward to showing their new strength to the world. He had all those official crew members before arriving at Skypia and added 3 more members, but Enel was in his personal training on an island of Calm Belt. He turned his attention to the city and the crowd that was looking at the ship. Currently Black Pearl was in the port of the City of Angels while everyone came to bid them farewell. They would remain here training and doing some important things, while the main crew would participate in the conquest of the first half of the Grand Line. There were some things that some people here needed to do. Some members of the old Baroque works would return to Alabasta and reunite the organization that Crocodile commanded, with Luffy aiming to turn it into an information network in this sea and protect the kingdoms he declared as his territory. All the others would remain here and stay with the research and becoming stronger. He then decided to finalize his stay in this kingdom. Looking at Usopp and Hachi, "Let's depart, raise the anchor and steer the ship out of this kingdom," he declared. Then, Usopp quickly raised the anchor effortlessly with his current strength, while Hachi headed to the helm. Black Pearl finally began to move away from the Island of Angels and headed towards the Cloud Sea. While everyone shouted and said goodbye, Black Pearl headed for the Gate of Heaven. It didn't take long to pass through the welcome structure and reach the borders of the divided territory, as they passed through the entire archipelago of floating islands, where Beppo had permanently left in this place until they returned. The ship soon reached the limit of the Cloud Sea and encountered the 10,000-meter drop, turning sharply as if it were a waterfall towards gravity, but it didn't immediately fall, as Beppo had already used his power on Black Pearl. The ship began to float. "This is amazing," Shirahoshi commented. Some looked at her as if she couldn't already fly, wondering why she would be so surprised by the ship flying. Luffy was a traditional pirate by nature, so he wanted to travel by water instead of by air on his journey. So the ship continued descending until it hit the seawater and finally stabilized, continuing on its way with the wind. Luffy laughed with joy. "We're finally back," he shouted from the prow of the ship. Soon, the routine from months ago returned again, while each member went back to their daily activities, when they were not training on that ship, although some continued to train in the training room to improve their skills using sea stone handcuffs, since they did not want to destroy the ship. Luffy also made himself comfortable while wearing shorts and sunbathing while drinking a juice that Reiju brought him, saying that she was being a better wife than the emo woman. Nami approached him. "Luffy, where should we go now?" she asked. "Let's head straight to Water 7. Set the log pose on the helm and let Hachi steer the ship there," Luffy ordered, and his navigator nodded, doing so. The ship moved forward. In the late afternoon, Luffy left the crew and went down to the ship's prison, where there were 2 beings chained in that place. "How are you feeling?" he commented, looking at Doflamingo and Page-on in each cell. "I know it's been a tough month for you, but I'm sure you'll soon be free again." Luffy crossed his arms. When Luffy had captured Doflamingo, he expected Lami to try to kill him and he would gladly give that to his wife, even if it enraged Kaido. But Luffy already had his daughter, so he was not worried about the Yonkou. However, when Lami heard this, she was surprised, but declined as soon as Luffy spoke, because she herself wanted to end him in another way, not like this, as it would be too easy. Seeing that he couldn't do much against him, then he decided to leave it to negotiate his life and make some money, since his was currently running out after spending so much. "Mugiwara." Doflamingo growled at Luffy. Hey, don't be so angry. I'm sure the world government will soon get in touch so we can make a trade, Luffy commented, waiting for that. As he returned to Patre-on, hey, how about you work for me? You seem competent, despite being quite wild. Luffy commented, and Patre-on did not respond. After seeing the prisoners, he returned to his captain's cabin, where his documents and a large map of his journey drawn by Nami were. He sat in his armchair and began to quickly mark on a board his current strength. Captain, Luffy. Vice Captain, Yamato. Swordsman, Zoro, Kuina. Tankers, Alvida, Hugo. Cooks, Reiju, Hachi. Doctors, Lami, Chopper. Helmsman, Secretary, Vivi. Sharpshooters, Usopp. Maid, Baby5. Shipguard, Chow Chow. Mascots, Laboon, Kuru, and Megalo. Marine support, Shirahoshi. Musicians, Uda. Archaeologists, Robin. Economist, Beppo. Informant, Nijiko. Navigator, Nami. Engineers, Enel. Luffy looked at the list. He just didn't have a member for one official role, which was the helmsman, but he believed that Jinbei would become his official member for this role. He still had Frankie, another engineer, and Brook, another musician, to recruit on this journey, and he was confident he could do it. Frankie would be the most troublesome to convince, but Luffy would give him an atom tree to make the Sunny go. Yes, Luffy planned to build the ship anyway. It wouldn't be the official one, but still, it would be in addition to the collection of ships he had been accumulating in his vault. He could have spent another 1 billion to take Black Pearl to the next level, but it would be as big as Moby Dick, and Luffy didn't want it to be that size at the moment. Its current state was in the best shape for the group. Looking back at all the members, Luffy was excited to face the forces of this sea. He didn't know what Kaido was doing, since he hadn't shown up even with those two as prisoners, but surely there were some assassins following him. However, he managed to divert their attention when he went to see Uda, so he would meet them soon. Now, his goal was Water 7 and to hunt down CP9 and recruit Frankie. Why would he hunt CP9? Simple, he planned to increase the bargaining against the government, getting more milk from the cow. Luffy was immersed in his thoughts when he felt a presence at the door. Baby5, what are you doing there? Come in. He ordered, and his official maid entered with a shy tone. Do you need me, Captain? She said with a mix of shyness and hope. Of course, come here. Luffy commented with a smile. She approached, still shy, but her expression changed as her hand turned into a weapon. Then die. And Luffy just looked at her, pointing the barrel at him, shooting point blank. I think you do this on purpose, don't you? Luffy commented as the bullet fell from his forehead without hurting him and continued looking at the woman. I don't know what the captain is talking about, but your maid is behaving so badly. I think she must be punished, she murmured timidly while lifting her skirt to show her bottom. Luffy sighed. He still couldn't get used to this masochistic woman, but Luffy shrugged as he would punish her and have his way with her at that moment. 526 Chapter 214 Jack again. Green Bull. Chapter size 1700 words. Third person POV. Somewhere on sea, first half of Grand Line. The sea was calm, while a ship stood still upon it at this moment, its flag waving with the wind. And its flag with a wild and powerful symbol made anyone immediately flee. After all, these were the Beast Pirates. However, even carrying that name, the atmosphere on the ship didn't seem very good. They are doing basic things but still without much willingness as they sail. Jack was sitting in a chair on the deck. He has been waiting for reinforcements for more than a month. But he had achieved nothing, and Queen, the only one who had spoken to him during this time, said that Kaido went to an unknown place and King after him to stop him and return. But it has been a month and he could not take his group of men to the first half of the Grand Line, not while Kaido and King do not return, which was worrying, since Kaido had taken the 6-month supply stock with him from looting. Mr. Jack. A man dressed in the Beast's uniforms approached cautiously. What is it? Jack spoke in a bad mood, making the man afraid. A ship. He began, but Jack was impatient. We've sunk hundreds of them in the last month. Destroy that one too, Jack ordered angrily. But, the man seemed to want to say more. What is it? Jack looked at him. The ship's flag. It's the Straw Hats, the man finally said, and Jack quickly stood up. Is it them? Are they here? He went to the side of the ship and saw the speck in the sea approaching. This is my chance, I will have my revenge on you, Straw Hat, Jack growled as soon as he saw the ship's flag with a magnifying glass grabbed by his men. On the Black Pearl, another person was looking at Jack's ship with a magnifying glass. He saw the ship and frowned before turning his attention back to the deck of the ship, where Luffy was sunbathing with his wives and while Chopper and the other animals were running around chasing each other. "I Luffy," Usopp shouted, making Luffy move his sunglasses and look at his marksman. "There's a ship in our way, and it's the Beast Pirates," he said. "My father?" Yamato asked beside him while wearing a bikini. "It must be Jack, I'm surprised he's still here." Luffy comments and looks back at Usopp. "Can you take them down?" Luffy asks. "Me? But isn't Jack one of Kaido's calamities?" Usopp gets scared for a moment. "Come on Usopp, you're a brave warrior of the sea. You must show your power." Luffy encourages him and Usopp seemed to have gained courage after that. "Yes, I am a brave warrior of the sea," he said and went to his cabin, coming out of it with a huge weapon that Luffy gave the design for him to create. "Yo-oh-oh-oh," Chopper shouted excitedly seeing Usopp pulling out the weapon. Soon many of the crew came to see the marksman placing the weapon on the edge of the Black Pearl as he prepared to launch a shot at the ship on the other side. He positioned the weapon while having a great aim. Jack on the other side looked at a small reflection on the ship with the sunlight being reflected on Usopp's sight, wondering what that was. Usopp prepared to shoot, but instead of pulling the trigger, wings grew on his back, releasing the power of Bahamut. A bright blue energy began to circle the weapon, and it was charging little by little as everyone on the Black Pearl's crew stopped what they were doing to watch Usopp preparing his shot. Jack on the other side felt that something bad was going to happen, frowning wondering what that feeling was. "Let's show the power of a brave warrior of the sea," Usopp said and pulled the trigger, with an explosion that even made him recoil a few meters. His light shot flew to the ship 5 kilometers away. The shot traveled as fast as a Kizaru attack. Jack only saw the light coming and reached his ship quickly. As soon as it hit the wood of the ship, it immediately exploded. Boom mmm. Asterisk the explosion grew disintegrating all the water around while steam rose. Jack and his ship were totally covered by the explosion. "Hey, didn't you overdo it?" Kuina said from the side. Usopp scratched his head, looking at the explosion in the distance, large enough to destroy an entire city. "Very good, Usopp, you just threw a calamity into the air," Luffy said, clapping. He knew that shot couldn't destroy Jack, but surely the mammoth was now sinking into the sea. "How beautiful," Shirahoshi also clapped for the explosion. "Well, now I'm going back to my things," Luffy said, reading a book as he returned to sit in his chair. His routine was peaceful in the following days. He didn't demand any training from the crew at that time because they were quite prepared for the big enemies, and they could simply enjoy the journey without worrying about it for the time being. Luffy ended up liking this style. He spent the entire night with his women, which demanded a lot from him, even using the Moa Moa No to make all the women quite satisfied and sleep peacefully. He would wake up in the morning and have some sword fighting training with Zoro and Kuina, then go to Reiju for something to eat and spend the morning reading books. Now, during the afternoon, he would enter the ship and enter a room where a person was waiting for him while reading a book seated. "You finally arrived," she said with a seductive tone. "Of course, I'm here, Professor." Luffy smiled, looking at Robin. She began to teach reading the poneglyphs. Robin is always quite reserved, but when alone, she always lets loose with him. "You can't wear such a short skirt to teach someone," Luffy commented, looking at the woman's clothes. "Didn't you like it?" she teased once again. "Of course, I liked it, but seeing you like this, my desire is to fuck you before we start anything," he commented, not that he thought it bad his woman trying to seduce him while they are alone. She walked up to him, leaving her chair, and threw him into another while mounting Luffy. "We can have a fuck before we start. You know we hardly have time alone, so let's enjoy it," she commented as she began to take off her cloak and lift her skirt, showing she was without panties. Luffy was already quite accustomed to having sex all over the ship. All the women who managed to get some free time with him seemed obsessed with having sex, and Luffy, as a good husband, didn't deny it, using any part of the ship, from Nami's map room, Nejiko's library, Reiju's kitchen, Lami's infirmary, the training room, the vault, the storage, the sauna, and even his own cabin. Luffy let it happen and had sex with Robin for a while in that room. Then both were studying the ancient language with the copies taken from the poneglyphs they already had, with Robin giving an explanation. Luffy was learning quickly everything he could about the lost language, using his Moa Moa no Mi. In a few days, he was achieving a result of months. After studying and training a bit more in the afternoon, Luffy completed the night with a big banquet among them. This was the routine without many changes, while the ship continued to sail. However, one day, Usopp again alerted about another ship approaching. "What's this?" he said curiously. "What's up?" Hugo approached. "There's a man pedaling a strange boat coming towards our direction," he commented, and Luffy, curious, picked up a magnifying glass and saw the man, quite surprised by who was approaching. It seems that before he didn't join the navy, he was some kind of mercenary? Luffy murmured, looking at the man, since this was one of the future navy admirals, and it seemed he was hunting them, probably to rescue Doflamingo who was imprisoned on the ship. Luffy wasn't wrong. The man received a proposal of 2 billion to hunt Monkey D. Luffy and his crew, rescuing Joker and Patre-on. Attracted by the money as a mercenary that he is, this man quickly set out to sea. He was one of the greatest hunters of the underworld, so his employer entrusted him with Doflamingo's Vivre card, and he followed it. However, this turned out to be one of his major problems. The Vivre card, which pointed towards the calm belt that lies between the Grand Line and the East Blue, shifted southwards, and he followed it to the calm belt between the Grand Line and the South Blue, having to face various sea kings of those waters. And at the moment he saw the Vivre card indicating he was close, a huge storm erupted. Remember the storm that Luffy and Uda caught? So he ended up losing his ship and was left with only a boat that he had to pedal to move on the sea. This made him spend weeks until he could get out of the calm belt with so many sea kings attacking him. He finally emerged in the Grand Line frustrated and still did not give up, but today he finally managed to find his target. The man who will one day be known as Aramaki, the Ryokugayu. In other words, the admiral known as the Green Bull, was now pedaling at full steam towards the Black Pearl, wanting to finalize his hunting mission. 526 Chapter 215 Green Bull 01. Chapter size 1900 words. Third person POV somewhere on sea, first half of Grand Line. Ryokugayu continued pedaling towards the ship, now having his target in sight. Luffy glanced at him for a moment and then returned to his crew. "Do you know him, Luffy?" Yamato approached. "A bit. This man is on the level of a Navy admiral," he said. "What? An admiral? Should we run away? He seems to be hunting us." Crew. Hearing Luffy's words, some crew members panicked, but the captain just shrugged it off. "It would really be hard to deal with him alone, even with our training." Luffy acknowledged the power of the forest Logia and how troublesome it is. "But, look around us, who in the world could face us alone?" he said with a smile. "This is a good test for all of us. I don't like fighting together against just one opponent, but since he came to our ship, let's show him our combined power," Luffy declared, making everyone nod in agreement. Ryokugayu noticed a movement on the ship and saw a man with a long nose holding a weapon, pointing at him. This looks dangerous," he murmured and then couldn't even react when Usopp launched another shot of light in his direction. Boom mmm. The explosion once again disintegrated the water, but unlike Jack, Ryokugayu could fly, appearing above the explosion with a flower spinning on his back, allowing him to glide in the air. "He can fly with a giant flower?" Usopp murmured after taking his weapon off aim. Luffy next to him slapped his back. "Why don't you fight him?" he asked. "Me?" Usopp seemed unsure. "Don't be like that. Show your training power. You made Jack, a calamity, sink into the sea. You can freely show your power against him. Besides, you're not alone," he said, wanting to see the extent of his sniper's power, one of the few Luffy had yet to see in full action. Usopp nodded and still with the wings on his back from the attack he had made, he flew up, leaving the Black Pearl and meeting the man in the air. "Hey, Luffy. Will he be okay?" Nami approached. "Usopp is very strong now. He can take care of himself," Luffy spoke and continued. "I don't think Usopp can beat him, but he will surely put on a good show." Luffy smiled. In the air, Ryokugayu looked, narrowing his eyes behind his glasses at the long-nosed man flying with wings towards him. "I don't remember seeing this power in the report. So it must be a recent power," he murmured. Raising his hand, his fingers began to transform into spikes, launching them at Usopp, who quickly saw the movement and opened his wings, generating balls of light and launching them at the man in the sky. The spikes and streaks of light collided, but Usopp had the advantage, as in addition to disintegrating with the streaks of light, the shots continued flying towards Ryokugayu. Without much time to react, since he didn't have much mobility in the air, they collided with his body. Boom. 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 Asterisk. A bunch of explosions occurred on that side, and Usopp kept an eye on the man, feeling with his observation haki that his attack didn't even affect the Logia. Ryokugayu appeared after the smoke dissipated, appearing with parts of his body missing but regrowing like a kind of growing plant. What ability is this? Vivi asked Luffy on the Black Pearl. This is the Mori Mori no Mi, the forest fruit. Ryokugayu is the forest man with this Logia, Luffy spoke. A forest Logia. His abilities are so versatile that he can even create a forest in Alabasta, Robin added. A forest in Alabasta. Vivi murmured, as that would be quite useful for the citizens. Well, anyway, let's see how Usopp will deal with him, Luffy comments and sees Usopp pulling his pistols from his waist. Using dual pistols, Usopp's body begins to glow and he disappears the next moment, appearing above the man, where Usopp kicks him making him fly while still recovering. With him falling, Usopp points the pistols and starts firing shots of light. Boom. Boom. Asterisk. Another part of Ryokugayu's body is destroyed, as he falls to the ground. He really got him good. Kuina comments as she watches Ryokugayu's body being destroyed, only for a sprout to emerge from the light, falling towards the sea before hitting the ground. Roots began to emerge from it, spreading across the sea at that moment and expanding in all directions. Can he create roots in the sea? Nijiko was surprised. It seems quite similar to Kuzan. Luffy adds, and Robin nods in agreement. The roots continued to expand across the water's surface, and plants and trees began to emerge from them, turning the area into a forest, even hiding the sea beneath it all. The Black Pearl shuddered. This guy. He's targeting us too. Hugo commented, looking around as he felt the roots covering the ship's hull and spreading upwards. Ah! Chopper cried out as he saw a root emerging and chasing after him, but Luffy grabbed it before it could reach Chopper and quickly burned it with his purple flames. Chow Chow, use your ice and freeze the sea around the ship, to prevent these roots from emerging so easily. Luffy ordered, and Chow Chow transformed into Cerberus, biting the emerging roots before one of its heads opened its mouth and produced a white beam into the sea, immediately freezing it. As soon as he saw the frozen sea, Luffy nodded in satisfaction, knowing he wouldn't have to worry about an attack from below, but the roots continued to expand until reaching the ice. That's when a powerful attack came from the sky, halting the advance of the Mori Mori no Mi. Usopp began to bombard the roots as they grew. A tree emerged with a cut in the middle of the rising forest. That's huge, Hachi exclaimed upon seeing it. Wow! Shirahoshi seemed fascinated. That's scary, Usopp shouted from above, finding the huge face on the tree quite bizarre while shooting at it with a grimace. Suddenly, the face on the tree looked at him, causing him to lose courage with those eyes. Usopp, you can do better than that. Luffy shouted from the ship, finding his crewmate cowering over little when he hadn't even used all his power. Luffy's right, I'll face him, Usopp shouted with determination. The tree looked at him, ignoring the Black Pearl, since Ryokugayu wanted to eliminate this troublesome individual and capture the Straw Hats. From the forest, giant hands began to grow in the form of fists and were launched at Usopp, who aimed his pistols at the attack. Boom 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 boom. Boom boom. Ryokugayu had evolved his fruit so much that fire, being the greatest weakness of the forest, ended up making it resistant to this type of element. The same could be said of light, as the wooden spikes came out of the explosion with some parts missing and heading for Usopp in the air, who had to use his agility to dodge the attacks. Seeing no other choice, Usopp then dashed forward, going towards Ryokugayu transformed into that huge tree. He faced the fists, but Usopp had Geppo, his wings, and the element of light for movement. So he descended zigzagging through the air while dodging the fists and getting close to his enemy. As soon as he was in front of the tree, Usopp transformed with a burst of light into Bahamut. His shadow covered the tree, and he clamped his claws onto the trunks while biting a stunned Ryokugayu for seeing this giant dragon taking him down hard. For the crew, it was an incredible scene as the dragon grabbed the huge tree with its giant body and bit its trunk. "Get out of here," Ryokugayu said while creating fists to push Usopp away. But the dragon didn't let go and continued biting his trunk, with a light beginning to emerge in its mouth. "You think that will work against me?" Ryokugayu spoke, still surprised that this shooter was a mythical zone of a dragon he had never heard of. Usopp didn't stop, unleashing his power while biting the huge tree. Boom mmmmmm. Asterisk his power ran like a huge beam of light, disintegrating everything in its path, causing half of the tree to disappear along with the forest behind it. How strong! Uda exclaimed on the deck, covering her eyes as the energy light traveled and even covered the sunlight. After a while, with the enormous sound, things began to calm down as a part of the sea was left without water, and with the force of gravity, the sides began to flood the middle part. Bahamut was still caught in the tree, however, a huge tree hand with haki hit him, sending him flying back, feeling the impact of the punch. Ryokugayu had returned again while the tree returned to normal, now with him using haki. That hurt. Usopp exclaimed in his dragon form as he spat out blood. He opened his wings, and white light balls appeared again. He was going to fight again. Releasing his energy, he shot towards the tree, while Ryokugayu didn't stay behind, building trees with fists to attack as well. The light and the trees collided with each other, generating numerous explosions in that area. But Usopp was at a disadvantage and was thrown back. However, he flew up, launching energy directly at Ryokugayu. Boom mmmmmm. Boom mmmmmm. Asterisk. Boom mmmmmm. Asterisk. Luffy. Usopp could only use armament haki, something he is not yet proficient in. Zoro commented. It's true, but we should let Usopp fight this fight. It will be good training for him, he said, looking at the fight. The fight between the forest and the dragon continued as Usopp and Ryokugayu kept up a tremendous clash in this area of the sea. Attacks of light and trees continued for the next hour. However, Usopp began to be at a disadvantage, receiving many hits from Ryokugayu with haki. In the end, Usopp lost his transformation and fell unconscious into the forest. Ryokugayu did not stop there. Wanting to suck Usopp's energy, he used his roots to advance against the fainted shooter, but could not catch him. After all, he had disappeared from the place, with Lami using room and swapping him to bring Usopp back to the ship. It was a beautiful fight. Luffy spoke satisfied and looked at Lami. Send us there, he said, and she raised her finger. Ryokugayu, a bit frustrated for losing his prey, saw new opponents arriving at that moment. Luffy, Yamato, Reiju, Nami, Shirahoshi, Zoro, Kuina, and Hugo appeared in the middle of the forest created by Ryokugayu. Luffy took his first step. Let's do this. Let's see who defeats him using their transformation. Luffy smiled excitedly. As his arms turned to haki and flames began to emerge around him. The same could be said of his companions, each releasing their element, ready to fight against the giant tree that scowled at them as prey. 526 Chapter 216 Green Bull 02. Chapter size. 1900 words. Third-person POV somewhere on sea, first half of Grand Line. Luffy was looking at Ryokugayu with a solemn gaze, while the tree itself did not like how all those pirates were looking at it, as if they were competing among themselves for who would deliver the final blow. It's a beautiful tree, it will be satisfying to cut it down, Zoro commented, drawing his katanas from their sheaths. This guy has a funny face, Yamato murmured, looking strangely. He's big, but seems so easy to beat, Hugo commented with crossed arms. It's a shame that my rival isn't here, I could beat her in this competition. Reiju commented with a cigarette in her mouth. What beautiful flowers, the forest is so vast. Shirahoshi ignored the tree and started to observe the effect of the Mori Mori no Mi. Luffy remained silent. Kuina also made no comment. Hey, you should be paying attention to our enemy, Nami said. Yes, Nami-sama. Shirahoshi spoke, now looking at the tree. You all seem very calm. The tree spoke for the first time, observing them. Because we are calm, you spinach. Zoro replied, placing his last weapon in his mouth. Then try to get rid of this. Ryokugayu and countless roots grew under the crew members' feet, but all disappeared at that moment, escaping the reach of the forest and appearing in the sky. Hey, Zoro initiated the attack, Kuina murmured, as Zoro was already in front of the tree with his swords. Seeing this, Ryokugayu launched an attack while using haki to defend and attack the swordsman. The swords and a fist with bakery and haki clashed against each other, creating an explosion of red lightning. You might have beaten Usopp, but that's because he's not a specialist in armament haki, Zoro commented and forced his swords against the fist, cutting it. What? Your haki beat mine? Ryokugayu wasn't fighting seriously yet, but was surprised by this development. You should be paying attention to your surroundings. A voice emerged from beside the tree. Ryokugayu looked to the side and saw Kaido's daughter with her weapon, launching it against him. His face immediately flew back with the force of Yamato's haki. That hurt, he murmured as he fell. New trees began to grow from the ground and flew towards Yamato, who began to dodge and punch, but could no longer get close to him. Zoro on the other side began to cut down the trees. This isn't good, Ryokugayu commented and started to press the pirates even more, with the forest still growing. Suddenly, numerous attacks, ice, red fire, purple fire, wind, water, and stones, began to bombard the forest. Ryokugayu was surprised as his forest began to be reduced by the attacks. Are they overdoing it? Vivi asked from the boat, seeing everything being bombarded. In the sky, Luffy launched his flames, Reiju the phoenix flames kicking with fire cuts. Shirahoshi created a water ball with her hands and threw them, turning into water dragons. Nami created winds with her hands. Hugo created giant stones and launched them with his fists, and Kuina sliced the air, sending cold energy. The forest turned into a series of elemental explosions, while below, Yamato ran through the explosions heading towards Ryokugayu to launch another attack. And Zoro sent cuts, eliminating all the fist trees. Ryokugayu was really under pressure, when he ended up losing his posture, and the swordsman took advantage of his open side and launched a cut. The tree was cut in half, but Ryokugayu managed to escape, while another tree emerged further away. However, a line of blood appeared on his face. That's it, Ryokugayu seemed quite frustrated, so much so that he didn't even notice the pink-haired woman using Geppo and approaching while her feet filled with flames with a spin and hitting another side of the tree's cheek. The tree felt the haki and flames on Reiju's feet and was thrown to the opposite side, while it flew, breaking everything in the forest. "I will kill you all," Ryokugayu exclaimed again, but his sound was muffled as soon as Nami flew with her Garuda wings in front of him and, using both hands, enveloped the forest within a hurricane. Ryokugayu tried to hold his forest against that wind. A heavy man landed in front of him in the midst of the woods. Hugo propelled himself even with that wind and jumped on Ryokugayu, closing his hand with haki and punching his chin before the tree could react much. Ryokugayu immediately flew into the sky with the force of Hugo along with Nami's wind. He finally found himself outside of the hurricane while his face was already bleeding. Shirahoshi appeared at that moment in front of him. "Tree-sama, I will fight against you," Shirahoshi spoke, somewhat shyly, and with a movement of her two hands, she created water using oxygen molecules and a huge water sphere to trap Ryokugayu inside. Kuina made her move, appearing beside Shirahoshi and using her sword cut. The water ball turned into spiky ice. "It looks like it's my turn." Luffy was even further above everyone. He raised his fist behind. And everyone, feeling this, began to move away. Even Yamato, Hugo, Zoro, and Nami in the forest started to retreat. The flames rocks began to grow through Luffy's fist and expanded until it became a massive flame, running like a vortex, until Luffy flew towards the ice sphere with his fist with those flames and punched it. The ice sphere caught fire and flew downwards like a purple meteor, colliding with the forest above the sea. What happened after it fell was an endless explosion of Luffy's flames, which, like a meteor, began to run everything around. The forest was entirely covered by the flames and disintegrating everything. Boom mmm. Asterisk, the explosion stopped only 30 seconds later while the smoke and steam from the sea rose, covering everything in it. "Damn, Captain. Did you win?" Zoro murmured. "You know I didn't, Zoro," Luffy commented before feeling something. The sea appeared full of debris from what was left of the forest scattered everywhere. While the water was returning to normal, a sprout emerged and spread again like the first time, and another forest emerged again with the central tree. Ryokugayu finally emerged, but not as well as before. His face was toasted to charcoal, his nose was broken, faces cut, and a bit sunken from the previous attacks. "It's quite a sight. He managed to become even uglier," Hugo murmured. "Ha ha ha. He looks angry." Luffy smiled. Ryokugayu couldn't exclaim in front of the beating he took. He could only growl and start attacking them again. His forest followed to the sky with fist trees, and he tried to hit the group that began to dodge again and go in his direction. Again, the fight continued with Luffy and the others not combining attacks anymore, going into a direct confrontation against the forest creature. The crew on the Black Pearl continued to watch the show of elements that followed in the next 20 minutes. "They're giving him a beating," Alvida said, looking at the fight. "Grr, Karoo, Wolf, Sherry, go Captain. Amazing. At least some seem the animals seem so happy. Nijiko laughed, seeing the animals with Beppo and Chopper cheering for Luffy and the others. In the end, the forest once again was destroyed and Ryokugayu was even worse off. Why? Why am I losing so badly to a group of rookies? Ryokugayu growled. He really could not do beyond trying to defend. One of his eyes was already closed while more blood dripped from his nose and mouth, suffering numerous attacks with haki. I think we should finish him. Luffy commented. Luffy-sama, can I try something? Shirahoshi suddenly said.
Sure. I guess you can. Luffy commented, wondering what she wanted to do. Seeing the forest emerging again, Shirahoshi stood in front of the group swimming through the air.
She took a deep breath and looked at the tree with a much fiercer look than usual. Ryokugayu immediately felt that something bad was going to happen. Shirahoshi then shouted. Come, she said, and a sound wave emerged from her. The sea immediately entered a tidal wave, leaving everyone surprised. What is this? Ryokugayu asked, frowning. Hey, what's happening? Vivi asked worried while Chopper started to run away crying in fear. I don't know. Nijiko commented. What's happening? Robin also asked. This. Usopp finally woke up and looked around, moving to the side of the ship. It's like what happened in the East Blue, he exclaimed. She's using that. The crew members who had seen that scene before were surprised, and even Luffy looked on with a raised eyebrow as the entire horizon trembled after Shirahoshi made her call. Around the forest, a huge shadow began to emerge from the water, and before Ryokugayu could react, the sea rose between the forest and began to cover it. What is this? Ryokugayu was scared. We should get out of here, Luffy said, seeing that they would also be enveloped by the shadow. He used his increased speed and grabbed the mermaid by the waist with a cry of surprise, and started kicking everyone's butt so they flew to the ship like projectiles while screaming. Luffy ended up leaving last with Shirahoshi. The shadow began to rise, and Luffy escaped before he and Shirahoshi were swallowed. A monster! Beppo shouted from the ship, seeing how it was insignificant compared to that. Everyone was also stunned, even those who wanted to scold Luffy for receiving his kick in their buttocks. In the end, a huge sea monster swallowed Ryokugayu's forest without catching the black pearl. Luffy looked at the creature with the huge eye, making even Laboon, who was already large, seem small. The monster looked back, mainly at the mermaid who looked at it with curiosity. Thank you for coming. Now you can go back. Shirahoshi exclaimed, and Luffy frowned. After all, they almost got swallowed too. The Sea King seemed to listen to Shirahoshi, and the next moment, returned to the sea generating a huge wave, but without harming anyone else. Luffy returned to the deck, landing softly in the middle while everyone gathered. The ship was still rocking from the turbulent sea, but soon it was calming down. I won the competition, didn't I? Shirahoshi had a victorious smile, one that not even her friend Megalo could share, since this innocent mermaid had awakened her power that had swallowed at least 200 meters of forest along with a man who could be classified as a Navy admiral. I guess so. Luffy answered, letting her go and looked at everyone. Reiju was scratching her butt while looking at him grumpily along with Kuina and Nami. Well, I guess we better continue our journey. It seems we won't be seeing Forest Man anytime soon, if he survives, that is. Luffy said awkwardly and everyone went back to their journey to Water 7. 526 Chapter 217 Water 701. Chapter size. 2,000 words. Third person POV Water 7, first half of Grand Line. In a location in the Grand Line, more than halfway across, a large structure stood in the sea. Water 7 was a unique place among all the seas. The city pulled water from the sea and threw it upwards like a colossal fountain. With the water falling back down, it quickly began to run through the city, passing through the streets as it made its way back to meet the sea. Despite having salt water running through its streets, the houses did not seem to be damaged by the salt in the air, made of materials that could resist the corrosion caused by constant exposure to salt and humidity. This is possible through the use of materials like corrosion-resistant fiber-reinforced concrete, stainless steel, and other special alloys. The structure was not only known for its iconic shape that stood out, but the true specialty of the place was its famous shipbuilding, as great ships left its docks, sailing the seven seas and being recognized all over the world. The shipyards of Water 7 were composed of various key facilities, each playing a vital role in ship construction. Among these structures were dry docks, specialized areas where ships were built or repaired, equipped with gates that could be closed to drain the water and make room for work on the ship's hulls below the waterline. Carpentry workshops. In these workshops, skilled craftsmen worked with wood to create the skeleton and cladding of the ships. They used resistant and treated woods to ensure the durability and resistance of the ships to adverse maritime conditions. Furnaces and foundries. Spaces dedicated to molding and forging metals. Here, metals were transformed into essential parts for the structure of the ships, such as nails, chains, anchors, and reinforcement plates. Sail and rigging workshops. Places where sails were carefully sewn and rigging was braided. The quality of the sails and ropes was fundamental for navigation, requiring resistant materials that could withstand strong winds and salt erosion. Naval design studios. Here, naval architects and engineers worked together on the design of the ships, ensuring that they were not only robust and safe but also efficient and aesthetically pleasing. Supply warehouses. Large deposits where construction materials, tools, and supplies necessary for the construction and maintenance of the ships were stored. These warehouses ensured that all necessary materials were always available. Testing and launch areas. Spaces along the coast where ships were launched into the sea for the first time. These areas allowed for buoyancy, stability, and performance tests before the ships were delivered to their owners. Administration offices. Where all aspects of shipbuilding were coordinated, from hiring workers to project management and contact with clients. With all this, countless companies were in constant activity in the city. Among them, there was one that was more required, since its owner was the most important person in the city, besides already having a great fame for ending all outlaws that approach. At this place, a commotion was already happening. "Give us the ship for free, otherwise, we will kill everyone." A pirate holding a gun, pointing at a blonde woman spoke. "You should take it, that was our agreement." A blue-haired man spoke, narrowing his eyes. "We paid half the value of the ship. But the other half will be for free." The pirate spoke, and his other 20 companions shouted, "That's it," while pointing their firearms at the company. The name of this company was Galila Company, led by the mayor himself, the blue-haired man named Iceberg. The person who had the pistol pointed at her was Mia Khalifa, Iceberg's personal secretary, who looked at the gun with disdain, not caring about it. "You better lower that, otherwise, I will make you regret being born." She spoke in a threatening tone. "What did you say, woman? You have a gun pointed at you at this moment, so shut up," the pirate spoke angrily. Iceberg saw this and sighed. "You really aren't going to pay, are you?" he said calmly. "Of course not," the pirate spoke, and in the next moment, Khalifa kicked him with a powerful kick, sending him a few meters away while the other pirates were surprised. But not for long, because at that moment, the carpenters who had just been watching while everyone pointed their guns at them began to act. The pirates didn't even have time as they were kicked by all of them, and Iceberg just watched the pirates being beaten up by everyone. "What?" The pirates were surprised to see their companions being beaten so easily while they began to point their guns. Bang! 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 They kept shooting. But the members of the Galila Company were much more than simple builders, dodging bullets while punching and kicking all the pirates who tried this scam. It didn't take long for all the pirates to be on the ground, beaten, and knocked out. "Take their weapons and tie them up. We should call the Navy. Let's auction their ship. Since they're not going to pay the other half, we'll get the money at the auction," Iceberg commented, and everyone nodded. "Did you see that?" the citizens shouted, watching the show from outside. "Yes, they are unbeatable, as expected of the mayor," another spoke. "Iceberg Sama." Some women screamed. This was the atmosphere of the upper part of the city, but this could not summarize Water 7 as a whole, because on a beach at the lowest point of the city fountain, there was a dump with everything people threw away, mainly from ships that were destroyed and parts that had to be replaced and disposed of the old ones. Everything was accumulated on this side of the beach. "Come on, we should throw this ugly ship's bow away," said a man who worked at a construction company on the lower side of the city. "This thing, who makes something like this?" the other murmured, looking at the sculpture that was the beak of a ship. "You had to see the person who was the captain of this, he was crazy," the other murmured. "I don't doubt it, who puts a person wearing a straw hat on the bow of the ship? It even looks like that pirate who is becoming famous," the other commented as they strained to move that bow. They had to throw it in the lower part of the city, on the beach, so they carried the pieces to the edge of the place and pushed for it to fall. "Ha ha ha. This man had green hair and he seemed to be really a fan of that pirate," But he didn't have much experience at sea and almost sank, so he had to change the mast. He went crazy when we couldn't make a ship's bow like it and he had to use another from our stock. The man laughed, commenting on what happened. Whatever, let's keep pushing this thing. They nodded and threw that bow off the edge, and it fell straight onto the beach. As soon as they did that, they returned to their company to do their work. While the ship's bow fell among other debris, it didn't take long for a group of 3 men to see the ship's bow and look at it with interest from one side of the beach. This looks good. One man spoke with satisfaction. Frankie is going to love this, another said while the last one just nodded. Then climbing onto the debris, they began to remove that ship's bow and loaded it onto a cart they brought. As soon as they fitted it into the cart, they began to take the ship's part to one side of the beach. They arrived at a corner of the beach where there was a house with neons, titled Frankie's house. After pushing the cart to the entrance, they entered and saw Frankie drinking his cola. "Frankie, we found something you're going to be interested in," said the man. What would that be?" Frankie, wearing only his swim trunks, said with interest. "Come see," his subordinate spoke, and Frankie followed him outside. "What is this?" Frankie was shocked by the mast. "Did you like it?" said a man waiting for a positive response. "Of course not, you idiot." Frankie spoke loudly. "This is nothing super perverted." He spoke with disappointment, still wondering who would use a ship's bow in that way, looking at the image of the man with a straw hat crookedly. "Forget it, just leave it aside, it's not enough for the super ship I'm planning to make," he said as the men grew disheartened, and Frankie went back inside to drink more cola, still hoping for an opportunity to create his perfect ship. Meanwhile, at the port, the workers continued their service, hammering the wood of the ships. The day was quite peaceful, with no one in this city expecting what would happen next because at sea, a small shadow appeared on the horizon. Why do I feel something strange when I look at that ship so far away?" One of the working men murmured, seeing the small shadow. "Hey, Lucas. What are you doing? Keep hammering that mast," another man warned. "Wait, can you get the magnifying glass? I want to see who is coming to town," the same man said. Why do you want to see a new visitor? It doesn't matter who it is. If it's a pirate, Iceberg can deal with him with his men. But it's strange. I feel something wrong with that ship. Can you get the magnifying glass?" the man insisted. "What a pain, Lucas," he complained and went to the side of the ship under construction, picking up the magnifying glass on the table. "Let me see what kind of ship is scaring Lucas so much," the man said disdainfully as he prepared to laugh at his friend while pointing the magnifying glass to the sea, expecting to see a random pirate. "What is that?" The distant shadow finally seemed clear to him, and he saw a large black ship coming at high speed to the city, its flag making him lose the sensation of standing on the ground, because that ship was not just any pirate, but a super crew with more than 2 billion for all their heads. Who wouldn't recognize that flag in this part of the sea and not pee in fear? Now that infamous pirate group causing chaos in the world was coming to Water 7. "Hey, man, are you okay?" Lucas, the simple worker, saw his friend paralyzed on the spot. The man looked at him with a pale face. "We must warn the city. The Straw Hats are coming here," the man with the magnifying glass shouted, not only catching Lucas by surprise but all the workers on the ship, who immediately stopped what they were doing after hearing this. "The Straw Hats? They're coming here? We must warn the city? Run! We must flee! Call the Marine, report our situation." That ship was just the beginning of the chaos that would follow in Water 7. At sea, the Black Pearl continued sailing towards the city with force. All the Straw Hats were looking at the structure somehow, some enchanted by the city, others with a neutral tone, some hoping to find a fight. Luffy was in the middle of all this just smiling. After all, he had more people to capture in the city. "Since I'm here, let's start a call to begin negotiating," Luffy said, taking a Den Den Mushi out of his pocket and started dialing a specific number. 526 Chapter 218 Water 702 I'm posting 2 chapters of One Piece because I want to focus on the 3 from Danmachi tomorrow. Chapter size: 2,000 words. Third person POV Water 7, first half of Grand Line. The Black Pearl was getting ever closer to its next stop, slicing through the sea but without the rush Luffy usually imposed on the ship with his power. "Luffy, the town seems to already know we're coming," Usopp said, using a technological lens on his eye after Luffy passed on a Vegapunk project for the sniper to create with the Doctor and Skypia. It was an item he had only finished a few days ago, and Usopp could now see things from afar much faster than by looking through a magnifying glass. Let them, we can't do anything about it, after all. We are a superpower in this sea. It's normal to arrive anywhere and scare people, Luffy commented. Are we scary now, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi seemed horrified by this. We are pirates, I guess it's very normal, Vivi commented on the side. Anyway. Luffy commented and looked at Hugo. I need you to hunt someone down in that city, Luffy said and began to explain. He is not hard to find, he's at a bar as the owner. His hair is iconic with two looking like horns. He uses the power of the door fruit, so you have to be faster than him as soon as he sees you as a threat, got it? Luffy laid out the instructions on how to capture Bueno. That will be easy, Captain, Hugo spoke calmly. That's good, Luffy nodded and turned his attention to his pocket, where he took out his Den Den Mushi. Dialing a call, the phone started ringing. Kacha. Asterisk. Hello. A familiar voice came from the other side. Hello, Grandpa, Luffy said calmly. Luffy. You damn brat. Where are you now? Garp demanded immediately. I'm missing you. Can't a grandson call to ask how you are? Luffy asked. You think you can catch me with that again? The Den Den Mushi screamed, but there was a blush knowing Garp was holding back. Listen here, you irresponsible brat, how am I? Garp suddenly stopped. He was going to say great-grandchildren, but he hid that from someone in the middle of the call when he was about to pronounce those words. Luffy thought and gave a small smile. So you're in front of Sengoku, aren't you? That's good, I need to talk to him, Luffy said with Garp's silence. Give me that, Garp, Sengoku, not knowing why Garp did not continue, asked for the Den Den Mushi. Pirate Monkey D. Luffy, Sengoku shouted into the Den Den Mushi, while Luffy's crew was all listening to the conversation in silence. Hello, Sengoku. It's good to talk to you, Luffy smiled. You have a Shichibukai still in captivity. You better release him immediately, otherwise, I will send the entire force of the Navy to catch you, Sengoku immediately threatened him. Good that you brought that up, Luffy said. Let's negotiate, after all, the capture of a Shichibukai is not your only concern. Luffy spoke mysteriously, making Sengoku have a bad feeling and growl. What do you mean? He asked cautiously. Give me a few minutes, Luffy spoke and turned to Hugo. Hugo, grab that man I asked for. You can stop at the harbor and enjoy the city, but we will leave in a few days, after all, we have a big negotiation with the Navy. Luffy spoke and quickly jumped into the air with Hugo following him and flew towards Water 7 immediately. They raced through the air, without the city realizing that Luffy was already arriving before his ship. By this time people were already spreading the shocking news of a 750 million pirate approaching the city. What are we going to do? Screamed a woman. Notify the mayor immediately. Should we call the Navy? People screamed in fear. Luffy was portrayed as a bloodthirsty demon that destroyed entire islands and thousands of people paid with their lives when that happened. Everyone in the city was seeking shelters, workers left the docks, citizens docked in houses closing all doors. Iceberg frowned as soon as he heard about the Straw Hat Pirates approaching the city, while his employees looked on, some with a look of fear. Fear, fear. Rob Lucci's pigeon said scared while he frowned. After all, even CP9 had to recognize Luffy's strength as depicted in the newspapers. Which of them could deal with a power that could devastate an island? Even the talented Rob Lucci had doubts. Rob Lucci exchanged glances with the other members as they pondered what to do. What should we do, Iceberg? Polly raised the question while everyone was silent. Let's stay calm. If we need to deal with them causing trouble, we should try to stop them, Iceberg said. You talk as if we're dealing with ordinary pirates. You know we can't face those pirates. Have you seen what they can turn into in the newspaper? Polly said in frustration. Even so, we can't let them destroy Water 7. Khalifa, contact the Navy immediately, Iceberg said. However, something happened. As they were discussing, a high-speed meteor fell from the sky, exploding the ground in front of the company, while everyone quickly went on alert. From the debris, Luffy emerged with his cape fluttering, flaunting his symbol while smiling at them with the Den Den Mushi still in his hand. He looked at Iceberg and the others as if they were his prey, while they all frowned at this pirate arriving in such a manner. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, in a specific bar, Bueno was somewhat cautious. The city had plunged into chaos, and his customers quickly ran to their homes intending to hide. Some even went to the port to flee the place. He was wondering whether he should wait to see what happened or go after the others. This might compromise our disguise. I should stay here and wait for things to calm down. He decided in the end, after all, his mission had been carried out for years. He wouldn't like to lose it at this moment with uncertainty. However, at that moment, he heard the bar's doorbell opening and was surprised to see a large man entering. He was a member of CP9. He had to be aware of all possible information, and it wasn't hard to realize that this man was Hugo, one of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hugo looked at him and soon began to move towards the counter. Bueno just tried to appear calm as he watched him approaching. Hugo simply sat at the counter and looked at him. "Give me your best loot," he said, and Bueno nodded, taking a bottle with a glass while pouring the alcohol into the glass and placing it on the table for Hugo to drink. Bueno could feel a pressure, indicating that something bad might happen, but he kept as calm as he could. Hugo picked up the glass and drank calmly. As soon as he finished, downing it all in one gulp, he looked at the bartender. "You know, when my captain asked me to look for a man with cow-like hair and named Bueno, I didn't expect to find him in the first bar I entered. I guess I'm a lucky man." Hugo spoke with a small smile. Bueno just looked at him for a while, his demeanor appearing almost calm, but inside he was nervous. He stared at Hugo for a few seconds while the man gazed back with a smile. Bueno moved his finger, and a door materialized beside him. However, as he was about to touch the doorknob, a huge hand grabbed him by the neck, breaking the counter while Hugo appeared in front of him. Bueno immediately spat saliva and could no longer move as he felt his breathing stop with the grip on his neck. "Sorry, but my order is to capture you. My captain asked for it, and I don't intend to disappoint him," Hugo commented calmly. Bueno, unable to do anything to escape the grip on his neck as his body was lifted, pointed his finger at Hugo's head, launching a Shigen. A small impact was heard, while Hugo just calmly looked at the finger. He didn't even need to use Haki to defend himself because it didn't even tickle his skin hardened by the Titan. Hugo just smiled and raised another hand, slapping the man, making some teeth come out of his mouth as he fainted with a swollen and bleeding face after receiving just one slap. As soon as Hugo saw him passed out, he shrugged, took the bottle that had been served from the stock, and left drinking while dragging the man. His door created by the Akuma no Mi had already disappeared. As Hugo left the bar and jumped into the air to find his captain, Luffy was staring down all the men of the Galila Company. "Answer me, Monkey D. Luffy. What do you mean by that?" Sengoku shouted into the Den Den Mushi, since Luffy had yet to respond to him. "Simple, Sengoku." Luffy ignored the men in front of him, smiling at the Den Den Mushi. "Because I'm in Water 7, you know what that means," he said calmly. Sengoku was silent for a while, until he spoke again. "No, you can't be serious." Sengoku could not believe what he was hearing. How did Monkey D. Luffy have such precious information? I'm now capturing the entire CP9, so you better give me a fair value for the exchange," Luffy said, smiling. Silence took over the place. Iceberg was trying to understand what was happening, while the CP9 members themselves were quite alarmed now.
Lucci immediately looked at the other CP9 members, knowing their cover was blown and they were about to act, but before they could, Luffy released his Conqueror's Haki, which immediately flew out in all directions at that dock.
"Do you think I'll let you escape so easily?" Luffy asked while seeing everyone feel the pressure of his cane. Immediately everyone began to kneel, unable to handle his current strength. "You are a little better, but still, you're weak. Is this the talent of the best talent to emerge in 500 years in Cypher Pole?" Luffy said as yellow lightning covered the dock and his gaze went to Rob Lucci kneeling with one knee and trying to fight against the pressure. "How do you know all this? How do you know us, pirate?" Rob spoke with difficulty while growling, but he could not move. Luffy was extremely strong here. Iceberg, kneeling with the others who didn't know the true identity of the CP9 agents, were shocked to hear Rob Lucci speak for the first time, since he had always been mute and his pigeon spoke for him. Luffy didn't immediately respond and looked at all the people kneeling at the site, making sure none fainted yet. He looked amused, especially at the agents of the feared CP9, appearing just weak while they couldn't even deal with his Conqueror's Haki. Luffy originally couldn't even deal with them at this part of the journey. This shows the difference between my current crew and the original Straw Hat members when they landed in Water 7. Luffy couldn't help but compare his strength, satisfied. "You hear that, Sengoku? I'm capturing all the members of the CP9. I'll be in touch soon so we can negotiate my terms," Luffy said. "You bastard," Sengoku shouted angrily. But Luffy simply hung up the Den Den Mushi, cutting off his voice. He now had to deal with his new prisoners. 526 Chapter 219 Water 703. Chapter size. 1700 words. Third person POV Water 7, first half of Grand Line. Garp. Your grandson is causing trouble again. Sengoku growled at Garp, still in the room. Luffy. Garp growled silently, but couldn't say more. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to inform the government that your plan, made many years ago, placing agents in Water 7, has just been destroyed. You can imagine how furious they will be about this, can't you? Sengoku said. And Garp just nodded grumpily without even picking up his Den Den Mushi again. Sengoku then picks up another Den Den Mushi and starts calling the 5 elders, already knowing what would happen next. Meanwhile, in Water 7, Luffy was looking at all the Galila company workers kneeling under his pressure. What are you doing? The man with blue hair finally spoke through gritted teeth. Luffy turned to him, who was standing next to a blonde woman dressed like a secretary. With an even wider smile, Luffy spoke. So you're Iceberg? How interesting to meet like this. Well, as you can see, you have 3 government agents infiltrated in your company. I'm just capturing them, since the government will have to pay a good price for their heads, Luffy said. What do you mean by that, pirate? A blonde man growled, wanting to shut Luffy's mouth, not believing his words. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa were actually frowning at this moment. No matter what you think, Luffy ignored him and went to Rob Lucci using sea stone handcuffs reinforced that could even limit the physical strength and haki of the prisoner. I know you can transform into a tiger. Seems like a waste of your talent with a common zone fruit. Maybe the government is afraid of you. That's why they gave you such a fruit. Anyway, you're not my opponent, so just stay quiet like a little kitty. He said his arrogant words while the pigeon was already passed out on the floor. Notwithstanding the pressure, and Rob Lucci just looked at Luffy with hatred. He put the handcuffs on Rob Lucci's arm, preventing him from transforming and even using the 6 styles. Luffy finished by slapping the man on the head, making him fall down passed out, while Kaku and Khalifa had dazed eyes and a glint of fear with what was happening. Now it's your turn, Luffy said, approaching Kaku, still looking at him fearfully. What do you think you're doing, pirate? The carpenters were angry at Luffy while he continued putting the handcuffs and slapping Kaku on the head, making him also pass out. What do you mean by government agent? Iceberg commented, still kneeling, looking at his 2 employees fallen on the ground passed out, still not believing Luffy's words. You've been investigated for years, Iceberg, Luffy now said, approaching him. You think the government, after Tom's death, would give up on the Pluton project? You're a fool if you think so, Luffy spoke, getting closer. What? Iceberg now said, alarmed, knowing what that meant. Yes, you had agents looking for those blueprints all the time, closer than you could imagine, but you were lucky that the project isn't with you all the time, isn't it? Luffy spoke, opening another smile, leaving Iceberg even more stunned. How do you know this? How did you know there was an agent here? And what proof do you have that they are really what they are? He demanded in a dark tone. You're not in a position to demand anything from me, Mayor of Water 7. Luffy spoke with a tone of disdain. What are you doing? Iceberg asked, seeing Luffy above him and moving his hand. I'm taking your secretary, he said, grabbing Khalifa's arm. What are you doing, pirate? She exclaimed angrily, but Luffy gave her a slight tap on the head, causing her to faint the next moment. You see, I have 3 agents from the famous CP9, something that makes me proud. Luffy celebrated as he put another pair of handcuffs on Khalifa and placed her with the other agents. At that moment, a heavy landing was heard, and Hugo appeared carrying a fainted Bueno. Bueno? Some of the workers knew the bar owner and were surprised to see him being captured like this. Nodding with satisfaction, Luffy said, good, put these on him. He threw the handcuffs to Hugo, who quickly placed them on Bueno before tossing him among the others. Luffy stopped releasing his haki and turned his attention to the Den Den Mushi, making a call in front of everyone, who still couldn't move. Hello. Luffy heard the frustrated voice of Sengoku on the other side, confirming that the Den Den Mushi was still with the Fleet Admiral. Hello, Sengoku, I have Rob Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bueno captured in front of me, Luffy announced, and Iceberg couldn't help but look stunned. If Luffy's words were indeed true, the one speaking would confirm it at this moment. How much do you want for them? And Doflamingo with the member of Kaido's crew? Sengoku did not deny, still with a frustrated voice. They were agents all this time? Iceberg looked stunned at the four captives. But something else also bothered him more. This pirate knew that the Pluton blueprints were not with him, meaning he also knew they were with Frankie. Pirate or government, he could not let what Tom sacrificed his life to protect fall into their hands. The pirate from Kaido is non-negotiable, but I want 3 billion for their lives, Luffy declared. Impossible. 1 billion, we are willing to pay that at most, Sengoku declared. 2 billion, otherwise you won't see them until you accept this amount, Luffy decreed. Sengoku was silent for a while, until he spoke. Alright. 2 billion, the exchange will be in Water 7, he said. No, the exchange will be in Enies lobby, Luffy said. Knowing that this negotiation would not be peaceful, a conflict could destroy Water 7, so even though he was a pirate, he didn't want to see this place destroyed. Alright. In Enies lobby, Sengoku thought in the same line of reasoning and accepted, seeing that the judicial island was close to Water 7. That's good, then we'll talk in 4 days. I hope to see this money at the meeting, Luffy said and hung up the Den-Den-mushi. Luffy turned his attention back to his audience on the ground. Some people were watching from outside the company at this moment, terrified to see the city's great heroes fallen on the ground while the pirates seemed to do as they pleased. You see, Mayor, you had government agents right here. We'll be taking them, and we'll spend a few days in this place. We won't cause any more trouble in the city, so don't bother us during our stay, Luffy said. What are you planning? Iceberg asked cautiously. After all, Luffy still had information about the Pluton blueprints, and Luffy was no longer even concerned with him or asking about their location, proof that this pirate really knew where they were. I'm going to see a future Nakama of my crew, Luffy said and returned to Hugo. Can you take them to put in the ship's prison? Tell the others they have 4 days to enjoy the city, Luffy said, and Hugo nodded, taking the bunch of them and leaping into the air to descend to the city. They took them. Some workers murmured still on the ground, still processing that their friends of years were government agents. After all, they couldn't go against the interest of the fleet admiral and this 750 million bounty pirate. So, I'm off. You can tell the city that we won't cause trouble. My companions like to explore places and will respect your laws if not provoked. Luffy spoke and started to walk away. Wait, you're going to the junkyard, aren't you? Iceberg exclaimed with a nervous heart, knowing he would lose Tom's blueprints. Don't worry, soon, those blueprints will no longer exist, Luffy said and disappeared, flying towards the junkyard. At the Frankie house, the news about the Straw Hats finally reached them. Frankie. The city is in danger. Some men from his gang who were in the city arrived yelling scared while opening the door. What now? Can't you see I'm drinking my cola? If it's to show me another ridiculous ship figurehead, I swear I'll hit you, Frankie growled. No. The Straw Hats are coming to Water 7. The city is in danger, they finally clarified their fears. That crew. Frankie also got a bit scared. After all, who didn't know Luffy and his crew after they went devastating several islands in the Grand Line? What? Monkey D. Luffy, the man who can defeat 3 warlords, 1 vice admiral, and a Yonko's calamity? We're screwed. Frankie's people immediately became scared, running in panic. What if he turns into a monster like in the newspaper? Someone spoke in horror. However, at that moment, the door opened with someone kicking it in. Black Pearl was now arriving at the port. Seeing this person there, they became even more alarmed, wondering what he was doing here. Luffy had finally arrived, and he looked at the perverted cyborg with his mouth open and eyes wide, since his hat was unique. I heard you guys have a good stock of cola here. Can I try some? Luffy said, since in this world there was no Coca-Cola. A product he hadn't eaten in a long time, so this famous cola that Frankie drinks piqued his interest. No one answered, in fact, no one could breathe, while Luffy walked into the place with a characteristic smile. 526 Chapter 220 Water 704. Chapter size. 1900 words. Third person POV Water 7, first half of Grand Line. Luffy continued walking until he reached where Frankie was, looking at him cautiously. He said nothing as he walked. It was only when he sat down in front of the famous bully known throughout Water 7 that he greeted him. So you're the famous Frankie, he said and continued. Like you. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Do you mind if I drink your cola? Luffy suggested and didn't even wait for the other's response before grabbing the cola bottle and bringing it to him. The place was in utter silence, as everyone watched Luffy taking the bottle and opening it with the sound of gas. Nobody moved a muscle, It didn't seem anymore like they were in a bustling place like the Frankie house. After all, who would dare breathe in the presence of this monster? Luffy drank the cola calmly, not caring about what was happening around him. You know, this is a bit disappointing. I was expecting a different taste. This seems more like Pepsi. Luffy murmured with a tone of dissatisfaction. Still, it's a nostalgic taste, he said, drinking the rest of the container. He released the gas-filled breath and turned back to the pervert in front of him. I just made a visit with your friend, Iceberg. A very nice guy, however, naive. I took some of his staff. Iceberg? Frankie finally snapped out of his shock upon hearing Luffy's words. What did you do to him? He asked worriedly. I did nothing to him, but there were some government agents looking for a kind of weapon. They hoped Iceberg had it. Luffy gave a small smile, while Frankie began to sweat. It's a shame they looked in the wrong place, isn't it? When Luffy said these words, a deadly silence took over the place more than ever. Frankie seemed to have lost his footing at that moment, paralyzed by Luffy's words. After all, what was being discussed was the Pluton plans with him at that moment. A moment passed and Frankie finally made a move, jumping back. I will never hand this over to you, he said, gaining some courage, and pointed his arm with a barrel in the middle of the palm at Luffy, who just looked amused at the cyborg. Before Frankie could shoot at Luffy, a hand grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the ground while Luffy was already in front of him like a kitten. You know you can't resist this, he said calmly as Frankie struggled to break free. Boss Frankie. His companions at the site shouted desperately at that. We should stop him, one spoke up quickly. Even if we die here, we'll fight, another said. Luffy was not bothered by them, and around him, a wave of haki was released, making everyone there faint the next moment. Frankie, already scared, became even more alarmed seeing all his colleagues fallen on the ground, with no one else conscious. Luffy used his free hand to open the cyborg's elbow, while he struggled, but in vain. Luffy took the papers inside him and threw him on the ground the next moment. Frankie fell stunned, looking fearfully at Luffy as he looked at the papers. Let's at least read this, Luffy thought, and used his Moa Moa No to read everything quickly in less than 20 seconds and memorize everything. He at least wanted to understand a bit about this weapon. It might be useful for him to do some things with this information. He didn't intend to build a second Pluton, after all. There's already one under Wano, and if his theory was correct, the key to activating the military ship, which should be considered a nuclear ship, would somehow be Vivi. After all, everything indicates that the Nefertari D blood has to do with the weapon. But Luffy is still curious about the weapon's skeleton and how it works. He finished reading and looked at Frankie, still glaring at him with clenched teeth. This weapon is too dangerous to keep. You should have destroyed it a long time ago, he concluded, and picked up a Den Den Mushi. Pointing the Den Den Mushi at the paper while he dialed, Sengoku, send this video to the world government. Your chances of getting your hands on Pluton end here, he said, and the papers in his hand quickly caught fire, disappearing into ashes. Luffy looked satisfied and hung up the Den Den Mushi. This call would be sent, and using his intuition, he could tell what he did was indeed real. You see, Frankie, I just did something that could have ended your life, Luffy said, crossing his arms to the man still on the ground. You destroyed all the plans, he murmured in disbelief. After all, he could not believe that Luffy had absorbed it all. Yes. Now let's see the others. I have to introduce you to your new crewmates, Luffy said. What do you mean by that? He didn't finish when Luffy grabbed him by the clothes and started to leave while Frankie tried once more to get out of his grip. At least it wasn't by the neck now. Hey, answer me. Why are you carrying me like this? Frankie tried to speak, but Luffy ignored him while kicking the exit door and flying into the air, heading towards the port. The city is quite empty. I guess that's normal due to our reputation, but it's kind of boring. It's not like we were going to destroy every place we dock, Luffy commented, looking at the closed houses, feeling all the people in the city scared of them. He went towards the Black Pearl anchoring in the port at that moment and approached in the air. Let me go. No, don't let me go, because I don't want to fall from this height, but put me on the ground, Frankie screamed as he was carried. His crew looked towards the screens in the air and saw Luffy landing on the deck with a man in swimwear, floral clothing, and blue hair. Luffy, what is this? Vivi asked, wanting to understand. This is our new companion, just like Enel. He will be our engineer, Luffy said with a small smile. Who said I'm your engineer? Frankie shouted with a comical face after hearing that, despite the scare he took. Companion? This is just a pervert. Nami crossed her arms and looked suspicious. Thanks for the superior RRR compliment. Frankie seemed happy with that. That was not a compliment, Nami shouted with a comical face. Luffy. What have you brought to the crew now? Lami commented on the side with eyes on the captain. Don't worry, he's trustworthy, despite being a weakling now, he can be very strong in the future. Luffy slapped Frankie on the back who was getting up from the ground, making him fly with Luffy's slap going towards the ship's door. At that moment, Hugo appeared opening the door and saw a man in swimwear flying towards him while screaming. He looked strangely at that and kicked the man, who flew before hitting the mast and falling unconscious. Did you kill him? Usopp shouted stunned. He's our crewmate? He's injured? Call a doctor. Chopper was scared. Wolf. Wolf. Chow Chow barked. Ah, that's right. I'm a doctor, Chopper said and went to treat Frankie. Ha 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 ha. It's good that we're still in a good mood. Luffy laughed seeing this interaction and turned back to Hugo. How are our prisoners? Placed in their cells, no chance of escaping, he said and Luffy nodded. Luffy. I wanted to see this city, but, where is everybody? Uda said pointing to the empty city. It seems the world is afraid of us. So it's better to get used to it. Told the mayor we're going to stay a few days and we don't intend to cause trouble unless necessary. Soon the city will function again, Luffy said. So I would like to see this place, Robin commented. Yes, I also want to see. I haven't seen a city like this, Shirahoshi shouted excitedly. You all can go, as Hugo said, we have 4 days. I'll deal with Frankie, you can do whatever you want, Luffy said and went to the cyborg all bandaged up by Chopper. Seeing this, many of the crew decided to head to the city, especially the women going to clothing stores and riding carts through the city's rivers, while Zoro, Kuina, and Chow Chow stayed with Luffy, some to train and others to sleep as Luffy saw Chow Chow lying on the deck peacefully. Luffy approached the bandaged Frankie and slapped him on the head. I swear I had a strange dream that I was kidnapped by a pirate and he made me join his crew. He murmured waking up, but seeing Luffy in front of him, he started to sweat. Yo, he said with a small smile. What do you want? I'm not going to join your crew, Frankie spoke firmly. You know you don't have a choice, you were with the Pluton plans. Do you really think the government won't go after you after knowing this? Hoping you read the contents that Tom sacrificed his life to protect? Luffy asked calmly, and Frankie seemed to clench his teeth. They wouldn't do that. Frankie spoke, and Luffy wanted to laugh at him. Yes, they would, trust me. I have many crew members who hate them to a degree that even scares me, Luffy joked, but there were some whose hatred surprised him after what they had been through, and he didn't blame them. Why do you want me to go with you? Frankie asked sincerely. He didn't seem to see much value in himself as this pirate looked at him. After all, this crew was made of monsters, he would be a useless guy. Don't underestimate your value, Frankie. You have potential, more important than your strength, is your talent. You can come on our journey, we need good engineers, look at this ship, wouldn't you like to study it? Luffy suggested, pointing to the Black Pearl. He would be lying if he said he wasn't enchanted by this ship, which had already appeared in the newspaper a few times with its name. Looking closely, it was quite impressive with its 50 meters. Moreover, wouldn't you like to build a ship for me? I need someone to make a secondary ship for the crew. Can you make this ship for me? I'm willing to provide all sorts of material. How about it? Luffy asked, and Frankie finally had a positive look. I can build a ship for you? Frankie was surprised. After all, no one wanted his skills, and he ended up being a gangster in Water 7. If this pirate wants his work, this is an opportunity for him to fulfill his dream of building the perfect ship. Raccoon here, important notice, changed from Days Raccoon to RaccoonLeague. I deeply appreciate your support since the beginning of this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you like my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron with plans starting at $2. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to more than 165 extra chapters with 8 active fanfics at the same time, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Even if you are not a patron, I am making chapters available at 3 to 4 hours earlier here, so become a free member on the platform. 526 Chapter 221 Water 705. Chapter size 1900 words. Third person POV Water 7, first half of Grand Line. This, Iceberg exclaimed, bewildered as he watched what was happening in front of him. Usopp. Hand me that tool. Frankie shouted as Hugo lifted a huge base of atom wood, the most durable in the known world, effortlessly while they used a construction base next to Black Pearl to make what Luffy believed to be the Sunny Go. Iceberg was worried about what could have happened to Frankie, so he immediately went to his house, concerned that Monkey D. Luffy would get his hands on the plans for Pluton, and became even more scared when he saw that Luffy had arrived there and kidnapped Frankie. However, as soon as he went to the dock where the pirate ship was, he came across a strange scene. Frankie was commanding the construction of a ship at that very moment. As an experienced shipbuilder after years of learning with Tom before even creating his own company, he could identify all those materials they were using. Luffy bought them through his store, spending a bit of his money, but for a good use. Luffy had called some of his companions for the construction of a new ship as soon as he planned with Frankie what the ship would be like. The male members were interested, and the place was filled by Hachi, Beppo, Usopp, Hugo, Chopper, and even Zoro, who came at Luffy's call. "This will be superrr cool," Frankie shouted excitedly. Frankie, Iceberg couldn't help but call out to his old friend. Iceberg?" Frankie looked towards the mayor and smiled as he jumped from the skeleton of the ship to approach the old acquaintance. "Look at this, Iceberg. I'm building the perfect ship," he declared, pointing to the Straw Hats working. Iceberg frowned. "What do you mean by building a perfect ship? And the blueprints, that pirate knew you had them, didn't he?" he said nervously, not caring that Luffy might be listening to their whole conversation. "About that? Yes, he took them." Frankie spoke, scratching his head. "What? And now you're working with them? How does that make sense? We can't let the blueprints fall into the hands of a pirate," Iceberg practically begged. "About that, the pirate destroyed them in front of me. And now I can't stay here. The government will come after me as soon as they find out I had the blueprints," he said. "What do you mean?" Iceberg was surprised that Luffy destroyed them. At least it was better that these blueprints no longer existed than someone having them with the intention of using them, but was surprised by Frankie saying he could no longer stay. "I'm leaving, it's complicated, but I've become a pirate of the Straw Hats and will be departing with them soon," he said. It's not like he accepted it right away, but Luffy convinced him, seeing that he could be pursued, and now he was realizing his dream. "You can't be serious." What shocked Iceberg the most wasn't the fact that Luffy knew the location of the blueprints, but how he convinced Frankie to join the pirates before even he could leave his company until he finally found him. "It's true, Frankie has a lot of potential." Luffy intervened with his calm and distant tone, causing Iceberg to frown. "He's a member of my crew now, so we'll take care of him," Luffy said calmly. Putting that aside, Luffy returned to the construction of the ship's skeleton. He saw someone approaching. "Master, you need me?" BABY5 approached in her maid dress. "Yes, I want you to use your power to weld some things here." Luffy pointed to some iron joining with the atom wood. Then Baby 5, as always, changed her personality and pointed a missile at Luffy's head, making everyone look at them. The crew was already accustomed to this behavior, and Luffy told everyone not to interfere since any joke the girl plays on him is useless. "If you shoot me, and it only affects me, it'll be fine, but if you destroy any part of this construction, I'll make you regret it," Luffy said calmly, looking at the missile in front of him. But his voice carried a threat that Baby 5 had never heard before. After all, he never really had to reprimand this woman. Baby 5, with a determined face, became a bit nervous at that and quickly transformed her hand back to normal, having a shy expression. "I'm sorry for upsetting you, Master. I'll do it right now," she said cheerfully in the end, and went to weld what Luffy asked with one of her hands turning into a blowtorch. The construction on the ship continued. The girls walked around the town, but as the whole town was scared, almost no shop was open for them, so it was more of a sightseeing trip than a shopping spree. Many inhabitants came to Iceberg asking about the pirates' intentions. He ended up saying that as long as they don't cause trouble for them, they will be peaceful. The first day of construction was quite invigorating. The skeleton of the ship was all structured before the real construction began, thanks to the strength and power of the members. "This is super RRR done," Frankie shouted with joy as he fitted the anti-arms in a characteristic pose of his. "Hey, how did you get him to join so quickly, Luffy?" Uda asked curiously. After all, that guy didn't seem very willing at the beginning to join the crew. "The husband knows how to use his charisma," Alvida said beside. "Amazing, Luffy-sama," Shirahoshi said. "Sharky. Let's celebrate with a feast." Luffy said as they prepared the dock into a big party. Far from the location, members of Franky's gang looked on from a distance. "Franky Aniki is in danger," said one. "I don't think so. Look at him." He pointed to Franky jumping, drinking cola, and laughing, pointing at the ship. "What are we going to do?" said a woman with a black power hairstyle. "What if they've bewitched him or something?" said another woman identical to the last. Luffy looked at that group from a distance and returned to Franky. "Franky, go talk to your people. I wouldn't like to receive an attack and destroy your precious ship," Luffy said. True, I'll talk to my super companions," he said, going to the location. "You recruited him so quickly." Zoro approached with alcohol while Luffy was with Nejico at his side. "Ha ha ha. You're right. I thought it would be much more difficult, but in the end, we got our engineer," Luffy said, looking at the system in front of him. "System. You have recruited Franky as a member of your crew." Putting the system aside, Luffy continued with his crew while many people looked from afar at the pirates having a party, but no one approached. Franky's group ended up joining them that night, after clearing things up. In the end, the feast grew, and Franky's gang mingled with them for the rest of the night. The next day, Luffy returned to the work of the ship, and Iceberg appeared with his company. "I didn't like how you did things, however, I still recognize that you helped us, so we will help you with the ship, if you don't mind," he said, and Luffy nodded. "I still can't believe Lucci was a government agent, but I still recognize that you helped us," Polly said. The group also gathered around the skeleton of the ship. Even Franky's gang helped, while Franky was the chief engineer who eventually gave way to Iceberg. In the town, citizens began to leave their houses. Seeing that the pirates were just building a ship with the mayor and Franky, shops began to open, and the girls were able to enjoy their stay in the city better. But this could not be said for new visitors. As soon as they saw the characteristic black ship of the Straw Hats in the port, they turned ship to escape from that city. At the end of that day, another banquet was made by the crew. The routine continued and the city finally got used to the pirates and didn't seem to be afraid, although they trembled in fear when Nami asked for a discount in their shops, even making clothes or anything she wanted for free, making the navigator leave the shops very happy. This is the train Luffy-sama talked about. Shirahoshi pointed to a means of transport approaching the location. Luffy. Usopp approached, feeling something coming from that train. "Yes, there's a government agent on that train to spy on us. Hugo, can you take him out?" Luffy spoke calmly, sensing a very dark aura, probably an assassin, maybe even CP0. Hugo, someone who enjoyed killing anyone related to the government, seemed happy with this kind of job and went into the city. After a while, there was a small explosion somewhere as Luffy carried wood for the ship, but he knew Hugo had done his job. Another day, an agent tried to approach using Geppo. "Usopp, take him down," Luffy said, and Usopp looked up at the blue sky before grabbing his gigantic rifle and shooting with his light power, killing the agent trying to infiltrate the city. "Next time, let me handle them," Zoro complained in the end, having no chance to take care of any agents. But his chance was denied as on the last day, they were having a farewell party and, unexpectedly, the city joined them, eating and drinking merrily with the pirates. "Our last day here, soon we will set off to the sea, as we have a big negotiation to make," Luffy declared and looked at the ship, which was still not ready and needed a few more days. "Franky will stay to meet up with us. Usopp and Beppo. You can stay here and help him with the finishing touches and then meet up with us after Enies lobby," Luffy suggested. Usopp would be more useful here than on the legal island, and Beppo could levitate the ship to catch up to them faster, not wanting the government to find out now that his crew possesses the power of the Patre-on No Mi. "Yes, Luffy. Yes, Captain. And those who have been with me since Alabasta. We haven't had a direct confrontation with the government together, but make no mistake, at Enies lobby, we will face some admirals and powerful forces, so prepare yourselves for this great meeting," Luffy announced. And those fascinated with fighting were happy to hear this. After all, it was a chance to show once again their growth, and the event with the Green Bull hadn't done that very well. 526 Chapter 222 Preparations for Battle 01, Chapter Size 1800 words. Third person Pav Marineford, first half of Grand Line. Sengoku adjusted his cape, straightened his clothes underneath, ran his hand through his long beard, and adjusted his glasses by pressing them closer to his face with a finger. He looked into the mirror of his office and gazed at his reflection with satisfaction before turning around and beginning to leave the office. A group of soldiers was waiting for him as soon as he stepped out. "Fleet Admiral." They saluted respectfully as their hands went to their foreheads while the other hand remained clenched into a fist behind their backs. "Come on, we're already late," Sengoku spoke and continued down the hallway as the Navy soldiers followed closely behind. "Is everyone already in the square?" Sengoku asked along the way. "Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku," one of them spoke. "Then let's head there immediately," he said, and continuing their path through Marineford and descending the grand structure, they finally emerged from one of its exits, a special one leading to the execution platform in front of the entire square. However, today would not be a day for a public execution, as there was no prisoner to execute. Instead, the only being on that platform was an old man sitting at its edge, quietly eating his biscuit. "Garp," Sengoku greeted as he approached with the sailors in tow. "You've finally arrived. The sailors down there are getting restless waiting for you to show up," he said calmly while chewing on a new biscuit. Hand me that Den Den Mushi," he said and took the Den Den Mushi placed next to Garp. "You locked this thing up. It was a good opportunity to share my jokes. My students would certainly love to hear them." "Boo-wah-ha-ha-ha-ha," Garp laughed, spitting out his biscuit, which fell from that height, landing below and hitting a navy cap. The cap's owner was infuriated with the biscuit pieces falling on him, but he said nothing more while puffing on his cigarette. "Akainu is getting furious with you," Sengoku pointed out. "And that's exactly why I locked the microphone, so you don't end up embarrassing the Navy," Sengoku growled soon after. Ignoring Garp who laughed, he deactivated the microphone with a personal password and looked over all the men waiting for his speech. There were at least 10,000 sailors down there, all standing rigidly, with all the families of those sailors circling the square, bidding them farewell, as it might be the last time they would see each other. Sengoku took a deep breath and began to speak. "Today, justice has gathered all of you here because it needs to put an end to a threat in these seas," Sengoku started. People in the middle of the crowd like Kobe, Helmeppo, and even Monkey D. Lucy were listening attentively to Sengoku's speech. "The Navy has been suffering great losses since this pirate group entered the East Blue, destroying Navy bases and killing its commanders, yet still coming out unscathed." He began and took out a paper with the entire history of their target. It started with branch base number 153, killing Captain Morgan. Helmeppo shuddered upon hearing this. Then there was a major destruction in Orangetown. They attacked a sergeant destroying his ship at sea, and it didn't stop there. Base number 16 in the East Blue was also destroyed, killing Captain Nezumi as well. He continued as everyone listened and clenched their fists. With someone after doing all this, still roaming the seas, their blood screamed for justice. Sengoku also wouldn't say that Nezumi was a criminal, so he treated him as a victim here to add to the crimes of this group. They also captured Captain Smoker, making him a hostage. After that, for the first time in that sea, a king was assassinated by a pirate, no less than the captain of this group. Garp tried to stop them, but they managed to escape and once again met in Logatown, which resulted in the destruction of a large part of the city. Sengoku spoke before taking a breath and continuing. They entered the Grand Line. There was a sighting of a large explosion near Whiskey Peak. They appeared in Alabasta, and the Navy spoke again. They attacked Luminarchy. Other islands after some time disappeared. The captain destroyed Jaya. With all this, government agents became their prisoners. Their last contact was in Water 7, capturing other government agents. Sengoku paused to give more weight to his next words. Garp remained silent. Luffy could not be forgotten after all these crimes he committed. He is bringing the whole world into chaos with his feats. Obviously, the Navy would respond accordingly. Sengoku also did not know all of Luffy's movements, because if he did, he would be even more surprised. After all, the pirate had killed 2 celestial dragons. Lucy looked at each of the reports with a furrowed brow, seeing that the brother she always loved was causing chaos in the sea, fighting against everything she believed in. "We can no longer let this evil force continue sailing in this sea. So we will negotiate with this pirate gang to recover some government agents, one of them being a captured Shichibukai. Therefore our force is assembling 1 admiral, 10 vice admirals, 10,000 elite sailors with a buster call of 50 ships. If we enter into conflict during the negotiation, we will eliminate this threat from the sea." Sengoku spoke and continued before they could celebrate. "You have the mission to eradicate the Straw Hats in Eni's lobby." His voice echoed across the square. "Oh, The crowd of sailors seemed frenzied with the idea of eliminating such a threat after causing so much chaos in the sea. "No matter what kind of monsters are on that ship, we will eliminate them," a man shouted. "Yes, justice will prevail," another sailor from the crowd said. "No matter the beasts we've seen in the newspaper, we have an admiral and 10 vice-admirals. Buster call. We will be called with a force that can destroy an island," another said, celebrating. Lucy remained silent as everyone celebrated. She was not too excited about eliminating her brother. So she remained silent, just like Kobe, doubting that they could really stop Luffy there in Enies lobby. Garp continued in silence, seeing people shouting below, wanting to kill his biological grandson. "Garp, you know you're not participating in this mission, right? I called Suru to take care of it," Sengoku spoke calmly. "I understand. My students can handle it," he said, but without much humor now, as he stood up and walked away without saying anything. Sengoku saw movement below the platform and saw Akainu standing up from his chair, knocking off the biscuit pieces that Garp had thrown at him while spitting and laughing before. He approached as everyone stopped roaring, seeing that the admiral in charge of the mission finally made a move. "Listen, everyone," he began, getting heated. "No matter what happens, we will not fail in this mission. Justice will not accept any failure, so we will eliminate this threat in Enies lobby." He spoke growling, not entertaining any outcome other than killing Monkey D. Luffy. This could be seen as he was holding the Pirates Wanted posters in his hands, making them burn while clenching them, turning into ashes. "Let's board the ships, it's time to head to Enies lobby," Akainu spoke and jumped from the platform, landing on the ground and heading to the ships waiting for all of them. The sailors left their ranks and began marching behind the vice-admirals towards the 50 ships with the power to destroy an island, with Suru's ship waiting for them at sea. Sengoku watched everyone quickly settling on the ships and beginning to depart with civilians and military companions bidding them farewell in the square. "Good luck. Fight for justice. Destroy the evil pirates." Satisfied with this, Sengoku turned around, trusting Akainu to do his job. After all, they didn't just want to save the agents and Doflamingo. Akainu was summoned because everyone knows his personality, and Sengoku wanted to end this threat that was growing by the day at sea. As the dozens of warships departed for Enies lobby, on an island a few thousand kilometers from Marineford, in the middle of the Grand Line, a village was being attacked. Zihahahaha. Teach laughed as he destroyed everything in the place with his companions, testing his powers. But not far from there, in the middle of the sea, a boat catching fire at high speed was tearing through the sea at that moment, the white beard tattoo shining on his back as he held his hat so it wouldn't fly off at the high speed. "Finally, I know where you are, Teach," Ace growled as he headed in that direction, his target finally within reach. He would finally confront and punish Teach for his unforgivable crime. A pity that Ace was too confident to know the danger he was putting himself into. Elsewhere, Luffy was saying goodbye to everyone in the town. It seemed that they had finally become friends with those people, looking completely opposite to when the Black Pearl had arrived in the town. "Goodbye, Pirate Luffy. Straw Hat, goodbye, pirates. This is unexpected," Uda commented at the bow. "Thank you, everyone sama." Shirahoshi waved her hands as a farewell. "It was really a nice city to visit, it's a shame we must leave," Nijiko commented. "We're ready to depart, Captain," Hachi spoke at the helm. "Understood." Hugo raised the sails. "Let's depart," he said, and Hugo began to lower the sails with the pirate flag on the main mast as the ship finally began to move away from the port. "Nami, all set for reaching Enies lobby?" he asked, and his navigator nodded. "We're on course," she said confidently. Then the Black Pearl began to move away from Water 7 as a train cut the sea beside them. Their next stop would be in a small war between the Mugiwara and the Navy. 526 Chapter 223 Preparations for Battle 02, Chapter Size 1700 words. Third person POV somewhere on sea, first half of Grand Line. On the same island in the middle of the Grand Line, Teach was laughing as he walked with his group through the abandoned town. "Ziahahahaha. Let's go, men," he said excitedly while laughing and walking out of the village, unaware that he was being watched by someone who had just arrived on the same island. "Teach." The single word was uttered by this man, and Teach quickly turned to look. He narrowed his eyes until he finally saw who it was on the roof of that house. "Ace?" Teach raised his voice excitedly. "I finally found you, Teach. You left our ship with a debt, and I've finally found you to settle it." Ace spoke calmly. Zia ha 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 ha. We finally meet, Captain. Your brother told me you were looking for me. I just didn't imagine we'd meet here. Zia ha 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 ha. Teach laughed. Luffy? Ace raised an eyebrow. Yes, that unpleasant little guy and very powerful. Teach grumbled. But speaking of him, my men caught something interesting in a marine call. Did you know Luffy is about to enter a small war with the Navy at Enies Lobby? I heard the Navy wasn't taking it easy sending an admiral and 50 warships to destroy the island. Zia ha 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 ha, he said, spreading his arms. Luffy is going to war with the Navy? Ace was surprised by this. Yes, I was thinking of stopping by there. If he survives that, he certainly won't be in good shape, so we can capture him while he's weak. Zia ha 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 ha, Teach announced. Capture him? All the more reason for me not to let you go. Ace spoke with a dark tone, not wanting Teach to go after Luffy. Hey, Captain, how about joining me? Teach suggested, but Ace just looked at him with the same dark tone. I'm here to kill you, Teach, not for your nonsense. Ace spoke, and in the next moment, took 2 shots from Blackbeard's sniper. The shots in Ace opened holes filled with the fire of his Logia. Then Ace closed the holes and simulated his pistols with his hand, shooting at the sniper who began to run from the attack. Burgers did not stay behind, picking up an entire house while throwing it on Ace. But the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates used his power and created a fire pillar breaking the house, while Burgers got a bit burned. Hot, 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 he suddenly said, extinguishing the fire near his champion belt. He's a Logia, you guys back off, I can handle him, Teach said, and his companions started running from there, leaving only Teach and Ace. Let me show you my power, Captain. The power of darkness, Teach said, and everything around him was filled with darkness emanating from his feet. The battle between Ace and Teach began, with Ace being surprised as he was grabbed by Teach after launching a black hole and sucking him in. But Ace still fought, injuring Teach several times. In the end, the island was being filled by a giant sun of fire and a huge ball of darkness fighting each other. It was only after 2 hours that the fight ended. Zia ha 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 ha. Teach laughed, seeing Ace fallen on the ground unconscious while his body bled everywhere. Captain. Teach's members approached. Look, we caught a big fish, Zia ha 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 ha, he laughed with satisfaction. Are we going to Enies Lobby? Burgers asked. No, we have something more interesting here. Let's go to Marineford, Teach said, and they left. A day had passed, while in a place at sea, there was a certain island floating in the middle of a hole while the water fell before reaching it. As if this place had physical laws different from the rest of the world, considered one of the 3 great structures of the government. Enies Lobby was the point where all the great criminals were judged by a judge before taking them to impel down, as they already call it, a judicial island. Those damn pirates. A cup broke as it crashed against the wall. Spandam, don't get so enraged, said a huge body. How can I stay calm, Fukuru? Years thrown away, by a pirate who emerged and simply destroyed everything, Spandam growled with so much hate. Boss, let's get them. We are receiving reinforcements, Jabra said, shaking his mustache. Yes, we'll eliminate them, Spandam said confidently. They will pay for ruining my promotion that I ended up losing because of this, Spandam said, clenching his fists. What should we do, Chief? Kumadori asked, approaching. Now with Spandam more composed, let's get ready. Gather all 10,000 soldiers of Enies Lobby, he said, and the CP9 agents started to leave. Damn you all. You will pay for daring to challenge the world government, Straw Hats, Spandam cursed. News about Luffy sending the video destroying the plans had already reached him, so his mission could already be considered a failure. What remains is to take down this pirate crew along with the Navy to save his career. Time passed while Spandam remained silent, looking around as he drank wine, until a sailor approached that room. Agent Spandam. The reinforcements are arriving, the man said, and Spandam looked up with satisfaction. That's great, let's see our guests, he said a bit more excitedly as he was going to the port of Enies Lobby on the way that would lead to Impel Down. As soon as he left, he saw the large fleet with 50 Navy warships approaching the island. Ha ha ha. Look at this. Do you think any pirate in this world could resist this force? The man was shouting, looking at the ships. I don't think so, Agent Spandam. The sailor next to him also got excited about this force. The ships approached and started to anchor in the port. The first was the admiral's, stepping off the ship with some officers right behind. Akainu always showed a closed atmosphere, not letting anyone easily approach him. Then he raised his head surprised when he saw a man stopping him. "Admiral Sakazuki, it's a pleasure to be working with you. I've already commanded all the island's forces to prepare for battle. I'm Commander Spandam, by the way," the man said, still with an excited tone. Akainu smoked his cigar, looking at that small man for a while before dismissing him like any subordinate. "Get out of my way," he said, growling, while pushing a surprised Spandam. "Wait, what is this? I take care of Eni's lobby, this mission is mine," Spandam said, surprised by the disrespect. "It doesn't matter, I'm in charge now. Justice must be commanded by those who know how to guide it to eliminate all pirates." Akainu didn't say anything else as he brushed Spandam aside. "No, this can't be happening," he growled, losing control of Eni's lobby so easily. "I can't let this happen," he said before a shadow appeared above him. "Get out of the way," said a vice admiral, kicking Spandam, who ended up tripping and falling from the bridge of the port, into the water below. "Help!" he screamed as he fell into the water and the currents moving towards the big hole below the island. Akainu then began to organize the entire island, taking control of it, while all the Navy's elite summoned began to be dispatched with the warships, as they remained in the water with cannons pointed at the island. The place was becoming increasingly militarily fortified, while the 10,000 soldiers already on the island turned into 20,000. "Do you think we can beat him, Lucy?" Kobe approached Lucy, making her rounds in a place on the island. "I don't know, but definitely, I am much stronger than the last time we met. I hope to beat Luffy this time," she commented, but there was a nostalgic smile on her lips with the desire to meet her brother after months without seeing him. "Yes, I also want to show my strength to him," Kobe spoke firmly. He couldn't do anything with Luffy in Logatown. Just watch the chaos in the square without doing anything. Even still not being at that level, he still wanted to show his growth. "Yes, I'm sure Luffy will like that," Lucy said, and soon they were interrupted by something. All the loudspeakers on the island began to emit the sound of an alarm. "Attention everyone, the Straw Hat ship is approaching the island. Repeat, attention, a black ship with the Straw Hat flag is approaching." The announcer spoke as his voice echoed throughout the island. "They're finally here," Kobe said, almost not believing what was about to happen. "Yes, let's go," Lucy spoke. The voice returned over all the loudspeakers. "Everyone to your posts. I repeat, everyone to your posts." As the island went into a frenzy with more than 20,000 soldiers preparing for the possible battle, loading their ammunition, checking their weapons, sharpening their swords. Everyone was anticipating everything that could happen in this organization. Meanwhile, in the island's tower, Akainu looked in the direction Luffy was coming with the others, smoking his cigar more than usual. His eyes narrowed. "You finally arrived, a threat that I will eliminate today and here. Son of Dragon," he growled. Not far from him was Spandam. After being saved from falling into the island's hole, he returned to the tower of the judicial island but ended up just observing as the admiral and vice admirals commanded everything in his place, leaving him quite frustrated. "They're here. I want to laugh at Rob Lucci for being captured," Jabra said with crossed arms. At least Spandam was in command of his team. "Yes, they've arrived. It's our chance to save our team by eliminating the pirates and even earning a promotion for it," Spandam said with some hope. On the Black Pearl, the ship did not seem intimidated as more than 50 Navy ships were on the other side of the island. They were approaching at full speed. 526 Chapter 224 Eni's Lobby 01. Chapter size, 1800 words. Third person POV Eni's Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Before the meeting of Lucy and Kobe, the ship was still amidst the sea. "We are getting closer, Luffy," Nami spoke, looking into the distance, with the island becoming a larger point on the horizon. "That's good, it's time for us to go get our prisoners," Luffy commented, entering the ship and heading to the ship's prison along with Zoro and Hugo. Doflamingo, Patre-on, and all the captured CP9 agents looked towards the door opening with Luffy entering along with two others. Luffy looked at everyone. Doflamingo and Patre-on were being fed now, so their condition wasn't as extreme as the last time Luffy visited them. The CP9 members, despite being a bit downtrodden besides Rob Lucci, were fine, having been captured just a few days ago. "Hello everyone," Luffy announced with a small smile, but there was no response back. "They don't seem to like you, Captain," Zoro commented, noticing the silence. Nobody had responded to Luffy's greeting. After all, everyone was angry at that man. "It's alright, but soon they'll be happy, since we are going to release them in exchange for enriching us," Luffy commented with a smile as the prisoners looked a bit surprised. Are we going to be released? Bueno asked in his cell calmly. That's right, we are arriving at the meeting point, so it's better to take you guys out there, Hugo commented. Without adding anything more, Luffy began opening their cells and taking out his prisoners. With the help of his other companions, they brought everyone to the deck while keeping them in sea stone handcuffs. As soon as they left the interior of the ship, the prisoners finally saw that they were in front of the judicial island. With Black Pearl even closer, they were a bit surprised by this, but the scenery looked chaotic. Warships everywhere as if a great battle was going to erupt there. What is this? Khalifa murmured quietly. Fufufu. It seems the government has prepared very well for this negotiation. Doflamingo commented with a characteristic smile. That's true. I hope they at least bring the agreed money. Luffy commented while crossing his arms, also satisfied with what he was seeing. He expected no less. Black Pearls continued sailing towards the island non-stop while the local alarm was sounded at that moment. So loud. Uda commented looking over the edge of the ship. Is all this for us? How interesting, Alvida said, placing her club on her shoulder. From the ship, everyone could see movements on the island, with thousands of soldiers getting ready. Look at that island. It flies in the middle of a hole. Vivi commented, pointing at the island, and Uda with Shirahoshi joining her. Do you think we'll find Lucy there? Najiko approached Luffy. Lucy? I would love to see her again. Uda heard the mention and spoke excitedly. Lucy-sama. Shirahoshi also expressed her desire to find her. Yes. Luffy simply said with a smile. I feel we can find her there, he concluded. The ship continued approaching until the port was right in front of it before falling into the hole. With various Navy soldiers looking at them cautiously all around, the ship finally arrived at the port, anchoring there. It's really quite a sight. Kuina commented. Luffy left the strange structure of the island behind and looked towards the port. He looked down and saw who was the person there to receive him, quite surprised. He didn't speak to her immediately, but looked at his crew. The ones who will take part in this negotiation will be Yamato, Zoro, Kuina, Hugo, Nami, Najiko, Lami, Reiju, Alvida, and Vivi. He said to each of these members before continuing, while Uda, Shirahoshi, Hachi, Chow Chow, Robin, Chopper, and the rest of the animals will stay to protect the ship. Luffy wanted to keep the ship safe, and having some members with affinity with water would be the best choice. Everyone nodded while the members who were going started to take the prisoners, as Luffy left first, jumping from the ship to talk a bit with the person waiting for him down below. He jumped with a smile from the ship while his cape swung with gravity, landing calmly in front of the person. He looked at this person and greeted her with the same smile. To think that a vice admiral like you would be here to receive me. This is an honor, Miss Suru, Luffy commented. The lady herself looked at Luffy with interest. So, you are Garp's other grandson, the troublesome one. She spoke calmly, looking at him while all the sailors around just nervously watched this interaction. Behind Suru, there was a group of women. That's true, I like to grab the world's attention. Luffy spoke arrogantly and looked around. I thought you would film something like this, since you are about to tackle the biggest rookie of this generation. Luffy kept his tone while turning back to Suru. The Navy is doing this secretly, our intention here is an exchange, not a war. She spoke, but Luffy almost scoffed. Knowing it didn't seem like that, however, he changed the subject. And my sister? She's here, isn't she? Luffy asked, and Suru nodded. Yes, a lovely girl. Why can't you follow her path? She asked with interest. I've always liked the path where I was free. I have my own justice and I think I wouldn't like to go against it because of orders from superiors, Luffy comments. The Navy's justice is always the right one, she commented, looking him in the eyes as if those words were unshakable. Don't think so, the Navy is funded and that means it has a boss. If you receive an order that you must destroy an island for the interest of the world government, even if it kills innocents, you will do it, or have you forgotten what happened in Ohara? I have a living witness on my ship. Luffy commented, no longer holding back his mockery of the justice she believes to be unshakable. Suru trembled a bit at his words but said nothing more while everyone else watched in silence. Anyway, let's go to the negotiation site. Do you mind if it's in the middle of the island? She said, and Luffy nodded. In the middle of the island or at sea, it was all the same to him. It didn't take long for the other crew members to jump off the ship, reaching the port. You have some interesting people, I didn't know the Princess of Alabasta had become a pirate, she commented, looking at Vivi. Vivi stayed silent, and Luffy shrugged. She doesn't trust the Navy and the government much after what happened with her country, Luffy said. And this is Kaido's daughter. No one knew he had a biological daughter. It was quite surprising that you had her all this time. But you were very bold to pick this kind of fight. I don't know how Kaido has not invaded this side of the Grand Line yet, she commented, and Luffy just smiled. It seems I will have to meet him in the New World. What else can I do? I still keep a member of his crew with me. He spoke, and then his crew followed him as he continued with Suru into the Judicial Island. They kept going while Luffy encountered more and more Marines throughout the place. His group was not bothered, but certainly was watched waiting to make any move from the pirates for them to act. Luffy could sense their emotions. They're here. So this is what a 750 million bounty pirate looks like. Never seen one before. Will we soon have to fight these monsters? This is a negotiation, not a war. Do you think what will happen if the negotiation fails? Look, it's Doflamingo. To think that a Shichibukai would be humiliated like this. There are also the captured government agents. I heard they are important. Almost everyone in that group has their own bounties. The amount of conversation among the crowd of Marines was huge, and Luffy didn't want to listen to everything, so he stopped paying attention to them while he continued looking forward where Vice Admiral Suru was leading them. There were several giants too. Ha ha ha. It seems quite exciting what will happen here, Zoro said, placing his hand on his sheath. That's true, I'm willing to exchange a few punches with giants, Hugo spoke. There are surely many good swordsmen here. I hope to have the chance to face them, Kuina commented. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the middle of the island where there was a large space in the middle of the road. There was a group of personnel waiting for them. Luffy looked with interest at the group. After all, there was a man smoking a navy cigar with his cape swinging with the wind and 10 people behind them. One he recognized as Momonga, while the others he had never seen, but he knew some of their identities from the original work. His group continued following while all the vice admirals, admiral, and even the CP9 members were waiting for them. Fu. What an interesting reception, Doflamingo commented with an excited smile. That's true. I'm looking forward to meeting such unique characters. Luffy laughed, while Suru just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You really are unique, Monkey D. Luffy. Let's see if you will continue to be so in front of the pride of justice, she commented. It's not like I haven't faced an admiral before, Luffy shrugged. Hey, Gloomy. If we get into a fight here, let's see who defeats more Marines, Reiju teased Lami. Tisk, of course, but don't cry after you lose to me, Lami said arrogantly. As always, they always competed with everything, even in bed with Luffy, since her husband had to endure their competitions. Then they continued until they finally arrived at the site. Luffy could feel the burning gaze of Akainu staring at him with murderous intent. Suru approached the group of Marines and continued walking while Luffy and the others stopped. After all, the negotiations were about to start at this moment. He was just 12, while thousands of Marine soldiers surrounded them like an anthill outside the island. Dozens of ships still continued to keep their cannons aimed at the island, ready to fire at any moment. Luffy was not intimidated. He just kept his bandit smile and looked at Akainu and his murderous gaze. This is going to be interesting. 526 Chapter 225 Enies Lobby 02, Chapter Size, 1700 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Akainu looked at Luffy, still holding his gaze. This is the first time we've met, Pirate Monkey D. Luffy. Akainu spoke while growling, his cigar emitting an even more intense smoke with his words. True. I didn't imagine we would meet so soon, Admiral Akainu, Luffy said, without a hint of fear. He turned to the others behind the Admiral. Vice Admiral Suru positioned herself alongside her colleagues while Akainu led the negotiation as the Admiral. At the same time, I can say the same about all of you, even though I don't know the vast majority, but it's good to see you again, Vice Admiral Momonga. Luffy spoke calmly as if he were in a pub with friends rather than in front of dozens of people who wanted to kill him. All the admirals were looking, keeping a neutral face to Luffy's words, but curious as they looked not just at Luffy, but the entire group behind him. Except for the Princess of Alabasta, all the pirates maintained a rather calm look towards the admirals. While the high-ranking Navy members maintained an alert stance to engage in combat with the pirate group at any moment, the same could be said of the pirates, closely watching for any movement from the group. It was a unique sight as the sailors saw these groups facing each other. Admirals and vice admirals on one side and the Straw Hat Pirates on the other. Kobe commented from a distance as he stood in the crowd with all the other elite sailors. Luffy. Lucy looked at her brother from a distance leading his group and exchanging a few words with the Navy. Luffy had also felt Lucy's presence from that distance among the sailors, but he just smiled thinking of his sister. He had something more important to deal with now. This. Kobe suddenly saw a strange movement and Lucy noticed it too. A bit close to the vice admirals, CP9 was also gathered, as Spandam wanted to be part of this war and earn his own merits. He was looking from a distance, eager to act quickly to get his credits, then saw when Luffy exchanged some words with the Navy members trying to find a chance to defeat him and come out with a promotion from Enies lobby. He looked intently as he touched his pistol at his waist loaded with sea stone bullets. The other vice admirals noticed this with their observation haki. And the same could be said for the pirates, but nobody cared. What is he doing? Jabra asked, bewildered. He wanted to laugh at Lucci being treated like a prisoner, but saw that these two groups were so powerful that he couldn't even breathe. After all, he had to acknowledge Rob Lucci's strength, and seeing him so easily defeated was a warning of how powerful their enemies were. But seeing Spandam's movement, he frowned. I don't know, but it wouldn't be good, said another CP9 member, Fukuru, fearfully. I'm going to be promoted, Spandam shouted and wasted no time. He gripped the handle of his pistol and drew it, aiming directly at Luffy. However, before he could squeeze the trigger, Luffy just looked at him for a moment and, in a glance, launched waves of the Conqueror's haki directly at him while the space seemed to change color on another plane. The wave passed through Spartan as his eyes turned white and he dropped the gun, falling unconscious the next moment. Conqueror's haki, said one of the vice admirals. What did you expect? Look at his record. Look at his family, another vice admiral shrugged. He has become much stronger than before, Momonga spoke in a somber tone. Now their instincts screamed to stay away from Luffy, even though he hadn't entered that form he used to defeat him in Alabasta. Well, one less rat to bother us. Now, let's get down to business, Luffy said and stared at Akainu in front of him, who maintained his usual gaze. Akainu looked at him for a while, holding himself back from attacking just yet. As his hand tightened and heated up, it was like Akainu didn't want to hand over the money. It was a challenge for Luffy. And what if I no longer want to do business with you? He asked. Luffy just smiled. Well, then you'll have to hire the new Shichibukai, Luffy said, swiftly pulling his pistol from his waist and aiming right at the head of Don Quixote Doflamingo, the closest prisoner to him. Doflamingo had a powerful body, but with the sea stone added to Luffy's power, Doflamingo's head would be blown off as soon as he pulled the trigger. Luffy didn't take his eyes off Akainu for a moment while keeping the pistol raised, seeing if he really dared him to continue before killing Doflamingo, even if Nami would be a little upset. Doflamingo liked it the least, feeling that he could die right there, which was not good for his already wounded pride. Luffy saw that Akainu said nothing, so he decided to break the silence. I know you don't care about him. In fact, you yourself would like him dead. However, your boss wants him delivered, doesn't he? So let's resolve this. Hand over the money, otherwise, the people above you will be very displeased, Luffy said arrogantly. Akainu looked for a while longer, gritting his teeth for having to do exactly what a pirate wanted, then spoke with a severe voice. Bring the money, he said. Some cadets who were nearby the groups quickly obeyed, going to the corner behind the vice admirals and bringing 10 briefcases, placing them and approaching the group. Open all of them, Luffy said, still with the pistol raised towards the Shichibukai. The cadets hesitated and looked at the admiral. Do what he says, Akainu growled with disgust. After opening them, Luffy looked and smiled at that, since it was all the money. Put the briefcases all behind the prisoners, Nami suggested, and seeing that no one from the Marines said anything, the cadets did exactly that. Placed them carefully among the pirates and quickly ran away from there. Luffy looked at his group. Release all of them, he said, and quickly his crew obeyed, releasing all the CP9 members and the Shichibukai. Well, you can go now. It was nice our time together, Luffy joked, as the agents snarled and began to walk towards the side of the high-ranking Marines, having lost their mission thanks to this pirate and returning defeated and humiliated by the enemy. Doflamingo, despite having his pride quite hurt for almost 2 months, didn't seem to care much now. He just laughed as he walked toward the Marines in his strange way. Meanwhile, all the soldiers surrounding them looked surprised at that. After all, It seemed that everything was going well without entering into conflict. "Good thing. I thought we'd have to face them," said a sailor. "It seems it all went well then. I can see my family again," said a second. "How can you say that? We are justice and must eliminate evil," said a third angrily. "Yes, we should be killing them now," another agreed while others seemed relieved. "Now we just have to wait for them to leave the island and hope these pirates never come back," said another, praying that the pirates would go away. After all, many of them were giant monsters, and they did not want to see these monsters as enemies when they are just ants to be crushed. Luffy hadn't moved an inch to go back. His stance remained the same as before. He looked at Akainu with a smile. After all, this was just the beginning. "Come on, Akainu. That was way too easy and quick. Are you waiting for us to leave so you can attack us from behind, or shall we start this fight right here?" Luffy commented, looking the admiral in the eyes. All the vice admirals tensed at that moment with Luffy's words. After all, some of them believed it would be just a negotiation. But Luffy was no fool, knowing Akainu and his personality. Now, without the hostages with them, the battle would be inevitable, as this admiral would do everything to kill them, even if it meant killing most of the marines here. So, why wouldn't Luffy face him head-on instead of waiting for a shot in the back? "You're smart, pirate. I really would never let you go," Akainu admitted. After all, that was his personality and this was his final order from his superiors. He had to eliminate this pirate group, no matter the outcome. "Good, at least you admitted it," Luffy said, laughing, as the whole place tensed up, feeling the heavy atmosphere with Luffy's cheerful laughter, for this was the cue for the beginning of the battle that was about to start. Akainu growled at Luffy as he was laughing so comfortably, while his hand began to emit smoke, transforming into lava and growing, forming a large fist. "Son of Dragon, you will be eliminated today, along with your crew," Akainu decreed, as if seeing the future, and Luffy stopped laughing just to maintain his small smile. "Big words, Lava Man, but can you back them up?" Luffy said arrogantly. The next moment, both Luffy and Akainu moved together. They would initiate a clash, a fist of lava against a fist of purple flames. As they collided the next moment, both using armament haki, sending waves in all directions while everything trembled. This was the beginning of the battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Marines at Enies Lobby. 526 Chapter 226 Enies Lobby 03. I'm changing Kuina's sword, it better be Hirenmaru. Chapter size. 1800 words. Third person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. The heat of the lava and the purple flames collided against each other, exploding everything around. As soon as the collision happened, the earth was lifted, and a vortex of wind spread to all sides. All the vice admirals felt the impact as their capes flew against the wind, but they were already prepared to fight, while the Straw Hats also did not lag behind, getting ready for the next clash. However, neither of the two groups moved, just looking at the clash between Luffy and Akainu, both disputing with each other while their powers illuminated the whole island. The collision made the whole place tremble, while all the more distant sailors felt the pressure and the heat of their fruits. They started to fight. A sailor shouted, "What's going to happen?" Another spoke with a tone of fear. "Luffy." Lucy commented, protecting herself from the wind and looking at the force of the impact from a distance. The battle continues between the two until it generated an explosion, with a tie of the two flames, creating a huge smoke while the ground cracked. However, those who were within the explosion remained in the same place still. The explosion echoed throughout the island until the smoke began to disappear and Luffy appeared at that moment in front of his companions, looking with interest. Akainu also appeared without any mark of damage. He looked at Luffy with some glint of surprise. "You resisted my lava?" he murmured as he clenched his fist in anger. "My heat should have burned you," he said. "I have the flames of Ifrit, the flames of chaos. It's not the heat of lava that will manage to burn me," Luffy taunted. Akainu gritted his teeth and looked at the pirate. "So be it. I will kill you anyway," he said. And, without turning his face, he issued the order to everyone on the island. "Attention Marines. Attack the Straw Hat Pirates and eliminate them." He gave the order and all the sailors around began to make their move. Even with some scared, there was still justice for them to do. "Well, it looks like we're going to have a fight," Zoro commented, unconcerned, with thousands of Marines running towards them with weapons and swords. He touched his sheath, and his look was on the row of Marines behind Akainu. After all, the thousands of soldiers around him were nothing compared to those 11 behind the Admiral. Wow, there are many of them, Yamato laughed as he looked around the movements. I think we should first worry about the vice admirals, after all of them are looking at us, Kuina commented as she began to draw her sword, Hiranmaru. It looks like we're going to clash, Vice Admiral Suru commented with her aged voice. It doesn't matter, we have to eliminate them anyway. Doberman, another vice admiral spoke as he drew his wife. You don't mind if I act first, right? I want to see what this group is made of. A vice admiral named Dalmatian, who fought with his fists and dressed up as a Dalmatian dog said. He didn't wait for an answer from his colleagues and kicked the ground. The next moment, he disappeared, passing over Akainu and Luffy using Soru. They didn't even care about it as they continued to stare at each other. Dalmatian appeared above the pirates, making the first move while preparing his fists to attack them. When he launched the attack, no one moved, but the air changed above the pirates and a powerful vortex hit him in the air, making him unbalanced, while the force propelled him backwards, and he used Geppo to stabilize in the air, looking curiously at who had made the attack. In the reports, there was a wind user among them, but who he was seeing attacking was not the girl with orange hair as he read in the papers while preparing for this mission, but rather the Princess of Alabasta. Vivi looked confidently at the enemy in the air as her hand had created that wind. She was no longer a defenseless princess. In addition to receiving a unique fruit, she also participated in the training in Skypia and could be considered a great force in the group. Luffy also trusted his life with her, and she wanted to honor her husband's trust. Then, her body began to transform into wind, and she flew upward, flying toward the Vice Admiral. Wait, is that a wind Logia? A Vice Admiral, Onigumo, commented, a bit surprised. So, a wind Logia user with them too? Doesn't that make them have 2 Logias in the crew? This group is quite troublesome. I wonder how they manage to get so many powerful fruits every day. Mythical zones, Logias. Moreover, where is that Enel also? He didn't know hockey, so this is a good chance to eliminate him, before he becomes troublesome with that fruit, commented Vice Admiral Strawberry, holding a pink sword. He was a bit worried, after all. The lightning fruit is the most powerful of all the Logias. So many Marines died today in this fight. Yamakaji, a vice admiral leaning more towards Kuzan, commented. This is our job, these pirates could do something worse, and these people died to end the chaos in the sea. At least we have to honor them after this battle, Stainless said, grabbing his katana. I don't like Doflamingo, but these pirates are even more dangerous, so we must defeat them here, Vice Admiral Momonga said, drawing his sword as well, wanting his rematch against Luffy and the others. Tisk, Vice Admiral Cancer clicked his tongue while smoking his cigar, preparing better for the battle. Vice Admiral Bastille put his weapon on his shoulder and began to take some steps. No matter what happens, we will finish off Garp's grandson. They have a big guy there. Let's see if he can match my fists, Maynard, a muscular vice admiral said while clapping fist against his other hand, looking at Hugo. Suru listened to her colleague's comments and analyzed the whole situation, as she was a great strategic mind that created many paths to victory for the Marines. She looked at Strawberry, who had mentioned Enel, the missing Logia user still. About that Enel, we should be concerned. He might appear at any moment, after all. He is a lightning user, possibly hovering above this island the entire time, Tessero commented, despite none of them knowing that he himself was trapped on an island in the calm belt at that moment, in training. But Suru worked with possibilities, so she could not neglect this possibility as well. Anyway, it's better we don't just stand here, another vice admiral commented, and everyone nodded, quickly starting to move towards the enemy group with everyone kicking the ground. Luffy was still standing in front of Akainu without moving an inch, waiting for them to initiate a new attack. For him, their fight was just beginning. Above them, a group with 10 vice admirals quickly passed to face their other pirate companions, but were quickly surprised with the appearance of the pirates, using the same techniques as them, stopping the vice admiral group, while the first blows were exchanged against each other in the air. Yamato looked at her opponent, Vice Admiral Bastille, and used her weapon against his blade. The vice admiral was surprised by the strength of Kaido's daughter and was quickly losing ground in the air, as he was pushed back. She is very strong, he commented in surprise, since it seemed he was not strong enough to fight her. It's better you leave her to me. A voice emerged beside him and Suru appeared, swapping places with him, as she tried to strike Yamato. Yamato balanced herself in the air using Geppo and looked at the lady with curiosity. I will be your opponent as well, daughter of Kaido, Suru said calmly. Alright, ma'am. Yamato smiled, and soon the two were attacking each other with force again, while Bastille also joined the fight against Kaido's daughter. Zoro immediately exchanged sword blows with Vice Admiral Strawberry. Their blades clashed in the air against each other while they were suspended. Kuina exchanged sword blows with Vice Admiral Momonga. Nijiko used her fruit, blowing up the ground below her and quickly reached Vice Admiral Dalmatian, trying to punch the Vice Admiral and exploding the air. Alvida did not stay behind, as she used her club to try to strike Vice Admiral Cancer. She also exploded the ground with the force of her knees and launched a brute attack against the Vice Admiral. Nami created wings and went head-on with her fists wrapped in a green wind vortex against Vice Admiral Doberman. Reiju quickly enveloped herself in flames and flew toward Vice Admiral Yamakaji to kick him. Lami raised her hands and used her power to appear in front of Vice Admiral Onigumo while using her sword. Hugo and Maynard clashed against each other using their styles. Luffy, seeing all his companions facing their own opponent, while they were surrounded by enemies, did not waste time. Both moved in sync as soon as the first decided to act. Luffy took the initiative to attack Akainu, wrapping his arm in haki and punching him once more. Once again their fists connected, creating explosions of attacks that made everyone feel on that island. Doflamingo saw this and began to laugh, but also saw the chance for revenge for what happened to him. So, he would also interfere along with the Navy to defeat the Straw Hats, and CP9 also did not stay behind. What are we going to do? Bueno asked. Everyone looked at Jack Spartan, who was lying on the ground unconscious. We can't face them in this kind of battle. This battle is beyond us, Jabber spoke. We can take their weak point, Rob Lucci commented and looked towards the horizon at the end of the island while the fights were already happening. There, Black Pearl and the rest of the crew were standing. After all, the most powerful members should be these. So, we could use the weaker members to weaken their main force, he commented with a dark look. After all, if they cannot face the strongest point, then they should start with the weakest link. Battles Yamato against Vice Admiral Bastille and Vice Admiral Suru. Zoro against Vice Admiral Strawberry. Kuina against Vice Admiral Momonga. Nijiko against Vice Admiral Mozambia. Vivi against Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Alvida against Vice Admiral Cancer. Nami against Vice Admiral Doberman. Reiju against Vice Admiral Yamakaji. Lami against Vice Admiral Onigumo. Hugo against Vice Admiral Maynard. Luffy against Admiral Akainu. 526 Chapter 227 Enies Lobby 04. Chapter size, 1700 words. Third person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Boom MM, asterisk. Boom MM, asterisk. Boom MM, asterisk. The island shook with explosions, with bright lights outshining the sun itself. Meanwhile, on the Straw Hats ship in the harbor, the rest of the crew watched the explosions wondering what was happening, as even the Black Pearl trembled. It's better we stay alert, it seems the negotiation went wrong, Ruben commented calmly on the deck. Are we going to fight against the Navy? Shirahoshi murmured, a bit confused. Sharky, Megalo said next to her, wanting to protect his friend. Grr. Laboon emitted his whale sound. Karoo was scared while trying to hide somewhere on the ship, running around. Nay, it looks like we will have to face them soon, Hachi commented. Uda remained silent, looking towards the island with the bright lights fighting one another. The heat reaches here, she murmured at last. Wolf. Chow Chow barked dangerously towards the island. It didn't take long to see numerous people running towards the ship in white uniforms wielding weapons, just appearing as ants in the distance. We're being attacked, Chopper said while crying and running. Suddenly, an explosion sound happened, not from the island, but from outside of it. A moment later, from the side of the ship, the water exploded. They're aiming cannonballs at us, Uda alerted. More cannonballs are coming. Chopper pointed his paw towards the sky, and there were 2 projectiles coming in their direction. Hachi decided to act now. Grabbing his swords with the 6 sword style, he quickly sliced the air, sending flying slashes with Rankyaku towards the cannonballs, making them split before exploding in the air. Boom! Robin wasted no time and began using her fruit, making eyes appear all around the coast. She didn't take long to spy on everything that was happening and returned to the others. We will be attacked soon, There are at least 2,000 Navy soldiers coming towards us, besides the 50 ships. And some are approaching this side already." She pointed to a corner where there were 10 ships coming towards them. "Leave it to me. I'll handle the ships." Shirahoshi took initiative while speaking and quickly jumped into the water. Meanwhile, on the ships, a man with a magnifying glass looked towards the movement of the Straw Hat's mermaid. "That mermaid." She jumped into the water. "Get ready to capture her," he said, and everyone nodded, preparing to launch new cannonballs at the ship and take care of the mermaid approaching. "She's a mermaid, what can she do coming towards us?" said one sailor, mocking. "I heard she's one of the most beautiful women in the world. I'd like to see her," another man spoke. Meanwhile, the same man with the magnifying glass continued looking and saw a shadow in the water approaching, but it wasn't quite a shadow of a mermaid, or at least she had changed from a mermaid and suddenly began to grow more and more, covering the whole area. "What is this?" he asked, with a surprised look, seeing those huge shadows heading towards the Navy ships. "Careful," someone spoke, pointing to shadows emerging under the ships. Suddenly, the waters explode and a huge leviathan appears, biting the hull of the ship and throwing it away with a movement of its head. "Help!" the sailors screamed. But the leviathan didn't stop, as everyone was frozen, watching a ship flying and the leviathan now looking towards them. The mermaid princess, in the form of a leviathan, opened her mouth and began to suck in a blue energy, preparing a devastating attack. "Shoot! Shoot at her before she attacks us!" the sailors shouted and began to act against the leviathan. "What is this? Since when can sea monsters be so dangerous?" a man asked. "Strangers, we use technologies to keep them at bay. I don't know what's happening. Who is this sea monster? Could it be one with a? Could it?" another asked, considering the possibility of it being a devil fruit user. They began to fire cannonballs at the transformed mermaid princess, but the leviathan's hulls were resilient, covering her entire body, and the balls simply bounced off her without harm as they exploded. Shirahoshi finally charged all her power and with a roar, launched a blue water energy at the ships, devastating them instantly as they were blown up. "Impossible. She destroyed 3 Navy warships with that attack. What is this sea monster? Why is it attacking us?" shouted another man on a ship still intact. Shirahoshi did not stop. She began to fight against the sailors as they tried to use some techniques of the 6 styles. After all, they are the elite of the Navy. But Shirahoshi, even before eating her fruit, had started her training since she began sailing with Luffy, and she was the most talented in the crew with haki, dodging their attacks and even withstanding some without care, while she began to devour the sailors and launch water from her mouth, biting the other ships. More and more ships began to explode with the power of her icon. From afar, one could still see 6 ships fighting against the giant serpent, as more and more ships were blown up and sinking, while the screams of terror from the sailors could be heard. "It seems she is handling those ships well," Robin commented. "We should be more concerned about that army," Uta said and pointed to the harbor where there were several thousands of Marines running towards them with weapons and swords, shouting that they would defeat the Straw Hats. "Wolf! Wolf!" Chow Chow decided to act. Then, he barked and jumped off the deck, saying he would fight the sailors in the language of dogs. "Go, Chow Chow!" Chopper shouted excitedly, understanding his friend. Chow Chow landed in the harbor and began to run towards the Marines, who looked surprised. While descending to the harbor with the intention of attacking the ship, they saw a dog barking at them angrily as it approached. "A dog?" a Marine asked, surprised in the front. "You idiot, that's the Straw Hat's dog. Don't you know he is very dangerous? He almost devoured Vice Admiral Momonga." "Don't be fooled by the poor and mangy appearance of that dog," another spoke. Chow Chow heard this perfectly, getting even angrier at these Marines for the insults. Then, he didn't waste time. As he jumped in the air, his transformation happened, turning him into a large Cerberus, touching the ground with his legs as the place cracked under his new weight, and he growled with his 3 heads at all the Marines who stopped at that moment, stunned and fearful in their eyes. But Chow Chow was too upset after what he heard. He opened the 3 mouths. 3 elements began to emerge, and he didn't waste time launching his attack against all 2,000 Marines, causing explosions as the ground was destroyed in ice, fire, and lightning, devastating the entire port in that area. Boom. 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 Asterisk. Debris flew everywhere, and in the sky, a group of people flew past it, dodging while Chow Chow didn't let any sailor pass on the ground. The crew on the ship quickly noticed the movement in the sky. "Nay. It looks like they are coming this way," Hachi commented, but everyone already knew while keeping their heads attentive to the sky. Aren't those our former prisoners? Chopper pointed out. Yes, it seems that after they were released, they came after us, Uda said. It was CP9. They observed the explosions happening in the port and on the water, ignoring them for the moment, as their goal was to capture the weaker members of the pirate crew. They finally approached the ship and paused for a moment while looking at the rest of the crew. There were Hachi, Uda, Robin, Chopper, Laboon, and Kuru hidden inside the ship. CP9, Ruben commented, looking at them as they also looked back at her. You're the demon child. Nico Robin, Rob Lucci said as he faced her. It seems we can have some important people from the group and use them as hostages, Bueno commented. 2 women, a fish man, and some mangy animals for our team to handle. What a shame for us, Jabra commented, dissatisfied. No matter, a weakness is a weakness. Now, let's attack them, Rob Lucci commented and advanced towards the ship. However, Hachi, Uda, Robin, and Chopper responded in kind, also using Geppo and Soru quickly, surprising everyone. With their strikes, they made everyone from CP9 immediately retreat with that attack, quite surprised because they did not have information on many of the Straw Hats beyond the main members. Then, seeing others using their own techniques, even superior ones, was quite startling. The battle on this side was just beginning. All the Straw Hats were involved in this battle. Meanwhile, in the sky, a bird quickly appeared, using a camera. This was none other than Morgan's, learning about the operation, and he didn't want to miss it, so he personally went to Eni's lobby. This is really great, he screamed excitedly. Explosions and more explosions. Fighting between a type of pirates against a whole squadron of vice admirals led by an admiral intending to exterminate this band of supernovas. He celebrated. I'm rooting for the Straw Hats. If they win this fight, they will become an unparalleled legend on their journey before going to the New World. Morgan shouted joyfully. Now let's try to capture all the fights, because all of them seem so interesting, he said and went back to filming from that height. Raccoon here. 526 Chapter 228 Eni's Lobby 05. Chapter size. 1700 words. Third person POV Eni's Lobby, first half of Grand Line. BABY5 was scrubbing the captain's room, as he had asked her to clean it as soon as they arrived in Eni's lobby. He had put his maid to do it, precisely so as not to bother him in the negotiation, since it was Doflamingo after all, and he didn't know how the woman would react to that. The master will surely like his room, she exclaimed internally. How he always needs me, she said satisfied, and looked at the place shining, clean floor, sheets changed, scented environment. Maybe I should break something, he could punish me tonight, she exclaimed like a love-struck girl. But something happened at that moment. She saw a vase she had cleaned from the captain as a decoration of his room and thought about knocking it down to break it. However, the ship suddenly began to shake, and that vase she planned to break suddenly swayed and fell from the dresser, breaking on the floor. She was at a loss for words for a while as she saw the broken shards scattered around the place, just watching the mess without saying anything, until a shard moved towards her feet, which she quickly crushed with her heel. Her calm look turned into a wild and stern gaze as the whole atmosphere around her darkened while veins appeared on her forehead. She began to scream with all her might. Who dares mess up the master's room? She shouted angrily, as she clenched her fist and started to leave the room heading towards the outside of the ship. She walked through the corridors with long strides while letting her mop fall and quickly opened the deck door, facing the war happening on all sides. There were explosions, roars of monsters, and people hitting each other in various directions. But BABY5 was not shaken by this. She just looked at some members of her crew fighting in the air against a group of strange people using Geppo. At the port, the place was destroyed by Chow Chow transformed into Cerberus while launching elemental attacks on the scared sailors trying to escape and not die. In the sea, a giant serpent was finishing off the last ships, blowing them up and sinking all, to head towards the other ships on the other side of the island, still launching cannonballs. Baby 5 also noticed explosions happening on the side of the ship launched by those ships that Shirahoshi intends to destroy. Some bullets were flying towards the Black Pearl at that moment, but she noticed both Megalo, Laboon, and Kuru protecting the ship at that time. Kuru, despite the fear, used air cuts exploding the cannonballs. Megalo used Shigen and Laboon Tekai while the bullets exploded on his head without affecting him. Baby 5, still irritated, ignored the cannonballs, not letting herself be shaken by the war on all sides. She just wanted to destroy someone and find the responsible for messing up the captain's room. Turning her gaze upwards, seeing that some of her companions were still fighting against enemies, she decided they would be the first to feel her wrath. She walked to the middle of the deck and bent her knees, before jumping off the deck, exploding the place, while flying into the sky. Her feet became a kind of propulsion engine that Luffy had suggested while they were training, making her propel with more speed in the air, looking like a blur if she added some techniques of the 6 styles she learned. Kaku was fighting at that moment against Uda, when he felt someone coming in his direction at high speed. When he noticed, BABY5 was already above him, while her expression showed fury. "You damn bastard," she shouted, and he was stunned without understanding why this maid-dressed woman appeared enraged. "Hey, what are you doing?" Uda asked, stunned, since this was her chance to prove that she had become strong, but now Baby 5 had interfered in her fight. Baby 5 ignored Uda's protest, while looking furiously at her target, transforming her arm into an impact weapon, like a shotgun, and fired point blank at the man who couldn't even react, feeling immense pain sinking into his belly and flying backwards with the force of the impact. "One is not enough. I will kill them all," BABY5 shouted, as those around her were surprised by the rage of this woman who had just appeared. BABY5 looked at each one of them. "You broke and messed up the captain's room," she exclaimed with a look of rage, leaving everyone, both allies and enemies, stunned. She began to transform into various weapons with her arm and started firing shots, making it difficult for CP9 to approach the Straw Hats. "Who is this crazy lady?" Khalifa asked, and these words were followed by a hawk-like glare from Baby 5, as her arms turned into blades. She kicked the air with the technique she had perfected after a month of training with Luffy. Her body used to be weak, relying essentially on her fruit, but she learned to become strong in a month of training with the power of the Moa Moa no Mi, since it was worth several months with Luffy's multiplication. Khalifa was scared by the crazy woman appearing in front of her with blades ready to cut her. The CP9 group, already thinking it would be easy to deal with the members of the ship who were already fighting, had a big surprise with this woman starting to attack them. Even Rob Lucci, who prided himself on being a special weapon, was fighting against Robin herself, and having difficulty facing her, even after transforming into his zone. But Robin was stronger than him now. She could punch him, transforming her arm into a giant, something Luffy suggested Lucy could do with her Gomu Gomu no Mi. He received this giant punch from the girl, making him fly in the air with pain. Bueno opened a door behind Robin and tried to surprise her, but 6 hands grew on Robin's ribs and launched Shigen while air bullets flew towards Bueno, without Robin turning around, hitting him as he fell bleeding. She may not have learned Haki yet, but after learning the 6 styles, she became a powerful warrior. "Damn, how can this be so strong? Isn't there anyone weak here?" Jabra said, indignant and wounded by Hachi, who easily cut him. Meanwhile, at the port, Chow Chow was unforgiving of the enemies, launching attacks in all directions. The port was already completely devastated, while the sailors made every effort possible to try to stop him, launching their weapons and cannon shots, which simply hit an animal and then exploded. But, as the smoke dissipated, Cerberus seemed not to care about the damage, as they began to launch more elements in all directions. "What can we do with this dog? We can't face it," a scared sailor shouted. "Help!" another screamed, as the ground in front of them exploded and he was enveloped by the flames of one of its heads. "Help!" some sailors also screamed before being turned into ice sculptures with its freezing rage. "Reinforcements, call for reinforcements," another shouted, as he tried to escape and the ground behind him exploded with lightning. "Mr. Commodore, we need reinforcements at the port. I repeat, we need reinforcements," an officer spoke, while looking at the chaos that the 3-headed dog was creating in the distance. "Call for reinforcements," another was yelling into the Den Den Mushi. Meanwhile, in the water, the ships continued to fire at the Black Pearl from the side of the island. "Fire at that ship. Sink it," an officer ordered, while pulling the cannon's rope, which exploded, launching new bullets towards that side. However, the bullets exploded above the ship, not damaging it, being protected by all 3 animals. "Damn, how can it be intact after so many shots? Who is stopping our bullets?" they spoke, not knowing that there were 3 animals protecting the ship at that moment. "My lord, and those 10 ships that sank on the other side, wasn't there a sea monster there?" a sailor asked worriedly. "Yes, we no longer see the monster, But stay alert, it returned to the water and might be coming for us. Another man spoke with a lot of concern in his tone. The monster. It's here. Those ships realized a giant shadow that was beneath them. Fire at the monster. Don't let it get close, some screamed while exploding cannonballs in the water. But the Leviathan didn't seem to care about it while already being in the midst of all those ships. Damn, don't let it get close, said a captain before a huge shadow emerged behind him with the seawater rising over him and blocking the sunlight. This. The man turned cautiously, as the Leviathan stared at him with fierce eyes, no longer bearing any trace of the gentle mermaid princess that was Shirahoshi. All the ships were scared while screaming together. She's here, before the war began on that side as Shirahoshi attacked the first ships in front of her. A group of commodores advanced towards the serpent using Geppo to prevent her from destroying the warships, which also began to fight against them. We need reinforcements here, said a sailor on a Den Den Mushi while looking at the serpent with fear. As all this was happening, on the island, the calls were passed to the commanders, watching the entire battle from strategic locations, but all frowned. Even Suru, who was fighting with Bastille against Yamato, heard everything on the radio on her waist. This fight is not what we expected. Suru frowned, as it seemed that the navy was losing on all fronts to the pirates and Straw Hats. 526 Chapter 229 Enies Lobby 06, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third person Pav Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Luffy found himself surrounded by various battles, but there was only one he was interested in, as he struck Akainu once again with his flames, fighting against the Admiral's lava. He diverted his attention, slightly worried about the money being carried by Nami at that moment. After all, if the money were lost, their entire scheme would be in vain. You're underestimating me, you damn child, Akainu growled, noticing that Luffy was paying attention to something else. He increased his strength against Luffy, making him fall back. Luffy wasn't bothered by this as he flew. He used it to his advantage while quickly stabilizing and launching into the sky where various battles were happening at that moment. Explosions and flashes of combat filled the sky, while the 6 styles were executed by all the fighters. A particular duo caught Luffy's attention, and he smiled, heading towards the fight where Nami was battling Vice Admiral Doberman, the man using his weapons against the Garuda claws created by Nami. Damn all these Akuma no Mi users, Doberman said as he moved away from the claws and tried to stop them, while Nami continued launching attacks. She had entered phase 1 as veils passed over her entire body, and she displayed large white wings. She kept all the money cases close to her, while a claw still held them. She looked at her enemy who flew towards her, and she also began to attack him, wielding a spear that Luffy had made her use as her official weapon. They exchanged blows, as she began to materialize claws in the air that tried to cut the Admiral, who dodged and tried to fend off both the claws and Nami's own spear. Luffy flew towards them. At that moment, he felt a sudden heat. He saw a huge fist of lava flying towards him, but he made no move to dodge. As the lava fist hit him, exploding the area around them, even the morning people were surprised by the explosion. However, Luffy reappeared unharmed but, unlike before, he entered phase 2. Showing his beastly form, he still flew towards Nami. Nami, he shouted. Give me the bag, he said, and the girl nodded, throwing the bag to him. He quickly caught it and made it disappear, getting all the money into the system. As soon as he was satisfied, new fists of lava flew towards him. There were at least 20 of them, as one of them didn't harm Luffy much, being a fire beast. He looked at Akainu's blows and began to wrap flames around his arm, before launching his own attack. The great flame rocks hit the lava fists, causing explosions and heat in the environment. These 2 attacks even affected the crew and vice admirals around. Boom MMM. Boom MMM. Boom MMM. Boom MMM. Hey, Luffy, be careful, Kuina complained as Momonga was on top of her. She was struggling to face him but used her Shiva transformation in phase 1, where she created a cape on her back and increased her ice power with glowing veins in her body in a blue tone, and her eyes were almost white with a hint of blue. Pay attention to the fight, Momonga said, appearing in front of Kuina trying to strike her, which she slightly avoided. He looked at her moving away as he dodged the blow between Luffy and Akainu. You're very much like that girl who walks with Smoker, Momonga noticed. Tashigi, I've met her, Kuina said, shrugging without saying anything more, and focused her energy on her sword, which began to glow the next moment, and she started to emit ice, freezing the space around. Momonga was surprised when a huge ice dragon formed and launched towards him, which he tried to counter with an aerial slash, but the dragon didn't stop as it tried to reach him. He dodged its teeth, while the ice dragon continued to chase after Momonga, who moved away before putting his sword back in the air and focusing as the dragon came back to attack him. Approaching closely, he focused on his fencing and launched the attack just as the dragon made another strike, and Momonga cut the creature in half, dispersing it, but he didn't have time to pay attention to that because above him, Kuina suddenly appeared and attacked him, crossing their swords in those moments. This ice power, not even Kuzan can create creatures that attack. Momonga murmured as sparks flew from the clashing swords. They only stopped trying to overpower each other because at that moment, Hugo and Vice Admiral Maynard appeared between them, exchanging rapid punches with their fists as they ran through the chaos, appearing in the middle of many people's fight as they exchanged blows against each other. "You're strong, big guy," he commented. "You haven't seen anything yet," Hugo said, and his body began to transform into various rock spikes spread across his entire body, entering phase 1 of Titan, and before the Vice Admiral could react, Hugo was already on top of him launching an attack that hit his face and sent the Vice Admiral flying to the opposite side. The Vice Admiral flew to the ground, falling almost on the lava left by Akainu behind Luffy at that moment. Hugo didn't want to wait and flew down, propelling his body with Geppo as he approached, making the ground explode where he had knocked down the Vice Admiral. The ground cracked and rose with the impact, but while Hugo was in the midst of the dust, a punch with Haki hit him, making him retreat several meters away. "You're good. But you still have a lot to learn, big guy," the man said while rubbing his cheek after being hit by the pirate and spitting out some blood. "Let's go for the second round," the Navy man said with a smile. Above them, an explosion occurred. Vivi transformed her arm into a hurricane ball and attacked Dalmatian, who tried to hit her with his Haki-imbued fists. The explosion made everyone retreat. But Vivi ended up losing the advantage as Dalmatian returned to attack her. She quickly began to move while her lower body transformed into a hurricane, and she rose into the air with the Vice Admiral following her. She launched several tornadoes at the man, trying to slow his advance. Managing to do so somewhat, since even with the 6-styled techniques and Haki, it was disadvantageous to fight against the wind when it filled the air. Vivi raised both hands and began to concentrate her energy against the Vice Admiral and everyone below. She gathered enough energy before launching, creating something gigantic as everyone began to feel the change in the air. "This," Dalmatian frowned. "What is this change in wind?" The Marines running through the space of Eni's lobby trying to reach the battles happening soon felt something different. "There, look at that." A Marine pointed to the top where the Vice Admiral's fight was happening. "It's huge," another shouted alarmed. A huge hurricane was forming in the air, heading towards the ground. While everyone fought against each other, they had to look up as soon as it caught their attention, and the fights had to stop to start trying to escape the reach of that thing, as the wind began to try to suck everything in. Luffy was fighting against Akainu at that moment, exchanging blows and launching his flames against the Admiral, an intense fight with no apparent winner. Luffy also turned his attention to Vivi's hurricane and smiled. After all, he had planned this move with Vivi and Skypia. He saw Lami fighting against Onigumo and quickly shouted to her. "Lami, teleport everyone, except me," Luffy shouted, and she opened her room, a much larger one, covering the entire battlefield. While everyone was in a fight, looking attentively at the hurricane, Lami used her teleportation, making everyone disappear from the battlefield, leaving only Vice Admirals with Luffy and Akainu, who still received the pressure from Akainu. Vivi looked down from a safe space, as it was not within the hurricane's reach. But seeing what Luffy was about to do, she quickly left there, flying towards the Straw Hats. The admirals frowned as they tried to dodge the hurricane descending to the ground at high speed, trying to suck everything into it, starting to devastate everything around as it touched the ground and lifted everything up. Luffy looked at Akainu trying to suck him in. He used his Moa Moa no Mi to decrease his weight, and the hurricane soon carried him, entering inside it. "Do you think you can escape, Akainu?" Despite struggling not to be sucked in as well, growled at Luffy while launching lava into the hurricane, hitting Luffy, who stopped in the middle of it as he focused on his next move. Inside the wind vortex, Luffy felt Akainu's attacks from a distance, and he had to endure the heat of his lavas and blows, while his body began to glow bit by bit. In the next moment, a dazzling light came from the base of the hurricane and began to fill all the wind, turning it into flames of chaos. This stood out everywhere and left the entire island stunned, as everyone could see the size of the hurricane now made of Luffy's flames. This is the same move that Luffy made in Alabasta fighting against Crocodile. Luffy now had possession of the hurricane and could control it as he wished. Then, he sensed through Haki where the vice admirals were and launched the hurricane against them, who quickly flew away trying to avoid that thing, even catching Akainu by surprise. But he didn't move, after all, he was made of magma, and those were just flames, there was no Haki involved to harm him. However, the other vice admirals weren't so lucky because the hurricane went in their direction and, as soon as it arrived in the middle of them all, it exploded, creating an explosion that shook the entire island, and everyone saw a large cloud of smoke arise in that place while the Straw Hats were in a corner, looking at it, as Luffy quickly appeared among them with his super speed. Ha ha ha. That was amazing, Luffy said satisfied, and could see how all the Marines were scared by that. I think you overdid it, Luffy, Nami commented, but there were no complaints or tension in her tone. Vivi also joined them, and it didn't take long for the smoke to start to dissipate, and all the vice admirals appeared on the destroyed ground, but they were still okay, although some had burnt clothes and tense expressions. Luffy, I want to fight my opponent without interruptions, Zoro complained, and Luffy nodded. After all, this move had come up last minute. Alright, let's now fight individually, he said, and the Straw Hats were ready for a new round with the Vice Admirals and Akainu. Raccoon here, 526 Chapter 230 Enies Lobby 7. Chapter size, 1600 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. The explosion of the flame hurricane finally subsided, but everyone was still feeling the impact as many cracks spread across the island. Many Marines stopped running and looked at the huge smoke after the hurricane exploded, wondering what it was. The Vice Admirals were caught in the explosion, said a Marine. What was that? Will they be okay? Said another. Did Luffy do that? Kobe asked amidst the strength of the Marines. But suddenly, all the Vice Admirals emerged from the explosion still standing, boosting the morale of the Marines once again. They're okay, shouted a woman wearing a Marine cape. They won't fall so easily, this is one of the main forces of the Navy, said another. They're the Vice Admirals, there's no way they'll lose to the pirates, spoke a captain. Look, they're fighting again. Another person observed the movements between the two groups once more. Go, kill the pirates, someone shouted. Defeat the evil, said another. Once again, explosions began to erupt in the middle of the island, destroying everything once more. Boom. 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 Asterisk the explosions illuminated the place as a new confrontation began, everyone already eyeing their final opponents. In the midst of this chaos, Yamato advanced against her opponent, Suru with Bastille, who also launched their attacks. Suru used fists coated with Haki and Bastille with his large weapon, clashed with Yamato, putting her under pressure. This is getting tough, she couldn't help but mutter, losing ground in the air while dodging other attacks from the other ongoing fights that flew astray. With no choice, she enveloped her body in a white light. As the two Vice Admirals approached, they felt the air change as the temperature dropped, and a freezing explosion occurred, forcing them to retreat. She's using her mythical zone, Bastille commented, seeing her transform and use the ice element. As expected of Kaido, Mihawk had informed that she fought him using this transformation. Suru, always perceptive, commented. Yamato now transformed into her ice wolf form, increased her strength exponentially, her weapon, Kanabo, began to crackle with thunder. Wait, this move? Suru became alarmed by this. What does this mean? Bastille didn't recognize what Yamato was doing. Before they could react, Yamato charged at high speed, catching them off guard and raised her weapon overhead while still surrounded by thunder. This is her father's technique, Suru said, trying to shield herself from the next attack. Thunder of the 8 trigrams, Yamato shouted as she launched the attack downwards towards the two. An explosion occurred illuminating the entire battlefield at that moment, causing many to turn their gaze to that area. Thunder boomed as Suru and Bastille were sent flying like rockets towards the ground. Boom. Boom. Asterisk. What? A Vice Admiral knew very well what he saw. Kaido, another exclaimed. This is his daughter, one of them frowned. Yamato had trained this technique after Luffy had asked her to learn and master it. She already knew a bit of the technique, but it was still incomplete at that time, but now the girl had mastered it. Tisk. In a field dominated by lava, a Kainu had a fist enveloped in lava, looking to the side, with a furrowed brow and snarling. "Pay attention to our fight." Luffy appeared at that moment in front of him, and before a Kainu could react, he struck the side of his face, sending him flying to the opposite side. On the ground where Suru and the other vice admiral were sent flying, the woman reappeared from the ground, her forehead bleeding, while Bastille limped out, kneeling and spitting blood. "This girl really got us good," Suru said as she watched Yamato leap into the air with Geppo. She turned her attention to the fallen vice admiral. "Let's go, vice admiral. Justice cannot wait," she said, and he got up nodding as he picked up his weapon from the debris. Meanwhile, a red energy flew in that direction, causing Suru and Bastille to jump before they were hit. Boom mmm. Asterisk the energy came from Zoro's sword, which Strawberry dodged with some difficulty, almost hitting his comrades. Zoro didn't stop. His blades began to glow with red and dark energy. "This pirate surely has his own abilities," the vice admiral couldn't help but murmur. Zoro wasted no time and began launching cuts at the vice admiral, who used his sword to defend against the attacks while trying to stop them. Some passed through his defense, forcing him to dodge them, until one cut a part of his marine cap, slicing his hair. This vice admiral was peculiar for having extremely tall hair, with a pompadour. "You damn pirate! How dare you ruin my hair!" the man yelled and charged at Zoro. They began a high-speed battle at this moment. As their swords clashed, Strawberry used his techniques, combating Zoro's strange techniques with that energy. The fight began to pound against each other as the space distorted, but Zoro was gaining the upper hand against the vice admiral without using his transformation like many of his companions. One of Zoro's energies escaped the battle again and exploded below them, while Alvida launched an attack at the vice admiral Cancer, but had to dodge Zoro's attack, jumping backward. "Hey, watch it," Alvida complained. "You're such a beautiful woman. Why did you choose this life?" the vice admiral said as he landed at a spot. "I'm a married woman, and my husband is my captain. Does that answer your question?" Alvida spoke with a somber tone. "Tisk, what a shame," the vice admiral said as he smoked his cigar. Alvida advanced against the opponent. While he tried to punch the woman, Alvida used her Akuma no Mi to gain even more speed, and before the vice admiral could react, she struck him with her weapon in the torso, sending him flying backward at high speed, breaking everything in his path. "That's for hitting on a married woman," Alvida said as she saw the man stopping at least 30 meters away while digging into the ground. Lami continued fighting against Onigumo in a space made by his room. The vice admiral was having some difficulty against her constant attacks. He had activated his multiple arms while trying to intercept any attack from Lami from any side, as she teleported around. Onigumo felt two of his arms being cut. Lami appeared in front of him with her sword and tried to pierce the man by removing his heart, but he quickly defended himself with multiple arms, stopping the advance of her sword. "Don't think you can defeat me so easily, outlaw," he yelled and tried to push Lami back, but she switched places and reappeared behind him before kicking him hard, causing him to lose balance and try to regain it while being dragged by the force of her Haki-infused kick. "Haki!" Onigumo couldn't help but murmur. Lami didn't respond. She just prepared herself to attack him again, but at that moment, she had to leave the spot as a vice admiral flew in her direction but was struck by someone else bursting the ground with his own body. Lami appeared at a distance and growled at the person who threw that vice admiral. "Oh, sorry, it was unintentional," Reiju commented in the air while transformed into Phoenix Phase 1, with wings on her back and her legs engulfed in flames. "Damn brow," Lami commented angrily. "Don't be mad, I saw you needed help," Reiju said with a smug smile. "You say that while throwing an admiral on top of me," Lami growled. Suddenly, the ground where the vice admiral was sent exploded, and a man with a cap and cigar emerged from the ground with a grim look as blood streamed down his forehead. He glared at Reiju angrily as he put his katana on his shoulder. He flew from the ground and launched his attack against the pirate cook, as they began a clash between Hakis at that moment, and Lami dodged her enemy who returned to attack her with the remaining arms. While the two pairs fought, they ended up joining forces. It was two vice admirals against Lami and Reiju, who teamed up to launch united attacks against the marines who didn't lag behind. Meanwhile, the ground began to tremble with explosions. In one corner, Nijiko faced Mozambia, a vice admiral who wielded his katana but struggled against the explosive power of Nijiko's bombs. "This is very dangerous," he murmured with a somber tone. "Take this," Nijiko said and raised her fingers in a revolver position as she launched shigans at the man. He began using Geppo to escape. Nijiko's shigan sent air bullets that exploded easily, so this vice admiral was having a lot of trouble. Boom. 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 Nijiko exploded the ground beneath her and propelled her body at a powerful speed into the air. By the time Mozambia noticed, Nijiko was already above him. Without saying anything, she launched an explosive punch. "Ah!" Mozambia screamed as his body exploded, and he fell down wounded. "It seems your vice admirals can't defeat my crew," Luffy said with a smile. "Tisk?" Akainu growled at him as he tried to hit him. "You think you can defy justice?" he said as he pushed Luffy back a bit. The battlefield between them was boiling with flames, rocks, and lava everywhere. "Come on, Akainu. I can't be left behind with my crew beating up some of the vice admirals. So let's get serious." Luffy spoke as he clenched his fist against his other hand, ready to get serious. 526 Chapter 231 Enies Lobby 08. Chapter size, 1600 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. The battlefield remained filled with the explosive sounds of dozens of fights happening simultaneously across the island. And Luffy kept an arrogant gaze upwards towards Akainu. "Straw Hat." Akainu growled at Luffy, seeing that maintained smile, which he responded to with a look of anger while his lava bubbled and he clenched his teeth. This lasted until finally, both kicked the ground towards each other, moving at high speed. However, Luffy was now unleashing even more of his powers, beyond the zone form phase 2. He increased his speed, and his fist surprised Akainu by being faster than before. As he tried to dodge, the pirate hit him, sending him flying across the field of lava in the opposite direction through the air, at least hundreds of meters away. The admiral began to stabilize in the air with Geppo and already looked at Luffy with anger, but there was no longer any sign of the pirate, leaving Akainu confused. In the next moment, Luffy appeared above him using his maximum speed. Akainu went on alert and crossed his arms to defend against the possible attack. Even so, Luffy punched him without hesitation, and a giant explosion occurred in that area, pressing the admiral against the ground and causing everything to explode. Even the marines around were surprised as the ground trembled with an explosion of debris and purple flames coming from one corner of the battle. Boom. The ground shook as it cracked on all sides, creating fissures, while debris flew through the air. A moment later, as Luffy stood in the midst of that chaos and everything turned red, making the earth transform into pure lava. Luffy looked around and an explosion from the ground came from in front of him, while Akainu appeared trying to punch him. Luffy placed his hand on top of the large lava fist but ended up being thrown back, slightly surprised by the attack. He took the opportunity to stabilize in the air as he jumped and increased his height. Akainu finally emerged from that place, completely unscathed. He said nothing while just looking up from the ground. Luffy then raised his hands and created a large sphere of flames. While the ball looked like a purple sun, his flames could not affect the admiral, but his intention was to distract him. As soon as he finished charging his solar sphere, he launched the attack directly into the ground while Akainu watched without worry. "Let's see how this catches attention," Luffy murmured, increasing the mass of the explosion by 50 times. The attack went directly through the ground like a missile, blinking and reappearing at high speed, and as soon as it reached, a gigantic explosion shook the island again, much more than anything until now. Even the fights between the vice admirals and the Straw Hat pirates were interrupted at this moment with the force of the impact. Luffy was caught by the explosion of his flames and disappeared from the place. This was not to affect Akainu, who knew he was fighting against a Logia. As things began to stabilize, the lava started to gather and form the admiral. Luffy took this time to approach without Akainu being able to react. And when Akainu materialized completely, he quickly frowned, surprised to see Luffy right in front of him as he punched him with a hockey fist. Akainu felt the hit, making him spit out a bit of blood, flying backwards and digging the ground. "Damned pirate," Akainu let out as he felt the pain of the impact. Luffy did not stop there. He followed the path to not let the admiral escape. However, as he approached, he felt the entire field transform into lava, and before he could react, everything exploded like a volcano. He was caught by the attack, and ended up giving up on his charge, trying to escape from the place, returning to the sky while his body emitted smoke from the lava bath he took. Despite still being quite resistant, Luffy could feel it a bit. Feel the justice and perish, pirate scum. Akainu emerged from the destruction and began launching new giant lava fists towards Luffy and the sky. The pirate, not wasting any time, quickly advanced and flew towards Akainu's attack, increasing his speed, dodging to the right and left while the lava fists bubbled in the air. Luffy maneuvered through them until he reached Akainu, who quickly prepared for the pirate and his impact. As Luffy collided with him on the ground of lava, generating an explosion of rocks and fire, both flying into the sky. But it didn't stop there, because in the midst of that chaos, a new explosion emerged with rocks and lava, one after another. Explosions continued to occur around the area, and at that moment, the smoke began to clear as Luffy and Akainu exchanged blows against each other, striking at high speed. They seemed to have a clash, injuring each other while hitting their fists against one another, but nothing serious, just some bruises and scratches. At one point, Luffy and Akainu each landed a punch on the other, making their cheeks tighten against the enemy's fist, and flew to opposite sides. After stabilizing once they were some tens of meters apart, Luffy stopped to stare at the admiral while wiping his blood and spitting to the side. Akainu stopped as his cape appeared quite destroyed and burned while he wiped the blood from his face with his fist. Both looked at each other with fierce gestures and paused for a second before flying towards each other once again, both hitting with their fists, generating rays of armament haki. Akainu transformed his body into lava and exploded on top of Luffy, who withstood the blow and saw that the admiral was no longer in front of him. At that moment, Akainu reappeared from the ground, transforming into lava and materializing behind Luffy, trying to punch him. Luffy promptly turned and crossed his arms to defend from the blow, and returned to attack. In the midst of the fight, as both exchanged blows again, a new figure emerged at that moment, and their target was Luffy. Doflamingo had been just watching the battle from a distance until now and saw that it was finally time for him to enter the conflict. After all, he had to avenge the humiliation he suffered. Luffy wasn't expecting this, when he saw Joker appearing by his side before he could react and saw the Shichibukai using his claws to cut his chest, while he had to defend from an attack by Akainu. Luffy felt his chest open with cuts, with Doflamingo overcoming his body's durability with haki, and being thrown backwards. Akainu did not stand still. He took advantage of this moment to launch a better attack on Luffy, while he was vulnerable. Luffy saw the admiral approaching, but with no time to resist that attack, feeling a huge punch in his chest and seeing some of his ribs breaking with it. Luffy was launched at least 60 meters away from the spot while trying to stabilize and exploding the ground with his own body. Luffy! Vivi shouted from a distance, seeing her captain being injured with the Shichibukai entering the fight. These damn! Lami complained, while Lami beside her looked angrily at Doflamingo and his treacherous move. They dare! Alvida snarled and was about to help Luffy, but was soon prevented from approaching by Cancer. Even injured from the previous attack, he had not given up. Luffy reappeared from a crater in the distance, bleeding profusely. He was on his knees, looking somewhat surprised, while Doflamingo laughed amidst the cuts. Fufufu. It seems that our invincible pirate has finally taken some damage, Doflamingo laughed and mocked. This was not only witnessed by the vice admirals and pirates in the area, but the navy on the island also began to gain morale from it as they shouted. Look, the Straw Hat Pirate is wounded, someone announced, pointing towards the battlefield filled with explosions. Right, kill him, said a captain. They're going to kill that demon, some sailors celebrated. Luffy. Lucy was with her heart pounding at that moment, hearing those words and facing a dilemma. To intervene or not, to let her superiors fight and eliminate Luffy or let her brother die, the person she loved the most. Of course, deep down, she would choose the latter option. So, she watched attentively to see when she should interfere, even if it could make her a traitor to the justice she had always defended, in case Luffy was in a crisis of danger. I won't let my brother die, she thought. Luffy continued coughing blood until he began to stand up. He spit out a bit more and looked attentively at his opponents, hundreds of meters away. Instead of frustration, he simply smiled. Seems like this is more fun than I imagined, he admitted, not caring about his bleeding chest. In the next moment, his chest glowed, and he used his healing ability, Eikon, which quickly began to close all his wounds, leaving only the clotted blood stained on his skin. However, his flames also quickly cleared any trace of an injury there. "Let's take this fight more seriously," Luffy said, with a smile, as he drew his sword from its sheath. 526 Chapter 232 Enies Lobby 09. Chapter size, 1800 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Luffy looked at his opponents for a moment before gripping his sword tightly. He bent his knees against the ground and blasted off, flying towards the enemies at a speed that could rival Kizaru's. Akainu and Doflamingo didn't lag behind as they launched their attack against the pirate. Doflamingo tried to scratch him, while Luffy used his blade to defend himself, trapping his claws against the metal. Akainu took the chance to punch him, and Luffy narrowly avoided the attack by leaning his body to the side, using his strength against Doflamingo to push him away and attempt to cut Akainu, who dodged his sword with a vertical slash. Just as he was about to prepare to cut the Admiral again, Luffy felt lines holding his arm at that moment. "You're not going to defeat me so easily now," Doflamingo growled from a distance. Luffy didn't respond as flames began to consume the threads around his arm, which soon broke apart. However, Akainu took this time to punch Luffy in the stomach, making him step back as the two resumed their attack on the pirate. Luffy was having some trouble, after all. He was not just fighting an admiral but also one of the most powerful Shichibukai. He could resort to his last transformation, but Luffy held back as he dodged the two attacking him relentlessly. There was a meeting before they headed to this island. Luffy asked that none of them transform unless they were truly in a life-or-death situation except for Shirahoshi, who could be mistaken for a sea monster and not an Akuma no Mi transformation. After all, having these transformations hidden, in addition to concealing much of their real power, could be used as a final trump card, something Luffy planned to unleash only in the war that was about to start soon. Luffy made this clear with his words. "Let the world see us when we can surprise the enemy." Something he planned when Whitebeard had already launched his attack, and Luffy wanted to increase the pressure on the Navy even more without them being able to do much with the level of enemies on the battlefield. Luffy endured Akainu's punches and Doflamingo's thrusts all the while as he began to retreat, trying to find an opening in both, before the whole place exploded, and many of his companions had already noticed the pressure Luffy was under. Reiju and Lami were fighting together against two vice admirals, putting pressure on both. "He's having trouble," Reiju commented with a look towards the explosions on that side, just as many others of the Straw Hats saw that Luffy was having some problems. "I will help him." Yamato tried to reach him, but Tsuru quickly stopped her by punching with a hockey fist. "I may be old, but I am still a vice admiral of the old guard who survived the sea after many conflicts. I will not let you get past me," she said, standing in Yamato's way while the latter clenched her fist and defended herself from the other vice admiral fighting alongside Tsuru. The old lady knew she was weaker than Yamato, but she could still prevent her from passing so that Akainu could defeat Luffy and demoralize the enemy. Many also tried to reach the captain fighting against two at the same time, and seeing that no one could reach Luffy to help, Lami looked at Reiju. "I will help him. You can handle the two of them, can't you?" She spoke in a serious tone, no longer mentioning the rivalry and competition between the two. "Yes, help him," Reiju nodded, also in a serious tone. After hearing this, Lami raised her hand and her room expanded rapidly, covering a large area. She disappeared and reappeared next to Luffy, swapping places with a rock, surprising all three, as she already raised her sword and aimed at her target, the target of her hatred in her life. "Doflamingo," she shouted, as her sword, imbued with haki, cut the Shichibukai's arm, who was surprised by her appearance, and not just that, by the fact of losing one of his limbs in something so fast and without being able to react. Luffy was already healing from the injuries he had sustained in this pressure, expending much of his energy to take care of his wounds. He quickly glanced at Lami with a gesture of thanks and returned to the fight against his initial adversary. Before Akainu could react, and now without the pressure from Doflamingo, using all the strength he could muster, he punched the admiral with his haki, enhanced by the Moa Moa no Mi. Akainu was very close when Luffy managed to hit him, feeling the impact as his chest caved in, flying backward while his mouth bled from the internal damage, exploding in the distance. On the other side, Doflamingo felt the pain of losing a limb and looked at Lami with hatred, as he used his strings to quickly reconnect his arm. "Lami," he growled, But Lami didn't let him catch his breath. She teleported again and was before him once more. "You know I didn't want to kill you before because you were a prisoner. But that doesn't mean I will do the same now," she said and prepared for the attack. When she switched places in front of him, her sword was already pointed at his heart. Doflamingo was surprised by this, and before he could react, the blade quickly pierced him, passing through to the back with blood dripping from both sides. Doflamingo could only groan in immense pain as he spat blood, and before he could do anything to escape, Lami kicked him in the neck, breaking more bones. Boom! His body flew like a kite while exploding on the ground, making him feel even more pain than when he fought with Luffy. "You really know how to handle him," Luffy commented aside, looking at the woman's aggressiveness. "I'll kill him right here," Lami commented, turning to her captain. "Sorry to interrupt your fight, but I wanted to help you a bit and wanted to finally face him." Luffy nodded before returning to his enemy, who seemed to be emerging from the ground. Akainu appeared in the distance, spitting blood and looking at Luffy with more hatred. Unlike Akainu, who should continue with his injuries and accumulate more of them as time passes, Luffy was fine after healing, but he was spending a lot of energy since it was similar to Marco's Phoenix Akuma no Mi, which uses his physical energy to heal. "You still have a lot of energy. But that's normal for someone who is tough to take down," Luffy commented, looking at Akainu, who began to walk ready to face him again. Without further delay in this confrontation, Luffy charged at the Admiral, blasting the ground again. Now, without pressure, he could deal with the Admiral better, while Lami waited for Doflamingo to heal and advanced again to kill him. "How did she become so strong?" Doflamingo growled as he fixed all his broken bones and stitched his heart. He prepared as Lami appeared and used her threads against the woman's sword in the space of her room, which made her almost omnipotent. On Luffy's side, explosions of heat resumed, as Luffy gained some advantage against Akainu, but the Admiral was too resilient for him to defeat like this. While all the land turned into lava amid the clash between the two. The Marines at a distance were a bit worried, seeing even the Admiral begin to retreat as Luffy used all his powers before entering the final phase of his Akuma no Mi. "We must act, we cannot let evil win. Justice must prevail," said a Commodore. "Yes," several members of the Marines elite also shouted. At that moment, Luffy sensed the presence of more than 50 people approaching him using his observation haki, but without showing much emotion as he awaited his new guest's arrival on the field. "Looks like I'll have to stop my full attack against Akainu here," he thought. As he pushed Akainu back once again using Geppo, he quickly dodged the first slash from a blade that tried to hit him. Seeing a Commodore miss, he struck him, making the man fly away unconscious with the force of his blow. Another Rear Admiral appeared at that moment, followed by another Commodore. Luffy was now surrounded, with attacks coming from all sides. Akainu joined the joint attack by jumping at Luffy. He began to kick and punch everyone, dodging and defending against the attacks while trying to counter them all. There were dozens of people trying to kill him. He began to fight and dodge in that space, feeling the pressure again and retreating a bit. He used his super speed to distance himself, while relying on the Akuma no Mi of Ace's sword, as the blade began to create red lightning. "What is he planning to do?" a sailor among the group said, looking a bit alarmed. "What is that sword?" another spoke. "Tisk," Akainu growled. "Everyone, back off," the last one said alarmingly. But it was already too late. Luffy positioned the sword behind him and unleashed a slash filled with electricity, catching everyone there, including Akainu. The light of the red lightning quickly ran through, invading the entire area and illuminating the whole island, while overshadowing the light of the day itself, and all the vice admirals looked on worriedly. In the next moment, numerous sailors were falling, their clothes burnt and their bodies emitting smoke like charcoal. Luffy looked satisfied at this while Akainu fell in the distance but was still okay. However, at that moment, Luffy felt a huge shadow approaching him. He looked to the side and finally saw his sister approaching with Gear 3rd, fully engaged. Her arm was bigger than that of a giant, and as always, her entrance was always unique. "She finally appeared," Luffy said with a tone of longing, as Lucy tried to create haki with her arm, but she still had a lot to learn. After all, she had only started learning a few months ago, but still, achieving the 3rd gear seemed a big leap and looked much better than Luffy's original fight against Rob Lucci. Lucy had a determined look before sending her punch towards Luffy and shouting, "Luffy!" Lucy exclaimed, even with a certain joy in her tone. He looked at the arm and pulled his elbow back, ready to punch her giant fist, greeting his sister with style. 526 Chapter 233 Enies Lobby 10, Chapter Size. 2,200 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Luffy saw the giant fist of Gear 3rd coming toward him, as he prepared to strike it against Lucy. Gomu Gomu no. King Punch, she exclaimed and launched the punch. Luffy collided with the huge fist, generating an explosion of force as the two fists clashed. There was no one else left in the fight, and the clash continued while Lucy growled, trying to beat her brother. Meanwhile, Luffy was superior to her due to his training while maintaining the degree of strength without using the Moa Moa no Mi or his haki. You've gotten much stronger, Lucy. But it's still not enough. Luffy commented and managed to throw her back at that moment. Lucy felt her punch reflected, and the next moment, felt Luffy grabbing her arm. Hey, what are you doing, brother? She said dizzily, and before she could react, Luffy began to pull her. It's been a long time since I've seen Lucy. I want to see if you've really gotten strong, Luffy said as he began to spin his body, making Lucy be pulled as he began to spin. Hey, Luffy. Stop this, she exclaimed as she began to spin with her giant, extended arm. Silly girl, Luffy said as she spun in desperation in all directions. Already dissatisfied with this, she tries to stop Luffy as she began to suck air from her hand to her belly, which puffed up and she started blowing to leave her swaying while her body tried to get away with the force of the wind. But Luffy held her hand without letting her escape. She stopped blowing air out, and her body was pulled toward Luffy as she began to unstretch. Luffy caught her as she came towards him, while holding her stretched arm in his hand. Hello, Lucy. Luffy spoke with a smile, looking at his sister waiting for her to act, but she looked silly. Luffy, she said cheerfully close to him, but soon her face changed to something more severe, bordering on comical. Luffy, you've captured me. Let me go, she demanded. Luffy just nodded with a smile while releasing her hand, making her have to jump into the air with Geppo. Luffy, get ready because I'm going to capture you, she declared as she clenched her fist, ready to attack him. Luffy, seeing the same scene as before, just shrugged and waited for the girl to launch her attack while he prepared a punch as well. The moment the fists met, there was another shockwave, sweeping that area of the sky. Luffy manages to neutralize the force of Lucy's attack, diverting it to the side with a precise movement. I'll teach you some things, says Luffy. Lucy, frustrated but also excited by the challenge, quickly recomposes herself. Don't think it's over, Luffy. I still have more tricks up my sleeve, she exclaims. Gomu Gomu. Machine gun, he said, using his arms to launch numerous attacks at the same time, while Luffy began to dodge, still maintaining his stage 2 transformation. She continued attacking him while he just dodged until she stopped, looking at him with puffed cheeks and pouting, frustrated for not having hit anything on Luffy. Luffy saw this and began to laugh. Come on Lucy, you can do better than that, he challenged her. Lucy looked at him more seriously and nodded. She lifted her arm while a wave of rubber began to emerge there, and as soon as she normalized, her body began to turn red and emit steam. This is my Gear 2nd. I'll be much faster, she declared with a confident voice. Luffy calmly nodded and his gaze returned downward, to see if anyone was interfering in the fight, but it seems that his last attack with Ace had knocked them out for the time being. Even Akainu had not returned to fight. From a distance, the Marines who could not participate in the battle, looked at Lucy with hope. Look, the granddaughter of Garp is facing the pirate, someone exclaimed. Defeat your brother, that scum, go Monkey D. Lucy. Will she be alright? Helmeppo said next to Kobe. I hope so, Kobe commented. Exclamations arose all over the place, while Lucy made the first move with Gear 2nd, disappearing before rushing towards Luffy. Luffy knew that now with Gear 2nd activated, Lucy would dramatically increase her speed and power. After all, speed can equal strength. She disappeared into the air, leaving a bit of the smoke her body emitted, creating a red blur in the air. She appeared in front of Luffy, who didn't take his eyes off her for a moment as she showed the palm of her hand, ready to attack him. With an explosive sound from her arm, she shouted, Jet Pistol, launching her fist towards Luffy with a super accelerated punch. Luffy remained calm, but with a slight smile seeing the attack approaching, he activated his haki, not because he needed it, after all, he was a durable zone, but he wanted his sister to learn a little in this fight. The jet pistol hit hard against his arm coated with haki, making the blow just hit without any effect against Luffy. "What?" Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. "You don't know what haki is yet, Lucy?" Luffy asked. "Grandpa tried to teach me, but it's very hard, and I haven't learned yet," she admitted, looking at her brother's haki. "But you've already learned. That's not fair," she complained. Luffy nodded, understanding her frustration. "Calm down, Lucy, I had some shortcuts. You must be as talented as I am. But still, I must praise your speed and strength, which have greatly increased. But there is still room for your growth." He then stepped back slightly, preparing for his next action. Lucy, seeing this, quickly prepared to attack him as well. "I'm not done, Luffy." With a fierce gleam in her eyes, she used the technique that Luffy easily dodged before, but now with Gear Second. Jet Gatling, firing a series of punches at extremely high speed, she was confident that she would hit Luffy now. Luffy, despite his superior skill, chose not to dodge all the attacks and even did not activate his armament haki. Instead, he used his natural resilience as a training opportunity for Lucy, blocking and dodging some while allowing others to hit him, feeling Lucy's strength. "Good, Lucy. Your control over Gear Second is very good," he commented, as he recoiled from the impact of the punches. Lucy, seeing this, didn't know whether to be happy about Luffy's praise or to just not care much about her attacks. "I still haven't given up, Luffy," she shouted. Luffy disappeared at this moment, and before Lucy could react, he slapped her forehead as he approached. Her head flew back as her neck stretched. "Take this," she shouted as she returned her blow to Luffy, who also used his head. Lucy hit her forehead against Luffy's horns. "Hot," she exclaimed while staying in contact before moving away as Luffy laughed at his sister. As Luffy and Lucy faced each other, the battle between the two was soon disturbed with the return of the Marines, led by a recovered Akainu, determined to end the threat once and for all. The recovered Marines soon launched a joint attack on Luffy, inspired by Akainu's presence, advancing in formation, surrounding Luffy and Lucy in a vast semicircle. Akainu, with his fists wrapped in bright magma, led the first charge with a fiery intensity in his eyes. "Monkey D. Luffy, be destroyed," Akainu spoke, lunging forward. He fired a Ryusei Kazan, a rain of magma meteors, directed at Luffy, creating a devastating cascade of lava that threatened to engulf both Luffy and Lucy. Luffy frowned, seeing that Lucy was also in the path of his attack. He simply kicked her, making her fly a distance to get away from the blow. And by doing so, he no longer had time to dodge, since the attack was already above him. He activated his armament haki to the maximum, preparing to neutralize the attack. With quick movements, Luffy managed to divert most of the magma meteors while having to punch some. As soon as he saw that he finally managed to stop the attack while he was caught a bit with the attack, the Marines took advantage of the distraction to advance, launching a barrage of blows with 6 styles and fencing on Luffy in the air. Luffy began to dodge the attacks, retaliating as well, while punching all who approached or used ace to make the Marines retreat, while they maintained a look of determination, even of self-sacrifice, to end the pirate. "This is getting kind of dangerous." Luffy didn't refer to himself, still remembering Lucy's last attack and knowing that Akainu played dirty. He could expect something from that man, so he hoped Lucy would stay away. Luffy looked up and saw Akainu swinging with his cloak still slightly burned, showing a magma arm and approaching him. Luffy used haki and flames to repel him again. The collision between Luffy's fist and Akainu's magma fist created a massive explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the area and forcing the Marines to back off. Both remained resilient against each other as the clash of haki forced them apart. Akainu was quite frustrated with Luffy, struggling to deal with a rookie who had never set foot in the new world. "Attack him," he ordered, and all the Marines a bit away began launching attacks against Luffy again, who prepared for the assault. "Let's use this," Akainu murmured, seeing a Marine woman also approaching the battlefield and heading towards Luffy while stretching. He saw Luffy defending against the attacks and waited for Garp's granddaughter to get closer. Now, driven by his relentless determination to eradicate pirates, he planned something cunning to put Luffy in a position of vulnerability. Having seen the strong connection and instinctive protection of Luffy towards Lucy, Akainu planned to use this to his advantage. With a cold smile reflecting his cruel strategy, Akainu concentrated a massive amount of his magma energy, preparing to launch one of his most devastating attacks. "Inagami Gurren," he shouted, firing a wave of magma projectiles that resembled fierce wolves made of lava, hunting their targets with deadly precision. The attack was swift and relentless, aimed not only at Luffy but also at Marines who were nearby, showing the Kainu's willingness to sacrifice his own men to achieve his goal. The Marines, caught off guard by their leader's sudden turn, had no time to react. One by one, the projectiles hit them, causing instant devastation, quickly eliminating them. Luffy was quite stunned by such a thing, and in the midst of the chaos, Lucy found herself directly receiving one of these magma projectiles. She didn't realize until she saw that she couldn't escape the imminent danger while many of her comrades were already dead. Luffy, seeing the fatal attack approaching his sister, did not hesitate. With an impulse of 80 times from the Moa Moa no Mi, he launched himself in front of Lucy, placing himself between her and the attack. Luffy! Lucy shouted in astonishment as she saw Luffy sacrificing himself for her. The impact was catastrophic. Luffy absorbed the direct hit from the magma projectile, his body trembling under the weight of the attack as he tried to dissipate the energy to protect Lucy. Using his Moa Moa no Mi speed, he could only use Haki and his natural resilience. Luffy emerged from the smoke while Lucy looked at him with concern. Luffy was bleeding all over his body while even his skin seemed to be burning. Akainu, watching the scene, smiled with satisfaction. As expected. Your predictability is your weakness. You sacrifice everything to protect those you love, even at the cost of your own life, he mocked. He didn't waste any more time and flew in his direction, to finish the fight with Luffy in such a weakened state. Lucy, horrified by what had just happened, ran to Luffy's side, trying to stop Akainu who was coming to kill Luffy, her eyes filled with tears and anger. Luffy! Get out of there, she started, her voice trembling with emotion. Akainu approached Luffy with a victorious smile, but as soon as he got close, an explosion of the king's Haki came from Luffy, making him destabilize, and when he realized, even bleeding, Luffy appeared in front of him, before striking him so hard that he flew like a missile to the ground. Luffy? Lucy saw Akainu flying downwards and stopped her advance, feeling her brother's Haki preventing her from approaching. Luffy's Haki continued to run throughout the area, and he seemed more violent than ever to those who knew him. Luffy raised his head, and Lucy saw her brother different from anything she had seen before. Luffy had a mad look while his Haki kept picking up constantly. I won't forgive you, Akainu, Luffy growled, his voice laden with all the force of his wrath. You almost killed my sister. That's something I will never forget or forgive, he declared, as his voice ran throughout Enies Lobby. 526 Chapter 234 Enies Lobby 11, Chapter Size, 1500 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Luffy's Haki explosion, representing his fury, was immense, spanning not just the area but everyone on the island could feel its pressure. The sailors closest were the first to feel the pressure. Even though they were men and women trained, even though they had set foot on numerous battlefields, they found themselves paralyzed with Luffy's fury that came with his shout. Most, without warning, began to stagger, and as their eyes turned white, they began to fall, losing consciousness. One by one, they started to drop, soon forming dozens and hundreds of sailors. Even thousands of them were affected as they began to faint under the spiritual power of the enraged pirate they were unable to resist. The wave of Haki did not choose its targets as Luffy released it, even unconsciously. High-ranking officers and recruits alike succumbed under its force. Even the strongest, those who managed to remain conscious, struggled to maintain balance, their expressions twisted in mixes of surprise and fear. Those sensitive to Haki felt an even more intense pressure, as if being crushed under the weight of an invisible mountain. Vice admirals fighting against the pirates and even Luffy's companions frowned at this, stopping fighting while looking at the source of that pressure on the other side of the battlefield. What is this overwhelming pressure? Vice Admiral Bastille said, with a look of shock while holding himself not to fall. Is this Haki? From Luffy? Yamato wondered, looking in the direction of the pressure source, his face mixing confusion and concern. Why this explosion of fury? What's happening on that side? Vice Admiral Suru, frowning, watching closely, trying to maintain her composure. Luffy. He is enraged. I've never seen him like this, completely different. Zoro frowned. After all, Luffy would not release his Haki so uncontrollably if it wasn't something serious. So this is Luffy's Haki? Kuina, impressed and somewhat shaken by the intensity of Luffy's pressure. This kid really is special, Vice Admiral Momonga, murmuring to himself, looking toward that side. Luffy. Nijiko murmured. Conqueror's Haki again. Vice Admiral Mozambia, speaking softly. While many vice admirals were studying and trying to understand what happened there, the crew members were worried, like Vivi, Alvida, Nami, Reiju still wondering what happened. The captain is so angry, I doubt this island will last much longer, Hugo commented. Don't worry about other fights. Let's keep exchanging punches, Vice Admiral Maynard declared before moving forward against Hugo again to punch him regardless of the pressure wave. Lami fighting against Doflamingo were closer and looked surprised by this. I better end this fight quickly and kill Doflamingo. Lami concluded before Luffy started to blow up this island and moved against the Shichibukai. As Luffy's Haki expanded beyond the battlefield, reaching the most distant areas of the island, all his other crew members felt Luffy's fury. Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi, still attacking a bunch of sailors and warships transformed into her final form, that of the serpent, looked surprised at the island. She saw many sailors fainting on the ships even at that distance. Be okay, Luffy-sama, she said, quite worried about him. On the other side of the island, Kuru? Sharky. The animals defending the ship from some cannonballs were stunned by the wave from their captain, while Laboon seemed confused, Kuru and Megalo were scared. Luffy, Nico Robin in the air looked toward that side after punching Rob Lucci again. Uda looked concerned. Master? BABY5 turned her body toward that side while holding Khalifa by her hair as the CP0 woman was all bruised after the beating Baby 5 gave her. How scary. Chopper was scared. Nay, Hachi looked dazed. The CP9 members were already in a bad situation while constantly getting beaten by that group of pirates, but the pressure they received made it even more difficult for them. I want to go away, Jabra exclaimed comically. Tisk. Bueno was debating whether to flee by opening a door in space. The sailors are fainting. Robin noticed that while the sailors at the harbor couldn't get past Chow Chow, they began to faint with the Haki. Wolf. 3 heads barked at the same time towards where Luffy was. Luffy's Haki didn't affect his crew, leaving his pressure exclusively for his enemies as they weakened under his fury. Incredible. In a place off the island at a very high altitude, Morgan might not feel the Haki at that distance, but he was certainly filming a spectacle. This will give. The scene of the island quickly zoomed out, displaying on a set of several screens of the island as Luffy's Haki wave exploded in all directions. There was a man standing in front of the screens, frowning. He hasn't even entered the new world, but he already has such powerful Haki. The man, who was Sengoku, was gritting his teeth looking at the battle. After all, even though they had sent a large force for the negotiation, they still monitored everything in real time from the headquarters so they could complete their mission. His gaze caught a silhouette rising, making him widen his eyes. He quickly stopped the man who had gotten up. Garp, what are you doing? He growled. Don't hold me back, Sengoku. I'm going there now, Garp roared with as much anger as Luffy. Stop right now, Sengoku said, slamming Garp's head into the wall as it exploded. Garp didn't seem affected with his head inside the wall. You better hold me back, Sengoku, because if I go to that island, I'm going to kill Akainu. Garp growled. He clearly saw the Admiral's intention when he targeted Lucy to lure Luffy. He wanted to kill him at that moment. Sengoku was on a short fuse here, as more problems had arisen while the fights also didn't seem very positive. After all, the Straw Hats as a group were even more powerful than anticipated, and not even the Vice Admirals could easily defeat them. While he held Garp back so he wouldn't leave the room and do something that might be considered treasonous. Akainu shouldn't have acted like this. Now things are out of control. Sengoku growled and looked around the room where a few more people were. I want you to go there, we need your help. Sengoku spoke to a specific person, as this person stood up showing his huge height. I have to go there. How scary. The man murmured as he started to head towards the exit of the room. Back to Eni's lobby, Luffy was still releasing his pressure across the island. Luffy, Lucy tried to shout, protecting herself from the pressure, while Luffy looked at the ground, as a pile of lava accumulated, with Akainu materializing bit by bit. The island was still heavily affected by Luffy's Haki, which had already knocked down more than 14,000 sailors, leaving only a small group of elites that had come from Marineford. Luffy continued enraged. He saw his sister could be seriously injured and even killed in that attack just to hit him, which made him think about the possibility of really losing her. He wasn't from this world, that's true, but it doesn't mean that the memories he lived here were a lie. Everything he went through in this world was real even before recovering his memories from the other world. Now he might lose one of the people he loved most. She was more than his people, so he would not forgive anyone for such insolence, and this was reflected in his king's haki. I will kill you. Luffy didn't wait for him to materialize completely and shot off like a rocket towards him. His body began to expand, as he anchored his limbs directly into the ground, completing his transformation into his final form, a full Ifrit. Akainu finally materialized and saw that giant monster staring at him with a deadly look. Before he could say anything, Luffy shouted at him. ROAAAARRRR Akainu, the target of this fury, soon found himself being attacked as Luffy used his maximum speed even with that giant body. He punched towards Akainu, who tried to protect himself by putting a layer of haki on his body. After seeing the ground being devastated with his colossal fist, digging into the ground and hitting him with the enemy's haki and flames. The fist hit him and made Akainu feel pressed while being crushed. Feeling the pressure, and his small body was nothing compared to the fist, as he was lifted off the ground. Akainu felt his bones breaking as he flew like a rocket from the middle of the island to one of its sides, hitting against the large structure like the castle at the end of the island with the government symbol, destroying the place with his body, as it began to crumble and the world government flag being destroyed with it, as if the absolute dominion that the world government had over the world was collapsing. 526 Chapter 235 Enies Lobby 12, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. The explosive sound of the castle being destroyed echoed throughout the island, while its debris continued to fall, which was before the cliff of the island, and the sailor's eyes widened seeing the large structure collapsing on the ground due to a blow that Admiral Akainu received. This cannot be possible. Someone shouted. The grand structure of the government is collapsing. A woman trembled seeing that. That pirate. He transformed into that monster we saw in the newspaper, another exclaimed. He is even more frightening than I had seen, said an elderly man in fear. Admiral Akainu, said a vice admiral. Pay attention to our fight, Zoro exclaimed, using his swords to make the enemy pay attention to him. Luffy. Lucy looked at her brother transformed into that giant beast, murmuring a bit surprised by it. As the castle collapsed and everyone had stunned expressions, Ifrit remained in the place where he hit Akainu, watching that in fierce silence. Grr. Then, still taken by rage, he planted one of his feet, hitting the ground again, making it explode with craters and cracks all over the place. Roar rrrr. He gave another fierce shout, and before anyone could react, he bent his knees and jumped towards the location. Everyone saw his huge flaming body going to that side off the island. In the destroyed location, where smoke covered the entire place due to the structure being destroyed and the dust raising, lava began to accumulate in the middle of it, and the admiral's body emerged in his cape. His red suit was burned in some parts. He no longer had the flower he kept on his chest. His hair was showing after his navy hat was destroyed, and he had a line of blood running down the side of his face, while feeling his injured body after the devastating attack. He emerged from the wreckage with clenched teeth while coughing up blood, then spat some of it out and wiped his mouth. This pirate. I have to eliminate this threat, he said angrily, but soon felt a change with his observation haki and noticed a huge shadow appear in front of him from the dust smoke. Before he could react, Luffy appeared on top of him, his feet in the destroyed places, and looking fiercely at him a moment before attacking him. Ifrit punched the ground with such force that the whole island at the edge of the cliff began to crack, and the broken structure began to fall off the place. Akainu found himself in a terrible situation as he emerged from the ground grabbed by the hands of Luffy, while the latter lifted him. Luffy turned his body and launched Akainu directly towards the cliff, intending for him to go directly into the water below them. However, Akainu quickly began to stabilize himself with Geppo, this before he looked stunned at his plight. Luffy wanted the admiral not to have an easy time here. He jumped from the island as it began to crumble after all that impact, and Luffy leapt to attack him again. With his incredibly fast speed, Luffy hit his haki-coated claws on the admiral in the air, making him fly back again to Enies Lobby, exploding directly on the ground, and lifting the earth while destroying all the structures of the island in the path. Admiral Akainu. The sailors screamed, seeing that scared as one of the Navy's greatest forces being thrown around like a doll. Luffy seemed to be playing with a toy in his current form. It didn't take long for everyone to witness, as he advanced, going to where Ifrit fell, exploding the place with endless punches, invested with haki and strength. Luffy flew again to the place where Akainu fell, and everyone saw Ifrit fall like a meteor on the Admiral. Boom mmm. The explosion lifted more earth. Akainu was having a hard time as he tried to free himself from the pressure of Luffy pulling him while he remained under the earth trying to defend himself from the haki fist of Ifrit, while Luffy continued to beat him. In a moment, with no alternatives to leave while Luffy continued to dig the earth against his body, he ended up entering the ground transforming into lava, and went underground. Luffy, not wanting to let him escape, realizing this, opened his fangs in his mouth and began to accumulate fire breath. A moment later he released it while turning his mouth towards the ground, a fire beam like a flame laser. The fire continued penetrating the earth, and the entire island felt it as the flames spread creating holes everywhere. Luffy's plan was simple. He wanted to collapse the entire island into the cliff below them. The whole place began to crack and tremble, while numerous parts below the island exploded, generating their flames, making it create holes all over. He intends to destroy the entire island? A vice admiral exclaimed incredulously, looking around as all the sailors were scared at that moment, noticing that the entire island began to disintegrate as Luffy's flames created a hole inside it and even came out to the surface like geysers. Help! The island is being destroyed. Can't anyone stop this monster? The sailors continued to exclaim as towers of fire flew into the sky. He's not trying to burn the place, but to throw it into the water. He really wants to kill him. Suru murmured analytically about the situation. She turned to all the fights and immediately shouted, "Finish these fights quickly. We must stop him, otherwise thousands of sailors will die, as the fall would not be small, and even some devil fruit users would die if the island sank." She issued the order and everyone nodded. What is happening? The view was even better for those who were outside, and the sailors, looking from their warships, saw the island being exploded from below and above, while there was a fire monster spitting fire and causing this destruction, which left them quite astonished, without action, just looking at it. How can we make this operation? How can we fight that demon? Not even an admiral can defeat him. We're all going to die here. Someone said lost from the warship. Who cares about that now? We must face it, another spoke with determination. First, we must deal with that monster attacking us. Another spoke while Shirahoshi was still among them, reducing more than 20 of their ships since she began to attack. Meanwhile, Luffy continued making the island tremble until Akainu, underground, saw that he was not in a good situation that could lead to the defeat of the entire navy, so he decided to act. He finally emerged from the ground with a leap, exploding and flying upwards, while his fist transformed into another giant lava fist darkening with haki. As he approached, he punched Luffy without him being able to react while he kept his flames destroying the island, but now making him stop his attack as they retreated in the opposite direction due to the impact. Luffy quickly recovered and turned his fierce gaze towards the admiral in the air, not caring about his body still injured from before without healing, as he was still overtaken by his fury. Akainu also saw Luffy looking fiercely in the air. Before he could act, Luffy punched him again with his maximum speed, making him spit more blood as he flew a distance. Recovering a bit, sometime later, with his feet firm on the ground, digging a bit, frustrated and taken by rage, Akainu spat blood and would launch his attack again. Meanwhile, the 50-meter giant made a move. Akainu quickly showed his fists transforming into lava and launched them forward. While the monster advanced, he launched numerous giant fists towards Ifrit. However, Luffy advanced without caring, being hit by the attack as he approached, while his body accumulated more of the lava fist attacks. Akainu found himself once again in a bad situation, with Ifrit already on top of him with his attack not being able to reach him. He opened new fists with haki, as he could create them when the lava still connected to his body and launched them forward, while Luffy also did the same with his flames and haki. Both exchanged numerous attacks. However, Luffy was faster, and Akainu soon felt being pressed backward, losing this encounter. Luffy hit him again, making him spit blood, and before he could get away, with impact, Luffy quickly spun his body and hit him with Ifrit's tail. Akainu fell, breaking several of his ribs while flying a great distance, again breaking the ground. Meanwhile, the vice admirals were trying to do everything they could to prevent Luffy from continuing to hit Akainu, seeing that he was really winning against the admiral, which surprised them. Even from the other side of the screen, while Sengoku was holding Garp down, he looked frustrated at the screen. "We must go help him," said one of the vice admirals fighting against Reiju. "Do you think I'm going to let that happen?" Reiju spoke as she lit a cigarette, and her wings of flame seemed to become wilder. They prevented them from helping Luffy before. Now it was their turn when the game changed. "How can this be happening? How is he stronger than an admiral now?" Sengoku growled. According to reports, he was supposed to maintain the strength of an admiral, not surpass one. "Go Luffy, hit him hard, do it for your grandpa," Garp shouted, still angry. He was from the Navy, but seeing his granddaughter almost hit by friendly fire irritated him so much that he wanted to see Akainu beaten. Meanwhile, Sengoku didn't know what frustrated him more there, hearing this. "I hope the reinforcements arrive in time." The only thing that could calm his frustration holding Garp was the help he sent. The battle continues. While the pirates prevented the vice admirals from approaching, the other sailors could do nothing but watch from a distance. "Luffy." Lucy commented in the air seeing Luffy that way. Luffy continues his battle, Akainu on the ground, frustrated for having taken consecutive hits, while blood ran all over his body. But he was still resilient, and that would not be enough to defeat him. He stood up, frustrated, while facing the monster trying to hit him. "You damn pirate, I won't let you leave here," he shouted angrily. Luffy did not respond, just giving a mocking look to the man, saying with the glint in his eyes that he would be defeated, or even killed, as Luffy was no longer holding back. However, as Luffy was about to initiate his new attack against the admiral, raising his elbow to punch him to the ground, a light emerged from the sky at that moment, launching itself against him, creating a huge explosion that covered even his already injured body. Help had arrived in the battle. Kizaru arrived. Raccoon here. (526) Chapter 236 Enies Lobby 13, Chapter Size, 1700 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Kizaru appeared in the sky at this moment, his attack forming a huge ball of light that overshadowed the sun's light while covering the entire area with Ifrit in the center. Everyone looked at this surprised, seeing where the attack came from for the pirates who did not know the admiral. "This is good." Sengoku sent reinforcements. Suru punched Yamato's weapon at that moment, relieved to finally see reinforcements arriving to change the battlefield. "Fu. This is getting more and more interesting," Doflamingo said with satisfaction while trying to escape from Lami's blows, as she attacked him fiercely. "Luffy." Yamato looked surprised here, not knowing the admiral while looking at the man in the sky at that moment. Hugo frowned looking at that too. "That is Kizaru." Robin from a distance looked stunned. "It's the admiral who almost captured Arlong in the past," Hachi murmured. The explosion began to fade, while from the distance of Kizaru's attack, Akainu emerged from the ground exploding with lava. His body was all damaged, while he kept an inert arm. A light appeared next to him, and Kizaru appears with his flash coming down from the sky and approaching. "You look quite hurt. What a shame," he said with his tone of boredom. "Shut up." Akainu growled at that, as it was shameful, while Kizaru put his hands up in a sign of peace and apology to the colleague. "Anyway," Akainu continued, "you can deal with him a bit. I doubt this explosion will defeat him, but I need to rest a bit." Akainu spoke, and Kizaru nodded, walking forward, adjusting his unique glasses. "So this is Garp's grandson. To beat Akainu like that. Could he defeat him?" he said in his mocking tone, while looking at the explosion disappearing and the day returning to normal. Luffy emerged from the explosion all battered as if slightly burned. He was fine with his skin protecting him, but still suffered some damage from it. Ifrit looked fiercely at Kizaru walking through the destroyed terrain, saying he was afraid of Luffy as usual. Kizaru stared, stopping there. Luffy wanted to kill Akainu still, but doubted he would get past Kizaru now. He charged at the admiral, seeing that he was his enemy now. He didn't have anger towards him like Akainu, but wanted to feel a fight against Kizaru. He moved with his maximum speed, disappearing while the ground exploded with his moving body. Luffy approached the admiral, who didn't even move, and punched hard, making the ground explode. But next to his haki-imbued fist on the ground, Kizaru appeared with his light and moved towards Luffy, appearing next to his head, and before the pirate could react, Luffy was hit by his kick, making him immediately fly back with the beam exploding on him. Luffy crawled through the ground before he could stabilize. Kizaru already appeared in front of him, launching another kick, and Luffy managed to dodge this before the ground beside him exploded. He launched his fist at the small admiral, who easily dodged, even with his speed of 80 times. "You're really fast," which scares me, but still not enough, Kizaru murmured while launching another attack at Luffy. "He's faster than me," Luffy commented while trying to catch the admiral like a fly. His body was stronger and more resistant in this phase, however, he was losing speed, and fighting against Kizaru was becoming a dead-end path. After all, the admiral was giving him a beating. "Look, Admiral Kizaru is winning against Straw Hat," someone shouted from a distance, drawing the eyes from the bright attacks. "Long live Admiral Kizaru. His light is like a beacon of justice for us." Without a doubt, we thought we were going to lose to Garp's grandson, but with Kizaru, victory seems certain. "Go Admiral Kizaru. Defeat this evil pirate, show them justice. Come on, Kizaru, show them the power of justice." Numerous marines in various corners of the island were cheering as Kizaru seemed to have a real advantage against Luffy. But Luffy's crew members seemed worried, but unable to do anything other than take care of their own opponents. "This isn't good. Luffy is being pressed too hard," Nami worried. "Is that an admiral? He's too fast. Even Luffy can't keep up," Najiko murmured, worried for her husband. "Luffy. I know he can figure this out," Zoro commented, defending against the enemy's swords at that moment. "Come on, Captain. You can defeat anyone, no matter how powerful," Hugo shouted, punching his opponent, full of faith in his captain. "Luffy seems to have an intense fight on the island," Uda commented worriedly, seeing the explosions. "Luffy won't lose," Chopper commented, fighting against a member of CP9. "Master. BABY5 murmured. As the spectators watched, with bated breath in their nostrils, trying to see every movement of the combatants. But almost no one could clearly see Luffy at a speed 80 times greater, even with that huge body, and Kizaru dodging his blows while he counterattacked. BOOMMM. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, with Kizaru overshadowing the daylight and Luffy launching his flames. "You're persistent, aren't you?" Kizaru mocked, his voice full of sarcasm as he moved at a speed almost invisible to common eyes. Luffy, still enduring the beating determinedly, ignored the minor pains while continuing to launch his attacks. "I won't be able to beat him this way." Lucius thought the obvious, and his body began to glow, reducing its form to phase 2. Landing on the ground as he maintained the humanoid form of 7 feet with features of his beast, losing the strength and resistance that complete Ifrit propelled him, but gaining more speed and mobility, a much better condition to face his opponent, as he picked up his sword, Ace. Kizaru, for his part, did not attack him, looking at him as he also fell to the ground. "Interesting," he commented, his tone still laden with disdain. "Let's see how far this goes." With a quick movement, he conjured a series of light beams, dozens of bright and powerful ones, flew directed at Luffy. Luffy saw the attack before it exploded everything in the place. Countless balls of light emerged at that moment, exploding and shaking the island under everyone's gaze. However, outside the blasted area, Luffy appeared with a flash. Now it's easier to dodge the attacks, Luffy thought, and looked at Kizaru on the ground, looking at him with interest. He escaped the attack. "No, he's moving faster now. How scary," he said calmly. He saw the sword in Luffy's hand and quickly made a movement, creating his light sword. Kizaru, with a fluid gesture between his fingers, summoned his sword, Yata no Kagami. The sword, made entirely of light, shone intensely. He tightened it, before disappearing with a flash and rushing towards Luffy. Luffy, seeing this better, also launched himself towards Kizaru, the sword raised high to launch his attack. In the midst of that space, both emerged with their blades ready for the attack. Kizaru, with his usual calm, positioned the sword in defense. The first clash between Ace and Yata no Kagami produced a shock wave so powerful that the ground below them trembled, even being tens of meters in the air, and the very air around vibrated with pure energy. Sparks of fire and light clashed, illuminating the battlefield with a spectacle of colors. This Many felt the shock between the two as the armament haki generated a shock between the blades. After a millisecond, the swords move apart, and at the same moment, they begin a series of rapid and powerful strikes, each one carrying its own haki, trying to find a breach in the other's defense as they moved through the air like a flash. Luffy was now having much more ease in keeping up with Kizaru. "You're managing to keep up with me," Kizaru spoke, even with some surprise. "But it's still not enough," he finished, trying to attack Luffy, defending from the rapid strikes with his light effect. It looked like flashes in the air, but Luffy managed to withstand the pressure. In a moment, the swords locked, creating a stalemate. Luffy, with eyes of intensity, pushed against Kizaru's force, while the Admiral, with an enigmatic smile. "You really surprise me, Garp's grandson. It's no wonder Akainu seemed to be struggling with you," Kizaru admitted, the light of his sword intensifying. "But let's see how you deal with this." With a swift movement, Kizaru released a wave of light directly from Yata no Kagami, a technique that aimed to envelop Luffy in a prison of light. Luffy saw bars of light encircling him, using his enhanced agility to jump high, avoiding the luminous trap and, in a bold counterattack, dove towards Kizaru, sword ready for a strike. Kizaru created bars of light in front of him to slow the pirate's advance, but Luffy launched his cut, splitting them in the middle and advanced against the man, making the Admiral raise his sword again. The clash between light and fire, speed and strength, continued with an intensity that left all spectators breathless from a distance. "Tisk!" Akainu from a distance growled. Seeing that things were getting better, it was time to act and eliminate his target. While Luffy was fighting against Kizaru, at one moment, a red light appeared by his side, and before he could react, since he had to defend from Kizaru's blade, he was thrown to the ground with force. Luffy got up from the ground in the distance, dusting off his cape a bit. His body was still very hurt, and he began to finally heal while watching the two admirals reach the ground 100 meters away. While Kizaru was fine, Akainu still seemed to be very hurt from the fight, but still ready to start the fight again. "It seems this is getting harder and harder," Luffy murmured. Despite still wanting to kill Akainu, he didn't think he could deal with two admirals at the same time. Meanwhile, Kizaru remained neutral, but Akainu saw a good opportunity to eliminate Luffy, and he would join forces with Kizaru to finally rid the sea of this supernova. 526 Chapter 237 Enies Lobby 14, Chapter Size, 1800 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. As the dust still settled from the previous collision, Luffy planted his feet firmly on the ground. The fight now was truly harder than anything he had faced up to this point. The admirals had faces mixed between one being bored and the other looking at him fiercely, signaling each of their unique characteristics. Two of the greatest powers of the Navy. I should feel proud that such force has come to stop me, when I'm just a rookie who hasn't even entered the new world yet. Luffy let this thought arise in his mind as he faced his opponents. "He's staring at us so determined. How scary," Kizaru commented. "Tisk!" Akainu just growled. In the distance, his companions continued to fight their own battles, also feeling that Luffy was under even greater pressure than before. Without waiting any longer, the first step in the fight between them was taken by Akainu. Driven by a distorted sense of justice, he attacked, launching a torrent of magma towards Luffy, who prepared to dodge. Beside him, Kizaru, taking advantage of the moment, attacked with beams of light, seeking to incapacitate Luffy and leave him vulnerable. Luffy, however, was not willing to give in. With his intensive training in the last few months, he wouldn't fall so easily. He had developed new techniques that went beyond his opponent's imagination. He avoided the magma and light beams with surprising speed. He moved to the side after escaping the attacks and launched a counterattack, propelling himself into the air and concentrating all his energy for an attack. With a shout, "Ifrit! Fire Chaos Punch!" Luffy unleashed a series of punches enveloped in flames and haki. Each blow charged with the heat of his flames, sending several attacks towards the admirals. BOOMMM, 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 BOOMMM. Explosions began to burst on that side, lifting the entire area as the flames expanded. Not that it could affect the Marines, but Luffy needed to create some opening, and it didn't take long for the admirals to emerge. The first was Kizaru with his sword parrying with ace, with Luffy using all his speed to keep up with the admiral. Akainu appeared in front of him again, trying to punch Luffy as before, not this time. Luffy thought and took out his pistol with his other free hand and aimed at the approaching admiral. Sensing danger, Akainu quickly moved away as the bullet grazed by his clothes, making a cut in his right arm. "Sea stone bullet?" he murmured, looking at Luffy's pistol. Luffy was prepared to face Logia adversaries, and this was not limited to his haki. He had acquired a pistol even more superior to the one he used to use. Besides the weapon with a bullet against Akuma no Mi users, he could exceed the power of the weapon while he put his chaos flames, increasing the power and speed of the shot. "Ooh!" Kizaru made a surprised sound while trying to overcome Luffy in strength, but Luffy was stronger, naturally, compared to the admiral who had his focus on speed. Luffy looked at him and pointed the gun at him, and before Luffy could shoot, Kizaru disappeared. Luffy just smiled a little at that, without even shooting, but satisfied that the admirals couldn't deal with him so easily. "Let's start this fight for real," Luffy announced, holding his pistol in one hand and sword in the other. Wings began to sprout behind him, forming his complete transformation into Phase 2. In the next moment, the admirals, despite the threat, were not intimidated by the pirate being able to hurt them, so they quickly advanced against the pirate. In the next moment, all three met in that space and a fight between light, lava, and purple flames started, exploding everything. The battle intensified, and the island seemed to tremble under the weight of the confrontation. The explosions of Luffy's power, Akainu's waves of magma, and Kizaru's cutting beams transformed the battlefield into a hellish vision, a world on the brink of ruin. Luffy, at the center of this chaos, moved with dexterity 80 times over, since Akainu was there, and if he wasn't fast enough, it would be quite dangerous for him. His pistol became a threat even to the powerful Logias. Each shot from Luffy made the admirals take great care, while trying to find openings in Luffy, even having a numerical advantage against the pirate. From a distance, everyone had to shield their eyes from the explosions as the lights dazzled everything, without even getting close to the confrontation while feeling the heat of the attacks from that distance. "Are you seeing this?" a young sailor asked, his eyes wide with admiration and fear, as he held the binoculars tightly. "A man facing two admirals, and he's still standing. Even without Admiral Kuzan here, the intensity of this fight is something I've never seen," another sailor spoke. "He's still withstanding Akainu and Kizaru's attack against Straw Hat. Who could have imagined? That pirate. He doesn't give up," commented another, his voice tinged with frustration. "Don't talk nonsense," another superior reprimanded them, his voice cutting through the air. "He is a criminal challenging justice and will soon fall." As the fight went on, the chatter lessened, with everyone's gaze fixed in the distance, prepared to act as soon as they could. In the fight against the Vice Admirals, the Straw Hats were trying to push their fight against the Vice Admirals to support their captain, but without wanting to use their transformation. After all, Luffy would give that order if it was necessary. Zoro, with his 3 katanas, faced his opponent. Each move using the darkness of Odin, cutting the air and even distorting it. His enemy seemed to have more and more difficulty facing him, starting to retreat. Hugo was beginning to gain the upper hand over his opponent too, while the others seemed to still be at an impasse, struggling to break free from the pressure of their adversaries. Luffy began to lose ground at this moment, the heat of the battle marking each breath as he faced the admirals. Even with his adversaries' caution, he began to get injured and breathe heavily, needing regeneration to not lose movement, but this was wearing him down more and more. He refused to yield, each blow he received only solidifying his resolve. Akainu advanced with volcanic fury, his fists of magma launching against Luffy, who had to use his fist of flames to defend himself while putting his weapon aside, but Kizaru appeared behind him at this moment. "You're fast. But have you ever taken a kick at the speed of light?" Kizaru spoke calmly. Before Luffy could react, he was kicked, exploding the ground with his body, sending him off like a missile. Luffy didn't even have time to get up when a rain of light and magma flew towards him, exploding the ground even more. Boom! Despite the injuries and fatigue, Luffy exploded off the ground amid the wreckage and elements and moved away before steadying himself, but a bit tired. "My crew is still fighting everywhere. I can't fall here," he murmured to himself in the devastated field. "But is it really worth showing all our power? It will make entering the war more difficult." Luffy murmured. After all, if he showed the Navy what his crew is like at this moment, the war could change before it starts, and Luffy didn't want to lose the knowledge of the future. He quickly had to cut off that thought, because at that critical moment, the two admirals coordinated a converging attack, combining their powers in a show of force above the pirate. Magma and light advanced on Luffy, who, quickly, with no time to escape, converted his Moa Moa no Mi for defense. Boom! The explosion was cataclysmic, shaking the island to its core, raising a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the vision for moments. Luffy! Vivi shouted, as Yamato, Nami, and Negico looked on worriedly. When the dust settled, Luffy was seen kneeling, breathing hard but not defeated. His defense had cushioned the worst of the attack. He quickly stood up as his injuries began to heal. He's resilient, Kizaru commented. Akainu said nothing. It's admirable that Garp's grandson can withstand these attacks, Suru commented beside. Luffy, Yamato said, before looking at the two vice admirals. Sorry Luffy, but I won't hold back anymore, she said as she began to release her strongest haki. Luffy, Lucy was very worried in the air. Since Luffy had become enraged, she couldn't get close to him and could only see him fighting all the battles alone. In the fight, Luffy seemed totally fine on the outside, but his exhaustion began to consume him from the inside. It's a shame, but I can no longer continue this fight. After all, we have to hold back a bit, Luffy thought, despite having spent a lot of energy here and his limit getting closer and closer. Taking a deep breath, he decided to give the next order not just to his crew fighting the vice admirals, but to everyone on the island. Moa Moa no Mi. Apply, sound. 80 times. Attention everyone, we have nothing more here. Everyone, prepare to retreat, he announced with his voice coming out like thunder. His voice issued an order that echoed throughout the island, reaching the ears of every member of the Straw Hat crew. Everyone quickly recognized this order. After all, the situation was not good for them in the center of the island. Luffy-sama, do you want me to come back? Leviathan murmured, looking towards the sound of Luffy's voice with her feminine eyes. Did you hear? That sea monster can talk? Some sailors exclaimed in fear. Wolf. Cerberus heard Luffy's sound and nodded with his 3 heads. Master? Baby5 murmured. It seems we should prepare the ship for the captain, Robin commented. Yes. Uda responded, while Hachi and Chopper were getting ready to end their fight. What? Strawberry was surprised by the pressure Zoro was putting on him. Sorry, but my captain requires my presence for the crew to leave the island. Zoro smiled, pressing the admiral. On the battlefield, Kizaru seemed surprised. He wants to leave. How scary. Tisk, he thinks he can get out of here. Let's eliminate them here, pirate. Don't think you can escape this island alive. Don't worry, I can handle you while my crew retreats. Luffy commented while clenching his fists. He could not win all the fights and fleeing was the best choice now. After all, he had already achieved his goal, the money in his system, so there was nothing more here and it could even worsen with a 3rd admiral arriving and more powerful reinforcements. 526 Chapter 238 Enies Lobby 15, Chapter Size, 1700 words. 3rd person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Everything became more intense after Luffy's order to retreat. Seeing the Straw Hats about to pull back, the Marines quickly began to grow more aggressive. Come on, we can't let the pirates escape, for justice. Let's defeat the evil of the seas. The Marines quickly started to shout ecstatically as they ran towards the battlefields. Even though they might not make much of a difference, they would use their own lives to make justice prevail. They approached the battlefield where the fight against the vice admirals was happening and began shooting at the pirates, causing some of the Straw Hats to be bothered by some bullets and cannonballs flying towards them in the middle of the fight. However, even with the pressure, and even the vice admirals increasing the pressure on them, the Straw Hats begin to turn the tide against the formidable vice admirals. Each confrontation made the Navy officers see that the pirates were more determined than ever. Yamato, with a new display of brute strength and haki skill, manages to break the formation of Bastille and Suru. With a thunderous roar, she summons the power of a serpent with lightning, her club emitting an ethereal light that stuns her opponents. Bastille, under the pressure of the attack, barely manages to keep his sword raised, while Suru is forced to retreat, surprised by Yamato's unexpected resistance. With a final blow, Yamato manages to hit them, even if not in a direct attack, making them fall to the ground like rockets exploding the place beneath them. Zoro, wielding his swords with a lethal aura, begins a dance in the air between 2 swordsmen against his opponent and starts to emit more energy of Odin from his blades and overcomes Strawberry with a whirlwind of quick and powerful blows. A decisive moment occurs when Zoro delivers a Oden. Ichidai Senzen Daisen Sakai, cutting through Strawberry's defense and leaving a visible mark on his chest as blood sprays into the air. Strawberry, unable to react much, falls to his knees, admitting his defeat before Zoro's explosive strength. Kuina, with grace in her sword skill, pushes Momonga to the limit. She unleashes her ice power while the Vice Admiral had little chance of approaching. But she still can't win the fight, while trying to launch attacks with an Oriental Dragon, but still having difficulty. She felt Zoro winning his fight and felt a bit of frustration, but also understanding that her inferiority to the other swordsmen was due to her years behind her rival, but still hoping that she could surpass him eventually, and even being a girl of 11 or 12 years old, she could already fight a Vice Admiral. Nijiko, using her ingenuity, creates traps with her bomb fruit on the ground, which confuse and delay Mozambia. This gives her an opening as she blows up the ground beneath her and fires at the enemy while he was focused trying to dodge the damage, barely noticing her approaching and striking from above, punching and exploding him. The Admiral appears quite hurt, but still firm in his fight and determination to stop this pirate. Vivi, facing the fierce Dalmatian, uses the agility of her Logia with air cuts as he tried to approach, avoiding the attacks, but couldn't get close, because Vivi could quickly create hurricanes, and even as a barrier that could bounce back his reach. He tried to advance by hitting against her wind, but the girl dominated the air, leaving him in a worse position, but it didn't mean she could defeat him. Alvida, with her slippery skin and tremendous strength, dodges all of Cancer's attacks with ease. She counterattacks with a powerful blow from her club, which Cancer barely manages to block. The force of the impact sends him flying back, proving Alvida's superiority in physical combat against the Vice Admiral. Nami, also dominating the air with Garuda's claws, creates a perfect storm of wind around Doberman, limiting his visibility and movements, as her wind was gray with green lights. He begins to try to catch their blind spots, but the man was skilled, while turning it into a fight between his sword and the claws materializing in the air to hit him. Reiju, using her flame abilities, feels a bit pressured fighting against her two opponents after Lami went to face Doflamingo, but still keeps the fight even despite the numerical disadvantage. Onigumo and Yamakaji keep working together against her. This looks a lot like Marco's ability, one of them comments. So there's another phoenix fruit? A red one? The other exclaims. It wasn't hard for them to deduce this, after all, her abilities and appearance of a flaming bird screamed it. In another area, below most of the fights, Hugo, with tremendous strength, charges at Vice Admiral Maynard's fists. As the fight continues with both exchanging punches, with Hugo transformed and exchanging blows every second, the fight finally seems to tilt in Maynard's favor, with Hugo starting to land punches making him start to feel the retreat and receiving attacks. Meanwhile, Lami continues facing Doflamingo within her room. Large rocks flew, guided by the woman's finger as she commands them towards the Shichibukai, who begins to weave his strings with the Ito no Mi and launches threads to slice the rocks flying like meteors towards him. However, he quickly focuses on any space around him. After all, he couldn't leave that space, having difficulty facing Lami. She then switches with a stone behind him and launches her sword. The Shichibukai quickly puts his claws with Haki, but Lami exerts great effort and manages to cut off Doflamingo's fingers from that hand and throws him backward as he collides with the ground. "Maybe I won't kill you here today, but I will certainly keep this," she said as she caught the fingers in the air and placed them in a container so Doflamingo couldn't cut them off again. She would destroy them, but there was nothing to do now. Doflamingo, in his peak of rage, becomes furious while his hand bleeds the entire time. "Lami!" He shouts and runs towards her immediately, even awakening his fruit as the ground transforms into lines. While all this was happening in the center of the island, Chow Chow began to freeze the entire area of the port, creating a large ice wall so the Marines could no longer advance, and also destroyed the bridge that connected from Eni's lobby to that side, destroying all access for the ordinary Marines to them, and only those who knew Geppo passed, but they were much fewer now, quickly being defeated with his lightning head. He also began to retreat to the ship, since the fight was already reaching the end of the island. On the ship, the Straw Hats began to beat CP9, while Baby 5 still carried a Khalifa by the hair, her arm transformed into a machine gun. "Get out of the way, the master is coming soon," she said, and began shooting at Kumadori and Fukuru, who were caught by surprise and hit by numerous shots before falling to the ground defeated. "Nay. Sorry. But we're done here. Hachi said before Kaku was cut by his 6 swords as he fell with white eyes passed out on the ground. Take this. Chopper transformed into his muscular version, hits Bueno before he could escape, and he flies forcefully to the ground showing Chopper's current power after the training he did. La la la. Stop singing and fight, Jabra exclaimed to the woman singing a melody. La la la, stop. What is this? He noticed the change and saw himself surrounded by 10 of that woman. She can generate clones, he exclaimed without seeing the punch coming in his direction, before falling knocked out. Uda can create illusions with her fruit, hitting her opponents like a sound genjutsu. Everyone's falling? Rob Lucci murmured seeing each of his companions falling, and before he realized, arms began to bind him. You think this can stop me? He exclaimed to Rob in his hybrid form, but before he could use strength, the arms of Robin on his body began to thicken, making the agent stand imposingly. He didn't even notice when Robin created a giant arm with one of her arms and punched him, making him fall to the port like a rocket, defeated. It looks like we're done here, let's head back to the ship and get ready to depart, Robin says, and everyone starts to head back to the Black Pearl, while the animals were already waiting for them. No more shots coming towards the ship thanks to Shirahoshi's interference with the warships on the other side of the island. Speaking of her, a shadow emerged below the ship and the mermaid came out in her usual form, flying towards the ship. I did it, but I returned before destroying them all as Luffy-sama requested. She seemed a bit disappointed in herself. Sharky, her friend, tried to cheer her up. You did well, now let's get the ship ready to depart. Luffy ordered us to do that before we got here if it came to this. Robin spoke, and everyone began to prepare the ship, with the harbor closed off without the bridge and the barrier made by Chow Chow, who had just landed on the ship barking as if he had done a great job in his normal size. The sails began to lower while the anchor started to rise and the ship began to leave the harbor as it moved away, but the fights in the middle of the island seemed to continue. Nay, will they be okay? Hachi commented worriedly. Trust in Luffy, Uda said, looking towards where the main fight was happening. Guys, Chopper wanted to cry as he got worried. Luffy-sama. Master. Grr, Sharky. Karoo. Luffy. Robin clenched her heart, seeing that he was in a fight that made the entire island tremble. Nay. This place won't last much longer before it collapses. Hachi observed the obvious, but at that moment, just as he spoke, the island began to break apart into several pieces, like a pizza, startling everyone on it, especially the Marines. Raccoon here. 526 Chapter 239 Enies Lobby 16. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third-person POV Enies Lobby, first half of Grand Line. Luffy had started his fight again with the admirals, and it continued. The structure of the island itself began to give way, already completely fragmented since Luffy had dug up the place with his power and now collapsing as the pressure of the fight between Luffy and the admirals continued to damage the island even more, where it began to crack and crumble. The fissures spread across the ground like the veins of a giant or as if Whitebeard was there using the power of his fruit. The sound was deafening. The earth groaned and split, creating chasms that threatened to swallow everything and everyone. Sailors ran in all directions, training and discipline giving way to the most basic survival instinct. Shouted communications tried to organize a retreat, but the voice of reason was drowned out by the chaos the island had become. Buildings that had withstood so many conflicts were now cracking and collapsing, sending clouds of dust into the air. Structures once imposing, symbols of the power of marine justice, were reduced to rubble. The marine headquarters on the island, a bastion of order, was now cracked, threatening to collapse at any moment. How can this be happening? That scene of terror was being broadcast on the screens in front of Sengoku at the headquarters, leaving everyone, even Garp, being restrained by his superior, frowning as he watched the scene. Well, this is quite bad, Kuzan commented, sitting in a chair. He didn't want all those sailors to die, and if he were there, he could surely connect the island with his ice so it wouldn't crack, but it was too late for anything but to watch all that destruction. On the battlefields, the vice admirals and the straw hats felt the ground sway under their feet. Some were winning the fight while trying to finish off their opponents as they made their way to assist others before retreating. The dock, where moments before sailors were trying to organize counterattacks from their ships, was now pandemonium. Sailors helped their wounded comrades to a safe place, while others bravely tried to maintain order, directing everyone to the ships that could still set sail. cannons and ammunition, ready to be used against the pirates, were now ignored in favor of ropes and lifeboats. And at the center of all this, Luffy and the admirals continued their deadly dance. Perhaps blind to the destruction around them, it seemed that the whole setting did not seem to affect them as the admirals tried to eliminate the pirate and he wanted to delay them so his crew could escape, despite still losing the fight. It was just a moment for them to breathe that they saw the real destruction of the island being created everywhere. All three were surprised with varied expressions of what was happening as they realized it. This is bad. Kizaru had to comment. He was quite concerned about the sailors there, unlike Akainu who, despite being surprised, looked at Luffy injured and wanting to kill that threat to the sea, even if everyone on that island died with it. We should help them. Kizaru commented. No, let's deal first with that pirate, Akainu countered, making the other admiral frown. However, an explosion occurred next to Luffy, lifting the ground, and as the dust settled, Yamato, Zoro, and Hugo appeared at this moment to join the fight against the admirals. Looks like you managed to get away from your fights, Luffy commented calmly. Yes. Zoro responded calmly. We came to help, Yamato commented with a calm smile. How are the others? Luffy asked. The fight's not yet won or being helped by some others, Hugo commented, and Luffy nodded before beginning to heal once again and look at his adversaries. More of them? Did the vice admirals fail? Akainu growled, seeing that if they were here, the fight against their opponents was won by the pirates. This is getting bad for us, Akainu commented. We can't let them escape, Akainu roared and launched his lava fist at the pirates who began to dodge and advance. Now with the fight more balanced as all the pirates here could use haki to hurt the Logia users. On the other side, in one of the ground holes, Suru emerged with some blood on her body breathing a little hard. And she felt pain all over her body. The last blow from Kaido's daughter knocked her and her colleague down. She felt the island shaking and made a decision while looking towards where Luffy and his companions were against the two admirals. Everyone, we must help the Marines get off this island. She issued the order, and those who were still engaged in a stalemate fight against the pirates heard it, beginning to retreat. Vivi sighed a little as her opponent backed away, despite giving her a frustrated look while listening to Suru's orders. What should we do? Nami asked in the air. Let's go back, let Luffy and the others hold the admirals off so we can return. Nijiko spoke beside Alvida, who, after winning her fight, came to assist her. The defeated vice admirals began to emerge from the ground, still injured, and even though they looked angrily at the pirates, they started to follow Suru while trying to save the Marines before the island fell off the cliff. Lami tried to hit an enraged Doflamingo as everything around became threads, even creating clones of himself against the pirate, making even her struggle to face the Shichibukai at this stage, even with him bleeding without his fingers from one hand. This is getting tough. She frowned as she cut through a thread clone of the man, and when he was about to attack Lami from behind with the original, a fireball hit him making him fly. It was Reiju arriving to help her. You need help, don't you? My opponents had to retreat, so I came to help you, she commented calmly. Lami wasn't angry, just nodding at the woman's intervention. Doflamingo growled and saw that the pirates were indeed retreating. He then made a decision, one that he would later regret, raising his hand to the sky as he launched threads towards the two pirates. A huge cage appeared over the island covering the place. What is this? Chopper shouted, frightened from the ship as he saw the huge cage covering the island while they remained outside. All the Marines who were leaving the island were surprised by this. After all, they could no longer pass through those threads. Now no one can leave, Fufufu. He laughed while Lami and Reiju frowned. However, all the other Straw Hats looked at him. That bastard. A vice admiral growled looking at the warlord. He's sabotaging us too. Another spoke. All the Marines were angry with Doflamingo at this moment, with the exception of Akainu. Doflamingo didn't even seem to be aware of everyone looking at him at that moment, while he laughed. He didn't even feel when Yamato appeared behind him, with her weapon, hitting him while breaking all his bones, making him spit blood. Luffy immediately asked her to kill him. The same could be said of the other Straw Hats, because before Doflamingo could react, Kuina appeared and launched a freezing cut, affecting one of his arms. This, Doflamingo growled as he felt the difficulty when he sensed through haki numerous people approaching him from all sides. Lami, Reiju were already fighting him, but Nami, Reiju, Alvida, Vivi who were fleeing, immediately became hostile and went for the Shichibukai being pressed. Should we help him? Someone asked. No, the bastard even wants to kill our men. Let the pirates finish him off. Suru murmured calmly. But didn't the government want him alive? A vice admiral asked cautiously. They did, but we can't do anything when he brings this upon himself. Suru answered. She wouldn't pity Doflamingo after what he did to the island. Doflamingo, seeing he was in a bad situation, winds, explosions, fire, ice among many abilities cornered him, making him start to receive quite bad damages for him. Even his awakened devil fruit couldn't deal with the pressure of so many powerful people targeting him, and even if he cancelled his fruit covering the island, it was very unlikely that his enemies would stop attacking. He could do nothing but try to fend off the attacks. In a moment, he felt his arm being shattered into several pieces of ice, his chest being pierced, bone-breaking, and losing consciousness last as Yamato hit him with her weapon on his head, sending him flying to the ground and digging into the island even more. A moment later, the cage he created was deactivated, and the sailors began to return to the ships while they had built a temporary bridge at that moment to cross the abyss beneath the island. Luffy, Hugo, and Zoro continued fighting against the admirals. Although the pressure on Luffy was not as great as before, it was clear how difficult it was for Zoro and Hugo to fight them, even injuring them. Go back. Head to the ship while I hold them off, Luffy ordered. After all, he was the fastest of the crew, who could deal with them while he could escape. Nodding, both began to retreat. Seeing this, Akainu growled and could use his companions to lure Luffy while flying towards them. But Luffy was faster and did not let the admiral pass while punching him back, but Kizaru appeared at that moment, kicking Luffy. Luffy flew like a Kainu after being hit but still managed to keep the admiral away from his companions. What an idiot. Luffy got up, not speaking to the admirals, but feeling the Shichibukai unconscious underground without an arm and another hand without fingers. He seemed to be severely injured and in a coma. Your crew really scares me, Kizaru commented, also seeing the sad end of the Shichibukai. This fight was not good for you, after all. The Navy suffered a great defeat here today. Luffy commented while spitting blood on the ground and looking at the admiral as Akainu also joined his side angrily. Luffy had to hold off these two admirals, so he began to release his final transformation, growing to become a complete Ifrit. We're arriving, Vivi commented, landing on the deck as they flew to the Black Pearl. Is Luffy still fighting? Uda asked worriedly. Yes. Reiju commented, looking at the explosions as Luffy appeared in his final form. He asked us to depart. Zoro arrived with Hugo. Let's prepare to set sail. Hachi spoke. We're not being shot at anymore, so it's better we depart, Nami commented. In the fight, Luffy seemed to be trying to hit flies as Kizaru and Akainu pushed him back with injuries, devastating half of the island as he launched his flames and hockey fists, but he was struggling. In a moment when Kizaru was about to launch a rain of light, Yamato appeared in the air, making him dodge her weapon. Yamato? Luffy asked. I wouldn't leave you here alone, she said, landing on his flaming shoulder. Let's hold them off a little longer, Luffy said, and in the next 10 minutes, Luffy and Yamato started a fight against the admirals while the island began to plummet from that side. Some Navy ships tried to take down the fleeing pirates' ship from a distance, but the crew quickly dealt with any approaching bullet. Seeing that the ship was in a safe position, Luffy undid his transformation and caught Yamato by surprise in the air. What are you doing? She yelled, but Luffy just spun her around without her being able to do anything and shot her towards their ship on the horizon and used his Moa Moa no Mi on her, making her speed increase 80 times, making her disappear. Luffy looked at the admirals. It's time for me to leave, goodbye, Luffy announced and quickly flew with his increased speed. Akainu could not follow him, but the same could not be said for Kizaru. Kill that pirate immediately, Akainu growled. Luffy continued in the air, fleeing from Kizaru trying to catch him like a game of cat and mouse. The island began to collapse at that moment while the sailors tried to escape. Raccoon here. 240 Aftermath 01. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third-person Pav Eni's lobby, first half of Grand Line. Luffy was engulfed in a shower of light as everything around him exploded. A moment later, he moved out of the Admiral's attack range, slightly injured while Kizaru chased after him. You should be worried about your companions, after all. Even if you're faster in this form, I'm more resilient, and you can't stop me, Luffy said calmly. His feet crushed the already cracked ground, and he resumed his escape as a line of light pursued him. Explosions burst forth as he dodged the admiral's attacks, getting ever closer to the end of the island. "This is getting troublesome," Kizaru commented, seeing that despite causing damage to Luffy, the giant did not stop. Luffy waited until he reached the edge of the island and turned to face Kizaru. "The island is breaking apart, and many have died. I usually don't do this with my enemies, but today I'll make an exception because my sister and my grandfather are Marines," he said, as at that moment, the island began to collapse. Several cracked parts started to detach and fall into the void. "This is bad," Suru commented while watching the island being destroyed with many Marines still on it, as it wasn't quick to evacuate more than 20,000 Marines from the island. "The island is falling. We must flee. It's impossible. There's no way everyone can get across the bridge. Are we going to die here, just like this?" The crowd of men and women became desperate as the other side of the island crumbled. "Stay calm," a vice admiral tried to calm the panic. Several Marines who could use Geppo were helping their colleagues, and Lucy was one of them as she stretched her arm to grab the Marines on the island and throw them onto the ship away from the island with the boats. Akainu flew through the air, above them without care, his only goal being to eliminate Monkey D. Luffy on the other side of the island as he was almost escaping. Luffy, seeing the chaos, while Kizaru seemed torn between attacking the pirate or helping the Marines while frowning. "This is my final gift to help you. Thank you for the fights. It was quite fun despite getting beaten up fighting against two admirals," Luffy said, and with his foot on the ground, he activated the Moa Moa No Mi, setting the island's gravity to 0.01. With this, the island stopped trembling and collapsing, becoming inert, even with many of the loose stones flying upwards due to the negative gravity. Kizaru was surprised by this and he knew it was done by Luffy, who only looked at him for a millisecond, before turning and jumping towards his ship at sea. Kizaru could have pursued him, but stayed put, just watching. "What? He escaped. How could you let this happen?" Akainu arrived a moment later, seeing the huge Ifrit flying in the distance while Admiral Kizaru remained watching him escape. "He escaped, I couldn't do anything," Kizaru commented, shrugging. "What do you mean by this? You did this on purpose." Akainu did not finish grumbling his complaints, as Kizaru simply spoke. "I have to help the people, goodbye," he said, turning into light and disappearing while Akainu became even more frustrated by this mission being a total failure. Luffy continued returning while remaining in his transformation to better resist Kizaru's attacks, especially now that he used his Moa Moa No Mi on the island to hold it up a little longer before being completely destroyed. It held up for a while with the effect of Luffy's fruit, enough to rescue the Marines. After all, Luffy knew this could leave Garp and Lucy sad. He saw that Kizaru stopped following him and left his larger transformation, returning to normal with just his wings as he flew over the sea. "Luffy, you returned." Yamato was waiting for him in the sky after being thrown in that manner and looked relieved at Luffy approaching, despite him bleeding a bit and full of marks from the fight. He began to heal a bit more before he and Yamato returned to the ship. "Luffy!" Uda exclaimed as Luffy and Yamato landed on the deck at that moment. "We're back." Luffy looked at everyone with a smile. "You held up well fighting against two admirals, Captain," Hugo commented with a smile. "I managed to fight them for a bit," Luffy murmured despite having been beaten up. "We got all the money in the end," Nami commented, approaching Luffy. "Yes. In the end, we achieved our goal, now let's continue our journey," Luffy said, moving to the middle of the ship as everyone looked at him. "But I must say, you all were amazing and I am proud. Everyone had their own battles and even though we couldn't show all our power, we left a clear message to the Navy and the world government," he said with a tone of pride. "Yes, I never imagined I could fight like this, but still, I fought against a vice admiral," Vivi commented. "Karoo, you too, Karoo," she said to her friend. Many smiled at that. After all, the battle wasn't that hard, there were some injuries and scratches, but Luffy was the worst off, yet still nothing serious. "The island is falling," Kuina announced as everyone returned to Eni's lobby. The island began to emit loud cracking sounds as it started to collapse, with the effect of Luffy's ability being deactivated. "This is our cue to leave. Let's start moving away before we can be pursued," Luffy said as he put his hands on the ship and increased the ship's speed several times following a route away from the island. "Let's talk as soon as we get out of the Navy's reach," he said, and the ship began to disappear on the horizon. Meanwhile, just before the island began to collapse again, the Marines, now relieved that the island wasn't falling, began to cross the bridge without panic while the ships that Shirahoshi hadn't destroyed were rescuing people, leaving them overcrowded, but at least with the lives of those men intact. It was only with the last marine leaving that the island lost the effect of the Moa Moa no Mi and began to fall again. There were only the vice admirals and admiral on the island, who began to use Geppo to go to the ships. The atmosphere seemed gloomy for everyone. After all, they lost some comrades in this conflict and couldn't stop any pirates as they escaped. How could this happen? A marine murmured. Not even 2 admirals could stop them. What are these pirates, with such strength emerging in paradise? Another commented with a defeated expression. Luffy. He has become so strong. Kobe commented in a corner. He had trained to get stronger, but he couldn't even use Geppo to deal with Luffy while just staying on the ground watching the higher-ranked marines and Lucy facing Luffy. He really felt quite imposing with that. Helmeppo stood by in silence but equally frustrated. He couldn't even do anything against the man who had so easily killed his father months ago. He's much stronger than that time. He believed that I could achieve my dreams. But our difference is so huge. He's already at the level of an admiral. Kobe continued murmuring among a bunch of marines with the same expression as him. On a specific ship among those there, the highest ranks gathered, all the 11 vice admirals, Kizaru, and a frustrated Akainu were looking at the people lying on the ground on that deck. Doflamingo had been rescued from the middle of the island by the vice admirals and the fallen CP9 at the port as well. All this to rescue them and they end up like this in the end. It's really pathetic, Vice Admiral Cancer said calmly. He was quite injured after losing to Alvida. I can't disagree with Cancer. We conducted this operation to rescue them, but in the end, they nearly died getting involved in a fight that shouldn't have been theirs. Bunch of idiots, Doberman commented with disdain. None of the vice admirals disagreed with those words. Of all of them, Doflamingo, who was the government's favorite, ended up in such a pitiful state. Can't we recover his arm? Suru commented, looking at the unconscious and bleeding Shichibukai. No, it was shattered by ice blocks. A doctor examining the condition of the wounded there spoke cautiously. His arm had been frozen by Kuina and broken in the joint attack of the Straw Hats. Besides, he lost his fingers and has fallen into a coma. His situation is quite severe. How scary. Kizaru commented. The 5 elders certainly didn't like that at all. Akainu growled. Even though he didn't care about Doflamingo's life, he knew the Gorosei saw some value in him. The island began to finish collapsing at this moment, as everyone saw it starting to fall without being suspended any longer as it began to fall and the ships moved away, hearing those titanic sounds of millions of tons falling into the sea at that moment. The transmission ended after that in Marineford. Garp was no longer being held by Sengoku while the latter seemed as frustrated with the failure of this mission as Akainu. Why have they become so strong? How is this possible? Sengoku growled, pacing around the room in front of some officers, who had also watched the entire transmission. Garp was silent on the side, not making any jokes this time. Sengoku was shocked. He knew Luffy was powerful and was at the level of an admiral according to Kuzan, which was already extremely shocking for someone just navigating the Grand Line, but what he saw today was a man stronger than an admiral. He certainly could defeat Akainu if Kizaru hadn't appeared, even if it could take days with Akainu's resilience. But what shocked him the most here was his crew. All those who fought against the vice admirals had a power of equal or even greater strength, seeing that some could even fight against 2. They must no longer be underestimated, someone said. We cannot let this threat roam the sea. Can you imagine the level of danger they will be once they start navigating the new world? Another person growled. They have Logia, mythical zone fruits. And those abilities they showed are also mythical zone with that kind of transformation. How could they gather so many fruits? While people debated in the room, Sengoku turned his attention to Garp. Did you see the sword your grandson wielded? He said. Yes. That was something I never imagined seeing in Luffy's hands. Garp commented with a serious tone. Your grandson is a serious threat, Garp. More than anything we've seen in this era. You know, if the government held back against him, now there will be no more limits. Sengoku spoke in a serious tone. After all, this would certainly make the elders quite angry. We should see how Doflamingo's condition is. Sengoku spoke before picking up 2 communicators, one for Akainu, the other for Kizaru, choosing Kizaru's. After all, he could communicate better with him than an incensed Akainu after losing his mission. But at this moment, a man bursts into the room. making Sengoku, already in a bad mood, growl at that marine. "What is it?" he shouted. "Sorry, sir." The man swallowed hard while everyone in the room looked at him with murderous intent. "But something urgent has happened. That must have your immediate attention," he spoke with fear. "What is it now?" Sengoku growled, before the man began to speak. In front of the Marine headquarters, a group stood out among all the others. While the Marines wore neat white cloaks, a group of 4 men was there contrasting with the crowd. Even one with a tired horse. They arrived in a wooden boat. While the Marines spotted them, they had already reached the shore. But what stood out the most in the group was the man chained with the tattoo of the Whitebeard symbol on his back. "Ziahahahaha. Finally, we've arrived." Blackbeard laughed while staring at all the Marines, wondering who that man was and how he had captured Ace of the Fire Fists. Raccoon here. 526 Chapter 241 Aftermath 02. Chapter size, 1900 words. Third-person POV Eni's lobby, first half of Grand Line. Time passed while the vice admirals were organizing and issuing orders on the main ship along with the 2 admirals, until a Den Den Mushi began to rain. Puro puro puro. The Den Den Mushi that began to ring was from Kizaru's pocket, certainly knowing who it was while he calmly picked it up in his style, with the others watching. "Kacha. Hello hello." Kizaru spoke in his tedious tone. "Kizaru." Sengoku spoke from the other side, choosing to call Kizaru instead of Akainu. "How's the situation?" he asked, frustrated. "The pirates managed to escape, and we rescued all the sailors from the island with Doflamingo and CP9 knocked out," he said, looking at all the bodies on the deck still unconscious, including Spartan, who had been unconscious during the fight since Luffy knocked him out with Conqueror's Haki. "Doflamingo is not doing well, is he?" Sengoku asked, having seen his situation in the broadcast. "No, he will stay like this for a good while. Scary," Kizaru answered. "Tisk. This was terrible for the Navy," Sengoku spoke, and before Kizaru could respond, his transmitter was taken by Akainu. "Sengoku. We must go after the pirates. We can still catch Dragon's son. He is strong but his stamina was greatly consumed with that instant healing he does," Akainu growled, hoping to chase after the pirate fleeing towards the horizon. "No," Sengoku spoke, even surprising the vice admirals and admirals expecting him to continue the hunt against the group of powerful rookies. Even Suru narrowed her eyes at this development. "What do you mean by that, Sengoku?" Akainu spoke with a dark tone boiling with anger. There was a last-minute situation. An unknown appeared in Marineford called Marshal D. Teach. He brought Portgas D. Ace, commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. "You know what this means?" Sengoku calmly asked. It wasn't just Akainu, but everyone present had a surprised look. "Whitebeard will not stand still," Akainu concluded. "Exactly, we must regroup all the Navy's greatest forces. We'll lure Whitebeard to an execution. I just spoke with the 5 elders and they agreed with this. Since we failed to end a rookie pirate, we can't fail with a Yonkou. Besides, it's very likely that Monkey D. Luffy will be attracted, so we can eliminate him too." Sengoku spoke. After all, he had to prepare an even more powerful force to deal with Whitebeard and this rookie. "I understand." Akainu spoke a bit calmer. After all, he knew Luffy's connection with Ace. It would be easy to have him at this execution with a chance to kill him. "I will still kill you, Monkey D. Luffy," he growled. Mr. Sengoku." Kizaru took the Den Den Mushi from Akainu again, before starting to speak. "What is it, Kizaru?" Sengoku asked. "We have an intruder, and it seems he recorded the entire fight," he said, looking at the sky through his glasses. "What, Morgan is there?" Sengoku quickly asked. "Yes." Kizaru spoke while everyone looked up at the sky and the bird filming while the stones of the island fell into the water of the hole, feeling a chill saying that he was being watched at this moment. "Take all his recordings, I don't want the Navy's image to be tarnished by tomorrow's newspaper," Sengoku growled, and Kizaru nodded before turning into light and flying into the sky. Morgan was surprised when a light appeared in front of him and Kizaru appeared grabbing him by the arm. He was a bit terrified. "Hello, Mr. Morgan. You filming us like this? Scary," Kizaru spoke. "Kizaru. Hello. How are you?" Morgan spoke nervously while trying to appear calm. "Sorry, I love the crossword puzzles in your newspaper, but I can't let you publish this," Kizaru spoke while taking Morgan's Den Den Mushi. "What? Don't do this, Kizaru," Morgan cried, seeing his photo and filming equipment being confiscated by the admiral. "Now I'm going. Goodbye," Kizaru spoke before turning into light and disappearing back to the ship. "Damn, he didn't need to do that," Morgan said in a quite shaken tone, but soon got back a cunning look. "Lucky for me, I sent some of the photos to my office. Tomorrow the world will be able to know what happened here, even without the best photos being confiscated by Kizaru," he said triumphantly and started to leave there, flying to his agency. Kizaru returned to the ship, and Suru gave the order for them to depart. "Let's head back to Marineford." Thus, all the ships began to leave, even with a look of defeat. Many sailors died in this fight in vain before the island collapsed. Eni's lobby, which was once one of the 3 great structures of the government, turned into a hollow hole in the middle of the sea as the sea fell like a waterfall at this moment. Something that could never be hidden, and the Navy would give an explanation the next day, that is if it weren't for Morgan, who would shock the world once again by telling what happens, and with the new bounties this group would have, they would be known as the most powerful rookies in the history of the world government. A title that would shock everyone, and no one, not even the Yonkers, would mock it after what happened here. In Marineford, Sengoku looked at the spot where Teach was eating a meal with his companions in the Navy's kitchen. Marshal D. Teach. Sengoku called him out. Zia ha 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 ha, if it isn't the Navy Fleet Admiral, if he came to us, then he accepted my demand. Zia ha 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 ha, Teach exclaimed with joy and anticipation. "Very well, Captain," Burgess spoke excitedly while eating a piece of meat. "As expected," Lafitte said, twirling his top hat. "Eat this, Nag," Doc Q said, giving a piece of lettuce to the horse beside him. "Why did they let this horse enter the kitchen?" An officer next to Sengoku exclaimed as the fleet admiral clenched his teeth at this scene. "They don't seem very pleased with us," Van Auger observed. "Yes. The government accepted your demand. You will enter the Shichibukais." Sengoku spoke, hoping that this man would help in the war against Whitebeard. After all, they brought down Ace, someone at the level of a Shichibukai. "That's great. Zia ha 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 ha," Teach exclaimed, but with no surprise, seeming excited while hiding his real ambition and plans. He turned his gaze to a sailor at the entrance of the kitchen and exclaimed, "Let's celebrate, Cook-san. Bring more cherry pies," Teach exclaimed, waiting for his favorite food. "Yes, sir," the cook, a young man, exclaimed, returning to the kitchen afraid of that bizarre group. Sengoku sighed as he left the dining room with this peculiar character. "Where to now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" the officer asked next to him. "Let's go to my room. We must summon all the Navy forces and keep some in the New World to prevent the pirates from causing chaos," he said as he walked through the corridors of the imposing Navy structure, heading for the stairs. He walked while people saluted him around the place, that until he stopped at a window. There was a warship with 4 more waiting for some people to embark on it. "Is this the ship going to impel down?" a sailor asked, looking at the place while they kept organizing their departure. There were numerous officers and 2 vice admirals to protect the place, with Kuzan also, since he was the only admiral available at the moment. "Yes, Portgas d'Ace will be taken to impel down at this moment. It will be kept hidden until we can announce his execution to the world," Sengoku commented, being that this information could not leave his personal circle of high-ranking officers. Ace was carried in a cage with a curtain. Many sailors wondered who was inside, seeing the level of people to protect this cargo to the prison, but no one spoke or informed, just saying it was a secret information. "Vice Admiral Garp," the officer pointed to a man next to the cage. Sengoku looked at his old friend. Knowing the connection he had with Ace, it was no surprise to see him there accompanying his grandson to impel down. If Garp was already furious before seeing almost his granddaughter hit by friendly fire, seeing Ace captured and even hearing that Sengoku with the 5 elders had planned his public execution left him quite angry and even melancholic, being unable to do anything about it. Garp entered the ship along with the 2 vice admirals and Kuzan as they put unconscious Ace under pressure, leaving Marineford and heading for one of the other 3 great structures of the world government, the largest prison in the world. Sengoku put that thought aside and moved on, climbing the stairs until he reached his office. There were so many things happening in just one day, so he needed to take a breath. "Wait outside. I'm going to be alone for a bit," he said, and the officers accompanying him nodded, staying outside the door. He approached his desk and took out a special sake, drinking it before analyzing everything that was happening. First, his failure to deal with Luffy and his crew. showing how everyone had underestimated that entire group, making Sengoku wonder how they had gotten so strong and acquired so many devil fruits. The 5 elders even said they didn't want Luffy dead until they knew his secrets. After all, the transformation of that crew has Luffy at the center, and everyone knew it. But this would be left for the meeting when Kizaru and Akainu arrived at Marineford. For now, he had to deal with another situation. After drinking his sake, he walked to his desk, picking up a Den Den Mushi and starting to make calls to the main marine bases, especially to those in the New World, summoning some of the main marine elites without compromising too much of the current force stationed to combat the pirates in that area. He started to work on this for the next few hours. As all those marine bases began to go on alert, and a great movement started among them, becoming noticeable even as many pirates watched from afar among other forces, yet with information that nobody knew why this was happening, it was clear that something big was about to occur. Finally, the opportunity has come to create a major event to destroy the era of pirates. It's time to show the true power of the Navy to the world. Sengoku spoke in his office. He had long wanted to create something that could change the era that Roger created before dying, and taking down the world's strongest pirate would be a good opportunity for this. We can catch many rabbits with one throw, he said. Now it's time to talk about this other threat, the son of Dragon and grandson of Garp. He spoke, moving on to the next meeting with the officers who had arrived from Eni's lobby, now completely destroyed. 526 Chapter 242 Aftermath 03. Chapter size, 1700 words. Third person POV Marineford, first half of Grand Line. After all the communication he had in the last few hours, the fleet admiral continues to walk through the corridors of Marineford with his men. Have you done everything I asked? He asked the officers following him. Yes, Fleet Admiral, they confirmed. Sengoku nodded and continued walking through the corridors until he reached the meeting room with the High Command. All those present from the Battle of Eni's lobby were already waiting behind those doors, coming straight to the meeting as soon as they arrived in Marineford. As soon as the doors opened and Sengoku entered, he already felt a very tense atmosphere as several of the chairs were filled with vice admirals. The people who came from Eni's lobby hadn't even changed from the battle, with torn clothes and showing injuries all over their bodies. Akainu's skin still had blood marked after the beating he took during the fight alone against an enraged Luffy. It was evident that the atmosphere was not good for them. Sengoku breathed and went to the front of the place, where there was a podium for him to start the meeting. Looking at each one for a moment, he then began the conversation. Well, to start, we could not have imagined the strength of that pirate group beyond their captain. So, don't be so discouraged. Especially since the information we had was incomplete and we should have moved much more forces, and even forming a coalition with the world government. However, this was not a mission of failure only. After all, we got vital information. Information we will use to stop them next time. Sengoku spoke, trying to improve the mood. Tisk. Akainu growled softly, not satisfied with the failure. Kizaru remained silent, seemingly not caring about anything there. Sengoku turned to one of the officers who had asked for something. Now, I want to see all the images of all of them with the powers they showed in the fight. Sengoku spoke and one of the officers quickly grabbed a Den Den Mushi to put on the screen. This officer, under the order of the Fleet Admiral, had prepared and edited the footage of the fight, to collect information and with everything they got from each of the pirates to show the images at this meeting. The Den Den Mushi began to glow and a screen began to open and appear on the screen, along with one of the people from the Straw Hat crew. This was none other than Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. Well, as you know, this is the Princess of Alabasta, who was taken by the pirates as soon as they took down Crocodile and delivered him. The girl not only strengthened in a few months, even becoming as strong as a Commodore or more, but also received a Logia of the Wind, one that had not appeared for 100 years in your records, making her even more powerful. Sengoku spoke as the screen began to change from the image of Vivi to her fighting against Vice Admiral Dalmatian, while her body transformed into air and she could create a giant hurricane in the middle of the battlefield. It's frustrating to know that they possess a Logia, said Vice Admiral Dalmatian, who fought against Vivi, but had difficulty dealing with her due to her power that could repel anything in the air. Don't forget that there is also that Enel, who for some reason did not participate in the fight. Suru commented. After all, there were 2 Logia users in that group. Suru hadn't finished and continued. You were fighting her in the middle of the sky. Don't be so down. After all elemental users gain a lot of power in their natural environments. And the problem with the wind Logia is that wind is everywhere. So, she is extremely powerful, wherever she goes, she concluded. Sengoku, after listening to them discuss a bit, continued. As you know, we do not know what the government will do with her or what will happen to Alabasta due to her being a pirate fighting against the navy. However, we need to immediately put a bounty on her head. And having a Logia, I believe setting 150 million as her bounty would be the right move at this moment. Sengoku spoke and no one objected. After all, she had fought against a vice admiral and, although she did not win, she still resisted, also creating powerful attacks that her captain combined with his powers and caused a lot of damage to everyone. Now, let's move on to the next. Sengoku spoke and Hugo appeared on the screen with his stage 1 rock transformation. As you can see, he possesses the transformation power of a mythical zone. We have his image in the newspaper. And he is a gigantic colossus that can control stones and earth. Not to mention he didn't even use his final transformation to deal with one of ours. Sengoku spoke while Maynard massaged his jaw after receiving Hugo's final punch. I believe that increasing his bounty from 150 million to 200 is the best at this moment, since he proved to know techniques of 6 styles and armament hockey, which makes him extremely dangerous. We also have information that he confronted a Tenryubito in the past. Sengoku spoke, while images of Hugo fighting against the vice admiral appeared on the screen, even using hockey and his fists filled with rocks. Hold on, we've assessed 2 people, that's already 350 million. What kind of crew will we be putting at the end? Isn't this kind of alarming? A vice admiral who did not participate in the battle commented, as the number for a rookie crew was increasing excessively. You've seen what they can do in the images, not even a navy force full of vice admirals and admirals can fight against them and win. This only happens when we fight against a Yonkou. They are a high-level threat, one that perhaps reminds me of a certain group that emerged a little before the era of Roger. An older vice admiral commented. He was a recruit at that time but knew of the terror that was that crew and what they caused in the sea. Yes. I also remember them. Sengoku commented, already aware of this thought and knowing the terror of the mental image he now had. They seem very much like the Force of Rocks at the beginning. Many of you do not know them, but believe. You would not like to meet that group when they were active in the sea. He spoke and the members who knew that name quickly turned grim. After all, Rocks had made the most powerful crew in history, and one emerging that compared to them would be quite concerning. We'll discuss this later. For now, let's review everyone who fought. Let's move on to the next. He spoke and the photo of Kuina holding her sword appeared, while videos of her fighting and using her ice power began to appear on the screen immediately afterward. This girl looks very much like the one who hangs around with Smoker, a vice admiral commented. Yes, their appearances are identical, but they are not the same people, Sengoku assured and continued. This girl has the power to control ice and even has some abilities that surpass even Kuzan's devil fruit, like her generating an ice dragon that seemed a living being. He spoke, as the ice dragon attacking Vice Admiral Momonga appeared on the screen. I believe setting a bounty of 100 million for the girl is fine at this moment, he said and no one disagreed. Now, next, the image of Najiko appeared on the screen. As you can see, she uses the bomb fruit, he began, and she has evolved her fruit and used it in quite a peculiar way. As you can see, she moves potentially fast thanks to the explosions she creates with her own foot. As on the screen, Najiko was seen advancing against Vice Admiral Mozambia while exploding the ground. Isn't there any of them who don't use the 6 styles? Someone commented worriedly. Sengoku sighed. All of them master some techniques of the 6 styles and even hockey, at least a significant technical part of them, which is quite concerning, because our techniques have fallen into the hands of an entire pirate group. Sengoku spoke while everyone in the room was angry. After all, their techniques were to combat evil, not for evil to use them to commit crimes. This crew, it scares me, Kizaru commented, while Akainu growled beside him. Is Garp's grandson behind this, isn't he? Someone asked dissatisfied. Most likely, yes, but the techniques did not come from him. Garp assured me he never taught his grandson and I'd trust him when I hear that. Sengoku spoke firmly and there was no one protesting. He continued to speak. Now let's go to the girl's bounty, which should be 100 million berries. He spoke, and everyone nodded knowing the potential of the fruit, despite the girl not being so powerful. Now, let's move on to the next. He spoke, and Nami appeared, using Garuda's claws, while having wings and green veins running through her body. As you can see, she is also a mythical zone. Being able to control the wind and creating these claws, we do not know her final phase, but I believe a bounty of 100 million is more suitable for her. Sengoku spoke while Nami fought against her opponent's sword using the claws and everyone nodded. He spoke and the next person appeared in the hall and Reiju was there with her wings on her back and her legs on fire. This one is a bit interesting, since we received some information about her. She is known as Reiju, but her full name is Vinsmoke Reiju, of the Germa 66. Sengoku spoke, leaving the room a bit shocked by this. 526 Chapter 243 Aftermath 04. Chapter size, 1800 words. Third person Pav Marineford, first half of Grand Line. The Germa 66. The one that dominates the North Blue. Someone asked in surprise, as everyone looked at the woman with pink hair. Yes, and we were instructed to place a special condition on her bounty. And there's nothing we can do about it. Sengoku spoke, interrupting the discussion that had started among them. But her abilities, she can heal herself, someone exclaimed after watching her fight on the screen. She has a power similar to Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates, doesn't she? Someone asked one of the vice admirals who had fought against her. Yes, we believe her beast is a phoenix as well. Which is quite strange, there shouldn't exist two similar fruits here, Yamakaji commented. Sengoku frowned. Yes, but we can't find anything impossible coming from this crew. After all, they have beasts that have never been registered before in any documentation. Their fruits are unique. Sengoku spoke based on the information he had. Due to her condition and powers, after all, she fought against two of you at the same time and with her regeneration through flames, managed to keep fighting even at a disadvantage. A bounty of 200 million is appropriate with the condition of capture alive only, Sengoku said. Isn't that too much, Sengoku? Someone spoke up. No, it's still low given her standards. Sengoku insisted, and no one else objected. The next person to appear on the screen was Lami, fighting against Doflamingo while piercing his heart, cutting his fingers, using the Ope no Mi very well. The world government is interested in her fruit. Besides her already being a quite dangerous threat, he continued, as the elders wanted her alive and asked to place her bounty with a special condition as well. Let's place a bounty of 300 million on her with the condition of capture alive, Sengoku said, and no one disagreed. After all, she was quite troublesome when she opened that field of her fruit. Now, onto the next. Alvida appears attacking Cancer. She possesses the smooth fruit. She showed herself to be a powerful combatant and even managed to stop one of ours, but didn't show as much potential. A bounty of 100 million would be appropriate, he said, and no one voiced their opinion on this. On the next screen, Zoro appeared, fighting against Vice Admiral Strawberry, in a very powerful and intense sword fight. However, Zoro still won in the end. This swordsman seems quite promising. I believe a bounty of 250 million wouldn't be so bad, Strawberry commented. 250 million, just because he defeated you? No, it's disgraceful. But a bounty of 200 million, another vice admiral spoke. You say that because you haven't seen his abilities. This swordsman is a danger to the sea and will become stronger, Strawberry insisted. No, let's place 200 million on him. Sengoku gave the final word. Now, onto the next, the second most troublesome, Sengoku announced, before the screen showed Yamato emerging while fighting against two vice admirals. Suru in one corner, narrowed her eyes. After all, this was her opponent in Eni's lobby. She already has a bounty of 400 million, due to her genes. However, this fight proved she has more than just her father's genes, using even his abilities and revealing she possesses a mythical zone that appears only in Wano. Let's increase her bounty to 600 million, Sengoku announced, and no one disagreed. Now, the next, he sighed, as the screen showed two admirals and a man fighting against the two alone. Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of Garp, son of Monkey D. Dragon, a supernova, the worst pirate of this era, who reminds me of Rox himself. A rookie with a bounty of 750 million without stepping into the new world. Yes, he is all that and more. A worldwide threat. Someone who can lead a group so dangerous and managed with rare and powerful Akuma no Mi. Still rapidly growing, evolving his own crew. Sengoku started the speech, taking a breath before continuing. The world government would have eliminated this threat immediately in other times. His current bounty no longer reflects his strength and actions. He faced a Yonkou commander and won all the admirals and still survived, as you've seen. His powers are much more than just a powerful and unique mythical zone. We've concluded that he is a dual Akuma no Mi user. Is that true? An admiral seemed alarmed. Yes, he possesses a second fruit that is almost imperceptible, since it's not something so tangible, and he seemed to hide it very well. But from what we've seen and investigated, he possesses the Moa Moa no Mi after we discovered that its user died in Impeldown without anyone knowing, ending up in the hands of Garp's grandson, making him a unique existence in the sea. He concluded. This can't be true. Then he is something we should use all our resources to eliminate, exclaimed another person. Let's increase his bounty to 1 billion with the special condition. After all, the world government wants him alive, Sengoku announced. 1 billion? Are you sure? It should be, at the very least, 1.5 billion, someone questioned. Even if 1 billion doesn't represent his current strength, we cannot increase his bounty beyond this. After all, that would give him a fame we wouldn't like, since this pirate could inspire many others to become outlaws, was Sengoku's response. No one else spoke, and Sengoku continued. You know, they have more members, and we have some footage, but are a bit limited. Some that stand out was the dog that we saw its transformation for the first time, Nico Robin, who defeated the most talented CP9 agent with ease, and a member who was part of Doflamingo's crew and is now with the Straw Hats fighting alongside them. We will increase their bounty and the other members, but without any special attention. He finished the topic on bounties and would move to the next. Seeing the level of this group, the government would now be moving the navy and its force to end such a threat. However, something more serious came to us. And also a chance to end Whitebeard. He spoke and everyone nodded seriously. After all, this would be the biggest event of the era. A possible war against the Whitebeard pirates at a public execution of one of his commanders. We can not only destroy Whitebeard, but Monkey D. Luffy has close ties with Portgas D. Ace. He might also appear, and we must prepare ourselves for a war at this scale and not fail in ending Whitebeard and Monkey D. Luffy. This will give us the chance to end this era of pirates that Roger created and clean the sea of them, Sengoku spoke. We can fight them. Monkey D. Luffy has proven to be someone who can hold off 2 admirals in battle. Someone spoke rationally. Whitebeard was already the strongest man in the world. Having Monkey D. Luffy and his crew along, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? You speak the truth, but let's summon all the marine elites, Shichibukais, and the government will give us support so we can catch all of them as promised. Then we will be quite prepared. Sengoku spoke. That's good, some concluded. After all, the fight wouldn't be easy. How is Doflamingo? Sengoku asked, looking at one of the officers. In a coma in the infirmary, no one knows when he will wake up, he answered. That's quite troublesome, Sengoku commented, clenching his teeth, hoping that by some miracle, Doflamingo would wake up for this war, witnessing his strength. Aren't you going to tell him? Suddenly, Kizaru's voice was heard in the room while everyone fell silent. He was speaking with Akainu at his side at that moment. What do you mean by that? Sengoku turned to them at that moment. Akainu growled and glared at Kizaru, who immediately opened his mouth, saying, Scary. My Den Den Mushi. It was stolen. Akainu growled with some shame. He didn't even notice when Luffy had taken it. What? Sengoku exclaimed with some anger. Yes, that damned pirate stole it, Akainu responded. Why would he do that? Sengoku wondered. After all, there was a tracker, and Luffy wouldn't be so foolish to do something like that. We'll look into this later. Now, let's discuss strategies for this war, he announced as they prepared to talk about the upcoming top-tier war. Meanwhile, outside of Marineford, the Marines returning from Eni's lobby were getting back to their routine, but still quite disheartened. Hey, don't be like that. He was really powerful, someone said next to Lucy. I know. But I couldn't even do anything. Lucy commented, reminiscing about the battle. Even though she had become strong and was happy to see her brother, seeing the difference in power made her quite down. He protected me and was willing to kill an admiral for my sake. Meanwhile, I could only watch him do everything in the battle. Lucy thought to herself, still disheartened. She looked up at the sky without stopping to wonder. Can I reach you one day, brother? She said to herself as she continued with the routine, unaware that Ace had been captured. Elsewhere in the middle of the sea, there was an atmosphere different from that of Marineford. There were 2 ships in the middle of the sea. While more than 20 people celebrated animatedly, Luffy went to a corner of the ship. It was time for him to have a small talk with a distinct group. He took out Akainu's special Den Den Mushi from his pocket while eating a piece of meat and drinking a bit of sake. Preparing for a very special conversation, he looked back and called someone. "Beppo, come here," he said, and the polar bear approached. "Yes, Captain?" He seemed a bit confused. "I want you to control some of those huge rocks in the planet's orbit and prepare them to be launched at Mary Joie's," Luffy said with a smile to a shocked Beppo. After all, he knew that after what happened today, the world government could very well try to retaliate against them in various ways. So Luffy was about to have a special conversation with the 5 elders for the first time with a Kainu's communicator, and who knows, throw some meteors at the holy city to prove that the world government can't mess with him and his people so easily. 526 Chapter 244 Talking with Gorosei 01, Chapter Size 2,200 words. Third person POV somewhere in the sea, first half of Grand Line. A few hours before Luffy started his call to the 5 elders, Black Pearl continued sailing the sea, moving further away from the destroyed Enies lobby. "I can't believe we made it out alive from that place. There were wars and fights everywhere," Chopper exclaimed. "Woof, woof," Chow Chow barked. "Luffy, you didn't have to throw me that way," Yamato complained, remembering the last moments. "Haha. You had fun, you just won't admit it," Luffy told Yamato. "I'm so hungry," Nami murmured. "Hey, curly brow cook, can you bring some food?" Lami spoke. "What are you doing, emo girl?" Reiju snarled. "But alright, I'll bring food, except for this woman," she said, heading to the kitchen. "Nay, I think I'll help her prepare the food," Hachi commented, also entering the kitchen. "Uda-sama, can you sing a song?" Shirahoshi requested. "Of course," Uda exclaimed, beginning to sing for everyone. "They just got out of a fight like that, and they're all so lively," Nijiko commented. "Foo-foo-foo. What did you expect from this crew?" Robin commented. "Master, I've prepared a clean chair for you to sunbathe." BABY5 prepared Luffy's chair. Thank you." Luffy approached and sat down while Baby 5 fanned him. "You're so lazy," Vivi complained, seeing Luffy looking like a cane. "Come here, my princess, your husband wants you by his side." Luffy called her to sit beside him. Tisk. Vivi clicked her tongue while blushing but went to sit next to Luffy. "Are you only going to ask one of your wives?" Nami complained. "You're very welcome, come sit by my side," Luffy requested. Before Nami could react, Yamato pushed her and sat in that chair. "Haha. I need to relax a bit," she exclaimed with a smile. "That was my chair." Nami made a comical growl, complaining. "I think I'll train." Zoro spoke and headed inside the ship. "Me too. I need to get stronger." Kuina followed Zoro. "I'll join you," Hugo commented, joining them. Grr. Kuru. Sharky. The 3 animals stood in front of Uda as she began to sing. Luffy relaxed with Baby 5, Yamato, and Vivi by his side, while Nami sat with a frustrated face next to her sister in a corner. Uda's voice was heard at this moment. "Here we go, under the deep blue. Sailing to where the world turns round. With the wind as our guide, the sail to swell. Every wave a story, ready to explore. Stars above us, our stellar map. The moon lights the way, never leading us astray. Mysteries of the sea, calling to be found, hidden treasures, ready to be uncovered. Companions by our side, a family in formation, laughing at adversities, overcoming every situation. The horizon calls us, beyond what we can see, in every port a new adventure, at every dawn. Oh, the adventures on the sea, where dreams sail free. Together we face storms, on seas never before described. With courageous hearts, and a destiny to fulfill. Across the waves we go, with endless stories to discover. Under the starry sky, promises we make, to explore every mystery, to where the maps forget. Waves against the hull, the melody of the sea, in every adventure, a new place to love. The salty breeze, the setting sun, stories of courage, of fights, and of love. The world is ours, dreaming at the bow, with sails to the wind, together we sail the sea. Oh, the adventures on the sea, under the vastness of the sky. We sail together, to the destiny God has given us. Among stars and waves, our journey will never end. With united hearts, through the sea, to eternally sail. Very well, Uda-sama. Shirahoshi clapped her hands. A moment later, Reiju and Hachi came out of the kitchen while distributing food. Reiju gave nothing to an angry Lami, but Hachi handed food to her. As they stayed like this for hours. In the middle of the sea, a ship was spotted approaching them. and Luffy stood up with a smile as he saw the ship with the head of a lion. Finally, they arrived. Luffy spoke, and everyone looked in that direction. What an incredible ship. Chopper had stars in his eyes. Frankie finally steered the ship close to black while Usopp, Beppo, and Greg, the gorilla Luffy captured a long time ago and made his mascot, came along with the ship. Look at my super RRRR ship. Frankie appeared striking a pose. Incredible. Many crew members looked on in admiration. Ha ha ha. I knew you'd like it, Usopp said with a smile. Are you all right? Beppo asked, looking at the crew, some with clothes damaged from the battle. Nothing serious. Reiju spoke, lighting a cigarette. Well, what name did you put on the ship, Frankie? Luffy asked. I named this ship Super Sunny Go, he declared, and Luffy nodded in satisfaction, not surprised by the name. That's great, now let's celebrate. Someone call the others who are training to gather for a feast. Luffy announced, and everyone started moving with the group's usual routine. Soon, someone went to call the members who were in the training room. Hugo went to the store along with Hachi and picked up several kilos of food as Reiju requested, and as for the drinks, Zoro quickly volunteered to fetch the booze and drinks. It didn't take long for the deck to be crowded as they filled the place with all sorts of things they would use for the banquet. Uta continued to sing some songs while many clapped for her cheerfully. The party started as usual while many from the group laughed and played, telling some jokes while others fought, as usual, not breaking the habit. Luffy and the others started sharing everything that happened in lobby, while they reported the battles. Usopp and Beppo were amazed at the level of fighting the negotiation had become, while they were even more shocked by the island's destruction. In the end, we showed the Navy that we are not mere rookies and 2 billion won berries, Luffy announced. We're rich, Nami shouted, without Luffy informing her that he had already put the money in the shop system. It's true. I hope to finish my fight against that Vice Admiral next time. Zoro spoke, after all. He managed to win the encounter but left the fight to help Luffy in the end. I never imagined I could face admirals and vice admirals coming out unscathed in a fight, Robin said, recalling her past where all she could do was run and hide. It was a good fight, but it will not be the last, we will face them soon. Luffy commented and then stood up from the group. Now I need to take care of something, Luffy said as night began to fall on them. He moved away with Akainu's Den Den Mushi and called Beppo, who followed him before stopping in a secluded place to have a good conversation with the group that practically commanded the world. To speak with this group, he had to have 2 things. First was their number, which was nowhere to be found and only the elite knew. Second was a communicator that could contact them. After all, they had direct registers with the Den Den Mushi of that room. Luffy got their number for a few $100 million, but useless without the right Den Den Mushi, and this communicator was much more expensive. However, Luffy saved a good deal of money by stealing Akainu's Den Den Mushi. After all, only the admirals, Sengoku, and a small group had such a communicator. He just sighed before lifting the snail and starting to dial the number while Beppo was quite nervous on the side after hearing Luffy's words. Elsewhere, high above the sea where clouds were part of the place, a beautiful city began its night displaying its unique beauty with lights. The largest building of this place was the Castle of Power, where the world's power was centralized, and in this castle, there was an open room where 5 men decided any decision that the government, the Navy, and their forces should take. And these men were finishing the meeting after everything that happened on this day. The 5 elders were gathered, talking about all the information they received, still a bit dazed by the current strength of the Straw Hats, and were discussing what decisions should be taken to end this emerging threat. We cannot do anything too drastic at the moment. A chance to destroy Whitebeard has arisen. Sengoku has faith that the entire Navy force can destroy the most powerful pirate in the world, said Top Man Warcury, the Elder of Justice. Even so, Whitebeard is old, his days are counted, we may lose a lot of force in this war as well. Shepherd Jew Peter, the Elder of Agriculture, spoke a bit dissatisfied. Old or not, this is an opportunity to end this cursed era made by that pirate and calm the sea. Our enemies are getting stronger every day. Marcus Mars, the Elder of the Environment, tried to give reasons for his colleague to believe in the decision. The fight against Whitebeard is indisputable. We have Ace going to impel down. This war is inevitable. We also have a chance to catch Monkey D. Luffy, according to Sengoku. Ethan Baron V. Nujiro, the Elder of Finance, commented. Speaking of Dragon's son, the Princess of Alabasta is a criminal now. We should demand her father's head, said J. Garcia Saturn, the elder of science and defense. No, we cannot do that, not like this. But we certainly have to send a summons to speak with her father, after all. The girl is an heir and we cannot allow a pirate in that group to become a queen, Shepherd Jew Peter spoke. The level they are reaching. They are a great threat and perhaps the worst that has emerged in the Great Pirate era. Should we call our main forces? Ethan Baron V. Nujiro looked at his colleagues while clutching his sword. If we summon the 7 Holy Knights, our enemies will know our hidden strength. We have to wait for this war to become an opportunity to eliminate them without showing our main forces, said Marcus Mars. You know we are in a difficult situation. We cannot let this group cross into the New World. They would become an even greater threat. Should we inform I Am Sama and ask for his advice? J. Garcia Saturn asked while everyone frowned at these words. We should not bother I Am Sama with such a small matter, said Top Man Warcury before continuing. They may be powerful insects, but still insects. Do not forget that he killed 2 Tenryubitos and still became so strong that he could fight against 2 admirals. Even losing advantage with such strength, he still stood. A user of dual Akuma no Mi, knowledgeable of the 6 styles and hakis, even without stepping into the New World. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. J. Garcia Saturn insisted on the threat of Luffy. I think we can catch him another way, after all, we can get many hostages. Ethan Baron V. Nujiro commented with a harsh tone. Before anyone could respond to Ethan Baron V. Nujiro, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The Den Den Mushi on the table started to ring, causing the 5 elders to look surprised by it, immediately knowing whose communicator it was. Akainu. Top Man Warcury frowned, confused. Let's see what the Navy Admiral wants, said J. Garcia Saturn. It's not him, it's someone else. Ethan Baron V. Nujiro said, seeing the future with observation haki. Regardless, let's see who dares to call us at this moment and how this person is speaking on Akainu's communicator. Shepherd Jew Peter spoke, approaching as he pulled the Den Den Mushi. Kacha. As soon as he picked it up, a silence emerged. The 5 elders stayed silent, waiting for the voice on the other side, and they were not disappointed, as the snail opened with an arrogant smile. Hello, so you are the 5 elders? The voice came from the other side, leaving the elders a bit surprised and somber at the same time. After all, who could speak to them like this? Moreover, Luffy's voice was unknown to them, so they could not know. Who are you, and do you really know whom you're speaking to? Asked Shepherd Jew Peter, with a serious tone, while tightening the communicator in front of him. Ah, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. You must know me, I believe, he spoke, keeping a smile as the 5 men frowned even more. Yes, the grandson of Garp, the one who caused the destruction of Enies Lobby. Top Man Warcury spoke. I wouldn't say I was the cause of the destruction, it was more a consequence of a fight between admirals and a pirate. And I must say the fight was quite fun. Luffy laughed through the communicator. I can understand you took Akainu's Den Den Mushi, but how did you get this number? Ethan Baron V. Nujiro growled. Don't be so angry, I just came to talk, after all. We have some matters to discuss, Luffy said, and the conversation was just beginning. 526 Chapter 245 Talking with Goroseo 2, Chapter Size, 1900 words. Third person Pav Mary Joie, first half of Grand Line. Do you know who you are talking to, kid? J. Garcia Saturn said with some frustration. I already told you, don't be so mad, it's just a conversation. I mean maybe some interesting things can happen here, but let's just talk a bit. Luffy spoke calmly. The elders exchanged glances upon hearing this, unsure what the pirate meant by those words. What do you mean by interesting things can happen? Marcus Mars asked. You'll know if our conversation gets to that point, Luffy said in a mysterious tone. Anyway, let's have a chat. Luffy commented. I bet you were discussing how you'll be destroying us after what happened at Enies Lobby, right? Luffy said. You're not wrong. Top Man Warcury admitted. You've become a worse threat than we thought. Besides, you killed 2 celestial dragons. When he spoke those words, the room turned somber. Luffy's Den Den Mushi was silent for a while until, to the listener's surprise, he began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. He laughed for a few seconds before stopping and looking at everyone with a smug smile. Yes, that's true. Luffy had no reason to hide it. I encountered a pig approaching me in the west blue and a weird guy approached me in the middle of the sky. saying he wanted to kill me. I don't regret either, Luffy said. That kid. Ethan V. Nujiro said with frustration, despite knowing it was Luffy who killed the celestial dragons. You've admitted your unforgivable crime. I admit you have courage for that. Shepherd Jew Peter spoke with an eyebrow raised. Even more so in front of us. I don't remember anyone talking to us this way. J. Garcia Saturn murmured thoughtfully. Rox once called us decades ago and he was as arrogant as this kid. It's no wonder we authorized the Navy to work with Gold D. Roger at the time to deal with the threat without needing to resort to the Holy Knights or acting ourselves. Top Man Warcury recalled. So you're above the Holy Knights. I wonder then how strong you are. Luffy commented on the Den Mushi curiously. Marcus Mars, take it from me, kid, if we have to act, you'll be killed so fast you won't be able to react. We are far above the forces beneath us. Ethan V. Nujiro said with arrogance and wisdom at the same time. Maybe I'll have the pleasure of meeting you one day then. Luffy let that thought run through his mind out loud. After all, he wanted to face the 5 elders, who are above the level of admiral. This kid is really arrogant, Shepherd Jew Peter complained, seeing that Luffy didn't seem to take them seriously. Anyway, this arrogance won't last long, said J. Garcia Saturn with a serious tone. That's true, you've already caused us great trouble, Monkey D. Luffy. It's time for you to feel the threat of the world government. Killing celestial dragons, capturing Doflamingo, and destroying Enies Lobby. If we can't hit you now, we'll go for your origins as well as those of your crewmates. Topman Warcury said. It was no secret they would attack another side to seek hostages if it meant ending this threat. Well, that's pretty predictable coming from you, Luffy said then in a very calm tone, surprising the elders with it. You talk as if you could escape the wrath of the world government, noticed Shepherd Jew Peter. I say that because I know I can make you think twice before trying to act against my people. Luffy spoke calmly. Do you believe you can stand up to the world government? Ethan V. Nujiro raised an eyebrow to what he heard. I have my own strengths that you can't ignore, Luffy said. We are the world government, we have the Navy beneath us, along with all the organizations. You're already familiar with the force called Holy Knights. You faced only one of the 20, you have no idea of our true power. Do not underestimate us, boy, with empty threats. J. Garcia Saturn spoke angrily, losing patience with the boy's arrogance. Luffy was unfazed. The 5 most powerful people in the world were angry at him and he still maintained his smile. You might find this strange, but I have information that none of you have, Luffy commented. What do you mean? Marcus Mars asked curiously. You don't have Shiki's Vivre card, do you? Which is strange given the importance you place on him. Luffy spoke, knowing how the government cared about the Patre-on No Mi. His Vivre card. Topman Warcury frowned. It's true that the government has always been concerned about the Patre-on No Mi. But since Shiki was impelled down, which was until then impenetrable, and Shiki managed to be the first prisoner to escape from it, they had not worried about this before that event, which made them quite concerned. But Shiki had disappeared and they even considered that he might have died. Is he dead? Shepherd Jew Peter asked. Yes, but that's not the most important thing. Luffy spoke, leaving the atmosphere among the 5 elders a bit tense, imagining what could be worse than Shiki being dead. I'm in possession of the Patre-on No Mi. Luffy admitted, he intended to hide the fruit until the war, but due to the destruction of Enies Lobby, the government might make decisions against his people on the islands and he didn't want that, so he had to get this conversation with these old men. You have the fruit? What do you want for it? Ethan V. Nujiro immediately asked. After all, this was a fruit the government always wanted to get their hands on, but he understood something else from Luffy's words. You're mistaken. Luffy corrected them. When I said I'm in possession of the Patre-on No Mi, it means someone on this ship ate it. Luffy commented, leaving the 5 elders frowning even more. What are you planning? J. Garcia Saturn commented. I knew you would try to retaliate against some island of one of my crew members, so I decided to take some precautions. Shiki was a fool for never using his power against you. He could decimate any island in this world. He could even attack the world government from a great distance. Luffy spoke. You think you can demand that from us, one order, and we'll launch a buster call against your island for you killing a Tenryubito just like that? Marcus Mars was enraged as all of Mary Joie trembled with that, while numerous celestial dragons were surprised here, wondering what was going on. Marcus Mars thought it absurd that such an inferior being thought he could threaten them. Stop, Marcus Mars. You'll wake him up like that, Shepherd Jupiter requested so that I would not awaken because of them. Well, if it comes to this, I'll have to show I'm not joking. Luffy spoke and looked towards a frightened Beppo. Send what I asked for. Luffy demanded, and despite still trembling from what he was about to do, Beppo placed his hand pointed towards the sky, feeling the planet's orbit and starting to move large rocks there. The 5 elders heard what Luffy said, but did not know who the other person was. However, the atmosphere became even tenser, because they felt that something big was going to happen. Here's my proof. You can look out the window and see the little gift I'm sending you. Luffy spoke, and this made the 5 elders quickly go to the place to look towards the sky. Him? Exclaimed Shepherd Jupiter, surprised. He really did that? J. Garcia Saturn could hardly believe it, his voice mixing shock. This pirate has gone mad, Ethan Baron V. Nujiro murmured, frustration clear in his voice. Who would have thought that after 700 years, something like this would happen? Marcus Mars questioned, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. We should have destroyed him since the West Blue. Now he's uncontrollable with these powers, he's worse than his father. Topman Warcury lamented, as to how the situation had come to this. Each of the elders expressed their displeasure with Luffy as they remained looking at the starry sky. But they already saw things no one else could, and one star in the sky in particular was their target in their eyes. However, it wasn't really a star, because it began to grow larger with every moment, getting bigger and bigger, until it started to illuminate the sky. A particular Tenryubito was walking through the streets of Mary Joise, riding on a slave from the buccaneer race, who was a huge man chained up who seemed to have no life left in him as he had a vacant look and just obeyed his master while crawling with his master as he demanded to go. The Tenryubito on top of the buccaneer frowned. What was that tremor? Such a nuisance, it spoiled my mood, he spoke arrogantly. And he added, determined to take out his frustration on something as he looked at his slave. I'm going to take it out on you, he declared, and then took his whip and began to beat the man. Move faster, you useless thing. The only thing that will improve my mood now is dining with my favorite slaves, he said as he whipped the man more. The passers-by didn't even seem to care. Not even the slave himself, who after all, death would be more merciful than that situation. Move faster, he exclaimed, shaking the whip, and at one moment he looked up at the sky and saw a very bright star. What is that? He said as he stopped attacking the slave, while snot ran from his nose in his astronaut helmet. It's getting bigger, he spoke, foolishly, and many others in the city looked up at the sky and noticed too. But now, it no longer seemed like a shooting star, as more time passed and it increased in size, until something that everyone realized and became alarmed and shocked, entering into a certain despair. That? A Tenryubito shouted. Ah! The Tenryubito who was in front of the slave got scared and jumped off the buccaneer and ran on his own. This began to happen throughout the entire city. After all, it proved to be a meteor at a distance that began to illuminate the whole place, while the 5 elders looked at it, shocked and angry at the same time. After all, that pirate really had something like this in his hands, and even more courage to launch something like this at the holy city to prove his words. Not that they were worried, but this power was really a threat. While at a distance, from the luminous Mary Joise, thousands of kilometers in the sky, a meteor passed at this moment while the huge rock burned, releasing smoke and fire in its tail as it rushed to the ground with the help of gravity and with an extra force from Beppo controlling it, while its target was the most powerful city in the world. (526) Chapter 246 Talking with Gorosei 03, Chapter Size 2,100 words. Third person Pav Mary Joise, first half of Grand Line. Many miles from that meteor, as the sky was lit with that force descending with a huge tail of fire, leaving its trail in the sky while a thunderous sound was heard by everyone, no matter how distant and low it was. Sengoku, who was leaving the meeting at this moment while heading to rest in his apartment in the same buildings, stopped in the middle of a window. After all, he saw the glare on the horizon. He didn't take long to identify what it was. What is that? A meteor? He asked, surprised and dazed. Is that going where I think it's going? He calculated the trajectory of the meteor and couldn't be more surprised. After all, it was going to the red mountain that separated the new world from paradise. But this only made him think that it was not something natural, and seeing where it would fall, it was quite obvious that this was an attack going towards Mary Joieuse. I have to see what's happening now, he immediately exclaimed, running back to his office. He was not the only one seeing the bright light in the sky. Many sailors at Marine Ford were looking into the distance, stunned while pointing at the sky. Zia ha 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 ha. What is that? Teach asked, surprised, looking up at the sky. A meteor? I've never seen one, Burgess exclaimed. The event began to appear in various parts of that sea. In the Sabaody archipelago, people were peacefully enjoying the night while some crime happened here and there with the amount of pirates on the island. However, the sky lit up for them more than for any other part except for the city of Mary Joieuse itself. Silver's Rayleigh stepped out of the bar at that moment along with Shikayaku accompanying him. After all, the sky caught their attention while they were inside the bar. This. Shikayaku looked surprised at the sky. A meteor and it's heading for. Rayleigh murmured, quite shaken by it. Mary Joieuse. Who could do this? She completed and asked alarmed. After all, this was not just anything. It reminds me of Shiki. Is he still alive? And has he gone completely mad? The former first mate of Goldie Roger said. This will be troublesome if it hits the city, Shikayaku commented. Yes, but surely the world government can deal with this. He spoke, he himself could cut that meteor, but he would be quite tired due to his age. However, I can't imagine how the government would retaliate against something like this. Rayleigh said, never having expected to see something like this in his life. It was much more chaotic than what Fisher Tiger had done many years ago. Hundreds of kilometers from the location, Black Pearl was stationed at sea while the sky was illuminated with the meteor. You brought a big one, Beppo. Luffy smiled at that. Captain, what have you made me do? Beppo exclaimed, frightened, imagining what he would destroy with that. Relax. Do you really think a small stone in the sky can do something to that city? Luffy spoke with a small smile, still watching a beautiful show of lights cutting through the sky, passing through the night clouds while giving a spectacle to the eyes of all spectators as it continued flying towards the horizon. That! Kuina exclaimed, stunned. Just like all the Straw Hats looked at it, stunned, seeing the strip of fire descending. Shirahoshi, who seemed more excited about it than everyone there, exclaimed, look, a shooting star. I've never seen one. I better make a wish, she said, already crossing her hands as if praying. That's not a shooting star, that's a meteor, Nami exclaimed with a comic face. Is this a natural effect? Zoro asked, frowning, wondering where it was falling. No, the one who did this was Luffy, there. He asked Beppo to throw a stone from the sky. It's going to a city called Mary Joieuse. Yamato commented after hearing the entire conversation with Luffy and the communicator from a distance, while eating a piece of meat without caring too much, although the light show was quite pleasant for her. Quote dot 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 quote 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 quote dot 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 quote. Mary Joieuse. Where is it? Chopper asked curiously. A silent atmosphere had been created among the crew members thinking about what they heard, and it was Chopper who broke this atmosphere with an innocent question. Mary Joieuse. You don't know where Mary Joieuse is? It's the world government city, Usopp yelled at Chopper, crying. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami started to cry desperately. This is super problematic. Frankie spoke in desperation, but striking a pose. Reiju let her cigarette fall from her mouth as she looked dazed. He really did that. Hugo appeared paralyzed. Nay. Did he send a meteor to Mary Joieuse? Hachi seemed so scared that he turned white. While Robin, Nijiko, Uta, Vivi, Kuina had their mouths open in shock, Lami, Zoro had their brows furrowed, and Shirahoshi, Baby 5, Yamato, and all the animals seemed oblivious to it. The music had ended as had all the celebration, and everyone looked at Luffy in shock. Then a specific group of crew members quickly started running towards Luffy, who was surprised with a bunch of his group behind him begging him. Chopper, Nami, Lami, Hachi, Uta, Vivi, Zoro, Kuina, Frankie, Usopp began to speak in desperation with many crying tears in their eyes. Luffy, this is very serious. They will never forgive us for this, Chopper, with tears in his eyes, completely terrified after discovering from Usopp what attacking that city meant. Do you know what it means to attack Mary Joieuse, right? We're finished. Nami, crying, holding Luffy by the shoulders, desperate. Luffy, this is insanity. Why would you do something like this? Lami had white eyes and shark teeth, angry at Luffy. Captain, this was too much. Even for us, Hachi, with a pure shock expression, all his hands trembling. This is crazy. You think it's going to be okay? Send the meteor back. Uta, crying, her voice full of panic and fear. Luffy, please tell me you have a plan to get us out of this. Vivi, sobbing, very worried about what would happen. What were you thinking, Luffy? This is going to bring us trouble like we've never seen before. Zoro, frowning, serious and concerned. I can't believe you did this, Luffy. Stop the meteor. Kuina, with tears in her eyes, looking for some hope in Luffy's answer. This is not super at all. It's a total disaster. Frankie, clearly shaken, hands on his head in despair. Luffy, this will draw every possible enemy against us. Usopp, crying uncontrollably, already imagining the worst scenarios. What is this? Don't bother me when I'm in the middle of a negotiation right now. Luffy looked at his companions a bit confused. How do you call this a negotiation? Everyone screamed at the same time, making faces. Luffy sighed. You're bothering me. I'll talk to you later. Luffy returned to speaking, but his tone was quite serious, making everyone swallow hard, seeing that their captain did not want conversations and they returned to the deck lost. After all, Luffy had not finished the conversation with the five elders. He turned his attention to the sky after seeing his crew walking away while murmuring. It really was worth seeing, Luffy commented, looking as the meteor cut the horizon, lighting up the entire sea towards its end, where Mary Joieuse was. Now, how will you deal with this, world government? Luffy commented with an arrogant smile. The five elders looked at the meteor flying towards the city through the window. Even with anger at that and frowning, none of them seemed really worried. They also didn't care about 7 people appearing in the room of power, kneeling to all of them. These 7 people, all wearing astronaut suits, were not just Tenryubitos but also known as the most powerful sacred knights, the hidden power to destroy the government's enemies and protect the Holy Land. All remained kneeling in silence before the 5 elders who were still looking out the window. You see what's happening, don't you? The voice of top man Warkuri cut through the silence, severe and calm, addressing the kneeling ones. Yes, Goro says. An attack against the gods of this world. An act of defiance that we cannot ignore, replied the leader of the Sacred Knights, without raising his head, his voice full of restrained authority. This meteor. A direct provocation. Monkey D. Luffy has crossed all boundaries, commented Ethanbaron V. Nujiro. You. Shepherd Jew Peter turned to the 7 people. Destroy it without waking our sovereign. As you wish, they all spoke together and disappeared. All the sacred knights watched the gigantic ball of light approaching the city as it loomed large. The city was in despair as the Tenryubitos either ran or demanded their slaves to quicken their pace, trying to hide in their bunkers quickly. Who's going to get rid of it? Saint Venus spoke with a bored voice. Saint Mars, take care of it, and Saint Jupiter, assist him. The leader, Saint Uranus, spoke with a severe and slow tone. Yes. Saint Mars said, leaping into the air with such speed that no one with common eyes could follow. An explosion occurred in the sky above Mary Joieuse as Saint Mars blasted through the air with his high-speed Geppo towards the bright meteor in front of him. He quickly entered the flame field of the rock and seemed unfazed by it as he burst that part of the meteor by punching it at that moment. However, the meteor didn't explode as it would from any other Sacred Knight's punch, but an unexpected transformation occurred. The impact of the attack resulted in its sudden and surprising metamorphosis. The meteor began to disintegrate, not into pieces of rock or space dust, but into thousands of small cubes, shining with light as they detached from the main body as a whole, now forming fire cubes flying towards Mary Joieuse with the power of his Akuma no Mi, without even needing to use Haki. Saint Mars looked satisfied at that while appearing behind the flaming cubes the size of a house in equal sizes. Reduced it enough for you to move it, he said while waiting for Saint Jupiter to do the rest. As he watched, the feminine figure of Saint Jupiter placed her hand on her hip, watching those cubes coming towards them. Leaving the rest to me, as always, she complained, even as it was an order from their leader. Her voice carried a slight tone of reproach. She observed the floating cubes with a critical gaze before acting. With a theatrical sigh, she raised an elegant finger, and the space around the cubes seemed to distort, as if the reality around them was being bent by her will. Her Akuma no Mi had a unique and mysterious ability, an ability that allowed her to manipulate the space around her in ways impossible for the common mind. Under her command, the cubes that floated inertly in the sky began to move, forming a complex pattern. They distorted as if that physical field did the same, following the direction indicated by her finger as she lowered it. Moving now like a current, they bent and went towards the mountain's ground without losing speed. It was as if they were going in the same path, but the distortion in space made them follow the front, changed by the power of that Akuma no Mi. The thousands of cubes began to fall towards the sea, below the great mountain. She just nodded satisfied while Saint Mars landed alongside all the sacred knights. "What shall we do now?" Saint Jupiter asked after seeing the last cube disappearing among the clouds below, despite still seeing them lighting up the place as they caught fire. "We will stay waiting for any other attacks until the 5 elders decide to give new orders." Saint Uranus spoke and everyone nodded, while the other sacred knights helped organize the chaos created in the city, as many Tenryubitos wanted to know who sent that meteor. They dealt with it easily. Marcus Mars spoke with a neutral tone but a sharp look. "But we still have to deal with this pirate." Shepherd Jupiter commented with some frustration at the audacity of it.
"Let's see what he wants, after proving that he is more dangerous than we thought." J. Garcia Saturn spoke, returning to the communicator waiting for them, yet keeping the same smile.
Raccoon here. 526 Chapter 247 News 01. Chapter size. 2000 words. Third person Pab Mary Joie, first half of Grand Line. The 5 elders returned to the sofa while the Den Den Mushi was still on the line. "So, you easily dealt with the meteor, as expected," Luffy said calmly. "You really think that can destroy Mary Joie?" Top Man Warcury spoke, but with a bit of anger after what this pirate did. "Well, you deal with one, but what if I send a few dozen of them?" Luffy asked calmly. "Damn, you think you're going to live long?" Ethan Baron V. Nujiro exclaimed. "Calm down, surely you wouldn't want a meteor shower falling on the city. Say what you want, you know you won't live long if it stays like this, but we also don't want to deal with something like that." Marcus Mars spoke, stroking his long beard. "What I want is a peace pact. You do not get involved with any of the islands of my companion's origins. In exchange, I won't send meteors to Mary Joie." Luffy spoke, as this was a deal he wanted to make on this call, not wanting to worry too much about having to deal with the government sending troops to the kingdoms of Goa, Orangetown, Syrup Village, Barati, Kokoyasi Village, Shimotsuki Village, Whiskey Peak, Drum Island, Alabasta, and Water 7. He had more territories, but they were hidden from the eyes of the world government. Shepherd Jupiter pondered for a moment. "We can make this deal, as long as you send no more meteors, we will not bother with the islands. Even though you killed a Tenryubito, but that does not mean we won't kill you," he concluded. "That's good, after all, I am a pirate, danger is always by my side, and I like facing big challenges, so as long as you keep your end of the deal, I will keep mine." Luffy was sincere. He knew he couldn't be without the government on his neck after everything he did, so having the people behind him protected would be a relief. Everything in the place had become silent and Luffy wanted to end their conversation. "I think we're done here. Hope we can meet one day. Goodbye." Luffy spoke and hung up the snail. "Gotcha. This kid. He really did it." J. Garcia Saturn spoke with dissatisfaction. "We can't do anything with him for now," Top Man Warcury said calmly. "For now. After all, we can still destroy them in this war." Ethan Baron V. Nujiro spoke. "However, we will have to leave a good force here. We will have to send a limited force to assist the navy," Marcus Mars spoke. Meanwhile, at sea, Luffy looked at the turned-off Den Den Mushi and shrugged as he threw it into the sea and looked at a still trembling Beppo. "Hey, don't be like that, it's over. It all worked out," Luffy said with a smile. "But Captain, we launched a meteor on Mary Joie. The government will never forgive us," Beppo exclaimed, still frightened. "Don't worry about it now, let's return to the others," Luffy spoke. Then, he started walking back to the deck where his crew was waiting for him, trembling and looking scared, still wondering what Luffy was doing, becoming the government's #1 enemy. "Luffy, you want to surpass your father?" Kuina complained. "Luffy, are we really okay? Won't we be chased to the ends of the earth?" Nami cried. Luffy, this is no joke. Vivi spoke worriedly. Luffy, do you really know what you're doing? Robin asked with a frown. Luffy, can you launch another shooting star? It was so beautiful, Shirahoshi exclaimed, wanting to see another light show in the sky. Of course not. Half of the crew shouted at her, making comical faces. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed, looking at everyone while he stopped laughing but kept a smile. Don't worry, it's all right. He said, this was just a negotiation, and I showed that if the government exaggerates in chasing us, well, that's what will happen, Luffy commented, while everyone still looked suspicious of him. Does it have to be so extreme, Luffy? Nijiko asked. Yes, otherwise it would be our islands destroyed with our relatives being kidnapped to hit us. I bet no one here would like something like that, right? He asked while everyone looked thoughtful. The government will surely do something like that. You have no idea what they can do to get revenge. Hugo was the one who spoke, knowing very well what he had gone through because of a Tenryubito, but I never imagined you would send a meteor to their city to show you're not joking. Hugo spoke, even having seen Luffy kill a Tenryubito in front of him. The meteor was Beppo, I just asked for it, Luffy smiled. But you sent me. I swear it was the captain's orders, I'm sorry. Beppo started to panic, apologizing to the group. Haha. Don't be so scared, I take full responsibility, Beppo. Luffy said and looked back at the group. While the vast majority were still scared, there were some who didn't seem to care, like Yamato eating her meal and Shirahoshi seeming oblivious to the gravity as the animals that didn't seem to care much about their actions. Well, anyway, let's continue the feast, Luffy said, being one of the calmest and most excited in the place. Sat next to his horned wife to eat with her. The night passed in a divided atmosphere. While Luffy and Yamato laughed as they ate with each other, the rest of the crew, a bit calmer, joined. But the atmosphere was not the same anymore. Anyway, the night went by as the crew went to sleep in the early morning. Now let's take this ship. Luffy approached Sunny Go alongside Black Pearl and shrunk it to put in his collection of miniature ships. As he returned to the room, Luffy ended up spending the night with Alvida and a drunk Yamato in his bed. The next day, the ship continued sailing its course that Luffy set with Nami, and a newspaper delivery seagull approached and Uda bought a newspaper. Thank you, she said, and the bird nodded before flying away. Let's see. We're on the front page of the newspaper, Uda exclaimed, and Luffy, who was sitting on the edge of the ship, approached his woman with the newspaper. Let me see, I wonder how Morgans knew about our battle, Luffy said, unaware that Morgans was many kilometers above Enies lobby. The news would generate a new impact on the world with some images that Morgans managed to send to his office before Kuzan took his recorder. He published the shocking news of the Straw Hat crew against the great force of the Navy, with the destruction of Enies lobby as a result of the conflict. The news about the conflict in Enies lobby and the mysterious phenomenon in the sky of a meteor occupied most of the main page, detailed in black letters with images below. Luffy looked at the newspaper with a big smile, drawing the attention of everyone in the crew. Look at this, he exclaimed, starting to read aloud. Devastating conflict in Enies lobby. Pirates challenge justice and escape after unprecedented destruction. His voice echoed across the deck. Everyone stopping what they were doing to listen to Luffy, as the captain continued reading the details of the battle. The Straw Hat crew gathered closer. A large force tried to combat the Straw Hats in Monkey D. Luffy, joining against a vice admiral and 2 admirals. A fight was waged, which resulted in the total destruction of Enies lobby. One of the 3 great structures of the world government is submerged in the sea. With this, the government and the Navy are seeing how they can end once and for all with this super rookie, who is considered the worst pirate that emerged during the era of pirates. Further down, another article captured attention. Meteor illuminates the sky of the Grand Line, natural phenomenon or calculated threat. The report detailed the sudden appearance of a meteor that crossed the sky on a clear night, its trajectory illuminating the darkness before disappearing on the horizon. Speculations were rife among scientists and sky observers, some suggesting a rare natural anomaly, while others insinuated a more sinister origin, possibly being caused by a powerful Akuma no Mi user. But no further details were given. Images captured by witnesses showed the fireball tearing through the sky, leaving a trail of light and fire. Nobody managed to give their opinion before Luffy showed other sheets that came with the newspaper. Hey, look at this, he said, showing the posters in hand. Looks like we've become even more famous. Soon the posters were placed in front of the group, leaving everyone stunned as they looked at their own bounties. Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat. 1 billion berries, alive only. IMG. Luffy smiling while slightly injured after fighting 2 admirals. Yamato, Kaido's daughter. 600 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Yamato using her weapon fighting against 2 vice admirals showcasing her Wano clothes. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of darkness. 200 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Zoro smiling while holding his sword emitting a red and dark aura. Trafalgar Lami, the surgeon of death. 300 million berries, alive only. IMG. Lami thrusting her sword into Doflamingo's heart. Reiju, the red phoenix. 200 million berries, alive only. IMG. Reiju in the air with her wings while fire enveloped her body, mainly her legs. Nami, the angel. 100 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Nami is transformed into her phase 1 while remaining flying in the sky with her wings. Nijiko, the bomb woman. 100 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Nijiko using the bomb fruit fighting against a vice admiral. Kuina, the ice swordsman. 100 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Kuina using her ice dragon. Alvida, the ruthless. 100 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Alvida beating a vice admiral. Vivi, the princess of Alabasta. 150 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Chow Chow crossing paths with a bitch in an alley in the first city where Luffy stopped in Alabasta. Hugo, the Titan. 200 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Hugo standing calmly with his arms crossed. Chow Chow, the guard dog. 150 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Chow Chow crossing paths with a bitch in an alley in the first city where Luffy stopped in Alabasta. Shirahoshi, the mermaid. 5 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Shirahoshi sitting next to Megalo. Beppo, the bear. 30 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Beppo in a martial arts pose, surrounded by defeated enemies. Usopp. 25 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Usopp shooting at some members of the Baroque works. Hachi, the 6-armed fish man. 30 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Hachi fighting against a member of the CP9. Nico Robin, the demon child. 120 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Robin beating Rob Lucci. Tony Chopper, the cotton candy lover. 5 berries, dead or alive. IMG. Chopper eating cotton candy. Laboon, 5 berries, dead or alive. IMG. Laboon playing on the ship with the others. Kuru. 5 berries, dead or alive. IMG. Kuru playing on the ship with the others. Megalo. 5 berries, dead or alive. IMG. Megalo playing on the ship with the others. Enel. 200 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Enel smiling arrogantly while surrounded by lightning. Uta, the singer. 20 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Uta singing in a photo from the Music Island. Frankie, the cyborg. 10 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Frankie doing his weird pose. Raccoon here. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. Do you guys want to see a reaction from the world to the new bounties? Raccoon here. 248 News 02. Chapter size, 1900 words. Third person Pav Mary Joie, first half of Grand Line. The news of the shocking events quickly swept the world. The meteor in the sky certainly caught attention, but the new posters of the Straw Hats were the most talked about worldwide. Did you hear the news about those pirates from the West Blue? Said a citizen. No, I haven't even seen the newspapers yet, the man said, scratching his head. You should see, they outdid themselves, the man insisted. What did those Straw Hats do this time? They really are terrifying wherever they go. The first man said, who was shocked as soon as he saw the newspaper. How is it possible? They fought against 2 admirals and still escaped, the man shouted incredulously. There were more than 2 admirals, you idiot, 11 vice admirals. They faced 20,000 Navy soldiers. The man shouted at the other, highlighting the seriousness of this news. Who can stop them? The second murmured with some fear. I don't know, but we're certainly safe here in the South Blue, he said. And the rumors of what I heard in Elijah. Many claim that the captain himself was transformed into his beast while destroying half of the island, the man said. I don't know, but he's certainly gone and let's hope that demon doesn't come back, he said. In another blue, people were celebrating in a tavern. Ha 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 ha. Look how unbeatable he is, said the villagers of Fuchsia village. Long live Luffy, another shouted. The boy really deserves it, he's always been hardworking. Fighting against two admirals at the same time? Could you have imagined that coming from that boy? He really is incredible. People laughed and had fun while Luffy and his latest adventure were celebrated by the village, as a symbol for everyone there where there was a lot of pride. After all, it was as if Luffy was wearing the village's jersey. My queen, stop serving the people. This does not suit your status, shouted a noble who was one of the ministers while being horrified with the queen serving everyone at the bar, while the citizens didn't even care about having a waitress wearing a crown while entering drinks. It's okay, today is a day off that I'm giving to everyone, let's celebrate Luffy's latest feats, she said with a sweet smile. You can't give us the day off, my queen. The kingdom can't just stop functioning, you must return to the palace, the man exclaimed with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a corner, Daiden and Whoop Slap were in a corner of the place drinking. Damn Luffy. He's shaming the village, I mean, the kingdom, Whoop Slap complained. Damn Luffy, I had such a good life in the mountains, now I'm here full of chores with this kingdom, which I don't even like, Daiden complained. Meanwhile, in Kokoyasi village, the place was becoming a huge port city as Luffy had predicted, and trade had started a short time ago. And boats began to arrive from all sides of the West Blue as the city still expanded with new constructions. In the bustling city, people talked cheerfully about the news from the newspapers, while in a huge mansion in the city, a man seemed in a bad mood. That damn pirate. How did he let the sisters get to have 100 million on their heads each? He corrupted them, the man exclaimed. Mayor, but why do you seem so happy? Said an assistant next to him seeing all the complaint of the man, but certainly his face does not match his words. I am not happy, the man shouted back, trying to hide his blushing face. In Orange Town, the mayor seemed to have the same temperament. Chow Chow didn't increase his bounty, but still, how can a dog have a bounty of 100 million? What did you do, Chow Chow? The man shouted, unaware of the real power of the dog. In Syrup Village, Usopp didn't receive any bounty, Kaya murmured looking at the newspaper. They did something very big, but Usopp didn't seem to be on the island while the conflict was happening, Mary commented. In Shimotsuki village, the atmosphere was also festive as a group of enthusiastic sword students were filling the dojo of the master, Shimotsuki Kushiru. Master. Look at this. The apprentices showed the newspaper to the master. Kuina. Zoro. He murmured looking at the two posters of most interest to him. Kuina with a bounty of 100 million and Zoro with 200 million, another. I want to be like Zoro Senpai when I grow up, as the youngsters continued to exclaim. In the middle of the sea, at Barati, there was a great party in the kitchen. Did you see Reiju? She looks amazing and intimidating on her poster, exclaimed a cook. Incredible. She certainly has new powers now. How did she get that? Another murmured looking at the poster. A devil fruit. Zeph said thoughtfully. But I thought the phoenix had already been eaten by one of the members of the strongest crew in the world. How can there be another red phoenix? He said murmuring, but then shrugged. Anyway, this is good for the girl. I hope she doesn't cause trouble for us. He couldn't help but comment, but certainly had a certain pride saying it. Heading to the Grand Line, in Whiskey Peak, a man danced in his extravagant clothes. It's amazing. Luffy-chan is so cool. Bakken yelled around the place, like him. Everyone from the former Baroque works was scattered trying to raise the organization again. Bakken came to Whiskey Peak to organize the place while the others spread across the local islands. Vivi, how could you become a criminal with 100 million? Igaram exclaimed. He couldn't help crying either. I was supposed to be protecting her. How can this be happening? He said with tears. Igaram had been in Whiskey Peak since Luffy took over the place, working to create alcohol factories while he began to distribute them to allied kingdoms with a lower tax and sold to other kingdoms at the beginning of the Grand Line. In Alabasta itself. Kya ha 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 ha, my husband is amazing. Makita laughed like a madwoman looking at the newspaper. She was in the throne room. Since they came as allies of Luffy, they had to protect Vivi's father and gather the organization again under the flag of the Straw Hats. Vivi. Cobra murmured, seeing his daughter in the newspaper with such a bounty after the chaos they made. But he just hoped his daughter was safe, even knowing that the government would be more aggressive than ever. In the Drum Kingdom, a woman looked at the newspaper with her coat flapping against the snow falling. Chopper, your bounty doesn't seem to change ever, she murmured and looked at the island in transformation with the new king. On the other sides of the Grand Line, the mayor could hardly believe what he was seeing in the newspaper. They really did it. He murmured, but also felt relieved that he got rid of the CP9 agents who had been with him for years without him suspecting. Elsewhere, you must go to Thriller Bark and ask Moria not to conflict with those pirates. If they reach him, it's very likely that he will die in the fight. A voice spoke on the Den Den Mushi. The big man, known as Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, heard and nodded with a voice almost without emotion. Yes. He said before using the paw fruit on himself and disappearing, flying towards the Florian Triangle. Look at your father in the newspaper, on a ship with 2 snakes navigating the waters. Han One complained while showing the newspaper in front of her bare belly as she nuzzled the area with affection. Your father is so amazing. He can already fight against 2 admirals, she said with a feeling of pride and love, but soon felt anger. Those admirals. They think they can get away after unfairly fighting my husband, she exclaimed, wanting revenge. Her sisters were outside the door, while exchanging looks and just sighing with Han One's constant change of temperament. In a bar, Rayleigh woke up that morning, thinking about seeing the news of the meteor that changed course and fell at the foot of the Red Mountain. I guess there's more interesting news than what we saw in the sky, Shikayaku said, smoking a cigarette while dragging the newspaper to the man. They really did it? Rayleigh couldn't help being surprised by what was in the newspaper. At the bottom of the sea. Dad. News from Shira. One of King Neptune's sons exclaimed with the new newspapers picked up on the surface a few hours before. In the newspaper was the news of the conflict in Eni's lobby. Where is my Shira? Neptune asked, looking for his daughter in the pages and images. We don't know. There's a photo with her arriving on the ship, but she disappeared and there were no more images or mentions of her beyond a sea snake. Fukaboshi said. I want my daughter back. Why did Jimbei and Whitebeard still insist on leaving her with that bunch of pirates? Neptune exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the North Blue. So, Reiju has a phoenix fruit. Vinsmoke Ichiji said, looking at the newspaper cautiously. She doesn't seem to be a failed experiment after all. Vinsmoke Judge said thoughtfully. In the end, she might be useful. That's why I talked to my contacts to have her a special condition on her wanted poster. He spoke calmly. What should we do, father? Vinsmoke Niji spoke, wanting to know what he plans to do with their long-lost sister. Let's go to the Grand Line. Let's chase them, and Big Mom has contacted me. We have a deal to fulfill with her. He spoke calmly and all his children nodded. The Swordsman of Darkness. This seems to be interesting. The hawk was sailing through the waters calmly while looking at the news with quite an interest, especially about Zoro's new title. You are certainly growing so fast that you might become a challenge. My sword eagerly awaits that. He finished his thoughts while continuing to sail. Meanwhile, in the New World, the news reached a Vice Admiral of G5. How can they let this happen to Joker? Virgo seemed furious with his colleagues for not being able to protect the man to whom he was loyal. He had already received the new reports of the fight and how Doflamingo was after the fight. He was not summoned for the war that will happen in Marineford because the Navy needed to have competent people to protect the New World while the war started. I want revenge, I swear I do. But I cannot ignore this information. He murmured, knowing he should inform Kaido about Ace's capture and about the conflict that will happen maybe next week. Kaido was preparing to go after his daughter at this time. But Virgo knew he might regret if he didn't inform about the conflict, which would have to make him wait to attack the Straw Hats. Let's do this then. Virgo murmured as he prepared his Den Den Mushi to call King, who was with Kaido in Onigashima. 526 Chapter 249 News 03. Chapter size, 1800 words. Third-person POV New World, second half of Grand Line. As news spread across the 4 corners of the world, the New World was no exception. This sea was the territory where the worst pirates lived, and the news of a newcomer fighting against vice admirals, without even arriving in these waters, was quite alarming to all the major forces and even independent pirates. In Dressrosa, the chaos was even greater. After all, the pirates of the Don Quixote group soon discovered the state of their captain, imprisoned in Marineford, lying in a bed in a coma, with even incurable injuries. The family was gathered in the castle except for a few members, while they fiercely discussed with one another. "How can they do this to Doflamingo?" questioned Pika, one of the family members angrily as his voice was thin. "What are we going to do now? The Navy doesn't want to take him out of there, for some reason." Trable spoke with snot coming out of his nose. "We should keep calm. Everything will be all right, no matter what happens." Diamante spoke with firmness in his voice. "Even so, how are we going to run the country without Joker? What if the rebels rebel?" Dellinger asked worriedly. "Let's try to keep any chaos at bay. After all, most of the country is loyal to the King of Dressrosa. That hasn't changed. Let's just hope he gets well and we can take revenge on that group of pirates who did such a thing." Diamante spoke again, maintaining his calm. "Do you really think we can fight against a group that did this to Doflamingo?" Senor Pink spoke. "No matter what happens, we will take our revenge," Pika exclaimed. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, in the Colosseum, two women were meeting, while commenting on the events with each other. "Is it true that Doflamingo is seriously injured and even at risk of dying while in a coma?" Rebecca, dressed as a gladiator, asked, surprised to the newspaper as her gaze returned to her aunt. "I don't have much information about it, besides what some family members commented while I was leaving, and there's nothing in the newspapers that proves his current state. However, he really suffered a defeat. First, he was captured and then humiliated in a way I never imagined could happen." Violet spoke, looking at the newspapers searching for any other information. "Are we finally going to get rid of him?" Rebecca asked with hope. "I don't know, but he certainly never suffered so much in his life. A small satisfaction after everything he did to us." "I'm so happy about this," Violet admitted. After all, she always wanted to end Joker, and seeing him being destroyed was one of the best things that happened in all 6 years. She picked up the newspaper and saw the photo of the pirate responsible for this, wanting to meet him. After all, not everyone could fight against Doflamingo, but this man, this newcomer at sea, had gone against all common expectations. Meanwhile, the underworld was in chaos. Without their boss, behind the command, the Don Quixote family was still trying to maintain control over all places, trying to fulfill all the agreements of selling weapons, drugs, and human trafficking, having a lot of difficulty in keeping everything under control. On another island, where there had not been any incident of two admirals fighting, Caesar Clown was doing some tests with his assistant trying to create smiles. This project was born with Doflamingo in an agreement with Kaido, one of the Yonkou. Caesar Clown had stolen this project from an experiment conducted 2 years ago. He still remembers the incident very well. He was at a testing site with Vegapunk, who was attempting to create a specific thing at this location, an artificial devil fruit. But not just any fruit. This one was crafted using Kaido's genes after collecting them during one of his captures, thereby trying to create a dragon with this artificial devil fruit. After years of research, the fruit was finally constructed, and both Vegapunk and his second-in-command, Caesar Clown, were looking at the small pink fruit emerging from the oven, appearing in front of them with the metallic sound of doors opening. Finally, Vegapunk sighed. "After years of being funded by the government to create this fruit, we have finally completed our work," he commented as he approached the fruit. "But it was supposed to be blue. Why pink?" he couldn't help asking with disappointment. Caesar Clown watched with jealousy. After all, it wasn't he who made it, but rather his rival in the field of science. Yet he kept calm and waited for Vegapunk to finish analyzing all aspects of the fruit. "This," the big-headed man began, analyzing the data and conducting tests with the scanning machine. "The fruit is a failure," he finally admitted, with a tone of frustration. "After all the resources and my time that had been dedicated on this island to create this fruit, in the end, it was a failure," he murmured. "Ha, ha, ha, you're not as smart as you hoped," Caesar Clown exclaimed, laughing slowly, while he, not caring about his assistant, already familiar with her personality, continued looking disappointedly at the pink fruit. "It seems you're not so smart after all, aren't you? It's a failure. You made a failure," Caesar Clown began to mock. "The government won't like to hear this," Vegapunk said in the end, and looked at Caesar Clown. "Since the fruit is good for nothing, throw it away. I'll talk to the 5 elders now," he simply said and turned away. Caesar Clown was thrilled by this, as he picked up the fruit and placed it in a box, proudly labeling it, "Vegapunk's failure." He wouldn't throw it away but would keep it in his room as a trophy. He failed, but I will make a better one, he commented as he began to walk with the fruit. He secretly took all the research data, ready to try to prove that he would make better artificial fruits. I have the data, it's better to throw this away, otherwise it will bring me bad luck, Caesar Clown commented, changing his mind about keeping the fruit, then went to the garbage dump. He arrived at the site and simply threw the fruit there, saying, "Goodbye, Vegapunk's failure. You finally showed me that he makes mistakes," he said, excitedly. "Now I need to look for more of his mistakes," he said, with a personality that insists on not wanting to lose to his rival. Sometime later, with Caesar insisting on searching, he had a falling out with Vegapunk and activated a poisonous gas across the entire island, making it uninhabited in the current time. Now Caesar Clown was pondering what to do next, especially since he had heard about Doflamingo's situation and was hoping he would recover soon, because without Joker's protection, his life wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, in Onigashima, Kaido was preparing his army to head to Paradise, as he had to rescue his daughter, his subordinate, and capture a bunch of mystical beasts for that crew, which he wanted more than anything. Now, even Smile was not comparable to those monsters he saw in the newspapers. He was about to try to tame them with all his strength. He had returned, after King convinced him to come back. After all, he took the wrong path and spent a month wandering the new world, unable to return, even entering some of the blues, while King went after him. Now, he was already preparing a large army. Men, be prepared for a war that will happen in Paradise against that pirate band. Soon, they will feel the strength of the beast pirates, he spoke, as the crowd began to shout. Let's face them. Let's finish them. How dare they attack the beast pirates? They screamed. This was the speech from the day before. Now, the image of Luffy and his daughter emblazoned in the newspapers caught his attention that morning, making him look at it incredulously. In a way, not that he was afraid of the Straw Hats or anything, but he was certainly quite impressed with the current strength of the crew. These kids are getting stronger and stronger. I'm proud of you, Yamato. It looks like you've finally taken after your father. He began to cry as he saw in the newspaper the photo of his daughter with a bounty of 600 million, while she was fighting against 2 vice admirals. This was an impressive feat for him, hoping that she would take over Wano one day. Let's head to Paradise. Let's take this crew for ourselves, he spoke, as the 2 disasters and the Tabirapo were gathered in front of him, some curious, others angry about Luffy's deeds. After all, the crew had achieved many bounties above 100 million berries, without even setting foot in the new world. However, King's phone started ringing at that moment. He saw that it was Virgo calling, a vice admiral who worked for Don Quixote Doflamingo as a navy spy. He thought for a moment before answering, but eventually accepted. Going to a corner, he listened to everything, frowning even more. Then, he returned to Kaido. Boss Kaido, he spoke, drawing Kaido's attention, still crying over the newspaper. What is it, King? He turned to his disaster. Urgent news, Boss Kaido, he spoke. There will be a war between the Whitebeards and the Navy next week. Kaido immediately looked at King, stunned. A war? He asked. A war against the Navy? The old man is going to do that? Yes, King responded, already envisioning the inevitable outcome. It seems the Navy has his second-in-command in their hands and intend to carry out a public execution, according to Virgo. I see. That old man will surely not let this happen. Kaido spoke, stopping his tears. Now he was in a dilemma, whether to face the Straw Hats or take advantage of the chaos in the new world with the departure and possible death of Whitebeard. It seems we have no choice, Kaido spoke. Change of plan, he shouted, as an even more serious situation had arisen. Wait a minute, brother, Ulti asked angrily, even speaking to Kaido in such a manner. Kaido didn't mind and simply answered her. Don't worry, we'll do that later. For now, there's a chance for us to grab more territories for ourselves. And we'll also attack Whitebeard, he declared, as everyone present felt except for Ulti, who was still dissatisfied. Raccoon here. 526 Chapter 250 News 04. Chapter size. 2,100 words. Third-person POV New World, second half of Grand Line. As Kaido prepared to face Whitebeard, on the other side of the same sea, there was a giant woman devouring her sweets, and as she waited eagerly, a subordinate began reading the newspaper. Come on, read. I'm already losing my patience, said Big Mom, dissatisfied, as the man trembled in fear. He picked up the newspaper, shaking, and began to read in front of the entire Charlotte family, gathered around the place. As he read the news, the family had a varied reaction. Some frowned, while others maintained a neutral look. Some were restless with what they heard. Since this pirate group was in their sights as soon as they arrived in the New World, and they would have to engage in a battle between them. Big Mom frowned as soon as the subordinate looked up and was cautiously looking at her. Are you saying that kid is on this level? What will they think of us, emperors, when a rookie is facing admirals, while we are just taking care of territories? Big Mom growled, as the man trembled and, before he could react, Big Mom unleashed her anger on the man, devouring his soul without him being able to react. The man fell dead to the ground while no one reacted to this, being a common situation among the family. Even her children were not immune to her wrath when she got angry, killing many of them over the years. Damn that Kaido, that bastard, he's already given his daughter to this rookie. However, we can still take something for ourselves. In fact, there's someone on that Germa ship that I have been in contact with and intend to have that person. She spoke with a bit of anger. The atmosphere remained as she returned to eating her sweets to quell her bad mood and her ensuring that she did not go mad. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on a ship in the middle of the sea, Marco picked up the newspaper that day from a carrier seagull, and as soon as he saw the news, he was entirely shocked by it, staying planted in place while other members of the boat noticed his strange behavior. Marco, why are you like this? What's in the newspaper? The commander of the 5th Division, the floral swordsman Vista, asked, curious, seeing the reaction of the 1st Division commander. Marco noticed the commander of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, of the 6th Division, Flamenco, and of the 8th Division, Namur, also approaching, curious to know what was in the newspaper that day. There could be some news of Ace. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was sitting in his chair in the middle of the deck, looking patiently at the sea, feeling that something bad was happening in his intuition, and his heart seemed to weigh with that feeling, but still unable to guess what it meant, just with a bad feeling and a bitter taste in his mouth. He looked at Marco with the newspaper, waiting to see if he could find out if the feeling was coming from that newspaper. Marco, what is it? He asked calmly. Marco seemed to come out of his daze looking around and seeing his companions waiting for him to announce what was in the newspaper. But he approached the middle of the ship, ignoring all the other commanders. He took the newspaper going straight to Whitebeard. Father, Marco started, with a voice that did not know how he would continue his sentence. The news is shocking. Something big happened in paradise, he murmured. What is it, Marco? Whitebeard spoke curiously. It's about Ace's brother, and he has outdone himself this time. Look for yourself, Marco said, placing the newspaper in front of him and showing it to Whitebeard, who was looking in the distance, making him open his eyes at that. Ace's brother did this? He murmured. He said with a thoughtful expression as he narrowed his eyes while everyone waited to see his next reaction, even not knowing the news that Marco had not yet shown. As the whole ship was in silence with dozens of eyes looking at the strongest man in the world, his reaction was quite iconic, because he began to laugh the next moment. Gararararara. He began to laugh, and continued laughing even louder, forgetting that bitter feeling from before, and looking at the photo of Straw Hat and his crew. There's never been a rookie like him before, Whitebeard had to admit. It seems like times are about to change soon, he murmured, cracking his characteristic smile, while the others listened, quite confused. For Newgate, he recognized that he was old and knew that his time would not last much longer. Nor were the other Yonkou so young, with the exception of Shanks, and the emergence of such a powerful crew now, that had not even set foot in the New World, should be the announcement of a new era. He had to admit, but he was happy that, at least, this was Ace's brother, someone who could easily create a connection with his crew. Perhaps, after his death, there would still be a strong alliance. Whitebeard always thought about the future of his children like any loving father, and he still sought who would inherit his will after his death, which approached every day. His body could no longer hold up, he was no longer young. Waiting for a strong ally was the best possible thing. After all, none of his members could come close to his current strength to protect their territories. What is it, Marco? Let me see. Is this Ace's brother? Asked one of the commanders who attacked at that moment, wanting to see what was so special in the newspaper. As the newspaper was finally seen by everyone, numerous reactions came from them. What? He fought against 2 admirals and destroyed one of the 3 great government structures? Exclaimed one of the commanders. An admiral really did this? Questioned another commander. He never said he was that strong. And to think that he's already at this level in paradise, and must be coming to the New World right now. I wonder what will happen soon, said another, looking curious as everyone gathered to see. Today his bounty is 1 billion. Have you ever seen a rookie with such a bounty? Said another, exclaiming to his companions. While no one could respond, he continued. Will they be friends or foes? Don't be silly, he's Ace's brother, of course, he'll be our ally, said another. Look at this Reiju. She has the same fruit as Marco. One exclaimed with one of the posters. That should be impossible, Marco couldn't help but exclaim. This crew is filled with powerful devil fruits. What will happen in the future? Someone murmured. The new world is going to change. Whitebeard spoke for the first time after a while, making everyone look at him. The world is changing. A new era is coming. Someone so powerful emerging, with a crew also so strong, even having Kaido's daughter as his vice captain, is really incredible. Maybe this is the man you were waiting for, Roger? The man who will challenge the entire world? Whitebeard said the last part looking up at the sky, thinking about the old rival. Elsewhere in the new world, Shanks was looking at the newspaper. He really did it. How did he become so strong? Meanwhile, the entire crew looked around him, with most having incredulous looks. Having known about the boy's existence many years ago, they couldn't help but be all amazed by this. In the end, he faced 2 admirals and still came out alive and escaped. It may not have been a victory, but certainly something extraordinary for a rookie who entered the sea less than a year ago and hadn't even entered the new world to face the real sea of pirates. And to think that he's this strong. Can anyone stop him at this pace? Said Lucky Roo, biting into his meat. Pretty soon we'll meet them, won't we? Asked Lime Juice to Shanks. My son is with them. It's a shame he didn't participate in the fight. Still, I'm sure that we'll meet soon, said Usopp. While the red-haired pirates crew commented with a Shanks looking dazedly at the newspaper, Ben Beckman approached the pile of bounties of the crew going through one by one until he found a poster that made his cigar fall from his mouth. Well, you won't be the only one finding a child here, Ben Beckman started, still with a dazed face, handing the poster to Shanks, making his captain shift his bewildered gaze from Luffy to an even more startled one, even dropping the newspaper. After all, the poster showed a specific member of the Straw Hat crew, one of the newest. She really is. With Luffy, Shanks murmured in disbelief, feeling a whirlwind of emotions inside him, while everyone else seemed quite shocked by it as well. After all, they all had shared many years with that little girl more than 10 years ago, and now she was back at sea again, and on a pirate crew that would soon arrive in the new world, which made them quite cautious, not knowing how to react to their encounter. After all, they had practically abandoned her with a broken heart, wondering how that little girl had suffered because of it. Shanks, are you okay? Asked Ben Beckman, looking at Shanks. I am, it's just that I don't know if I can face her, he spoke with a melancholic tone. There had been only 2 times in his life that Shanks had cried. Once at the death of his captain at Logatown's execution square, and once for leaving his daughter behind. Now, one of those holes left in his story was coming here, and he did not know how to react to interest with the girl. But still, there was a feeling of pride, allowing a smile to appear on his face despite the emotions he felt. It seems that Uda has met with Luffy, and Luffy has placed her under his flag, and she looks sad in the poster. She always said she hated pirates above all and hated war. But she's on a pirate ship. Shanks looked up with some glimmer emerging from his eyes, wondering what will happen when they meet again. And that day was getting sooner, with Luffy becoming so powerful and unstoppable that it wouldn't be long before he reached his level at this pace. On another island, in a specific desert, people were gathered in a room with several newspapers. Did you see the meteor? Everything indicates it was headed for Mary Joie's. That means someone attacked the world government, but who would do that? Spoke one of the revolutionary agents as they joined looking at the identical newspapers. There was a situation of urgency happening there. After all, who could send a meteor to the holy city? And who would have the courage to do that? Leaving all the revolutionaries shocked by this. Everything indicated that the meteor was heading there, but, somehow, it fell at the foot of the mountain. It means the world government did something against that attack. The question is, who did it and how did they do it? They wondered. The world government will not fall so easily. A new voice emerged. Dragon walked through the corridor, in the middle of the crowd, looking at the newspapers while everyone looked at him, again hearing his tone as he continued. The government is not so easy to topple. They have hidden forces that we can't even imagine. Don't worry too much about this event until we have any information about it and it's not under our control. Let's continue our work. After all, our goal is to rid the world of the world government to give freedom to this world. He spoke, going to his room and closing the door as he stayed alone. Picking up today's newspaper, he glanced over the article about the meteor. After all, that was not what interested him now, but rather, his son. You really are getting so strong, Luffy. Maybe it's you who will change the world, and not me. Dragon spoke, as he looked at the photo of his son with a billion bounty poster, showing that he had grown much stronger in just 2 or 3 months since they met in Logatown. Raccoon here.